The Old House. A very old house stood once in a street with several that were quite new and clean. The date of its erection had been carved on one of the beams, and surrounded by scrolls formed of tulips and hop tendrils. By this date it could be seen that the old house was nearly 300 years old. Verses too were written over the windows in old-fashioned letters, and grotesque faces, curiously carved, grinned at you from under the cornices. One story projected a long way over the other, and under the roof ran a leaden gutter, with a dragon's head at the end. The rain was intended to pour out at the dragon's mouth, but it ran out of his body instead, for there was a hole in the gutter. The other houses in the street were new and well built, with large window panes and smooth walls. Anyone could see they had nothing to do with the old house. Perhaps they thought, how long will that heap of rubbish remain here to be a disgrace to the whole street? The parapet projects so far forward that no one can see out of our windows what is going on in that direction. The stairs are as broad as the staircase of a castle, and as steep as if they led to a church tower. The iron railing looks like the gate of a cemetery, and there are brass knobs upon it. It is really too ridiculous. Opposite to the old house were more nice new houses, which had just the same opinion as their neighbors. At the window of one of them sat a little boy with fresh rosy cheeks, and clear sparkling eyes, who was very fond of the old house, in sunshine or in moonlight. He would sit and look at the wall from which the plaster had in some places fallen off, and fancy all sorts of scenes which had been in former times. How the street must have looked, and the houses had all gable roofs, open staircases, and gutters with dragons at the spout. He could even see soldiers walking about with halberds. Certainly it was a very good house to look at for amusement. An old man lived in it, who wore knee breeches, a coat with large brass buttons, and a wig, which anyone could see was a real wig. Every morning an old man came to clean the rooms, and to wait upon him, otherwise the old man in the knee breeches would have been quite alone in the house. Sometimes he came to one of the windows and looked out. Then the little boy nodded to him, and the old man nodded back again, till they became acquainted, and were friends, although they had never spoken to each other, but that was of no consequence. The little boy one day heard his parents say, "The old man opposite is very well off, but is terribly lonely." The next Sunday morning the little boy wrapped something in a piece of paper and took it to the door of the old house, and said to the attendant who waited upon the old man, "Will you please give this from me to the gentleman who lives here? I have 2 tin soldiers, and this is one of them, and he shall have it, because I know he is terribly lonely." And the old attendant nodded and looked very pleased, and then he carried the tin soldier into the house. Afterwards he was sent over to ask the little boy if he would not like to pay a visit himself. His parents gave him permission, and so it was that he gained admission to the old house. The brassy knobs on the railings shone more brightly than ever, as if they had been polished on account of his visit. And on the door were carved trumpeters standing in tulips, and it seemed as if they were blowing with all their might, their cheeks were so puffed out. "Tantarare, the little boy is coming, tantarare, the little boy is coming." Then the door opened. All round the hall hung old portraits of knights in armor, and ladies in silk gowns, and the armor rattled, and the silk dresses rustled. Then came a staircase which went up a long way, and then came down a little way and led to a balcony, which was in a very ruinous state. There were large holes and long cracks, out of which grew grass and leaves, indeed the whole balcony, the courtyard, and the walls were so overgrown with green that they looked like a garden. In the balcony stood flower pots, on which were heads having asses' ears, but the flowers in them grew just as they pleased. In one pot pinks were growing all over the sides, at least the green leaves were shooting forth stalk and stem, and saying as plainly as they could speak, "The air has fanned me, the sun has kissed me. And I am promised a little flower for next Sunday, really for next Sunday." Then they entered a room in which the walls were covered with leather, and the leather had golden flowers stamped upon it. "Gilding will fade in damp weather. To endure, there is nothing like leather," said the walls. Chairs handsomely carved, with elbows on each side, and with very high backs, stood in the room, and as they creaked they seemed to say, "Sit down." Oh dear, how I am creaking. I shall certainly have the gout like the old cupboard. Gout in my back, ugh. And then the little boy entered the room where the old man sat. Thank you for the tin soldier, my little friend, said the old man, and thank you also for coming to see me. Thanks, or creak, creak, said all the furniture. There was so much that the pieces of furniture stood in each other's way to get a sight of the little boy. On the wall near the center of the room hung the picture of a beautiful lady, young and gay, dressed in the fashion of the olden times, with powdered hair, and a full, stiff skirt. She said neither thanks nor creak, but she looked down upon the little boy with her mild eyes, and then he said to the old man, "Where did you get that picture?" "From the shop opposite," he replied. "Many portraits hang there that none seem to trouble themselves about. The persons they represent have been dead and buried long since. But I knew this lady many years ago, and she has been dead nearly half a century." Under a glass beneath the picture hung a nosegay of withered flowers, which were no doubt half a century old too, at least they appeared so. And the pendulum of the old clock went to and fro, and the hands turned round. And as time passed on, everything in the room grew older, but no one seemed to notice it. "They say at home," said the little boy, "that you are very lonely." "Oh," replied the old man, "I have pleasant thoughts of all that has passed, recalled by memory, and now you are come to visit me, and that is very pleasant." Then he took from the bookcase, a book full of pictures representing long processions of wonderful coaches, such as are never seen at the present time. Soldiers like the knave of clubs, and citizens with waving banners. The tailors had a flag with a pair of scissors supported by 2 lions, and on the shoemaker's flag there were not boots, but an eagle with 2 heads, for the shoemakers must have everything arranged so that they can say, "This is a pair." What a picture book it was, and then the old man went into another room to fetch apples and nuts. It was very pleasant, certainly, to be in that old house. "I cannot endure it," said the tin soldier, who stood on a shelf, "it is so lonely and dull here. I have been accustomed to live in a family, and I cannot get used to this life. I cannot bear it. The whole day is long enough, but the evening is longer. It is not here like it was in your house opposite, when your father and mother talked so cheerfully together, while you and all the dear children made such a delightful noise. No, it is all lonely in the old man's house. Do you think he gets any kisses? Do you think he ever has friendly looks, or a Christmas tree? He will have nothing now but the grave. Oh, I cannot bear it." "You must not look only on the sorrowful side," said the little boy, "I think everything in this house is beautiful, and all the old pleasant thoughts come back here to pay visits." "Ah, but I never see any, and I don't know them," said the tin soldier, "and I cannot bear it." "You must bear it," said the little boy. Then the old man came back with a pleasant face, and brought with him beautiful preserved fruits, as well as apples and nuts, and the little boy thought no more of the tin soldier. How happy and delighted the little boy was! And after he returned home, and while days and weeks passed, a great deal of nodding took place from one house to the other, and then the little boy went to pay another visit. The carved trumpeters blew tantarere. There is the little boy. Tantarere. The swords and armor on the old knight's pictures rattled. The silk dresses rustled, the leather repeated its rhyme, and the old chairs had the gout in their backs, and cried, creak, it was all exactly like the first time. For in that house, 1 day and 1 hour were just like another. "I cannot bear it any longer," said the tin soldier, "I have wept tears of tin, it is so melancholy here. Let me go to the wars, and lose an arm or a leg, that would be some change. I cannot bear it. Now I know what it is to have visits from one's old recollections, and all they bring with them. I have had visits from mine, and you may believe me it is not altogether pleasant. I was very nearly jumping from the shelf. I saw you all in your house opposite, as if you were really present. It was Sunday morning, and you children stood round the table, singing the hymn that you sing every morning. You were standing quietly, with your hands folded, and your father and mother. You were standing quietly, with your hands folded, and your father and mother were looking just as serious, when the door opened, and your little sister Maria, who is not 2 years old, was brought into the room. You know she always dances when she hears music and singing of any sort, so she began to dance immediately, although she ought not to have done so, but she could not get into the right time because the tune was so slow. So she stood first on one leg and then on the other, and bent her head very low, but it would not suit the music. You all stood looking very grave, although it was very difficult to do so, but I laughed so to myself that I fell down from the table, and got a bruise, which is there still. I know it was not right to laugh. So all this, and everything else that I have seen, keeps running in my head, and these must be the old recollections that bring so many thoughts with them. Tell me whether you still sing on Sundays, and tell me about your little sister Maria, and how my old comrade is, the other tin soldier. Ah, really he must be very happy. I cannot endure this life. You are given away, said the little boy. You must stay. Don't you see that? Then the old man came in, with a box containing many curious things to show him. Rouge pots, scent boxes, and old cards, so large and so richly gilded, that none are ever seen like them in these days. And there were smaller boxes to look at, and the piano was opened, and inside the lid were painted landscapes. But when the old man played, the piano sounded quite out of tune. Then he looked at the picture he had bought at the broker's, and his eyes sparkled brightly as he nodded at it, and said, "Ah, she could sing that tune. I will go to the wars. I will go to the wars," cried the tin soldier as loud as he could, and threw himself down on the floor. Where could he have fallen? The old man searched, and the little boy searched, but he was gone, and could not be found. "I shall find him again," said the old man, but he did not find him. The boards of the floor were open and full of holes. The tin soldier had fallen through a crack between the boards, and lay there now in an open grave. The day went by, and the little boy returned home. The week passed, and many more weeks. It was winter, and the windows were quite frozen, so the little boy was obliged to breathe on the panes, and rub a hole to peep through at the old house. Snow drifts were lying in all the scrolls and on the inscriptions, and the steps were covered with snow as if no one were at home. And indeed nobody was home, for the old man was dead. In the evening, a hearse stopped at the door, and the old man in his coffin was placed in it. He was to be taken to the country to be buried there in his own grave, so they carried him away. No one followed him, for all his friends were dead. And the little boy kissed his hand to the coffin as the hearse moved away with it. A few days after, there was an auction at the old house, and from his window the little boy saw the people carrying away the pictures of old knights and ladies, the flower pots with the long ears, the old chairs, and the cupboards. Some were taken one way, some another. Her portrait, which had been bought at the picture dealer's, went back again to his shop, and there it remained, for no one seemed to know her, or to care for the old picture. In the spring, they began to pull the house itself down. People called it complete rubbish. From the street could be seen the room in which the walls were covered with leather, ragged and torn, and the green in the balcony hung straggling over the beams. They pulled it down quickly, for it looked ready to fall, and at last it was cleared away altogether. "What a good riddance," said the neighbors' houses. Very shortly, a fine new house was built farther back from the road. It had lofty windows and smooth walls, but in front, on the spot where the old house really stood, a little garden was planted, and wild vines grew up over the neighboring walls. In front of the garden were large iron railings and a great gate, which looked very stately. People used to stop and peep through the railings. The sparrows assembled in dozens upon the wild vines, and chattered all together as loud as they could, but not about the old house. None of them could remember it, for many years had passed by, so many indeed, that the little boy was now a man, and a really good man too, and his parents were very proud of him. He was just married, and had come, with his young wife, to reside in the new house with the garden in front of it, and now he stood there by her side while she planted a field flower that she thought very pretty. She was planting it herself with her little hands, and pressing down the earth with her fingers. "Oh dear, what was that?" she exclaimed, as something pricked her. Out of the soft earth something was sticking up. It was, only think. It was really the tin soldier, the very same which had been lost up in the old man's room, and had been hidden among old wood and rubbish for a long time, till it sunk into the earth, where it must have been for many years. And the young wife wiped the soldier, first with a green leaf, and then with her fine pocket handkerchief, that smelt of such beautiful perfume. And the tin soldier felt as if he was recovering from a fainting fit. "Let me see him," said the young man, and then he smiled and shook his head, and said, "It can scarcely be the same, but it reminds me of something that happened to one of my tin soldiers when I was a little boy." And then he told his wife about the old house and the old man, and of the tin soldier which he had sent across, because he thought the old man was lonely. And he related the story so clearly that tears came into the eyes of the young wife for the old house and the old man. "It is very likely that this is really the same soldier," said she, "and I will take care of him, and always remember what you have told me, but some day you must show me the old man's grave." "I don't know where it is," he replied, "no one knows. All his friends are dead, no one took care of him, and I was only a little boy." "Oh, how dreadfully lonely he must have been," said she. "Yes, terribly lonely," cried the tin soldier, "still it is delightful not to be forgotten." "Delightful indeed," cried a voice quite near to them. No one but the tin soldier saw that it came from a rag of the leather which hung in tatters. It had lost all its gilding, and looked like wet earth, but it had an opinion, and it spoke it thus: "Gilding will fade in damp weather. To endure, there is nothing like leather." But the tin soldier did not believe any such thing. The shirt collar. There was once a fine gentleman who possessed among other things a boot jack and a hairbrush, but he had also the finest shirt collar in the world, and of this collar we are about to hear a story. The collar had become so old that he began to think about getting married, and one day he happened to find himself in the same washing tub as a garter. "Upon my word," said the shirt collar, "I have never seen anything so slim and delicate, so neat and soft before. May I venture to ask your name?" "I shall not tell you," replied the garter. "Where do you reside when you are at home?" asked the shirt collar. But the garter was naturally shy, and did not know how to answer such a question. "I presume you are a girdle," said the shirt collar, "a sort of undergirdle. I see that you are useful, as well as ornamental, my little lady." "You must not speak to me," said the garter, "I do not think I have given you any encouragement to do so." "Oh, when anyone is as beautiful as you are," said the shirt collar, "is not that encouragement enough?" "Get away, don't come so near me," said the garter, "you appear to me quite like a man." "I am a fine gentleman certainly," said the shirt collar, "I possess a boot jack and a hairbrush." This was not true, for these things belonged to his master, but he was a boaster. "Don't come so near me," said the garter. "I am not accustomed to it." "Affectation," said the shirt collar. Then they were taken out of the wash tub, starched, and hung over a chair in the sunshine, and then laid on the ironing board. And now came the glowing iron. "Mistress Widow," said the shirt collar, "little Mistress Widow, I feel quite warm. I am changing, I am losing all my creases. You are burning a hole in me. Ugh! I propose to you." "You old rag," said the flat iron, driving proudly over the collar, for she fancied herself a steam engine, which rolls over the railway and draws carriages. "You old rag," said she. The edges of the shirt collar were a little frayed, so the scissors were brought to cut them smooth. "Oh," exclaimed the shirt collar, "what a first-rate dancer you would make, you can stretch out your legs so well. I never saw anything so charming. I am sure no human being could do the same." "I should think not," replied the scissors. "You ought to be a countess," said the shirt collar, "but all I possess consists of a fine gentleman, a boot jack, and a comb. I wish I had an estate for your sake." "What? Is he going to propose to me?" said the scissors, and she became so angry that she cut too sharply into the shirt collar, and it was obliged to be thrown by as useless. I shall be obliged to propose to the hairbrush, thought the shirt collar, so he remarked one day, "It is wonderful what beautiful hair you have, my little lady. Have you never thought of being engaged?" "You might know I should think of it," answered the hairbrush, "I am engaged to the bootjack." "Engaged," cried the shirt collar, "now there is no one left to propose to," and then he pretended to despise all love-making. A long time passed, and the shirt collar was taken in a bag to the paper mill. Here was a large company of rags, the fine ones lying by themselves, separated from the coarser, as it ought to be. They had all many things to relate, especially the shirt collar, who was a terrible boaster. "I have had an immense number of love affairs," said the shirt collar, "no one left me any peace. It is true I was a very fine gentleman, quite stuck up. I had a bootjack and a brush that I never used. You should have seen me then, when I was turned down. I shall never forget my first love. She was a girdle, so charming, and fine, and soft, and she threw herself into a washing tub for my sake. There was a widow too, who was warmly in love with me, but I left her alone, and she became quite black. The next was a first-rate dancer, she gave me the wound from which I still suffer, she was so passionate. Even my own hairbrush was in love with me, and lost all her hair through neglected love. Yes, I have had great experience of this kind, but my greatest grief was for the garter, the girdle I meant to say, that jumped into the washtub. I have a great deal on my conscience, and it is really time I should be turned into white paper." And the shirt collar came to this at last. All the rags were made into white paper, and the shirt collar became the very identical piece of paper which we now see, and on which this story is printed. It happened as a punishment to him, for having boasted so shockingly of things which were not true. And this is a warning to us, to be careful how we act, for we may some day find ourselves in the rag bag, to be turned into white paper, on which our whole history may be written, even its most secret actions. And it would not be pleasant to have to run about the world in the form of a piece of paper, telling everything we have done, like the boasting shirt collar. The story of a mother. A mother sat by her little child, she was very sad, for she feared it would die. It was quite pale, and its little eyes were closed, and sometimes it drew a heavy deep breath, almost like a sigh. And then the mother gazed more sadly than ever on the poor little creature. Someone knocked at the door, and a poor old man walked in. He was wrapped in something that looked like a great horsecloth. And he required it truly to keep him warm, for it was cold winter, the country everywhere lay covered with snow and ice, and the wind blew so sharply that it cut one's face. The little child had dozed off to sleep for a moment, and the mother, seeing that the old man shivered with the cold, rose and placed a small mug of beer on the stove to warm for him. The old man sat and rocked the cradle. And the mother seated herself on a chair near him, and looked at her sick child who still breathed heavily, and took hold of its little hand. "You think I shall keep him, do you not?" she said. "Our all-merciful God will surely not take him away from me." The old man, who was indeed deaf himself, nodded his head in a peculiar manner, which might have signified either yes, or no. And the mother cast down her eyes, while the tears rolled down her cheeks. Then her head became heavy, for she had not closed her eyes for 3 days and nights, and she slept, but only for a moment. Shivering with cold, she started up and looked round the room. The old man was gone, and her child, it was gone too, the old man had taken it with him. In the corner of the room the old clock began to strike. Whirr went the chains, the heavy weight sank to the ground, and the clock stopped, and the poor mother rushed out of the house calling for her child. Out in the snow sat a woman in long black garments, and she said to the mother, "Death has been with you in your room. I saw him hastening away with your little child, he strides faster than the wind, and never brings back what he has taken away. Only tell me which way he has gone," said the mother, "tell me the way, I will find him." "I know the way," said the woman in the black garments, "but before I tell you, you must sing to me all the songs that you have sung to your child. I love these songs, I have heard them before. I am Night, and I saw your tears flow as you sang. I will sing them all to you," said the mother, but do not detain me now. I must overtake him, and find my child." But Night sat silent and still. Then the mother wept and sang, and wrung her hands. And there were many songs, and yet even more tears, till at length Night said, "Go to the right, into the dark forest of fir trees, for I saw Death take that road with your little child." Within the wood the mother came to cross roads, and she knew not which to take. Just by stood a thorn bush, it had neither leaf nor flower, for it was the cold winter time, and icicles hung on the branches. "Have you not seen Death go by, with my little child?" she asked. "Yes," replied the thorn bush, "but I will not tell you which way he has taken until you have warmed me in your bosom. I am freezing to death here, and turning to ice." Then she pressed the bramble to her bosom quite close, so that it might be thawed, and the thorns pierced her flesh, and great drops of blood flowed. But the bramble shot forth fresh green leaves, and they became flowers on the cold winter's night, so warm is the heart of a sorrowing mother. Then the bramble bush told her the path she must take. She came at length to a great lake, on which there was neither ship nor boat to be seen. The lake was not frozen sufficiently for her to pass over on the ice, nor was it open enough for her to wade through. And yet she must cross it, if she wished to find her child. Then she laid herself down to drink up the water of the lake, which was of course impossible for any human being to do. But the bereaved mother thought that perhaps a miracle might take place to help her. "You will never succeed in this," said the lake, "let us make an agreement together which will be better. I love to collect pearls, and your eyes are the purest I have ever seen. If you will weep those eyes away in tears into my waters, then I will take you to the large hothouse where Death dwells and rears flowers and trees, every one of which is a human life." "Oh, what would I not give to reach my child?" said the weeping mother, and as she still continued to weep, her eyes fell into the depths of the lake, and became two costly pearls. Then the lake lifted her up, and wafted her across to the opposite shore as if she were on a swing, where stood a wonderful building many miles in length. No one could tell whether it was a mountain covered with forests and full of caves, or whether it had been built. But the poor mother could not see, for she had wept her eyes into the lake. "Where shall I find Death, who went away with my little child?" she asked. "He has not arrived here yet," said an old gray-haired woman, who was walking about, and watering Death's hothouse. "How have you found your way here? And who helped you?" "God has helped me," she replied. "He is merciful, will you not be merciful too? Where shall I find my little child?" "I did not know the child," said the old woman, "and you are blind. Many flowers and trees have faded tonight, and Death will soon come to transplant them. You know already that every human being has a life tree or a life flower, just as may be ordained for him. They look like other plants. But they have hearts that beat. Children's hearts also beat, from that you may perhaps be able to recognize your child. But what will you give me, if I tell you what more you will have to do?" "I have nothing to give," said the afflicted mother. "But I would go to the ends of the earth for you." "I can give you nothing to do for me there," said the old woman, "but you can give me your long black hair. You know yourself that it is beautiful, and it pleases me. You can take my white hair in exchange, which will be something in return." "Do you ask nothing more than that?" said she. "I will give it to you with pleasure." And she gave up her beautiful hair, and received in return the white locks of the old woman. Then they went into Death's vast hothouse, where flowers and trees grew together in wonderful profusion. Blooming hyacinths, under glass bells, and peonies, like strong trees. There grew water plants, some quite fresh, and others looking sickly, which had water snakes twining round them, and black crabs clinging to their stems. There stood noble palm trees, oaks, and plantains, and beneath them bloomed thyme and parsley. Each tree and flower had a name. Each represented a human life, and belonged to men still living, some in China, others in Greenland, and in all parts of the world. Some large trees had been planted in little pots, so that they were cramped for room, and seemed about to burst the pot to pieces, while many weak little flowers were growing in rich soil, with moss all around them, carefully tended and cared for. The sorrowing mother bent over the little plants, and heard the human heart beating in each, and recognized the beatings of her child's heart among millions of others. "That is it," she cried, stretching out her hand towards a little crocus flower which hung down its sickly head. "Do not touch the flower," exclaimed the old woman, "but place yourself here. And when death comes, I expect him every minute, do not let him pull up that plant, but threaten him that if he does you will serve the other flowers in the same manner. This will make him afraid, for he must account to God for each of them. None can be uprooted, unless he receives permission to do so." There rushed through the hothouse a chill of icy coldness, and the blind mother felt that death had arrived. "How did you find your way hither?" asked he. "How could you come here faster than I have?" "I am a mother," she answered. And Death stretched out his hand towards the delicate little flower. But she held her hands tightly round it, and held it fast at same time, with the most anxious care, lest she should touch one of the leaves. Then Death breathed upon her hands, and she felt his breath colder than the icy wind, and her hands sank down powerless. "You cannot prevail against me," said Death. "But a God of mercy can," said she. "I only do his will," replied Death. "I am his gardener. I take all his flowers and trees, and transplant them into the gardens of paradise in an unknown land. How they flourish there, and what that garden resembles, I may not tell you. Give me back my child," said the mother, weeping and imploring, and she seized 2 beautiful flowers in her hands, and cried to Death, "I will tear up all your flowers, for I am in despair." "Do not touch them," said Death. "You say you are unhappy, and would you make another mother as unhappy as yourself?" "Another mother," cried the poor woman, setting the flowers free from her hands. "There are your eyes," said Death. "I fished them up out of the lake for you. They were shining brightly, but I knew not they were yours. Take them back, they are clearer now than before, and then look into the deep well which is close by here. I will tell you the names of the 2 flowers which you wish to pull up. And you will see the whole future of the human beings they represent, and what you were about to frustrate and destroy." Then she looked into the well. And it was a glorious sight to behold how one of them became a blessing to the world, and how much happiness and joy it spread around. But she saw that the life of the other was full of care and poverty, misery and woe. "Both are the will of God," said Death. "Which is the unhappy flower, and which is the blessed one?" she said. "That I may not tell you," said Death, "but thus far you may learn, that one of the 2 flowers represents your own child. It was the fate of your child that you saw, the future of your own child." Then the mother screamed aloud with terror, "Which of them belongs to my child? Tell me that. Deliver the unhappy child. Release it from so much misery. Rather take it away. Take it to the kingdom of God. Forget my tears and my entreaties, forget all that I have said or done." "I do not understand you," said Death. "Will you have your child back? Or shall I carry him away to a place that you do not know?" Then the mother wrung her hands, fell on her knees, and prayed to God, "Grant not my prayers, when they are contrary to thy will, which at all times must be the best. Oh, hear them not," and her head sank on her bosom. Then Death carried away her child to the unknown land. Little Tuck. Yes, they called him Little Tuck, but it was not his real name. He had called himself so before he could speak plainly, and he meant it for Charles. It was all very well for those who knew him, but not for strangers. Little Tuck was left at home to take care of his little sister, Gustava, who was much younger than himself, and he had to learn his lessons at the same time, and the 2 things could not very well be performed together. The poor boy sat there with his sister on his lap, and sung to her all the songs he knew, and now and then he looked into his geography lesson that lay open before him. By the next morning he had to learn by heart all the towns in Zealand, and all that could be described of them. His mother came home at last, and took little Gustava in her arms. Then Tuck ran to the window, and read so eagerly that he nearly read his eyes out, for it had become darker and darker every minute, and his mother had no money to buy a light. "There goes the old washerwoman up the lane," said the mother, as she looked out of the window. "The poor woman can hardly drag herself along, and now she had to drag a pail of water from the well. Be a good boy, Tuck, and run across and help the old woman, won't you?" So Tuck ran across quickly, and helped her, but when he came back into the room it was quite dark, and there was not a word said about a light, so he was obliged to go to bed on his little truckle bedstead. And there he lay and thought of his geography lesson, and of Zealand, and of all the master had told him. He ought really to have read it over again, but he could not for want of light. So he put the geography book under his pillow, for he had heard that this was a great help towards learning a lesson, but not always to be depended upon. He still lay thinking and thinking, when all at once it seemed as if some one kissed him on his eyes and mouth. He slept and yet he did not sleep. And it appeared as if the old washerwoman looked at him with kind eyes and said, "It would be a great pity if you did not know your lesson tomorrow morning. You helped me, and now I will help you, and Providence will always keep those who help themselves," and at the same time the book under Tuck's pillow began to move about. "Cluck, cluck, cluck," cried a hen as she crept towards him. "I am a hen from Jog," and then she told him how many inhabitants the town contained, and about a battle that had been fought there, which really was not worth speaking of. Crack, crack, down fell something. It was a wooden bird, the parrot which is used as a target as Prasto. He said there were as many inhabitants in that town as he had nails in his body. He was very proud, and said, "Thorwaldsen lived close to me, and here I am now, quite comfortable." But now little Tuck was no longer in bed, all in a moment he found himself on horseback. Gallop, gallop, away he went, seated in front of a richly attired knight, with a waving plume, who held him on the saddle, and so they rode through the wood by the old town of Wordingburg, which was very large and busy. The king's castle was surrounded by lofty towers, and radiant light streamed from all the windows. Within there were songs and dancing. King Waldemar and the young gaily dressed ladies of the court were dancing together. Morning dawned, and as the sun rose, the whole city and the king's castle sank suddenly down together. One tower after another fell, till at last only one remained standing on the hill where the castle had formerly been. The town now appeared small and poor, and the schoolboys read in their books, which they carried under their arms, that it contained 2,000 inhabitants, but this was a mere boast, for it did not contain so many. And again little Tuck lay in his bed, scarcely knowing whether he was dreaming or not, for some one stood by him. "Tuck! Little Tuck," said a voice. It was a very little person who spoke. He was dressed as a sailor, and looked small enough to be a middy, but he was not one. "I bring you many greetings from Corsair. It is a rising town, full of life. It has steamships and mail coaches. In times past they used to call it ugly, but that is no longer true. I lie on the seashore," said Corsair, "I have high roads and pleasure gardens, I have given birth to a poet who was witty and entertaining, which they are not all. I once wanted to fit out a ship to sail round the world, but I did not accomplish it, though most likely I might have done so. But I am fragrant with perfume, for close to my gates most lovely roses bloom." Then before the eyes of little Tuck appeared a confusion of colors, red and green. But it cleared off, and he could distinguish a cliff close to the bay, the slopes of which were quite overgrown with verdure, and on its summit stood a fine old church with pointed towers. Springs of water flowed out of the cliff in thick waterspouts, so that there was a continual splashing. Close by sat an old king with a golden crown on his white head. This was King Roar of the Springs, and near the springs stood the town of Roskilde, as it is called. Then all the kings and queens of Denmark went up the ascent to the old church, hand in hand, with golden crowns on their heads, while the organ played and the fountain sent forth jets of water. Little Tuck saw and heard it all. "Don't forget the names of these towns," said King Roar. All at once everything vanished, but where? It seemed to him like turning over the leaves of a book. And now there stood before him an old peasant woman, who had come from Sorrow where the grass grows in the marketplace. She had a green linen apron thrown over her head and shoulders, and it was quite wet, as if it had been raining heavily. "Yes, that it has," said she, and then, just as she was going to tell him a great many pretty stories from Hallberg's comedies, and about Waldemar and Absalom, she suddenly shrunk up together, and wagged her head as if she were a frog about to spring. "Croak," she cried, "it is always wet, and as quiet as death in sorrow." Then little Tuck saw she was changed into a frog. "Croak," and again she was an old woman. "One must dress according to the weather," said she. "It is wet, and my town is just like a bottle. By the cork we must go in, and by the cork we must come out again. In olden times I had beautiful fish, and now I have fresh, rosy-cheeked boys in the bottom of the bottle, and they learn wisdom, Hebrew and Greek." Croak. How it sounded like the cry of the frogs on the moor, or like the creaking of great boots when someone is marching, always the same tone, so monotonous and wearing, that little Tuck at length fell fast asleep, and then the sound could not annoy him. But even in this sleep came a dream or something like it. His little sister Gustava, with her blue eyes, and fair curly hair, had grown up a beautiful maiden all at once, and without having wings she could fly. And they flew together over Zealand, over green forests and blue lakes. "Hark, so you hear the cock crow, little Tuck. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The fowls are flying out of Jog. You shall have a large farmyard. You shall never suffer hunger or want. The bird of good omen shall be yours, and you shall become a rich and happy man. Your house shall rise up like King Waldemar's towers, and shall be richly adorned with marble statues, like those at Prasto. Understand me well. Your name shall travel with fame round the world like the ship that was to sail from Corsair, and at Roskilde, don't forget the names of the towns, as King Roar said, you shall speak well and clearly, little Tuck. And when at last you lie in your grave you shall sleep peacefully, as if I lay in sorrow," said little Tuck awaking. It was bright daylight, and he could not remember his dream, but that was not necessary, for we are not to know what will happen to us in the future. Then he sprang out of bed quickly, and read over his lesson in the book, and knew it all at once quite correctly. The old washerwoman put her head in at the door, and nodded to him quite kindly, and said, "Many thanks, you good child, for your help yesterday. I hope all your beautiful dreams will come true." Little Tuck did not at all know what he had dreamt, but one above did. The Neighbouring Families. One would have thought that something important was going on in the duck pond, but it was nothing after all. All the ducks lying quietly on the water or standing on their heads in it, for they could do that, at once swarmed to the sides, the traces of their feet were seen in the wet earth, and their cackling was heard far and wide. The water, which a few moments before had been as clear and smooth as a mirror, became very troubled. Before, every tree, every neighbouring bush, the old farmhouse with the holes in the roof and the swallow's nest, and especially the great rosebush full of flowers, had been reflected in it. The rosebush covered the wall and hung out over the water, in which everything was seen as if in a picture, except that it all stood on its head, but when the water was troubled everything got mixed up, and the picture was gone. 2 feathers which the fluttering ducks had lost floated up and down, suddenly they took a rush as if the wind were coming, but as it did not come they had to lie still, and the water once more became quiet and smooth. The roses were again reflected, they were very beautiful, but they did not know it, for no one had told them. The sun shone among the delicate leaves. Everything breathed forth the loveliest fragrance, and all felt as we do when we are filled with joy at the thought of our happiness. "How beautiful existence is," said each rose. "The only thing that I wish for is to be able to kiss the sun, because it is so warm and bright. I should also like to kiss those roses down in the water, which are so much like us, and the pretty little birds down in the nest. There are some up above too, they put out their heads and pipe softly, they have no feathers like their father and mother. We have good neighbors, both below and above. How beautiful existence is. The young ones above and below, those below were really only shadows in the water, were sparrows. Their parents were sparrows too, and had taken possession of the empty swallow's nest of last year, and now lived in it as if it were their own property. Are those the ducks' children swimming here? asked the young sparrows when they saw the feathers on the water. If you must ask questions, ask sensible ones, said their mother. Don't you see that they are feathers, such as I wear and you will wear too? But ours are finer. Still, I should like to have them up in the nest, for they keep one warm. I am very curious to know what the ducks were so startled about, not about us, certainly, although I did say, peep, to you pretty loudly. The thick-headed roses ought to know why, but they know nothing at all, they only look at themselves and smell. I am heartily tired of such neighbors. Listen to the dear little birds up there, said the roses. They begin to want to sing too, but are not able to manage it yet. But it will soon come. What a pleasure that must be. It is fine to have such cheerful neighbors. Suddenly 2 horses came galloping up to be watered. A peasant boy rode on one, and he had taken off all his clothes except his large broad black hat. The boy whistled like a bird, and rode into the pond where it was deepest, and as he passed the rose bush he plucked a rose and stuck it in his hat. Now he looked dressed, and rode on. The other roses looked after their sister, and asked each other, where can she be going to? But none of them knew. I should like to go out into the world for once, said one. But here at home among our green leaves it is beautiful too. The whole day long the sun shines bright and warm, and in the night the sky shines more beautifully still, we can see that through all the little holes in it. They meant the stars, but they knew no better. We make it lively about the house, said the sparrow mother, and people say that a swallow's nest brings luck, so they are glad of us. But such neighbors as ours. A rose bush on the wall like that causes damp. I dare say it will be taken away, then we shall, perhaps, have some corn growing here. The roses are good for nothing but to be looked at and to be smelt, or at most to be stuck in a hat. Every year, as I have been told by my mother, they fall off. The farmer's wife preserves them and strews salt among them, then they get a French name which I neither can pronounce nor care to, and are put into the fire to make a nice smell. You see, that's their life, they exist only for the eye and the nose. Now you know. In the evening, when the gnats were playing about in the warm air and in the red clouds, the nightingale came and sang to the roses that the beautiful was like sunshine to the world, and that the beautiful lived forever. The roses thought that the nightingale was singing about itself, and that one might easily have believed, they had no idea that the song was about them. But they were very pleased with it, and wondered whether all the little sparrows could become nightingales. I understand the song of that bird very well, said the young sparrows. There was only one word that was not clear to me. What does the beautiful mean? Nothing at all, answered their mother, that's only something external. Up at the hall, where the pigeons have their own house, and corn and peas are strewn before them every day, I have dined with them myself, and that you shall do in time, too. For tell me what company you keep and I'll tell you who you are. Up at the hall they have 2 birds with green necks and a crest upon their heads. They can spread out their tails like a great wheel, and these are so bright with various colors that it makes one's eyes ache. These birds are called peacocks, and that is, the beautiful. If they were only plucked a little they would look no better than the rest of us. I would have plucked them already if they had not been so big. I'll pluck them, piped the young sparrow, who had no feathers yet. In the farmhouse lived a young married couple, they loved each other dearly, were industrious and active, and everything in their home looked very nice. On Sundays the young wife came down early, plucked a handful of the most beautiful roses, and put them into a glass of water, which she placed upon the cupboard. Now I see that it is Sunday, said the husband, kissing his little wife. They sat down, read their hymn book, and held each other by the hand, while the sun shone down upon the fresh roses and upon them. This sight is really too tedious, said the sparrow mother, who could see into the room from her nest. And she flew away. The same thing happened on the following Sunday, for every Sunday fresh roses were put into the glass, but the rose bush bloomed as beautifully as ever. The young sparrows now had feathers, and wanted very much to fly with their mother, but she would not allow it, and so they had to stay at home. In one of her flights, however it may have happened, she was caught, before she was aware of it, in a horsehair net which some boys had attached to a tree. The horsehair was drawn tightly round her leg, as tightly as if the latter were to be cut off. She was in great pain and terror. The boys came running up and seized her, and in no gentle way either. "It's only a sparrow," they said. They did not, however, let her go, but took her home with them, and every time she cried they hit her on the beak. In the farmhouse was an old man who understood making soap into cakes and balls, both for shaving and washing. He was a merry old man, always wandering about. On seeing the sparrow which the boys had brought, and which they said they did not want, he asked, "Shall we make it look very pretty?" At these words an icy shudder ran through the sparrow mother. Out of his box, in which were the most beautiful colors, the old man took a quantity of shining leaf gold, while the boys had to go and fetch some white of egg, with which the sparrow was to be smeared all over. The gold was stuck onto this, and the sparrow mother was now gilded all over. But she, trembling in every limb, did not think of the adornment. Then the soapman tore off a small piece from the red lining of his old jacket, and cutting it so as to make it look like a cock's comb, he stuck it to the bird's head. "Now you will see the gold jacket fly," said the old man, letting the sparrow go, which flew away in deadly fear, with the sun shining upon her. How she glittered! All the sparrows, and even a crow, and an old boy he was too, were startled at the sight, but still they flew after her to learn what kind of strange bird she was. Driven by fear and horror, she flew homeward. She was almost sinking fainting to the earth, while the flock of pursuing birds increased, some even attempting to peck at her. "Look at her! Look at her!" they all cried. "Look at her! Look at her!" cried her little ones, as she approached the nest. "That is certainly a young peacock, for it glitters in all colors, it makes one's eyes ache, as mother told us. Peep! That's the beautiful Dot." And then they pecked at the bird with their little beaks so that it was impossible for her to get into the nest. She was so exhausted that she couldn't even say, "Peep," much less, "I am your own mother." The other birds, too, now fell upon the sparrow and plucked off feather after feather until she fell bleeding into the rose bush. "Poor creature," said all the roses, "only be still, and we will hide you. Lean your little head against us." The sparrow spread out her wings once more, then drew them closely to her, and lay dead near the neighboring family, the beautiful fresh roses. "Peep," sounded from the nest. "Where can mother be so long? It's more than I can understand. It cannot be a trick of hers, and mean that we are now to take care of ourselves. She has left us the house as an inheritance, but to which of us is it to belong when we have families of our own? Yes, it won't do for you to stay with me when I increase my household with a wife and children," said the smallest. "I dare say I shall have more wives and children than you," said the second. "But I am the eldest," exclaimed the third. Then they all got excited, they hit out with their wings, pecked with their beaks, and flop. One after another was thrown out of the nest. There they lay with their anger, holding their heads on one side and blinking the eye that was turned upwards. That was their way of looking foolish. They could fly a little, by practice they learned to improve, and at last they agreed upon a sign by which to recognize each other if they should meet in the world later on. It was to be one peep, and 3 scratches on the ground with the left foot. The young one who had remained behind in the nest made himself as broad as he could, for he was the proprietor. But this greatness did not last long. In the night the red flames burst through the window and seized the roof, the dry straw blazed up high, and the whole house, together with the young sparrow, was burned. The 2 others, who wanted to marry, thus saved their lives by a stroke of luck. When the sun rose again and everything looked as refreshed as if it had had a quiet sleep, there only remained of the farmhouse a few black charred beams leaning against the chimney, which was now its own master. Thick smoke still rose from the ruins, but the rose bush stood yonder, fresh, blooming, and untouched, every flower and every twig being reflected in the clear water. "How beautifully the roses bloom before the ruined house," exclaimed a passer-by. A pleasanter picture cannot be imagined. I must have that. And the man took out of his portfolio a little book with white leaves. He was a painter, and with his pencil he drew the smoking house, the charred beams and the overhanging chimney, which bent more and more. In the foreground he put the large, blooming rose bush, which presented a charming view. For its sake alone the whole picture had been drawn. Later in the day the 2 sparrows who had been born there came by. "Where is the house?" they asked. "Where is the nest?" "Peep. All is burned and our strong brother too. That's what he has now for keeping the nest. The roses got off very well, there they still stand with their red cheeks. They certainly do not mourn at their neighbors' misfortunes. I don't want to talk to them, and it looks miserable here, that's my opinion." And away they went. On a beautiful sunny autumn day, one could almost have believed it was still the middle of summer, there hopped about in the dry clean-swept courtyard before the principal entrance of the hall a number of black, white, and gaily colored pigeons. All shining in the sunlight. The pigeon mothers said to their young ones, "Stand in groups, stand in groups. For that looks much better." "What kind of creatures are those little gray ones that run about behind us?" asked an old pigeon, with red and green in her eyes. "Little gray ones. Little gray ones," she cried. "They are sparrows, and good creatures. We have always had the reputation of being pious, so we will allow them to pick up the corn with us. They don't interrupt our talk, and they scrape so prettily when they bow." Indeed they were continually making 3-foot scrapings with the left foot and also said, "Peep." By this means they recognized each other, for they were the sparrows from the nest on the burned house. "Here is excellent fare," said the sparrow. The pigeons strutted round one another, puffed out their chests mightily, and had their own private views and opinions. "Do you see that pouter pigeon?" said one to the other. "Do you see how she swallows the peas? She eats too many, and the best ones too. Kuru! Kuru! How she lifts her crest, the ugly, spiteful creature. Kuru! Kuru!" And the eyes of all sparkled with malice. "Stand in groups. Stand in groups. Little gray ones, little gray ones. Kuru, Kuru, Kuru." So their chatter ran on, and so it will run on for thousands of years. The sparrows ate lustily, they listened attentively, and even stood in the ranks with the others, but it did not suit them at all. They were full, and so they left the pigeons, exchanging opinions about them, slipped in under the garden palings, and when they found the door leading into the house open, one of them, who was more than full, and therefore felt brave, hopped on to the threshold. "Peep," said he, "I may venture that." "Peep," said the other, "so may I, and something more too," and he hopped into the room. No one was there. The 3rd sparrow, seeing this, flew still farther into the room, exclaiming, "All or nothing. It is a curious man's nest all the same, and what have they put up here? What is it?" Close to the sparrows the roses were blooming, they were reflected in the water, and the charred beams leaned against the overhanging chimney. "Do tell me what this is. How comes this in a room at the hall?" And all 3 sparrows wanted to fly over the roses and the chimney, but flew against a flat wall. It was all a picture, a great splendid picture, which the artist had painted from a sketch. "Peep," said the sparrows, "it's nothing. It only looks like something. Peep. That is, the beautiful. Do you understand it? I don't." And they flew away, for some people came into the room. Days and years went by. The pigeons had often cooed, not to say growled, the spiteful creatures. The sparrows had been frozen in winter and had lived merrily in summer, they were all betrothed, or married, or whatever you like to call it. They had little ones, and of course each one thought his own the handsomest and cleverest. One flew this way, another that, and when they met they recognized each other by their peep, and the 3 scrapes with the left foot. The eldest had remained an old maid and had no nest nor young ones. It was her pet idea to see a great city, so she flew to Copenhagen. There was a large house painted in many gay colors standing close to the castle and the canal, upon which latter were to be seen many ships laden with apples and pottery. The windows of the house were broader at the bottom than at the top, and when the sparrows looked through them, every room appeared to them like a tulip with the brightest colors and shades. But in the middle of the tulip stood white men, made of marble, a few were of plaster, still, looked at with sparrows' eyes, that comes to the same thing. Up on the roof stood a metal chariot drawn by metal horses, and the goddess of victory, also of metal, was driving. It was Thorvaldsen's museum. "How it shines! How it shines," said the maiden sparrow. "I suppose that is, the beautiful. Peep. But here it is larger than a peacock." She still remembered what in her childhood's days her mother had looked upon as the greatest among the beautiful. She flew down into the courtyard, there everything was extremely fine. Palms and branches were painted on the walls, and in the middle of the court stood a great blooming rose tree spreading out its fresh boughs, covered with roses, over a grave. Thither flew the maiden sparrow, for she saw several of her own kind there. A peep and 3-foot scrapings, in this way she had often greeted throughout the year, and no one here had responded, for those who are once parted do not meet every day. And so this greeting had become a habit with her. But today 2 old sparrows and a young one answered with a peep and the thrice-repeated scrape with the left foot. "Ah! Good day! Good day!" They were 2 old ones from the nest and a little one of the family. "Do we meet here? It's a grand place, but there's not much to eat. This is, the beautiful. Peep." Many people came out of the side rooms where the beautiful marble statues stood and approached the grave where lay the great master who had created these works of art. All stood with enraptured faces round Thorvaldsen's grave, and a few picked up the fallen rose leaves and preserved them. They had come from afar, one from mighty England, others from Germany and France. The fairest of the ladies plucked one of the roses and hid it in her bosom. Then the sparrows thought that the roses reigned here, and that the house had been built for their sake. That appeared to them to be really too much, but since all the people showed their love for the roses, they did not wish to be behindhand. "Peep!" they said, sweeping the ground with their tails, and blinking with one eye at the roses. They had not looked at them long before they were convinced that they were their old neighbors. And so they really were. The painter who had drawn the rose bush near the ruined house, had afterwards obtained permission to dig it up, and had given it to the architect, for finer roses had never been seen. The architect had planted it upon Thorvaldsen's grave, where it bloomed as an emblem of the beautiful, and yielded fragrant red rose leaves to be carried as mementos to distant lands. "Have you obtained an appointment here in the city?" asked the sparrows. The roses nodded. They recognized their grey neighbors and were pleased to see them again. "How glorious it is to live and to bloom, to see old friends again, and happy faces every day. It is as if every day were a festival." "Peep," said the sparrows. "Yes, they are really our old neighbors, we remember their origin near the pond." "Peep. How they have got on. Yes, some succeed while they are asleep. Ah! There's a faded leaf, I can see that quite plainly. And they pecked at it till it fell off. But the tree stood there fresher and greener than ever, the roses bloomed in the sunshine on Thorvaldsen's grave and became associated with his immortal name. The shadow. In very hot climates, where the heat of the sun has great power, people are usually as brown as mahogany, and in the hottest countries they are Negroes, with black skins. A learned man once traveled into one of these warm climates, from the cold regions of the north, and thought he would roam about as he did at home, but he soon had to change his opinion. He found that, like all sensible people, he must remain in the house during the whole day, with every window and door closed, so that it looked as if all in the house were asleep or absent. The houses of the narrow street in which he lived were so lofty that the sun shone upon them from morning till evening, and it became quite unbearable. This learned man from the cold regions was young as well as clever. But it seemed to him as if he were sitting in an oven, and he became quite exhausted and weak, and grew so thin that his shadow shriveled up, and became much smaller than it had been at home. The sun took away even what was left of it, and he saw nothing of it till the evening, after sunset. It was really a pleasure, as soon as the lights were brought into the room, to see the shadow stretch itself against the wall, even to the ceiling, so tall was it, and it really wanted a good stretch to recover its strength. The learned man would sometimes go out into the balcony to stretch himself also, and as soon as the stars came forth in the clear, beautiful sky, he felt revived. People at this hour began to make their appearance in all the balconies in the street. For in warm climates every window has a balcony, in which they can breathe the fresh evening air, which is very necessary, even to those who are used to a heat that makes them as brown as mahogany. So that the street presented a very lively appearance. Here were shoemakers, and tailors, and all sorts of people sitting. In the street beneath, they brought out tables and chairs, lighted candles by hundreds, talked and sang, and were very merry. There were people walking, carriages driving, and mules trotting along, with their bells on the harness, tingle, tingle, as they went. Then the dead were carried to the grave with the sound of solemn music, and the tolling of the church bells. It was indeed a scene of varied life in the street. One house only, which was just opposite to the one in which the foreign learned man lived, formed a contrast to all this, for it was quite still. And yet somebody dwelt there, for flowers stood in the balcony, blooming beautifully in the hot sun, and this could not have been unless they had been watered carefully. Therefore someone must be in the house to do this. The doors leading to the balcony were half opened in the evening, and although in the front room all was dark, music could be heard from the interior of the house. The foreign learned man considered this music very delightful. But perhaps he fancied it, for everything in these warm countries pleased him, excepting the heat of the sun. The foreign landlord said he did not know who had taken the opposite house, nobody was to be seen there. And as to the music, he thought it seemed very tedious, to him most uncommonly so. It is just as if someone was practicing a piece that he could not manage, it is always the same piece. He thinks, I suppose, that he will be able to manage it at last, but I do not think so, however long he may play it. Once the foreigner woke in the night. He slept with the door open which led to the balcony. The wind had raised the curtain before it, and there appeared a wonderful brightness over all in the balcony of the opposite house. The flowers seemed like flames of the most gorgeous colors, and among the flowers stood a beautiful slender maiden. It was to him as if light streamed from her, and dazzled his eyes, but then he had only just opened them, as he awoke from his sleep. With one spring he was out of bed, and crept softly behind the curtain. But she was gone, the brightness had disappeared, the flowers no longer appeared like flames, although still as beautiful as ever. The door stood ajar, and from an inner room sounded music so sweet and so lovely, that it produced the most enchanting thoughts, and acted on the senses with magic power. Who could live there? Where was the real entrance? For, both in the street and in the lane at the side, the whole ground floor was a continuation of shops, and people could not always be passing through them. One evening the foreigner sat in the balcony. A light was burning in his own room, just behind him. It was quite natural, therefore, that his shadow should fall on the wall of the opposite house, so that, as he sat amongst the flowers on his balcony, when he moved, his shadow moved also. I think my shadow is the only living thing to be seen opposite, said the learned man, see how pleasantly it sits among the flowers. The door is only ajar. The shadow ought to be clever enough to step in and look about him, and then to come back and tell me what he has seen. You could make yourself useful in this way, said he, jokingly, be so good as to step in now, will you? And then he nodded to the shadow, and the shadow nodded in return. Now go, but don't stay away altogether. Then the foreigner stood up, and the shadow on the opposite balcony stood up also, the foreigner turned round, the shadow turned. And if anyone had observed, they might have seen it go straight into the half-open door of the opposite balcony, as the learned man re-entered his own room, and let the curtain fall. The next morning he went out to take his coffee and read the newspapers. How is this, he exclaimed, as he stood in the sunshine. I have lost my shadow. So it really did go away yesterday evening, and it has not returned. This is very annoying. And it certainly did vex him, not so much because the shadow was gone, but because he knew there was a story of a man without a shadow. All the people at home, in his country, knew this story. And when he returned, and related his own adventures, they would say it was only an imitation, and he had no desire for such things to be said of him. So he decided not to speak of it at all, which was a very sensible determination. In the evening he went out again on his balcony, taking care to place the light behind him, for he knew that a shadow always wants his master for a screen, but he could not entice him out. He made himself little, and he made himself tall. But there was no shadow, and no shadow came. He said, "Hem, ahem," but it was all useless. That was very vexatious, but in warm countries everything grows very quickly. And, after a week had passed, he saw, to his great joy, that a new shadow was growing from his feet, when he walked in the sunshine, so that the root must have remained. After 3 weeks, he had quite a respectable shadow, which, during his return journey to northern lands, continued to grow, and became at last so large that he might very well have spared half of it. When this learned man arrived at home, he wrote books about the true, the good, and the beautiful, which are to be found in this world, and so days and years passed, many, many years. One evening, as he sat in his study, a very gentle tap was heard at the door. "Come in," said he, but no one came. He opened the door, and there stood before him a man so remarkably thin that he felt seriously troubled at his appearance. He was, however, very well dressed, and looked like a gentleman. "To whom have I the honor of speaking?" said he. "Ah, I hoped you would recognize me," said the elegant stranger. "I have gained so much that I have a body of flesh, and clothes to wear. You never expected to see me in such a condition. Do you not recognize your old shadow? Ah, you never expected that I should return to you again. All has been prosperous with me since I was with you last. I have become rich in every way, and, were I inclined to purchase my freedom from service, I could easily do so." And as he spoke he rattled between his fingers a number of costly trinkets which hung to a thick gold watch chain he wore round his neck. Diamond rings sparkled on his fingers, and it was all real. "I cannot recover from my astonishment," said the learned man. "What does all this mean?" "Something rather unusual," said the shadow. "But you are yourself an uncommon man, and you know very well that I have followed in your footsteps ever since your childhood. As soon as you found that I have traveled enough to be trusted alone, I went my own way, and I am now in the most brilliant circumstances. But I felt a kind of longing to see you once more before you die, and I wanted to see this place again, for there is always a clinging to the land of one's birth. I know that you have now another shadow. Do I owe you anything? If so, have the goodness to say what it is." "No." "Is it really you?" said the learned man. "Well, this is most remarkable. I never supposed it possible that a man's old shadow could become a human being." "Just tell me what I owe you," said the shadow, "for I do not like to be in debt to any man." "How can you talk in that manner?" said the learned man. "What question of debt can there be between us? You are as free as any one. I rejoice exceedingly to hear of your good fortune. Sit down, old friend, and tell me a little of how it happened, and what you saw in the house opposite to me while we were in those hot climates." "Yes, I will tell you all about it," said the shadow, sitting down, "but then you must promise me never to tell in this city, wherever you may meet me, that I have been your shadow. I am thinking of being married, for I have more than sufficient to support a family." "Make yourself quite easy," said the learned man, "I will tell no one who you really are. Here is my hand, I promise, and a word is sufficient between man and man." "Between man and a shadow," said the shadow, for he could not help saying so. It was really most remarkable how very much he had become a man in appearance. He was dressed in a suit of the very finest black cloth, polished boots, and an opera crush hat, which could be folded together so that nothing could be seen but the crown and the rim, besides the trinkets, the gold chain, and the diamond rings already spoken of. The shadow was, in fact, very well dressed, and this made a man of him. Now I will relate to you what you wish to know, said the shadow, placing his foot with the polished leather boot as firmly as possible on the arm of the new shadow of the learned man, which lay at his feet like a poodle dog. This was done, it might be from pride, or perhaps that the new shadow might cling to him, but the prostrate shadow remained quite quiet and at rest, in order that it might listen, for it wanted to know how a shadow could be sent away by its master and become a man itself. Do you know, said the shadow, that in the house opposite to you lived the most glorious creature in the world? It was poetry. I remained there 3 weeks, and it was more like 3,000 years, for I read all that has ever been written in poetry or prose, and I may say, in truth, that I saw and learnt everything. Poetry, exclaimed the learned man. Yes, she lives as a hermit in great cities. Poetry. Well, I saw her once for a very short moment, while sleep weighed down my eyelids. She flashed upon me from the balcony like the radiant aurora borealis, surrounded with flowers like flames of fire. Tell me, you were on the balcony that evening, you went through the door, and what did you see? I found myself in an ante-room, said the shadow. You still sat opposite to me, looking into the room. There was no light, or at least it seemed in partial darkness, for the door of a whole suite of rooms stood open, and they were brilliantly lighted. The blaze of light would have killed me, had I approached too near the maiden myself, but I was cautious, and took time, which is what every one ought to do. And what didst thou see? Asked the learned man. I saw everything, as you shall hear. But, it really is not pride on my part, as a free man and possessing the knowledge that I do, besides my position, not to speak of my wealth, I wish you would say you to me instead of thou. I beg your pardon, said the learned man. It is an old habit, which it is difficult to break. You are quite right, I will try to think of it. But now tell me everything that you saw. Everything, said the shadow, for I saw and know everything. What was the appearance of the inner rooms? Asked the scholar. Was it there like a cool grove, or like a holy temple? Were the chambers like a starry sky seen from the top of a high mountain? It was all that you describe, said the shadow. But I did not go quite in, I remained in the twilight of the anteroom, but I was in a very good position, I could see and hear all that was going on in the court of poetry. But what did you see? Did the gods of ancient times pass through the rooms? Did old heroes fight their battles over again? Were there lovely children at play, who related their dreams? I tell you I have been there, and therefore you may be sure that I saw everything that was to be seen. If you had gone there, you would not have remained a human being, whereas I became one. And at the same moment I became aware of my inner being, my inborn affinity to the nature of poetry. It is true I did not think much about it while I was with you, but you will remember that I was always much larger at sunrise and sunset, and in the moonlight even more visible than yourself, but I did not then understand my inner existence. In the anteroom it was revealed to me. I became a man, I came out in full maturity. But you had left the warm countries. As a man, I felt ashamed to go about without boots or clothes, and that exterior finish by which man is known. So I went my own way, I can tell you, for you will not put it in a book. I hid myself under the cloak of a cake woman, but she little thought who she concealed. It was not till evening that I ventured out. I ran about the streets in the moonlight. I drew myself up to my full height upon the walls, which tickled my back very pleasantly. I ran here and there, looked through the highest windows into the rooms, and over the roofs. I looked in, and saw what nobody else could see, or indeed ought to see. In fact, it is a bad world, and I would not care to be a man, but that men are of some importance. I saw the most miserable things going on between husbands and wives, parents and children, sweet, incomparable children. I have seen what no human being has the power of knowing, although they would all be very glad to know, the evil conduct of their neighbors. Had I written a newspaper, how eagerly it would have been read. Instead of which, I wrote directly to the persons themselves, and great alarm arose in all the town I visited. They had so much fear of me, and yet how dearly they loved me. The professor made me a professor. The tailor gave me new clothes. I am well provided for in that way. The overseer of the mint struck coins for me. The women declared that I was handsome, and so I became the man you now see me. And now I must say adieu. Here is my card. I live on the sunny side of the street, and always stay at home in rainy weather. And the shadow departed. This is all very remarkable, said the learned man. Years passed, days and years went by, and the shadow came again. How are you going on now? He asked. Ah, said the learned man, I am writing about the true, the beautiful, and the good, but no one cares to hear anything about it. I am quite in despair, for I take it to heart very much. That is what I never do, said the shadow, I am growing quite fat and stout, which every one ought to be. You do not understand the world, you will make yourself ill about it, you ought to travel. I am going on a journey in the summer, will you go with me? I should like a traveling companion, will you travel with me as my shadow? It would give me great pleasure, and I will pay all expenses. Are you going to travel far? Asked the learned man. That is a matter of opinion, replied the shadow. At all events, a journey will do you good, and if you will be my shadow, then all your journey shall be paid. It appears to me very absurd, said the learned man. But it is the way of the world, replied the shadow, and always will be. Then he went away. Everything went wrong with the learned man. Sorrow and trouble pursued him, and what he said about the good, the beautiful, and the true, was of as much value to most people as a nutmeg would be to a cow. At length he fell ill. You really look like a shadow, people said to him, and then a cold shudder would pass over him, for he had his own thoughts on the subject. You really ought to go to some watering place, said the shadow on his next visit. There is no other chance for you. I will take you with me, for the sake of old acquaintance. I will pay the expenses of your journey, and you shall write a description of it to amuse us by the way. I should like to go to a watering place. My beard does not grow as it ought, which is from weakness, and I must have a beard. Now to be sensible and accept my proposal, we shall travel as intimate friends. And at last they started together. The shadow was master now, and the master became the shadow. They drove together, and rode and walked in company with each other, side by side, or one in front and the other behind, according to the position of the sun. The shadow always knew when to take the place of honor, but the learned man took no notice of it, for he had a good heart, and was exceedingly mild and friendly. One day the master said to the shadow, We have grown up together from our childhood, and now that we have become traveling companions, shall we not drink to our good fellowship, and say thee and thou to each other? What you say is very straightforward and kindly meant, said the shadow, who was now really master. I will be equally kind and straightforward. You are a learned man, and know how wonderful human nature is. There are some men who cannot endure the smell of brown paper, it makes them ill. Others will feel a shuddering sensation to their very marrow, if a nail is scratched on a pane of glass. I myself have a similar kind of feeling when I hear anyone say thou to me. I feel crushed by it, as I used to feel in my former position with you. You will perceive that this is a matter of feeling, not pride. I cannot allow you to say thou to me. I will gladly say it to you, and therefore your wish will be half fulfilled. Then the shadow addressed his former master as thou. It is going rather too far, said the latter, that I am to say you when I speak to him, and he is to say thou to me. However, he was obliged to submit. They arrived at length at the baths, where there were many strangers, and among them a beautiful princess, whose real disease consisted in being too sharp-sighted, which made everyone very uneasy. She saw at once that the newcomer was very different to everyone else. They say he is here to make his beard grow, she thought, but I know the real cause, he is unable to cast a shadow. Then she became very curious on the matter, and one day, while on the promenade, she entered into conversation with the strange gentleman. Being a princess, she was not obliged to stand upon much ceremony, so she said to him without hesitation, Your illness consists in not being able to cast a shadow. Your Royal Highness must be on the high road to recovery from your illness, said he. I know your complaint arose from being too sharp-sighted, and in this case it has entirely failed. I happen to have a most unusual shadow. Have you not seen a person who is always at my side? Persons often give their servants finer cloth for their liveries than for their own clothes, and so I have dressed out my shadow like a man. Nay, you may observe that I have even given him a shadow of his own. It is rather expensive, but I like to have things about me that are peculiar. How is this, thought the princess, am I really cured? This must be the best watering place in existence. Water in our times has certainly wonderful power. But I will not leave this place yet, just as it begins to be amusing. This foreign prince, for he must be a prince, pleases me above all things. I only hope his beard won't grow, or he will leave at once. In the evening, the princess and the shadow danced together in the large assembly rooms. She was light, but he was lighter still. She had never seen such a dancer before. She told him from what country she had come, and found he knew it and had been there, but not while she was at home. He had looked into the windows of her father's palace, both the upper and the lower windows. He had seen many things, and could therefore answer the princess, and make allusions which quite astonished her. She thought he must be the cleverest man in all the world, and felt the greatest respect for his knowledge. When she danced with him again she fell in love with him, which the shadow quickly discovered, for she had with her eyes looked him through and through. They danced once more, and she was nearly telling him, but she had some discretion. She thought of her country, her kingdom, and the number of people over whom she would one day have to rule. He is a clever man, she thought to herself, which is a good thing, and he dances admirably, which is also good. But has he well-grounded knowledge? That is an important question, and I must try him. Then she asked him a most difficult question. She herself could not have answered it, and the shadow made a most unaccountable grimace. You cannot answer that, said the princess. I learned something about it in my childhood, he replied, and believe that even my very shadow, standing over there by the door, could answer it. Your shadow, said the princess. Indeed that would be very remarkable. I do not say so positively, observed the shadow, but I am inclined to believe that he can do so. He has followed me for so many years, and has heard so much from me, that I think it is very likely. But your Royal Highness must allow me to observe, that he is very proud of being considered a man, and to put him in a good humor, so that he may answer correctly, he must be treated as a man. I shall be very pleased to do so, said the princess. So she walked up to the learned man, who stood in the doorway, and spoke to him of the sun, and the moon, of the green forests, and of people near home and far off, and the learned man conversed with her pleasantly and sensibly. What a wonderful man he must be, to have such a clever shadow, thought she. If I were to choose him it would be a real blessing to my country and my subjects, and I will do it. So the princess and the shadow were soon engaged to each other, but no one was to be told a word about it, till she returned to her kingdom. No one shall know, said the shadow, not even my own shadow. And he had very particular reasons for saying so. After a time, the princess returned to the land over which she reigned, and the shadow accompanied her. Listen, my friend, said the shadow to the learned man. Now that I am as fortunate and as powerful as any man can be, I will do something unusually good for you. You shall live in my palace, drive with me in the royal carriage, and have $100,000 a year. But you must allow every one to call you a shadow, and never venture to say that you have been a man. And once a year, when I sit in my balcony in the sunshine, you must lie at my feet as becomes a shadow to do. For I must tell you I am going to marry the princess, and our wedding will take place this evening. Now, really, this is too ridiculous, said the learned man. I cannot, and will not, submit to such folly. It would be cheating the whole country, and the princess also. I will disclose everything, and say that I am the man, and that you are only a shadow dressed up in men's clothes. No one would believe you, said the shadow. Be reasonable, now, or I will call the guards. I will go straight to the princess, said the learned man. But I shall be there first, replied the shadow, and you will be sent to prison." And so it turned out, for the guards readily obeyed him, as they knew he was going to marry the king's daughter. "You tremble," said the princess, when the shadow appeared before her. "Has anything happened? You must not be ill today, for this evening our wedding will take place." "I have gone through the most terrible affair that could possibly happen," said the shadow. "Only imagine, my shadow has gone mad. I suppose such a poor, shallow brain could not bear much. He fancies that he has become a real man, and that I am his shadow." "How very terrible," cried the princess. "Is he locked up?" "Oh yes, certainly, for I fear he will never recover." "Poor shadow," said the princess, "it is very unfortunate for him. It would really be a good deed to free him from his frail existence. And, indeed, when I think how often people take the part of the lower class against the higher, in these days, it would be policy to put him out of the way quietly. It is certainly rather hard upon him, for he was a faithful servant," said the shadow, and he pretended to sigh. "Yours is a noble character," said the princess, and bowed herself before him. In the evening the whole town was illuminated, and cannons fired, boom, and the soldiers presented arms. It was indeed a grand wedding. The princess and the shadow stepped out on the balcony to show themselves, and to receive one cheer more. But the learned man heard nothing of all these festivities, for he had already been executed. The drop of water. Of course you know what is meant by a magnifying glass, one of those round spectacle glasses that make everything look 100 times bigger than it is. When anyone takes one of these and holds it to his eye, and looks at a drop of water from the pond yonder, he sees above 1,000 wonderful creatures that are otherwise never discerned in the water. But there they are, and it is no delusion. It almost looks like a great plateful of spiders jumping about in a crowd. And how fierce they are! They tear off each other's legs and arms and bodies, before and behind, and yet they are merry and joyful in their way. Now, there once was an old man whom all the people called Cribble-Crabble, for that was his name. He always wanted the best of everything, and when he could not manage it otherwise, he did it by magic. There he sat one day, and held his magnifying glass to his eye, and looked at a drop of water that had been taken out of a puddle by the ditch. But what a cribbling and crabbling was there! All the thousands of little creatures hopped and sprang and tugged at one another, and ate each other up. "That is horrible," said old Cribble-Crabble. "Can one not persuade them to live in peace and quietness, so that each one may mind his own business?" And he thought it over and over, but it would not do, and so he had recourse to magic. "I must give them color, that they may be seen more plainly," said he, and he poured something like a little drop of red wine into the drop of water, but it was witch's blood from the lobes of the ear, the finest kind, at 9d. a drop. And now the wonderful little creatures were pink all over. It looked like a whole town of naked wild men. "What have you there?" asked another old magician, who had no name, and that was the best thing about him. "Yes, if you can guess what it is," said Cribble-Crabble, "I'll make you a present of it. But it is not so easy to find out if one does not know." And the magician who had no name looked through the magnifying glass. It looked really like a great town reflected there, in which all the people were running about without clothes. It was terrible. But it was still more terrible to see how one beat and pushed the other, and bit and hacked, and tugged and mauled him. Those at the top were being pulled down, and those at the bottom were struggling upwards. "Look! Look! His leg is longer than mine. Bah! Away with it! There is one who has a little bruise. It hurts him, but it shall hurt him still more." And they hacked away at him, and they pulled at him, and ate him up, because of the little bruise. And there was one sitting as still as any little maiden, and wishing only for peace and quietness. But now she had to come out, and they tugged at her, and pulled her about, and ate her up. "That's funny," said the magician. "Yes, but what do you think it is?" said Cribble-Crabble. "Can you find that out?" "Why, one can see that easily enough," said the other. "That's Paris, or some other great city, for they're all alike." "It's a great city." "It's a drop of puddle water," said Cribble-Crabble. The Flax. The flax was in full bloom. It had pretty little blue flowers as delicate as the wings of a moth, or even more so. The sun shone, and the showers watered it. And this was just as good for the flax as it is for little children to be washed and then kissed by their mother. They look much prettier for it, and so did the flax. People say that I look exceedingly well, said the flax, and that I am so fine and long that I shall make a beautiful piece of linen. How fortunate I am, it makes me so happy, it is such a pleasant thing to know that something can be made of me. How the sunshine cheers me, and how sweet and refreshing is the rain, my happiness overpowers me, no one in the world can feel happier than I am. Ah, yes, no doubt, said the fern, but you do not know the world yet as well as I do, for my sticks are knotty, and then it sung quite mournfully. Snip, snap, snurr. Bachelor. The song is ended. No, it is not ended, said the flax. Tomorrow the sun will shine, or the rain descend. I feel that I am growing. I feel that I am in full blossom. I am the happiest of all creatures. Well, one day some people came, who took hold of the flax, and pulled it up by the roots. This was painful, then it was laid in water as if they intended to drown it, and, after that, placed near a fire as if it were to be roasted. All this was very shocking. We cannot expect to be happy always, said the flax. By experiencing evil as well as good, we become wise. And certainly there was plenty of evil in store for the flax. It was steeped, and roasted, and broken, and combed, indeed, it scarcely knew what was done to it. At last it was put on the spinning wheel. Whir, whir, went the wheel so quickly that the flax could not collect its thoughts. Well, I have been very happy, he thought in the midst of his pain, and must be contented with the past. And contented he remained till he was put on the loom, and became a beautiful piece of white linen. All the flax, even to the last stalk, was used in making this one piece. Well, this is quite wonderful. I could not have believed that I should be so favored by fortune. The fern was not wrong with its song of snip, snap, snurr. Bachelor. But the song is not ended yet, I am sure, it is only just beginning. How wonderful it is, that after all I have suffered, I am made something of at last. I am the luckiest person in the world, so strong and fine, and how white, and what a length. This is something different to being a mere plant and bearing flowers. Then I had no attention, nor any water unless it rained. Now, I am watched and taken care of. Every morning the maid turns me over, and I have a shower bath from the watering pot every evening. Yes, and the clergyman's wife noticed me, and said I was the best piece of linen in the whole parish. I cannot be happier than I am now. After some time, the linen was taken into the house, placed under the scissors, and cut and torn into pieces, and then pricked with needles. This certainly was not pleasant. But at last it was made into 12 garments of that kind which people do not like to name, and yet everybody should wear one. See, now, then, said the flax, I have become something of importance. This was my destiny, it is quite a blessing. Now I shall be of some use in the world, as everyone ought to be, it is the only way to be happy. I am now divided into 12 pieces, and yet we are all one and the same in the whole dozen. It is most extraordinary good fortune. Years passed away, and at last the linen was so worn it could scarcely hold together. It must end very soon, said the pieces to each other, we would gladly have held together a little longer, but it is useless to expect impossibilities. And at length they fell into rags and tatters, and thought it was all over with them, for they were torn to shreds, and steeped in water, and made into a pulp, and dried, and they knew not what besides. Till all at once they found themselves beautiful white paper. Well, now, this is a surprise, a glorious surprise too, said the paper. I am now finer than ever, and I shall be written upon, and who can tell what fine things I may have written upon me. This is wonderful luck. And sure enough the most beautiful stories and poetry were written upon it, and only once was there a blot, which was very fortunate. Then people heard the stories and poetry read, and it made them wiser and better. For all that was written had a good and sensible meaning, and a great blessing was contained in the words on this paper. "I never imagined anything like this," said the paper, "when I was only a little blue flower, growing in the fields. How could I fancy that I should ever be the means of bringing knowledge and joy to man? I cannot understand it myself, and yet it is really so. Heaven knows that I have done nothing myself, but what I was obliged to do with my weak powers for my own preservation, and yet I have been promoted from one joy and honor to another. Each time I think that the song is ended. And then something higher and better begins for me. I suppose now I shall be sent on my travels about the world, so that people may read me. It cannot be otherwise, indeed, it is more than probable. For I have more splendid thoughts written upon me, than I had pretty flowers in olden times. I am happier than ever." But the paper did not go on its travels. It was sent to the printer, and all the words written upon it were set up in type, to make a book, or rather, many hundreds of books, for so many more persons could derive pleasure and profit from a printed book, than from the written paper. And if the paper had been sent around the world, it would have been worn out before it had got half through its journey. "This is certainly the wisest plan," said the written paper. "I really did not think of that. I shall remain at home, and be held in honor, like some old grandfather, as I really am to all these new books. They will do some good. I could not have wandered about as they do. Yet he who wrote all this has looked at me, as every word flowed from his pen upon my surface. I am the most honored of all." Then the paper was tied in a bundle with other papers, and thrown into a tub that stood in the wash-house. "After work, it is well to rest," said the paper, "and a very good opportunity to collect one's thoughts. Now I am able, for the first time, to think of my real condition, and to know one's self is true progress. What will be done with me now, I wonder? No doubt I shall still go forward. I have always progressed hitherto, as I know quite well." Now it happened one day that all the paper in the tub was taken out, and laid on the hearth to be burnt. People said it could not be sold at the shop, to wrap up butter and sugar, because it had been written upon. The children in the house stood round the stove. For they wanted to see the paper burn, because it flamed up so prettily, and afterwards, among the ashes, so many red sparks could be seen running one after the other, here and there, as quick as the wind. They called it seeing the children come out of school, and the last spark was the schoolmaster. They often thought the last spark had come, and one would cry, "There goes the schoolmaster." But the next moment another spark would appear, shining so beautifully. How they would like to know where the sparks all went to. Perhaps we shall find out some day, but we don't know now. The whole bundle of paper had been placed on the fire, and was soon alight. "Ugh!" cried the paper, as it burst into a bright flame, "ugh!" It was certainly not very pleasant to be burning. But when the whole was wrapped in flames, the flames mounted up into the air, higher than the flax had ever been able to raise its little blue flower, and they glistened as the white linen never could have glistened. All the written letters became quite red in a moment, and all the words and thoughts turned to fire. "Now I am mounting straight up to the sun," said a voice in the flames, and it was as if 1,000 voices echoed the words. And the flames darted up through the chimney, and went out at the top. Then a number of tiny beings, as many in number as the flowers on the flax had been, and invisible to mortal eyes, floated above them. They were even lighter and more delicate than the flowers from which they were born, and as the flames were extinguished, and nothing remained of the paper but black ashes, these little beings danced upon it. And whenever they touched it, bright red sparks appeared. "The children are all out of school, and the schoolmaster was the last of all," said the children. It was good fun, and they sang over the dead ashes. Snip, snap, snurr. Bass lure. The song is ended. But the little invisible beings said, "The song is never ended, the most beautiful is yet to come." But the children could neither hear nor understand this, nor should they, for children must not know everything. The Phoenix Bird. In the garden of paradise, beneath the tree of knowledge, bloomed a rose bush. Here, in the first rose, a bird was born. His flight was like the flashing of light, his plumage was beauteous, and his song ravishing. But when Eve plucked the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, when she and Adam were driven from paradise, there fell from the flaming sword of the cherub a spark into the nest of the bird, which blazed up forthwith. The bird perished in the flames, but from the red egg in the nest there fluttered aloft a new one, the one solitary phoenix bird. The fable tells that he dwells in Arabia, and that every 100 years, he burns himself to death in his nest. But each time a new phoenix, the only one in the world, rises up from the red egg. The bird flutters round us, swift as light, beauteous in color, charming in song. When a mother sits by her infant's cradle, he stands on the pillow, and, with his wings, forms a glory around the infant's head. He flies through the chamber of content, and brings sunshine into it, and the violets on the humble table smell doubly sweet. But the phoenix is not the bird of Arabia alone. He wings his way in the glimmer of the northern lights over the plains of Lapland, and hops among the yellow flowers in the short Greenland summer. Beneath the copper mountains of Fablin, and England's coal mines, he flies, in the shape of a dusty moth, over the hymnbook that rests on the knees of the pious miner. On a lotus leaf he floats down the sacred waters of the Ganges, and the eye of the Hindu maid gleams bright when she beholds him. The phoenix bird, dost thou not know him? The bird of paradise, the holy swan of song. On the car of Thespis he sat in the guise of a chattering raven, and flapped his black wings, smeared with the lees of wine, over the sounding harp of Iceland swept the swan's red beak. On Shakespeare's shoulder he sat in the guise of Odin's raven, and whispered in the poet's ear immortality, and at the minstrel's feast he fluttered through the halls of the Wartburg. The phoenix bird, dost thou not know him? He sang to thee the Marseillaise, and thou kissedst the pen that fell from his wing. He came in the radiance of paradise, and perchance thou didst turn away from him towards the sparrow who sat with tinsel on his wings. The bird of paradise, renewed each century, born in flame, ending in flame. Thy picture, in a golden frame, hangs in the halls of the rich, but thou thyself often fliest around, lonely and disregarded, a myth, the phoenix of Arabia. In paradise, when thou wert born in the first rose, beneath the tree of knowledge, thou receivest a kiss, and thy right name was given thee, thy name, poetry. There is a difference. It was in the month of May. The wind still blew cold, but bushes and trees, field and meadow, all alike said the spring had come. There was store of flowers even in the wild hedges. And their spring carried on his affairs, and preached from a little apple tree, where one branch hung fresh and blooming, covered with delicate pink blossoms that were just ready to open. The apple tree branch knew well enough how beautiful he was, for the knowledge is inherent in the leaf as well as in the blood. And consequently the branch was not surprised when a nobleman's carriage stopped opposite to him on the road, and the young countess said that an apple branch was the loveliest thing one could behold. A very emblem of spring in its most charming form. And the branch was most carefully broken off, and she held it in her delicate hand, and sheltered it with her silk parasol. Then they drove to the castle, where there were lofty halls and splendid apartments. Pure white curtains fluttered round the open windows, and beautiful flowers stood in shining transparent vases. And in one of these, which looked as if it had been cut out of fresh fallen snow, the apple branch was placed among some fresh light twigs of beech. It was charming to behold. But the branch became proud, and this was quite like human nature. People of various kinds came through the room, and according to their rank they might express their admiration. A few said nothing at all, and others again said too much, and the apple tree branch soon got to understand that there was a difference among plants. Some are created for beauty, and some for use. And there are some which one can do without altogether, thought the apple branch. And as he stood just in front of the open window, from whence he could see into the garden and across the fields, he had flowers and plants enough to contemplate and to think about. For there were rich plants and humble plants, some very humble indeed. Poor despised herbs, said the apple branch. There is certainly a difference. And how unhappy they must feel, if indeed that kind can feel like myself and my equals. Certainly there is a difference, and distinctions must be made, or we should all be equal. And the apple branch looked down with a species of pity, especially upon a certain kind of flower of which great numbers are found in the fields and in ditches. No one bound them into a nosegay, they were too common. For they might be found even among the paving stones, shooting up everywhere like the rankest weeds, and they had the ugly name of dandelion, or dog-flower. Poor despised plants, said the apple branch. It is not your fault that you received the ugly name you bear. But it is with plants as with men, there must be a difference. A difference, said the sunbeam. And he kissed the blooming apple branch, and saluted in like manner the yellow dandelions out in the field. All the brothers of the sunbeam kissed them, the poor flowers as well as the rich. Now the apple branch had never thought of the boundless beneficence of Providence in creation towards everything that lives and moves and has its being. He had never thought how much that is beautiful and good may be hidden, but not forgotten. But that, too, was quite like human nature. The sunbeam, the ray of light, knew better, and said, "You don't see far, and you don't see clearly. What is the despised plant that you especially pity?" "The dandelion," replied the apple branch. "It is never received into a nosegay, it is trodden underfoot. There are too many of them, and when they run to seed, they fly away like little pieces of wool over the roads, and hang and cling to people's dress. They are nothing but weeds, but it is right there should be weeds too. Oh, I'm really very thankful that I was not created one of those flowers." But there came across the fields a whole troop of children. The youngest of whom was so small that it was carried by the rest, and when it was set down in the grass among the yellow flowers it laughed aloud with glee, kicked out with its little legs, rolled about and plucked the yellow flowers. And kissed them in its pretty innocence. The elder children broke off the flowers with their tall stalks, and bent the stalks round into one another, link by link, so that a whole chain was made. First a necklace, and then a scarf to hang over their shoulders and tie round their waists, and then a chaplet to wear on the head. It was quite a gala of green links and yellow flowers. The eldest children carefully gathered the stalks on which hung the white feathery ball, formed by the flower that had run to seed. And this loose, airy wool-flower, which is a beautiful object, looking like the finest snowy down, they held to their mouths. And tried to blow away the whole head at one breath, for their grandmother had said that whoever could do this would be sure to get new clothes before the year was out. So on this occasion the despised flower was actually raised to the rank of a prophet or augur. "Do you see?" said the sunbeam. "Do you see the beauty of those flowers? Do you see their power?" "Yes, over children," replied the apple branch. And now an old woman came into the field, and began to dig with a blunt shaftless knife round the root of the dandelion plant, and pulled it up out of the ground. With some of the roots she intended to make tea for herself. Others she was going to sell for money to the druggist. "But beauty is a higher thing," said the apple tree branch. "Only the chosen few can be admitted into the realm of beauty. There is a difference among plants, just as there is a difference among men." And then the sunbeam spoke of the boundless love of the Creator, as manifested in the creation, and of the just distribution of things in time and in eternity. "Yes, yes, that is your opinion," the apple branch persisted. But now some people came into the room, and the beautiful young countess appeared, the lady who had placed the apple branch in the transparent vase in the sunlight. She carried in her hand a flower, or something of the kind. The object, whatever it might be, was hidden by 3 or 4 great leaves, wrapped around it like a shield, that no draught or gust of wind should injure it. And it was carried more carefully than the apple bough had ever been. Very gently the large leaves were now removed, and lo, there appeared the fine feathery seed crown of the despised dandelion. This it was that the lady had plucked with the greatest care, and had carried home with every precaution, so that not one of the delicate feathery darts that form its downy ball should be blown away. She now produced it, quite uninjured, and admired its beautiful form, its peculiar construction, and its airy beauty, which was to be scattered by the wind. Look, with what singular beauty Providence has invested it, she said. I will paint it, together with the apple branch, whose beauty all have admired, but this humble flower has received just as much from heaven in a different way, and, various as they are, both are children of the kingdom of beauty. And the sunbeam kissed the humble flower, and he kissed the blooming apple branch, whose leaves appeared covered with a roseate blush. A story. In the garden all the apple trees were in blossom. They had hastened to bring forth flowers before they got green leaves, and in the yard all the ducklings walked up and down, and the cat too, it basked in the sun and licked the sunshine from its own paws. And when one looked at the fields, how beautifully the corn stood and how green it shone, without comparison. And there was a twittering and a fluttering of all the little birds, as if the day were a great festival, and so it was, for it was Sunday. All the bells were ringing, and all the people went to church, looking cheerful, and dressed in their best clothes. There was a look of cheerfulness on everything. The day was so warm and beautiful that one might well have said, God's kindness to us men is beyond all limits. But inside the church the pastor stood in the pulpit, and spoke very loudly and angrily. He said that all men were wicked, and God would punish them for their sins, and that the wicked, when they died, would be cast into hell, to burn for ever and ever. He spoke very excitedly, saying that their evil propensities would not be destroyed, nor would the fire be extinguished, and they should never find rest. That was terrible to hear, and he said it in such a tone of conviction. He described hell to them as a miserable hole where all the refuse of the world gathers. There was no air beside the hot burning sulfur flame, and there was no ground under their feet. They, the wicked ones, sank deeper and deeper, while eternal silence surrounded them. It was dreadful to hear all that, for the preacher spoke from his heart, and all the people in the church were terrified. Meanwhile, the birds sang merrily outside, and the sun was shining so beautifully warm, it seemed as though every little flower said, God, thy kindness towards us all is without limits. Indeed, outside it was not at all like the pastor's sermon. The same evening, upon going to bed, the pastor noticed his wife sitting there quiet and pensive. What is the matter with you? He asked her. Well, the matter with me is, she said, that I cannot collect my thoughts, and am unable to grasp the meaning of what you said today in church, that there are so many wicked people, and that they should burn eternally. Alas! Eternally, how long? I am only a woman and a sinner before God, but I should not have the heart to let even the worst sinner burn forever, and how could our Lord to do so, who is so infinitely good, and who knows how the wickedness comes from without and within? No, I am unable to imagine that, although you say so. It was autumn, the trees dropped their leaves, the earnest and severe pastor sat at the bedside of a dying person. A pious, faithful soul closed her eyes forever, she was the pastor's wife. If any one shall find rest in the grave and mercy before our Lord, you shall certainly do so, said the pastor. He folded her hands and read a psalm over the dead woman. She was buried. 2 large tears rolled over the cheeks of the earnest man, and in the parsonage it was empty and still, for its sun had set forever. She had gone home. It was night. A cold wind swept over the pastor's head. He opened his eyes, and it seemed to him as if the moon was shining into his room. It was not so, however, there was a being standing before his bed, and looking like the ghost of his deceased wife. She fixed her eyes upon him with such a kind and sad expression, just as if she wished to say something to him. The pastor raised himself in bed and stretched his arms towards her, saying, Not even you can find eternal rest. You suffer, you best and most pious woman. The dead woman nodded her head as if to say, yes, and put her hand on her breast. And can I not obtain rest in the grave for you? Yes, was the answer. And how? Give me one hair, only one single hair, from the head of the sinner for whom the fire shall never be extinguished, of the sinner whom God will condemn to eternal punishment in hell. Yes, one ought to be able to redeem you so easily, you pure, pious woman, he said. Follow me, said the dead woman. It is thus granted to us. By my side you will be able to fly wherever your thoughts wish to go. Invisible to men, we shall penetrate into their most secret chambers, but with sure hand you must find out him who is destined to eternal torture, and before the cock crows he must be found. As quickly as if carried by the winged thoughts they were in the great city, and from the walls the names of the deadly sins shone in flaming letters: pride, avarice, drunkenness, wantonness, in short, the whole seven-colored bough of sin. Yes, therein, as I believed, as I knew it, said the pastor, are living those who are abandoned to the eternal fire. And they were standing before the magnificently illuminated gate. The broad steps were adorned with carpets and flowers, and dance music was sounding through the festive halls. A footman dressed in silk and velvet stood with a large silver-mounted rod near the entrance. "Our ball can compare favorably with the king's," he said, and turned with contempt towards the gazing crowd in the street. What he thought was sufficiently expressed in his features and movements: "Miserable beggars, who are looking in, you are nothing in comparison to me." "Pride," said the dead woman, "do you see him?" "The footman?" asked the pastor. "He is but a poor fool, and not doomed to be tortured eternally by fire." "Only a fool." It sounded through the whole house of Pride, they were all fools there. Then they flew within the four naked walls of the miser. Lean as a skeleton, trembling with cold and hunger, the old man was clinging with all his thoughts to his money. They saw him jump up feverishly from his miserable couch and take a loose stone out of the wall. There lay gold coins in an old stocking. They saw him anxiously feeling over an old ragged coat in which pieces of gold were sewn, and his clammy fingers trembled. "He is ill." That is madness, a joyless madness, besieged by fear and dreadful dreams. They quickly went away and came before the beds of the criminals. These unfortunate people slept side by side, in long rows. Like a ferocious animal, one of them rose out of his sleep and uttered a horrible cry, and gave his comrade a violent dig in the ribs with his pointed elbow, and this one turned round in his sleep. "Be quiet, monster, sleep. This happens every night." "Every night," repeated the other. "Yes, every night he comes and tortures me. In my violence I have done this and that. I was born with an evil mind, which has brought me hither for the second time. But if I have done wrong I suffer punishment for it. One thing, however, I have not yet confessed. When I came out a little while ago, and passed by the yard of my former master, evil thoughts rose within me when I remembered this and that. I struck a match a little bit on the wall, probably it came a little too close to the thatched roof. All burnt down, a great heat rose, such as sometimes overcomes me. I myself helped to rescue cattle and things, nothing alive burnt, except a flight of pigeons, which flew into the fire, and the yard dog, of which I had not thought. One could hear him howl out of the fire, and this howling I still hear when I wish to sleep, and when I have fallen asleep, the great rough dog comes and places himself upon me, and howls, presses, and tortures me. Now listen to what I tell you. You can snore, you are snoring the whole night, and I hardly a quarter of an hour." And the blood rose to the head of the excited criminal. He threw himself upon his comrade, and beat him with his clenched fist in the face. "Wicked Mats has become mad again," they said amongst themselves. The other criminals seized him, wrestled with him, and bent him double, so that his head rested between his knees, and they tied him, so that the blood almost came out of his eyes and out of all his pores. "You are killing the unfortunate man," said the pastor, and as he stretched out his hand to protect him who already suffered too much, the scene changed. They flew through rich halls and wretched hovels. Wantonness and envy, all the deadly sins, passed before them. An angel of justice read their crimes and their defense. The latter was not a brilliant one, but it was read before God, who reads the heart, who knows everything, the wickedness that comes from within and from without, who is mercy and love personified. The pastor's hand trembled. He dared not stretch it out, he did not venture to pull a hair out of the sinner's head. And tears gushed from his eyes like a stream of mercy and love, the cooling waters of which extinguished the eternal fire of hell. Just then the cock crowed. Father of all mercy, grant thou to her the peace that I was unable to procure for her. I have it now, said the dead woman. It was your hard words, your despair of mankind, your gloomy belief in God and His creation, which drove me to you. Learn to know mankind. Even in the wicked one lives a part of God, and this extinguishes and conquers the flame of hell. The pastor felt a kiss on his lips. A gleam of light surrounded him, God's bright sun shone into the room, and his wife, alive, sweet and full of love, awoke him from a dream which God had sent him. The Puppet Show Man. On board a steamer I once met an elderly man, with such a merry face that, if it was really an index of his mind, he must have been the happiest fellow in creation. And indeed he considered himself so, for I heard it from his own mouth. He was a Dane, the owner of a traveling theatre. He had all his company with him in a large box, for he was the proprietor of a puppet show. His inborn cheerfulness, he said, had been tested by a member of the Polytechnic institution, and the experiment had made him completely happy. I did not at first understand all this, but afterwards he explained the whole story to me. And here it is. I was giving a representation, he said, in the hall of the posting house in the little town of Slagelse. There was a splendid audience, entirely juvenile excepting two respectable matrons. All at once, a person in black, of student-like appearance, entered the room, and sat down. He laughed aloud at the telling points, and applauded quite at the proper time. This was a very unusual spectator for me, and I felt anxious to know who he was. I heard that he was a member of the Polytechnic institution in Copenhagen, who had been sent out to lecture to the people in the provinces. Punctually at 8 o'clock my performance closed, for children must go early to bed, and a manager must also consult the convenience of the public. At 9 o'clock the lecturer commenced his lecture and his experiments, and then I formed a part of his audience. It was wonderful both to hear and to see. The greater part of it was beyond my comprehension, but it led me to think that if we men can acquire so much, we must surely be intended to last longer than the little span which extends only to the time when we are hidden away under the earth. His experiments were quite miracles on a small scale, and yet the explanations flowed as naturally as water from his lips. At the time of Moses and the prophets, such a man would have been placed among the sages of the land. In the Middle Ages they would have burnt him at the stake. All night long I could not sleep, and the next evening when I gave another performance and the lecturer was present, I was in one of my best moods. I once heard of an actor, who, when he had to act the part of a lover, always thought of one particular lady in the audience. He only played for her, and forgot all the rest of the house, and now the Polytechnic lecturer was my only auditor, for whom alone I played. When the performance was over, and the puppets were moved behind the curtain, the Polytechnic lecturer invited me into his room to take a glass of wine. He talked of my comedies, and I of his science, and I believe we were both equally pleased. But I had the best of it, for there was much in what he did that he could not always explain to me. For instance, why a piece of iron which is rubbed on a cylinder, should become magnetic. How does this happen? The magnetic sparks come to it, but how? It is the same with people in the world. They are rubbed about on this spherical globe till the electric spark comes upon them, and then we have a Napoleon, or a Luther, or someone of the kind. The whole world is but a series of miracles, said the lecturer, but we are so accustomed to them that we call them everyday matters. And he went on explaining things to me till my skull seemed lifted from my brain, and I declared that were I not such an old fellow, I would at once become a member of the Polytechnic institution. That I might learn to look at the bright side of everything, although I was one of the happiest of men. One of the happiest, said the lecturer, as if the idea pleased him. Are you really happy? Yes, I replied, for I am welcomed in every town, when I arrive with my company. But I certainly have one wish which sometimes weighs upon my cheerful temper like a mountain of lead. I should like to become the manager of a real theatre, and the director of a real troupe of men and women. I understand, he said. You would like to have life breathed into your puppets, so that they might be living actors, and you their director. And would you then be quite happy? I said I believed so. But he did not. And we talked it over in all manner of ways, yet could not agree on the subject. However, the wine was excellent, and we clanked our glasses together as we drank. There must have been magic in it, or I should most certainly become tipsy. But that did not happen, for my mind seemed quite clear, and, indeed, a kind of sunshine filled the room, and beamed from the eyes of the Polytechnic lecturer. It made me think of the old stories when the gods, in their immortal youth, wandered upon this earth, and paid visits to mankind. I said so to him, and he smiled. And I could have sworn that he was one of these ancient deities in disguise, or, at all events, that he belonged to the race of the gods. The result seemed to prove I was right in my suspicions. For it was arranged that my highest wish should be granted, that my puppets were to be gifted with life, and that I was to be the manager of a real company. We drank to my success, and clanked our glasses. Then he packed all my dolls into the box, and fastened it on my back, and I felt as if I were spinning round in a circle, and presently found myself lying on the floor. I remember that quite well. And then the whole company sprang from the box. The spirit had come upon us all, the puppets had become distinguished actors, at least, so they said themselves, and I was their director. When all was ready for the first representation, the whole company requested permission to speak to me before appearing in public. The dancing lady said the house could not be supported unless she stood on one leg. For she was a great genius, and begged to be treated as such. The lady who acted the part of the queen expected to be treated as a queen off the stage, as well as on it, or else she said she should get out of practice. The man whose duty it was to deliver a letter gave himself as many airs as he who took the part of first lover in the piece. He declared that the inferior parts were as important as the great ones, and deserving equal consideration, as parts of an artistic whole. The hero of the piece would only play in a part containing points likely to bring down the applause of the house. The prima donna would only act when the lights were red, for she declared that a blue light did not suit her complexion. It was like a company of flies in a bottle, and I was in the bottle with them, for I was their director. My breath was taken away, my head whirled, and I was as miserable as a man could be. It was quite a novel, strange set of beings among whom I now found myself. I only wished I had them all in my box again, and that I had never been their director. So I told them roundly that, after all, they were nothing but puppets. And then they killed me. After a while I found myself lying on my bed in my room, but how I got there, or how I got away at all from the Polytechnic professor, he may perhaps know, I don't. The moon shone upon the floor, the box lay open, and the dolls were all scattered about in great confusion, but I was not idle. I jumped off the bed, and into the box they all had to go, some on their heads, some on their feet. Then I shut down the lid, and seated myself upon the box. Now you'll have to stay, said I, and I shall be cautious how I wish you flesh and blood again. I felt quite light, my cheerfulness had returned, and I was the happiest of mortals. The Polytechnic professor had fully cured me. I was as happy as a king, and went to sleep on the box. Next morning, correctly speaking, it was noon, for I slept remarkably late that day, I found myself still sitting there, in happy consciousness that my former wish had been a foolish one. I inquired for the Polytechnic professor. But he had disappeared like the Greek and Roman gods. From that time I have been the happiest man in the world. I am a happy director, for none of my company ever grumble, nor the public either, for I always make them merry. I can arrange my pieces just as I please. I choose out of every comedy what I like best, and no one is offended. Plays that are neglected nowadays by the great public were ran after 30 years ago, and listened to till the tears ran down the cheeks of the audience. These are the pieces I bring forward. I place them before the little ones, who cry over them as Papa and Mama used to cry 30 years ago. But I make them shorter, for the youngsters don't like long speeches, and if they have anything mournful, they like it to be over quickly. The story of the year. It was far in January, and a terrible fall of snow was pelting down. The snow eddied through the streets and lanes, the window panes seemed plastered with snow on the outside. Snow plumped down in masses from the roofs, and a sudden hurry had seized on the people, for they ran, and flew, and fell into each other's arms, and as they clutched each other fast for a moment, they felt that they were safe at least for that length of time. Coaches and horses seemed frosted with sugar. The footmen stood with their backs against the carriages, so as to turn their faces from the wind. The foot passengers kept in the shelter of the carriages, which could only move slowly on in the deep snow. And when the storm at last abated, and a narrow path was swept clean alongside the houses, the people stood still in this path when they met, for none liked to take the first step aside into the deep snow to let the other pass him. Thus they stood silent and motionless, till, as if by tacit consent, each sacrificed one leg, and stepping aside, buried it in the deep snow heap. Towards evening it grew calm. The sky looked as if it had been swept, and had become more lofty and transparent. The stars looked as if they were quite new, and some of them were amazingly bright and pure. It froze so hard that the snow creaked, and the upper rind of snow might well have grown hard enough to bear the sparrows in the morning dawn. These little birds hopped up and down where the sweeping had been done. But they found very little food, and were not a little cold. "Peep," said one of them to another, "they call this a new year, and it is worse than the last. We might just as well have kept the old one." "I'm dissatisfied, and I've a right to be so." "Yes, and the people ran about and fired off shots to celebrate the new year," said a little shivering sparrow, "and they threw pans and pots against the doors, and were quite boisterous with joy, because the old year was gone. I was glad of it too, because I hoped we should have had warm days, but that has come to nothing, it freezes much harder than before. People have made a mistake in reckoning the time." "That they have," a third put in, who was old, and had a white pole. "They've something they call the calendar, it's an invention of their own, and everything is to be arranged according to that, but it won't do. When spring comes, then the year begins, and I reckon according to that." "But when will spring come?" the others inquired. "It will come when the stork comes back. But his movements are very uncertain, and here in town no one knows anything about it, in the country they are better informed. Shall we fly out there and wait? There, at any rate, we shall be nearer to spring." "Yes, that may be all very well," observed one of the sparrows, who had been hopping about for a long time, chirping, without saying anything decided. "I've found a few comforts here in town, which I am afraid I should miss out in the country. Near this neighborhood, in a courtyard, there lives a family of people, who have taken the very sensible notion of placing 3 or 4 flower pots against the wall, with their mouths all turned inwards, and the bottom of each pointing outwards. In each flower pot a hole has been cut, big enough for me to fly in and out at it. I and my husband have built a nest in one of those pots, and have brought up our young family there. The family of people of course made the whole arrangement that they might have the pleasure of seeing us, or else they would not have done it. To please themselves they also strew crumbs of bread. And so we have food, and are in a manner provided for. So I think my husband and I will stay where we are, although we are very dissatisfied, but we shall stay. And we will fly into the country to see if spring is not coming." And away they flew. Out in the country it was hard winter, and the glass was a few degrees lower than in the town. The sharp winds swept across the snow-covered fields. The farmer, muffled in warm mittens, sat in his sledge, and beat his arms across his breast to warm himself, and the whip lay across his knees. The horses ran till they smoked again. The snow creaked, and the sparrows hopped about in the ruts, and shivered. "Peep! When will spring come? It is very long in coming." "Very long," sounded from the next snow-covered hill, far over the field. It might be the echo which was heard. Or perhaps the words were spoken by yonder wonderful old man, who sat in wind and weather high on the heap of snow. He was quite white, attired like a peasant in a coarse white coat of frieze. He had long white hair, and was quite pale, with big blue eyes. "Who is that old man yonder?" asked the sparrows. "I know who he is," quoth an old raven, who sat on the fence rail, and was condescending enough to acknowledge that we are all like little birds in the sight of heaven, and therefore was not above speaking to the sparrows and giving them information. I know who the old man is. It is Winter, the old man of last year. He is not dead, as the calendar says, but is guardian to little Prince Spring, who is to come. Yes, Winter bears sway here. Ugh! The cold makes you shiver, does it not, you little ones? Yes. Did I not tell the truth, said the smallest sparrow, the calendar is only an invention of man, and is not arranged according to nature. They ought to leave these things to us, who are born cleverer than they. And 1 week passed away, and 2 passed away. The frozen lake lay hard and stiff, looking like a sheet of lead, and damp icy mists lay brooding over the land. The great black crows flew about in long rows, but silently, and it seemed as if nature slept. Then a sunbeam glided along over the lake, and made it shine like burnished tin. The snowy covering on the field and on the hill did not glitter as it had done, but the white form, Winter himself, still sat there, his gaze fixed unswervingly upon the south. He did not notice that the snowy carpet seemed to sink as it were into the earth, and that here and there a little grass-green patch appeared, and that all these patches were crowded with sparrows. Kiwit! Kiwit! Is spring coming now? Spring! The cry resounded over field and meadow, and through the black-brown woods, where the moss still glimmered in bright green upon the tree trunks, and from the south the first 2 storks came flying through the air. On the back of each sat a pretty little child, one was a girl and the other a boy. They greeted the earth with a kiss, and wherever they set their feet, white flowers grew up from beneath the snow. Then they went hand in hand to the old ice man, Winter, clung to his breast embracing him, and in a moment they, and he, and all the region around were hidden in a thick damp mist, dark and heavy, that closed over all like a veil. Gradually the wind rose, and now it rushed roaring along, and drove away the mist with heavy blows, so that the sun shone warmly forth, and Winter himself vanished, and the beautiful children of spring sat on the throne of the year. That's what I call spring, cried each of the sparrows. Now we shall get our rights, and have amends for the stern winter. Wherever the 2 children turned, green buds burst forth on bushes and trees, the grass shot upwards, and the cornfields turned green and became more and more lovely. And the little maiden strewed flowers all around. Her apron, which she held up before her, was always full of them, they seemed to spring up there, for her lap continued full, however zealously she strewed the blossoms around. And in her eagerness she scattered a snow of blossoms over apple trees and peach trees, so that they stood in full beauty before their green leaves had fairly come forth. And she clapped her hands, and the boy clapped his, and then flocks of birds came flying up, nobody knew whence, and they all twittered and sang, "Spring has come." That was beautiful to behold. Many an old granny crept forth over the threshold into the sunshine, and tripped gleefully about, casting a glance at the yellow flowers which shone everywhere in the fields, just as they used to do when she was young. The world grew young again to her, and she said, "It is a blessed day out here today." The forest still wore its brown-green dress, made of buds, but the time was already there, fresh and fragrant. There were violets in plenty, anemones and primroses came forth, and there was sap and strength in every blade of grass. That was certainly a beautiful carpet on which no one could resist sitting down, and there accordingly the young spring pair sat hand in hand, and sang and smiled, and grew on. A mild rain fell down upon them from the sky, but they did not notice it, for the raindrops were mingled with their own tears of joy. They kissed each other, and were betrothed as people that should marry, and in the same moment the verdure of the woods was unfolded, and when the sun rose, the forest stood there arrayed in green. And hand in hand the betrothed pair wandered under the fresh pendant ocean of leaves, where the rays of the sun gleamed through the interstices in lovely, changing hues. What virgin purity, what refreshing balm in the delicate leaves! The brooks and streams rippled clearly and merrily among the green velvety rushes and over the colored pebbles. All nature seemed to say, "There is plenty, and there shall be plenty always." And the cuckoo sang and the lark caroled. It was a charming spring, but the willows had woolly gloves over their blossoms, they were desperately careful, and that is wearisome. And days went by and weeks went by, and the heat came as it were whirling down. Hot waves of air came through the corn, that became yellower and yellower. The white water lily of the north spread its great green leaves over the glassy mirror of the woodland lakes, and the fishes sought out the shady spots beneath. And at the sheltered side of the wood, where the sun shone down upon the walls of the farmhouse, warming the blooming roses, and the cherry trees, which hung full of juicy black berries, almost hot with the fierce beams. There sat the lovely wife of summer, the same being whom we have seen as a child and as a bride. And her glance was fixed upon the black gathering clouds, which in wavy outlines, blue-black and heavy, were piling themselves up, like mountains, higher and higher. They came from three sides, and growing like a petrified sea, they came swooping towards the forest, where every sound had been silenced as if by magic. Every breath of air was hushed, every bird was mute. There was a seriousness, a suspense throughout all nature, but in the highways and lanes, foot passengers, and riders, and men in carriages were hurrying on to get under shelter. Then suddenly there was a flashing of light, as if the sun were burst forth, flaming, burning, all-devouring. And the darkness returned amid a rolling crash. The rain poured down in streams, and there was alternate darkness and blinding light. Alternate silence and deafening clamor. The young, brown, feathery reeds on the moor moved to and fro in long waves, the twigs of the woods were hidden in a mist of waters, and still came darkness and light, and still silence and roaring followed one another. Grass and corn lay beaten down and swamped, looking as though they could never raise themselves again. But soon the rain fell only in gentle drops, the sun peered through the clouds, the water drops glittered like pearls on the leaves, the birds sang, the fishes leaped up from the surface of the lake, the gnats danced in the sunshine. And yonder on the rock, in the salt, heaving sea water, sat Summer himself, a strong man with sturdy limbs and long dripping hair, there he sat, strengthened by the cool bath, in the warm sunshine. All nature round about was renewed, everything stood luxuriant, strong and beautiful, it was summer, warm, lovely summer. And pleasant and sweet was the fragrance that streamed upwards from the rich clover field, where the bees swarmed round the old ruined place of meeting, the bramble wound itself around the altar stone, which, washed by the rain, glittered in the sunshine. And thither flew the queen bee with her swarm, and prepared wax and honey. Only Summer saw it, he and his strong wife, for them the altar table stood covered with the offerings of nature. And the evening sky shone like gold, shone as no church dome can shine, and in the interval between the evening and the morning red, there was moonlight, it was summer. And days went by, and weeks went by. The bright scythes of the reapers gleamed in the cornfields, the branches of the apple trees bent down, heavy with red and yellow fruit. The hops smelt sweetly, hanging in large clusters. And under the hazel bushes where hung great bunches of nuts, rested a man and woman, Summer and his quiet consort. "What wealth," exclaimed the woman, "all around a blessing is diffused, everywhere the scene looks homelike and good. And yet, I know not why, I long for peace and rest, I know not how to express it. Now they are already ploughing again in the field. The people want to gain more and more. See, the storks flock together, and follow at a little distance behind the plough, the bird of Egypt that carried us through the air. Do you remember how we came as children to this land of the north? We brought with us flowers, and pleasant sunshine, and green to the woods, the wind has treated them roughly, and they have become dark and brown like the trees of the south, but they do not, like them, bear fruit. Do you wish to see the golden fruit, said the man, then rejoice. And he lifted his arm, and the leaves of the forest put on hues of red and gold, and beauteous tints spread over all the woodland. The rose bush gleamed with scarlet hips. The elder branches hung down with great heavy bunches of dark berries, the wild chestnuts fell ripe from their dark husks, and in the depths of the forests the violets bloomed for the second time. But the queen of the year became more and more silent, and paler and paler. "It blows cold," she said, and night brings damp mists. I long for the land of my childhood. And she saw the storks fly away, one and all. And she stretched forth her hands towards them. She looked up at the nests, which stood empty. In one of them the long-stalked cornflower was growing. In another, the yellow mustard seed, as if the nest were only there for its protection and comfort, and the sparrows were flying up into the storks' nests. Peep! Where has the master gone? I suppose he can't bear it when the wind blows, and that therefore he has left the country. I wish him a pleasant journey. The forest leaves became more and more yellow, leaf fell down upon leaf, and the stormy winds of autumn howled. The year was far advanced, and the queen of the year reclined upon the fallen yellow leaves, and looked with mild eyes at the gleaming star, and her husband stood by her. A gust swept through the leaves. They fell again in a shower, and the queen was gone, but a butterfly, the last of the season, flew through the cold air. The wet fogs came, an icy wind blew, and the long dark nights drew on apace. The ruler of the year stood there with locks white as snow, but he knew not it was his hair that gleamed so white, he thought snowflakes were falling from the clouds, and soon a thin covering of snow was spread over the fields. And then the church bells rang for the Christmas time. The bells ring for the newborn, said the ruler of the year. Soon the new king and queen will be born, and I shall go to rest, as my wife has done, to rest in the gleaming star. And in the fresh green fir wood, where the snow lay, stood the angel of Christmas, and consecrated the young trees that were to adorn his feast. May there be joy in the room, and under the green boughs, said the ruler of the year. In a few weeks he had become a very old man, white as snow. My time for rest draws near, and the young pair of the year shall now receive my crown and scepter. But the might is still thine, said the angel of Christmas. The might and not the rest. Let the snow lie warmly upon the young seed. Learn to bear it, that another receives homage while thou yet reignest. Learn to bear being forgotten while thou art yet alive. The hour of thy release will come when spring appears. And when will spring come? Asked winter. It will come when the stork returns. And with white locks and snowy beard, cold, bent, and hoary, but strong as the wintry storm, and firm as ice, old winter sat on the snowy drift on the hill, looking towards the south, where he had before sat and gazed. The ice cracked, the snow creaked, the skaters skimmed to and fro on the smooth lakes, ravens and crows contrasted picturesquely with the white ground, and not a breath of wind stirred. And in the quiet air old winter clenched his fists, and the ice was fathoms thick between land and land. Then the sparrows came again out of the town, and asked, Who is that old man yonder? And the raven sat there again, or a son of his, which comes to quite the same thing, and answered them and said, It is winter, the old man of last year. He is not dead, as the almanac says, but he is the guardian of spring, who is coming. When will spring come? Asked the sparrows. Then we shall have good times, and a better rule. The old one was worth nothing. And winter nodded in quiet thought at the leafless forest, where every tree showed the graceful form and bend of its twigs. And during the winter sleep the icy mists of the clouds came down, and the ruler dreamed of his youthful days, and of the time of his manhood, and towards the morning dawn the whole wood was clothed in glittering hoarfrost. That was the summer dream of winter, and the sun scattered the hoarfrost from the boughs. When will spring come? Asked the sparrows. The spring sounded like an echo from the hills on which the snow lay. The sun shone warmer, the snow melted, and the birds twittered, Spring is coming. And aloft through the air came the first stork, and the second followed him. A lovely child sat on the back of each, and they alighted on the field, kissed the earth, and kissed the old silent man, and he disappeared, shrouded in the cloudy mist. And the story of the year was done. That is all very well, said the sparrows, it is very beautiful too, but it is not according to the almanac, and therefore it is irregular. Everything in its right place. It is more than 100 years ago. Behind the wood, by the great lake, stood the old baronial mansion. Round about it lay a deep moat, in which grew reeds and grass. Close by the bridge, near the entrance gate, rose an old willow tree that bent over the reeds. Up from the hollow lane sounded the clang of horns and the trampling of horses. Therefore the little girl who kept the geese hastened to drive her charges away from the bridge, before the hunting company should come galloping up. They drew near with such speed that the girl was obliged to climb up in a hurry, and perch herself on the coping stone of the bridge, lest she should be ridden down. She was still half a child, and had a pretty light figure, and a gentle expression in her face, with 2 clear blue eyes. The noble baron took no note of this, but as he galloped past the little gooseherd, he reversed the whip he held in his hand, and in rough sport gave her such a push in the chest with the butt end, that she fell backwards into the ditch. "Everything in its place," he cried, "into the puddle with you." And he laughed aloud, for this was intended for wit, and the company joined in his mirth. The whole party shouted and clamored, and the dogs barked their loudest. Fortunately for herself, the poor girl in falling seized one of the hanging branches of the willow tree, by means of which she kept herself suspended over the muddy water. And as soon as the baron and his company had disappeared through the castle gate, the girl tried to scramble up again. But the bough broke off at the top, and she would have fallen backward among the reeds, if a strong hand from above had not at that moment seized her. It was the hand of a peddler, who had seen from a short distance what had happened, and who now hurried up to give aid. "Everything in its right place," he said, mimicking the gracious baron, and he drew the little maiden up to the firm ground. He would have restored the broken branch to the place from which it had been torn, but "everything in its place" cannot always be managed, and therefore he stuck the piece in the ground. "Grow and prosper till you can furnish a good flute for them up yonder," he said, for he would have liked to play the Rogue's March for my lord the baron, and my lord's whole family. And then he betook himself to the castle, but not into the ancestral hall, he was too humble for that. He went to the servants' quarters, and the men and maids turned over his stock of goods, and bargained with him. And from above, where the guests were at table, came a sound of roaring and screaming that was intended for song, and indeed they did their best. Loud laughter, mingled with the barking and howling of dogs, sounded through the windows, for there was feasting and carousing up yonder. Wine and strong old ale foamed in the jugs and glasses, and the dogs sat with their masters and dined with them. They had the peddler summoned upstairs, but only to make fun of him. The wine had mounted into their heads, and the sense had flown out. They poured wine into a stocking, that the peddler might drink with them, but that he must drink quickly, that was considered a rare jest, and was a cause of fresh laughter. And then whole farms, with oxen and peasants too, were staked on a card, and won and lost. "Everything in its right place," said the peddler, when he had at last made his escape out of what he called the Sodom and Gomorrah up yonder. "The open high road is my right place," he said, "I did not feel at all happy there." And the little maiden who sat keeping the geese nodded at him in a friendly way, as he strode along beside the hedges. And days and weeks went by. And it became manifest that the willow branch which the peddler had stuck into the ground by the castle moat remained fresh and green, and even brought forth new twigs. The little goose girl saw that the branch must have taken root, and rejoiced greatly at the circumstance, for this tree, she said, was now her tree. The tree certainly came forward well. But everything else belonging to the castle went very rapidly back, what with feasting and gambling, for these two things are like wheels, upon which no man can stand securely. 6 years had not passed away before the noble lord passed out of the castle gate, a beggared man, and the mansion was bought by a rich dealer. And this purchaser was the very man who had once been made a jest of there, for whom wine had been poured into a stocking, but honesty and industry are good winds to speed a vessel, and now the dealer was possessor of the baronial estate. But from that hour no more card-playing was permitted there. "That is bad reading," said he, when the evil one saw a Bible for the first time, he wanted to put a bad book against it, and invented card-playing. The new proprietor took a wife. And who might that be but the goose girl, who had always been faithful and good, and looked as beautiful and fine in her new clothes as if she had been born a great lady. And how did all this come about? That is too long a story for our busy time, but it really happened, and the most important part is to come. It was a good thing now to be in the old mansion. The mother managed the domestic affairs, and the father superintended the estate, and it seemed as if blessings were streaming down. Where rectitude enters in, prosperity is sure to follow. The old house was cleaned and painted, the ditches were cleared and fruit trees planted. Everything wore a bright cheerful look, and the floors were as polished as a draught board. In the long winter evenings the lady sat at the spinning wheel with her maids, and every Sunday evening there was a reading from the Bible, by the Counselor of Justice himself. This title the dealer had gained, though it was only in his old age. The children grew up, for children had come, and they received the best education, though all had not equal abilities, as we find indeed in all families. In the meantime the willow branch at the castle gate had grown to be a splendid tree, which stood there free and self-sustained. That is our genealogical tree, the old people said, and the tree was to be honored and respected, so they told all the children, even those who had not very good heads. And 100 years rolled by. It was in our own time. The lake had been converted to moorland, and the old mansion had almost disappeared. A pool of water and the ruins of some walls, this was all that was left of the old baronial castle, with its deep moat. And here stood also a magnificent old willow, with pendant boughs, which seemed to show how beautiful a tree may be if left to itself. The main stem was certainly split from the root to the crown, and the storm had bowed the noble tree a little. But it stood firm for all that, and from every cleft into which wind and weather had carried a portion of earth, grasses and flowers sprang forth, especially near the top, where the great branches parted. A sort of hanging garden had been formed of wild raspberry bush, and even a small quantity of mistletoe had taken root and stood, slender and graceful, in the midst of the old willow which was mirrored in the dark water. A field path led close by the old tree. High by the forest hill, with a splendid prospect in every direction, stood the new baronial hall, large and magnificent, with panes of glass so clearly transparent, that it looked as if there were no panes there at all. The grand flight of steps that led to the entrance looked like a bower of roses and broad-leaved plants. The lawn was as freshly green as if each separate blade of grass were cleaned morning and evening. In the hall hung costly pictures. Silken chairs and sofas stood there, so easy that they looked almost as if they could run by themselves. There were tables of great marble slabs, and books bound in morocco and gold. Yes, truly, wealthy people lived here, people of rank, the baron with his family. All things here corresponded with each other. The motto was still, everything in its right place. And therefore all the pictures which had been put up in the old house for honor and glory, hung now in the passage that led to the servants' hall. They were considered as old lumber, and especially two old portraits. One representing a man in a pink coat and powdered wig, the other a lady with powdered hair and holding a rose in her hand, and each surrounded with a wreath of willow leaves. These two pictures were pierced with many holes, because the little barons were in the habit of setting up the old people as a mark for their crossbows. The pictures represented the Counselor of Justice and his lady, the founders of the present family. But they did not properly belong to our family, said one of the little barons. He was a dealer, and she had kept the geese. They were not like Papa and Mama. The pictures were pronounced to be worthless, and as the motto was, everything in its right place, the great-grandmother and great-grandfather had been sent into the passage that led to the servants' hall. The son of the neighboring clergyman was tutor in the great house. One day he was out walking with his pupils, the little barons and their eldest sister, who had just been confirmed. They came along the field path, past the old willow, and as they walked on the young lady bound a wreath of field flowers, everything in its right place, and the flowers formed a pretty whole. At the same time she heard every word that was spoken, and she liked to hear the clergyman's son talk of the power of nature and of the great men and women in history. She had a good hearty disposition, with true nobility of thought and soul, and a heart full of love for all that God hath created. The party came to a halt at the old willow-tree. The youngest baron insisted on having such a flute cut for him from it as he had made of other willows. Accordingly the tutor broke off a branch. "Oh, don't do that," cried the young baroness, but it was done already. That is our famous old tree, she continued, and I love it dearly. They laugh at me at home for this, but I don't mind. There is a story attached to this tree. And she told what we all know about the tree, about the old mansion, the peddler and the goose girl, who had met for the first time in this spot, and had afterwards become the founders of the noble family to which the young barons belonged. They would not be ennobled, the good old folks, she said. They kept to the motto everything in its right place, and accordingly they thought it would be out of place for them to purchase a title with money. My grandfather, the first baron, was their son. He is said to have been a very learned man, very popular with princes and princesses, and a frequent guest at the court festivals. The others at home love him best. But, I don't know how, there seems to me something about that first pair that draws my heart towards them. How comfortable, how patriarchal it must have been in the old house, where the mistress sat at the spinning wheel among her maids, and the old master read aloud from the Bible. They were charming, sensible people, said the clergyman's son. And with this the conversation naturally fell upon nobles and citizens. The young man scarcely seemed to belong to the citizen class, so well did he speak concerning the purpose and meaning of nobility. He said, "It is a great thing to belong to a family that has distinguished itself, and thus to have, as it were, in one's blood, a spur that urges one on to make progress in all that is good. It is delightful to have a name that serves as a card of admission into the highest circles. Nobility means that which is great and noble, it is a coin that has received a stamp to indicate what it is worth. It is the fallacy of the time, and many poets have frequently maintained this fallacy, that nobility of birth is accompanied by foolishness, and that the lower you go among the poor, the more does everything around shine. But that is not my view, for I consider it entirely false. In the higher classes many beautiful and kindly traits are found. My mother told me one of this kind, and I could tell you many others. My mother was on a visit to a great family in town. My grandmother, I think, had been housekeeper to the count's mother. The great nobleman and my mother were alone in the room, when the former noticed that an old woman came limping on crutches into the courtyard. Indeed, she was accustomed to come every Sunday, and carry away a gift with her. "Ah, there is the poor old lady," said the nobleman, "walking is a great toil to her." And before my mother understood what he meant, he had gone out of the room and run down the stairs, to save the old woman the toilsome walk, by carrying to her the gift she had come to receive. Now, that was only a small circumstance, but, like the widow's 2 mites in the scripture, it has a sound that finds an echo in the depths of the heart in human nature, and these are the things the poet should show and point out. Especially in these times should he sing of it, for that does good, and pacifies and unites men. But where a bit of mortality, because it has a genealogical tree in a coat of arms, rears up like an Arabian horse, and prances in the street, and says in the room, "People out of the street have been here." When a commoner has been, that is nobility in decay, and become a mere mask, a mask of the kind that Thespis created. And people are glad when such an one is turned into satire. This was the speech of the clergyman's son. It was certainly rather long, but then the flute was being finished while he made it. At the castle there was a great company. Many guests came from the neighborhood and from the capital. Many ladies, some tastefully, and others tastelessly dressed, were there, and the great hall was quite full of people. The clergyman from the neighborhood stood respectfully congregated in a corner, which made it look almost as if there were to be a burial there. But it was not so, for this was a party of pleasure, only that the pleasure had not yet begun. A great concert was to be performed, and consequently the little baron had brought in his willow flute, but he could not get a note out of it, nor could his papa, and therefore the flute was worth nothing. There was instrumental music and song, both of the kind that delight the performers most, quite charming. "You are a performer," said a cavalier, his father's son and nothing else, to the tutor. "You play the flute and make it too, that's genius. That should command, and should have the place of honor." "No indeed," replied the young man, "I only advance with the times, as everyone is obliged to do." "Oh, you will enchant us with the little instrument, will you not?" And with these words he handed to the clergyman's son the flute cut from the willow-tree by the pool, and announced aloud that the tutor was about to perform a solo on that instrument. Now, they only wanted to make fun of him, that was easily seen. And therefore the tutor would not play, though indeed he could do so very well, but they crowded round him and importuned him so strongly, that at last he took the flute and put it to his lips. That was a wonderful flute. A sound, as sustained as that which is emitted by the whistle of a steam engine, and much stronger, echoed far over courtyard, garden, and wood, miles away into the country. And simultaneously with the tone came a rushing wind that roared, everything in its right place. And Papa flew as if carried by the wind straight out of the hall and into the shepherd's cot. And the shepherd flew, not into the hall, for there he could not come, no, but into the room of the servants, among the smart lackeys who strutted about there in silk stockings. And the proud servants were struck motionless with horror at the thought that such a personage dared to sit down to table with them. But in the hall the young baroness flew up to the place of honor at the top of the table, where she was worthy to sit, and the young clergyman's son had a seat next to her, and there the two sat as if they were a newly married pair. An old count of one of the most ancient families in the country remained untouched in his place of honor, for the flute was just, as men ought to be. The witty cavalier, the son of his father and nothing else, who had been the cause of the flute playing, flew head over heels into the poultry house, but not alone. For a whole mile round about the sounds of the flute were heard, and singular events took place. A rich banker's family, driving along in a coach and four, was blown quite out of the carriage, and could not even find a place on the footboard at the back. Two rich peasants who in our times had grown too high for their cornfields, were tumbled into the ditch. It was a dangerous flute, that, luckily, it burst at the first note, and that was a good thing, for then it was put back into the owner's pocket. Everything in its right place. The day afterwards not a word was said about this marvelous event. And thence has come the expression, pocketing the flute. Everything was in its usual order, only that the two old portraits of the dealer and the goose-girl hung on the wall in the banqueting hall. They had been blown up yonder, and as one of the real connoisseurs said they had been painted by a master's hand, they remained where they were, and were restored. Everything in its right place. And to that it will come. For hereafter is long, longer than this story. The old gravestone. In a house, with a large courtyard, in a provincial town, at that time of the year in which people say the evenings are growing longer, a family circle were gathered together at their old home. A lamp burned on the table, although the weather was mild and warm, and the long curtains hung down before the open windows, and without the moon shone brightly in the dark blue sky. But they were not talking of the moon, but of a large, old stone that lay below in the courtyard not very far from the kitchen door. The maids often laid the clean copper saucepans and kitchen vessels on this stone, that they might dry in the sun, and the children were fond of playing on it. It was, in fact, an old gravestone. Yes, said the master of the house, I believe the stone came from the graveyard of the old church of the convent which was pulled down, and the pulpit, the monuments, and the gravestones sold. My father bought the latter. Most of them were cut in two and used for paving stones, but that one stone was preserved whole, and laid in the courtyard. Any one can see that it is a gravestone, said the eldest of the children. The representation of an hourglass and part of the figure of an angel can still be traced, but the inscription beneath is quite worn out, excepting the name, Prabin, and a large S close by it. And a little farther down the name of Martha can be easily read. But nothing more, and even that cannot be seen unless it has been raining, or when we have washed the stone. Dear me! How singular! Why, that must be the gravestone of Prabin Schwein and his wife. The old man who said this looked old enough to be the grandfather of all present in the room. Yes, he continued, these people were among the last who were buried in the churchyard of the old convent. They were a very worthy old couple, I can remember them well in the days of my boyhood. Every one knew them, and they were esteemed by all. They were the oldest residents in the town, and people said they possessed a ton of gold, yet they were always very plainly dressed, in the coarsest stuff, but with linen of the purest whiteness. Prabin and Martha were a fine old couple, and when they both sat on the bench, at the top of the steep stone steps, in front of their house, with the branches of the linden tree waving above them, and nodded in a gentle, friendly way to passers-by, it really made one feel quite happy. They were very good to the poor, they fed them and clothed them, and in their benevolence there was judgment as well as true Christianity. The old woman died first. That day is still quite vividly before my eyes. I was a little boy, and had accompanied my father to the old man's house. Martha had fallen into the sleep of death just as we arrived there. The corpse lay in a bedroom, near to the one in which we sat, and the old man was in great distress and weeping like a child. He spoke to my father, and to a few neighbors who were there, of how lonely he should feel now she was gone, and how good and true she, his dead wife, had been during the number of years that they had passed through life together. And how they had become acquainted, and learnt to love each other. I was, as I have said, a boy, and only stood by and listened to what the others said. But it filled me with a strange emotion to listen to the old man, and to watch how the color rose in his cheeks as he spoke of the days of their courtship, of how beautiful she was, and how many little tricks he had been guilty of, that he might meet her. And then he talked of his wedding day, and his eyes brightened, and he seemed to be carried back, by his words, to that joyful time. And yet there she was, lying in the next room, dead, an old woman, and he was an old man, speaking of the days of hope, long passed away. Ah, well, so it is, then I was but a child, and now I am old as Prabin Schwein then was. Time passes away, and all things changed. I can remember quite well the day on which she was buried, and how old Prabin walked close behind the coffin. A few years before this time the old couple had had their gravestone prepared, with an inscription in their names, but not the date. In the evening the stone was taken to the churchyard, and laid on the grave. A year later it was taken up, that old Prabin might be laid by the side of his wife. They did not leave behind them wealth, they left behind them far less than people had believed they possessed. What there was went to families distantly related to them, of whom, till then, no one had ever heard. The old house, with its balcony of wickerwork, and the bench at the top of the high steps, under the lime tree, was considered, by the road inspectors, too old and rotten to be left standing. Afterwards, when the same fate befell the convent church, and the graveyard was destroyed, the gravestone of Prabin and Martha, like everything else, was sold to whoever would buy it. And so it happened that this stone was not cut in two as many others had been, but now lies in the courtyard below, a scouring block for the maids, and a playground for the children. The paved street now passes over the resting place of old Prabin and his wife, no one thinks of them any more now. And the old man who had spoken of all this shook his head mournfully, and said, "Forgotten. Ah, yes, everything will be forgotten." And then the conversation turned on other matters. But the youngest child in the room, a boy, with large, earnest eyes, mounted upon a chair behind the window curtains, and looked out into the yard, where the moon was pouring a flood of light on the old gravestone. The stone that had always appeared to him so dull and flat, but which lay there now like a great leaf out of a book of history. All that the boy had heard of old Prabin and his wife seemed clearly defined on the stone, and as he gazed on it, and glanced at the clear, bright moon shining in the pure air, it was as if the light of God's countenance beamed over his beautiful world. Forgotten. Everything will be forgotten, still echoed through the room, and in the same moment an invisible spirit whispered to the heart of the boy, "Preserve carefully the seed that has been entrusted to thee, that it may grow and thrive. Guard it well. Through thee, my child, shall the obliterated inscription on the old, weather-beaten gravestone go forth to future generations in clear, golden characters. The old pair shall again wander through the streets arm in arm, or sit with their fresh, healthy cheeks on the bench under the lime tree, and smile and nod at rich and poor. The seed of this hour shall ripen in the course of years into a beautiful poem. The beautiful and the good are never forgotten, they live always in story or in song." She was good for nothing. The mayor stood at the open window. His shirt frill was very fine, and so were his ruffles. He had a breastpin stuck in his frill, and was uncommonly smooth-shaven, all his own work. Certainly he had given himself a slight cut, but he had stuck a bit of newspaper on the place. "Hark, youngster," he cried. The youngster in question was no other than the son of the poor washerwoman, who was just going past the house. And he pulled off his cap respectfully. The peak of the said cap was broken in the middle, for the cap was arranged so that it could be rolled up and crammed into his pocket. In his poor, but clean and well-mended attire, with heavy wooden shoes on his feet, the boy stood there, as humble and abashed as if he stood opposite the king himself. "You're a good boy," said Mr. Mayor. "You're a civil boy. I suppose your mother is rinsing clothes down yonder in the river. I suppose you are to carry that thing to your mother that you have in your pocket. That's a bad affair with your mother. How much have you got in it?" "Half a quartern," stammered the boy, in a frightened voice. "And this morning she had just as much," the mayor continued. "No," replied the boy, "it was yesterday. 2 halves make a whole. She's good for nothing. It's a sad thing with that kind of people. Tell your mother that she ought to be ashamed of herself, and mind you don't become a drunkard, but you will become one, though. Poor child, there, go." Accordingly the boy went on his way. He kept his cap in his hand, and the wind played with his yellow hair, so that great locks of it stood up straight. He turned down by the street corner, into the little lane that led to the river, where his mother stood by the washing bench, beating the heavy linen with the mallet. The water rolled quickly along, for the floodgates at the mill had been drawn up, and the sheets were caught by the stream, and threatened to overturn the bench. The washerwoman was obliged to lean against the bench, to support it. "I was very nearly sailing away," she said. "It is a good thing that you are come, for I have need to recruit my strength a little. For 6 hours I've been standing in the water. Have you brought anything for me?" The boy produced the bottle, and the mother put it to her mouth, and took a little. "Ah, how that revives one," she said, "how it warms. It is as good as a hot meal, and not so dear. And you, my boy? You look quite pale. You are shivering in your thin clothes, to be sure it is autumn. Ugh! How cold the water is. I hope I shall not be ill. But no, I shall not be that. Give me a little more, and you may have a sip too, but only a little sip, for you must not accustom yourself to it, my poor dear child." And she stepped up to the bridge on which the boy stood, and came ashore. The water dripped from the straw matting she had wound round her, and from her gown. "I work and toil as much as ever I can," she said, "but I do it willingly, if I can only manage to bring you up honestly and well, my boy." As she spoke, a somewhat older woman came towards them. She was poor enough to behold, lame of one leg, and with a large false curl hanging down over one of her eyes, which was a blind one. The curl was intended to cover the eye, but it only made the defect more striking. This was a friend of the laundress. She was called among the neighbors, Lame Martha with the curl. "Oh, you poor thing! How you work, standing there in the water," cried the visitor. "You really require something to warm you, and yet malicious folks cry out about the few drops you take." And in a few minutes' time the mayor's late speech was reported to the laundress. For Martha had heard it all, and she had been angry that a man could speak as he had done to a woman's own child, about the few drops the mother took, and she was the more angry, because the mayor on that very day was giving a great feast, at which wine was drunk by the bottle, good wine, strong wine. A good many will take more than they need, but that's not called drinking. "They are good, but you are good for nothing," cried Martha, indignantly. "Ah, so he spoke to you, my child," said the washerwoman, and her lips trembled as she spoke. "So he says you have a mother who is good for nothing. Well, perhaps he's right, but he should not have said it to the child. Still, I have had much misfortune from that house. You were in service there when the mayor's parents were alive, and lived in that house. That is many years ago, many bushels of salt have been eaten since then, and we may well be thirsty," and Martha smiled. "The mayor has a great dinner party today. The guests were to have been put off, but it was too late, and the dinner was already cooked. The footman told me about it. A letter came a little while ago, to say that the younger brother had died in Copenhagen. Died, repeated the laundress, and she became pale as death. Yes, certainly, said Martha. Do you take that so much to heart? Well, you must have known him years ago, when you were in service in the house. Is he dead? He was such a good, worthy man. There are not many like him. And the tears rolled down her cheeks. Good heavens! Everything is whirling around me, it was too much for me. I feel quite ill. And she leaned against the plank. Good heavens, you are ill indeed, exclaimed the other woman. Come, come, it will pass over presently. But no, you really look seriously ill. The best thing will be for me to lead you home. But my linen yonder. I will take care of that. Come, give me your arm. The boy can stay here and take care of it, and I'll come back and finish the washing. That's only a trifle. The laundress's limbs shook under her. I have stood too long in the cold water, she said faintly, and I have eaten and drunk nothing since this morning. The fever is in my bones. Oh kind heaven, help me to get home. My poor child, and she burst into tears. The boy wept too, and soon he was sitting alone by the river, beside the damp linen. The two women could make only slow progress. The laundress dragged her weary limbs along, and tottered through the lane and round the corner into the street where stood the house of the mayor, and just in front of his mansion she sank down on the pavement. Many people assembled round her, and lame Martha ran into the house to get help. The mayor and his guests came to the window. That's the washerwoman, he said. She has taken a glass too much. She is good for nothing. It's a pity for the pretty son she has. I really like the child very well, but the mother is good for nothing. Presently the laundress came to herself, and they led her into her poor dwelling, and put her to bed. Kind Martha heated a mug of beer for her, with butter and sugar, which she considered the best medicine, and then she hastened to the river, and rinsed the linen, badly enough, though her wool was good. Strictly speaking, she drew it ashore, wet as it was, and laid it in a basket. Towards evening she was sitting in the poor little room with the laundress. The mayor's cook had given her some roasted potatoes and a fine fat piece of ham, for the sick woman, and Martha and the boy discussed these viands while the patient enjoyed the smell, which she pronounced very nourishing. And presently the boy was put to bed, in the same bed in which his mother lay, but he slept at her feet, covered with an old quilt made up of blue and white patches. Soon the patient felt a little better. The warm beer had strengthened her, and the fragrance of the provisions pleased her also. Thanks, you kind soul, she said to Martha. I will tell you all when the boy is asleep. I think he has dropped off already. How gentle and good he looks, as he lies there with his eyes closed. He does not know what his mother has suffered, and heaven grant he may never know it. I was in service at the councillor's, the father of the mayor. It happened that the youngest of the sons, the student, came home. I was young then, a wild girl, but honest, that I may declare in the face of heaven. The student was merry and kind, good and brave. Every drop of blood in him was good and honest. I have not seen a better man on this earth. He was the son of the house, and I was only a maid, but we formed an attachment to each other, honestly and honorably. And he told his mother of it, for she was in his eyes as a deity on earth. And she was wise and gentle. He went away on a journey, but before he started he put his gold ring on my finger, and directly he was gone my mistress called me. With a firm yet gentle seriousness she spoke to me, and it seemed as if wisdom itself were speaking. She showed me clearly, in spirit and in truth, the difference there was between him and me. Now he is charmed with your pretty appearance, she said, but your good looks will leave you. You have not been educated as he has. You are not equals in mind, and there is the misfortune. I respect the poor, she continued. In the sight of God they may occupy a higher place than many a rich man can fill, but here on earth we must beware of entering a false track as we go onward, or our carriage is upset, and we are thrown into the road. I know that a worthy man wishes to marry you, an artisan, I mean Eric the glovemaker. He is a widower without children, and is well-to-do. Think it over." Every word she spoke cut into my heart like a knife, but I knew that my mistress was right, and that knowledge weighed heavily upon me. I kissed her hand, and wept bitter tears, and I wept still more when I went into my room and threw myself on my bed. It was a heavy night that I had to pass through. Heaven knows what I suffered and how I wrestled. The next Sunday I went to the Lord's house, to pray for strength and guidance. It seemed like a providence, that as I stepped out of church Eric came towards me. And now there was no longer a doubt in my mind. We were suited to each other in rank and in means, and he was even then a thriving man. Therefore I went up to him, took his hand, and said, "Are you still of the same mind towards me?" "Yes, ever and always," he replied. "Will you marry a girl who honors and respects, but who does not love you, though that may come later?" I asked again. "Yes, it will come," he answered, and upon this we joined hands. I went home to my mistress. I wore the gold ring that the sun had given me at my heart. I could not put it on my finger in the daytime, but only in the evening when I went to bed. I kissed the ring again and again, till my lips almost bled, and then I gave it to my mistress, and told her the banns were to be put up next week for me and the glovemaker. Then my mistress put her arms round me and kissed me. She did not say that I was good for nothing, but perhaps I was better then than I am now, though the misfortunes of life had not yet found me out. In a few weeks we were married. And for the first year the world went well with us. We had a journeyman and an apprentice, and you, Martha, lived with us as our servant. "Oh, you were a dear, good mistress," cried Martha. "Never shall I forget how kind you and your husband were. Yes, those were our good years, when you were with us. We had not any children yet. The student I never saw again. Yes, though, I saw him, but he did not see me. He was here at his mother's funeral. I saw him stand by the grave. He was pale as death, and very downcast, but that was for his mother. Afterwards, when his father died, he was away in a foreign land, and did not come back hither. I know that he never married. I believe he became a lawyer. He had forgotten me, and even if he had seen me again, he would not have known me, I look so ugly. And that is very fortunate." And then she spoke of her days of trial, and told how misfortune had come as it were swooping down upon them. "We had $500, she said. And as there was a house in the street to be bought for $200, and it would pay to pull it down and build a new one, it was bought. The builder and carpenter calculated the expense, and the new house was to cost $120. Eric had credit, and borrowed the money in the chief town, but the captain who was to bring it was shipwrecked, and the money was lost with him. Just at that time my dear sweet boy who is sleeping yonder was born. My husband was struck down by a long heavy illness. For 3/4 of a year I was compelled to dress and undress him. We went back more and more, and fell into debt. All that we had was sold, and my husband died. I have worked, and toiled, and striven, for the sake of the child, and scrubbed staircases, washed linen, clean and coarse alike, but I was not to be better off, such was God's good will. But he will take me to himself in his own good time, and will not forsake my boy." And she fell asleep. Towards morning she felt much refreshed, and strong enough, as she thought, to go back to her work. She had just stepped again into the cold water, when a trembling and faintness seized her. She clutched at the air with her hand, took a step forward, and fell down. Her head rested on the bank, and her feet were still in the water. Her wooden shoes, with a wisp of straw in each, which she had worn, floated down the stream, and thus Martha found her on coming to bring her some coffee. In the meantime a messenger from the mayor's house had been dispatched to her poor lodging to tell her to come to the mayor immediately, for he had something to tell her. It was too late. A barber surgeon was brought to open a vein in her arm. But the poor woman was dead. "She has drunk herself to death," said the mayor. In the letter that brought the news of his brother's death, the contents of the will had been mentioned, and it was a legacy of $600 to the glovemaker's widow, who had once been his mother's maid. The money was to be paid, according to the mayor's discretion, in larger or smaller sums, to her or to her child. There was some fuss between my brother and her, said the mayor. It's a good thing that she is dead. For now the boy will have the whole, and I will get him into a house among respectable people. He may turn out a reputable working man. And heaven gave its blessing to these words. So the mayor sent for the boy, promised to take care of him, and added that it was a good thing the lad's mother was dead, inasmuch as she had been good for nothing. They bore her to the churchyard, to the cemetery of the poor, and Martha strewed sand upon her grave, and planted a rose tree upon it, and the boy stood beside her. My dear mother, he cried, as the tears fell fast. Is it true what they said, that she was good for nothing? No, she was good for much, replied the old servant, and she looked up indignantly. I knew it many a year ago, and more than all since last night. I tell you she was worth much, and the Lord in heaven knows it is true, let the world say as much as it chooses, she was good for nothing. The Goblin and the Huckster. There was once a regular student, who lived in a garret, and had no possessions. And there was also a regular huckster, to whom the house belonged, and who occupied the ground floor. A goblin lived with the huckster, because at Christmas he always had a large dish full of jam, with a great piece of butter in the middle. The huckster could afford this. And therefore the goblin remained with the huckster, which was very cunning of him. One evening the student came into the shop through the back door to buy candles and cheese for himself. He had no one to send, and therefore he came himself. He obtained what he wished, and then the huckster and his wife nodded good evening to him, and she was a woman who could do more than merely nod, for she had usually plenty to say for herself. The student nodded in return as he turned to leave, then suddenly stopped, and began reading the piece of paper in which the cheese was wrapped. It was a leaf torn out of an old book, a book that ought not to have been torn up, for it was full of poetry. Yonder lies some more of the same sort, said the huckster, I gave an old woman a few coffee berries for it. You shall have the rest for 6pence, if you will. Indeed I will, said the student, give me the book instead of the cheese, I can eat my bread and butter without cheese. It would be a sin to tear up a book like this. You are a clever man. And a practical man, but you understand no more about poetry than that cask yonder. This was a very rude speech, especially against the cask, but the huckster and the student both laughed, for it was only said in fun. But the goblin felt very angry that any man should venture to say such things to a huckster who was a householder and sold the best butter. As soon as it was night, and the shop closed, and every one in bed except the student, the goblin stepped softly into the bedroom where the huckster's wife slept, and took away her tongue, which of course, she did not then want. Whatever object in the room he placed his tongue upon immediately received voice and speech, and was able to express its thoughts and feelings as readily as the lady herself could do. It could only be used by one object at a time, which was a good thing, as a number speaking at once would have caused great confusion. The goblin laid the tongue upon the cask, in which lay a quantity of old newspapers. Is it really true, he asked, that you do not know what poetry is? Of course I know, replied the cask, poetry is something that always stands in the corner of a newspaper, and is sometimes cut out. And I may venture to affirm that I have more of it in me than the student has, and I am only a poor tub of the hucksters. Then the goblin placed the tongue on the coffee mill, and how it did go to be sure. Then he put it on the butter tub and the cash box, and they all expressed the same opinion as the waste paper tub, and a majority must always be respected. Now I shall go and tell the student, said the goblin. And with these words he went quietly up the back stairs to the garret where the student lived. He had a candle burning still, and the goblin peeped through the keyhole and saw that he was reading in the torn book, which he had brought out of the shop. But how light the room was! From the book shot forth a ray of light which grew broad and full, like the stem of a tree, from which bright rays spread upward and over the student's head. Each leaf was fresh, and each flower was like a beautiful female head. Some with dark and sparkling eyes, and others with eyes that were wonderfully blue and clear. The fruit gleamed like stars, and the room was filled with sounds of beautiful music. The little goblin had never imagined, much less seen or heard of, any sight so glorious as this. He stood still on tiptoe, peeping in, till the light went out in the garret. The student no doubt had blown out his candle and gone to bed. But the little goblin remained standing there nevertheless, and listening to the music which still sounded on, soft and beautiful, a sweet cradle song for the student, who had lain down to rest. "This is a wonderful place," said the goblin. "I never expected such a thing. I should like to stay here with the student," and the little man thought it over, for he was a sensible little spirit. At last he sighed, but the student has no jam. So he went downstairs again into the huckster's shop, and it was a good thing he got back when he did, for the cask had almost worn out the lady's tongue. He had given a description of all that he contained on one side, and was just about to turn himself over to the other side to describe what was there, when the goblin entered and restored the tongue to the lady. But from that time forward, the whole shop, from the cash box down to the pinewood logs, formed their opinions from that of the cask. And they all had such confidence in him, and treated him with so much respect, that when the huckster read the criticisms on theatricals and art of an evening, they fancied it must all come from the cask. But after what he had seen, the goblin could no longer sit and listen quietly to the wisdom and understanding downstairs. So, as soon as the evening light glimmered in the garret, he took courage, for it seemed to him as if the rays of light were strong cables, drawing him up, and obliging him to go and peep through the keyhole. And, while there, a feeling of vastness came over him such as we experience by the ever-moving sea, when the storm breaks forth, and it brought tears into his eyes. He did not himself know why he wept, yet a kind of pleasant feeling mingled with his tears. How wonderfully glorious it would be to sit with the student under such a tree. But that was out of the question, he must be content to look through the keyhole, and be thankful for even that. There he stood on the old landing, with the autumn wind blowing down upon him through the trapdoor. It was very cold. But the little creature did not really feel it, till the light in the garret went out, and the tones of music died away. Then how he shivered, and crept downstairs again to his warm corner, where it felt homelike and comfortable. And when Christmas came again, and brought the dish of jam and the great lump of butter, he liked the huckster best of all. Soon after, in the middle of the night, the goblin was awoke by a terrible noise and knocking against the window shutters and the house doors, and by the sound of the watchman's horn. For a great fire had broken out, and the whole street appeared full of flames. Was it in their house, or a neighbor's? No one could tell, for terror had seized upon all. The huckster's wife was so bewildered that she took her gold earrings out of her ears and put them in her pocket, that she might save something at least. The huckster ran to get his business papers, and the servant resolved to save her blue silk mantle, which she had managed to buy. Each wished to keep the best things they had. The goblin had the same wish. For, with one spring, he was upstairs and in the student's room, whom he found standing by the open window, and looking quite calmly at the fire, which was raging at the house of a neighbor opposite. The goblin caught up the wonderful book which lay on the table, and popped it into his red cap, which he held tightly with both hands. The greatest treasure in the house was saved. And he ran away with it to the roof, and seated himself on the chimney. The flames of the burning house opposite illuminated him as he sat, both hands pressed tightly over his cap, in which the treasure lay. And then he found out what feelings really reigned in his heart, and knew exactly which way they tended. And yet, when the fire was extinguished, and the goblin again began to reflect, he hesitated, and said at last, "I must divide myself between the two, I cannot quite give up the huckster, because of the jam." And this is a representation of human nature. We are like the goblin, we all go to visit the huckster, because of the jam. In 1,000 years. Yes, in 1,000 years people will fly on the wings of steam through the air, over the ocean. The young inhabitants of America will become visitors of old Europe. They will come over to see the monuments and the great cities, which will then be in ruins, just as we in our time make pilgrimages to the tottering splendors of southern Asia. In 1,000 years they will come. The Thames, the Danube, and the Rhine still roll their course, Mont Blanc stands firm with its snow-capped summit, and the northern lights gleam over the land of the north. But generation after generation has become dust, whole rows of the mighty of the moment are forgotten, like those who already slumber under the hill on which the rich trader, whose ground it is, has built a bench, on which he can sit and look out across his waving corn fields. To Europe, cry the young sons of America, to the land of our ancestors, the glorious land of monuments and fancy, to Europe. The ship of the air comes. It is crowded with passengers, for the transit is quicker than by sea. The electromagnetic wire under the ocean has already telegraphed the number of the aerial caravan. Europe is in sight. It is the coast of Ireland that they see, but the passengers are still asleep. They will not be called till they are exactly over England. There they will first step on European shore, in the land of Shakespeare, as the educated call it, in the land of politics, the land of machines, as it is called by others. Here they stay a whole day. That is all the time the busy race can devote to the whole of England and Scotland. Then the journey is continued through the tunnel under the English Channel, to France, the land of Charlemagne and Napoleon. Molière is named, the learned men talk of the classic school of remote antiquity. There is rejoicing and shouting for the names of heroes, poets, and men of science, whom our time does not know, but who will be born after our time in Paris, the center of Europe, and elsewhere. The air steamboat flies over the country whence Columbus went forth, where Cortez was born, and where Calderon sang dramas in sounding verse. Beautiful black-eyed women live still in the blooming valleys, and the oldest songs speak of the Cid and the Alhambra. Then through the air, over the sea, to Italy, where once lay old, everlasting Rome. It has vanished. The Campagna lies desert. A single ruined wall is shown as the remains of St. Peter's, but there is a doubt if this ruin be genuine. Next to Greece, to sleep a night in the Grand Hotel at the top of Mount Olympus, to say that they have been there. And the journey is continued to the Bosphorus, to rest there a few hours, and see the place where Byzantium lay, and where the legend tells that the harem stood in the time of the Turks. Poor fishermen are now spreading their nets. Over the remains of mighty cities on the broad Danube, cities which we in our time know not, the travellers pass, but here and there, on the rich sites of those that time shall bring forth, the caravan sometimes descends, and departs thence again. Down below lies Germany, that was once covered with a close net of railway and canals, the region where Luther spoke, where Goethe sang, and Mozart once held the scepter of harmony. Great names shine there, in science and in art, names that are unknown to us. One day devoted to seeing Germany, and one for the north, the country of Ørsted and Linnaeus, and for Norway, the land of the old heroes and the young Normans. Iceland is visited on the journey home. The geysers burn no more, Hekla is an extinct volcano, but the rocky island is still fixed in the midst of the foaming sea, a continual monument of legend and poetry. There is really a great deal to be seen in Europe, says the young American, and we have seen it in a week, according to the directions of the great traveler, and here he mentions the name of one of his contemporaries, in his celebrated work. How to See All Europe in a Week. The Swan's Nest. Between the Baltic and the North Sea there lies an old swan's nest, wherein swans are born and have been born that shall never die. In olden times a flock of swans flew over the Alps to the green plains around Milan, where it was delightful to dwell. This flight of swans men called the Lombards. Another flock, with shining plumage and honest eyes, soared southward to Byzantium. The swans established themselves there close by the emperor's throne, and spread their wings over him as shields to protect him. They received the name of Varangians. On the coast of France there sounded a cry of fear, for the blood-stained swans that came from the north with fire under their wings, and the people prayed, "Heaven deliver us from the wild Northmen." On the fresh sward of England stood the Danish swan by the open seashore, with the crown of 3 kingdoms on his head, and he stretched out his golden scepter over the land. The heathens on the Pomerian coast bent the knee, and the Danish swans came with the banner of the cross and with the drawn sword. That was in the very old times, you say. In later days 2 mighty swans have been seen to fly from the nest. A light shone far through the air, far over the lands of the earth. The swan, with the strong beating of his wings, scattered the twilight mists, and the starry sky was seen, and it was as if it came nearer to the earth. That was the swan Tycho Brahe. Yes, then, you say, but in our own days. We have seen swan after swan soar by in glorious flight. One let his pinions glide over the strings of the golden harp, and it resounded through the north. Norway's mountains seemed to rise higher in the sunlight of former days. There was a rustling among the pine trees and the birches. The gods of the north, the heroes, and the noble women, showed themselves in the dark forest depths. We have seen a swan beat with his wings upon the marble crag, so that it burst, and the forms of beauty imprisoned in the stone stepped out to the sunny day, and men in the lands round about lifted up their heads to behold these mighty forms. We have seen a third swan spinning the thread of thought that is fastened from country to country round the world, so that the word may fly with lightning speed from land to land. And our Lord loves the old swan's nest between the Baltic and the North Sea. And when the mighty birds come soaring through the air to destroy it, even the callow young stand round in a circle on the margin of the nest, and though their breasts may be struck so that their blood flows, they bear it. And strike with their wings and their claws. Centuries will pass by, swans will fly forth from the nest, men will see them and hear them in the world, before it shall be said in spirit and in truth, this is the last swan, the last song from the swan's nest. Under the Willow-Tree. The region round the little town of Gjog is very bleak and cold. The town lies on the sea shore, which is always beautiful. But here it might be more beautiful than it is, for on every side the fields are flat, and it is a long way to the forest. But when persons reside in a place and get used to it, they can always find something beautiful in it, something for which they long, even in the most charming spot in the world which is not home. It must be owned that there are in the outskirts of the town some humble gardens on the banks of a little stream that runs on towards the sea, and in summer these gardens look very pretty. Such indeed was the opinion of 2 little children, whose parents were neighbors, and who played in these gardens, and forced their way from one garden to the other through the gooseberry bushes that divided them. In one of the gardens grew an elder tree, and in the other an old willow, under which the children were very fond of playing. They had permission to do so, although the tree stood close by the stream, and they might easily have fallen into the water, but the eye of God watches over the little ones, otherwise they would never be safe. At the same time, these children were very careful not to go too near the water. Indeed, the boy was so afraid of it, that in the summer, while the other children were splashing about in the sea, nothing could entice him to join them. They jeered and laughed at him, and he was obliged to bear it all as patiently as he could. Once the neighbor's little girl, Joanna, dreamed that she was sailing in a boat, and the boy, Nud was his name, waded out in the water to join her, and the water came up to his neck, and at last closed over his head. And in a moment he had disappeared. When little Nud heard this dream, it seemed as if he could not bear the mocking and jeering again. How could he dare to go into the water now, after Joanna's dream? He never would do it, for this dream always satisfied him. The parents of these children, who were poor, often sat together while Nud and Joanna played in the gardens or in the road. Along this road, a row of willow trees had been planted to separate it from a ditch on one side of it. They were not very handsome trees, for the tops had been cut off, however, they were intended for use, and not for show. The old willow tree in the garden was much handsomer, and therefore the children were very fond of sitting under it. The town had a large marketplace, and at the fair time there would be whole rows, like streets, of tents and booths containing silks and ribbons, and toys and cakes, and everything that could be wished for. There were crowds of people, and sometimes the weather would be rainy, and splash with moisture the woolen jackets of the peasants, but it did not destroy the beautiful fragrance of the honey cakes and gingerbread with which one booth was filled. And the best of it was, that the man who sold these cakes always lodged during the fair time with little Nud's parents. So every now and then he had a present of gingerbread, and of course Joanna always had a share. And, more delightful still, the gingerbread seller knew all sorts of things to tell and could even relate stories about his own gingerbread. So one evening he told them a story that made such a deep impression on the children that they never forgot it, and therefore I think we may as well hear it too, for it is not very long. Once upon a time, said he, there lay on my counter 2 gingerbread cakes, one in the shape of a man wearing a hat, the other of a maiden without a bonnet. Their faces were on the side that was uppermost, for on the other side they looked very different. Most people have a best side to their characters, which they take care to show to the world. On the left, just where the heart is, the gingerbread man had an almond stuck in to represent it, but the maiden was honey cake all over. They were placed on the counter as samples, and after lying there a long time they at last fell in love with each other, but neither of them spoke of it to the other, as they should have done if they expected anything to follow. He is a man, he ought to speak the first word, thought the gingerbread maiden, but she felt quite happy, she was sure that her love was returned. But his thoughts were far more ambitious, as the thoughts of a man often are. He dreamed that he was a real street boy, that he possessed 4 real pennies, and that he had bought the gingerbread lady, and ate her up. And so they lay on the counter for days and weeks, till they grew hard and dry. But the thoughts of the maiden became ever more tender and womanly. Ah well, it is enough for me that I have been able to live on the same counter with him, said she one day, when suddenly, crack, and she broke in 2. Ah, said the gingerbread man to himself, if she had only known of my love, she would have kept together a little longer. And here they both are, and that is their history, said the cake man. You think the history of their lives and their silent love, which never came to anything, very remarkable, and there they are for you. So saying, he gave Joanna the gingerbread man, who was still quite whole, and to Nud the broken maiden. But the children had been so much impressed by the story, that they had not the heart to eat the lovers up. The next day they went into the churchyard, and took the 2 cake figures with them, and sat down under the church wall, which was covered with luxuriant ivy in summer and winter, and looked as if hung with rich tapestry. They stuck up the 2 gingerbread figures in the sunshine among the green leaves, and then told the story, and all about the silent love which came to nothing, to a group of children. They called it, love, because the story was so lovely, and the other children had the same opinion. But when they turned to look at the gingerbread pair, the broken maiden was gone. A great boy, out of wickedness, had eaten her up. At first the children cried about it, but afterwards, thinking very probably that the poor lover ought not to be left alone in the world, they ate him up too, but they never forgot the story. The 2 children still continued to play together by the elder tree, and under the willow, and the little maiden sang beautiful songs, with a voice that was as clear as a bell. Nud, on the contrary, had not a note of music in him, but knew the words of the songs, and that of course is something. The people of Gjog, and even the rich wife of the man who kept the fancy shop, would stand and listen while Joanna was singing, and say, she has really a very sweet voice. Those were happy days, but they could not last forever. The neighbors were separated, the mother of the little girl was dead, and her father had thoughts of marrying again and of residing in the capital, where he had been promised a very lucrative appointment as messenger. The neighbors parted with tears, the children wept sadly, but their parents promised that they should write to each other at least once a year. After this, Nud was bound apprentice to a shoemaker. He was growing a great boy, and could not be allowed to run wild any longer. Besides, he was going to be confirmed. Ah, how happy he would have been on that festal day in Copenhagen with little Joanna. But he still remained at Gjog, and had never seen the great city, though the town is not 5 miles from it. But far across the bay, when the sky was clear, the towers of Copenhagen could be seen. And on the day of his confirmation he saw distinctly the golden cross on the principal church glittering in the sun. How often his thoughts were with Joanna. But did she think of him? Yes. About Christmas came a letter from her father to Nud's parents, which stated that they were going on very well in Copenhagen, and mentioning particularly that Joanna's beautiful voice was likely to bring her a brilliant fortune in the future. She was engaged to sing at a concert, and she had already earned money by singing, out of which she sent her dear neighbors at Gjog a whole $1, for them to make merry on Christmas Eve, and they were to drink her health. She had herself added this in a postscript, and in the same postscript she wrote, "Kind regards to Nud." The good neighbors wept, although the news was so pleasant, but they wept tears of joy. Nud's thoughts had been daily with Joanna, and now he knew that she also had thought of him, and the nearer the time came for his apprenticeship to end, the clearer did it appear to him that he loved Joanna, and that she must be his wife. And a smile came on his lips at the thought, and at one time he drew the thread so fast as he worked, and pressed his foot so hard against the knee strap, that he ran the awl into his finger, but what did he care for that? He was determined not to play the dumb lover as both the gingerbread cakes had done. The story was a good lesson to him. At length he became a journeyman. And then, for the first time, he prepared for a journey to Copenhagen, with his knapsack packed and ready. A master was expecting him there, and he thought of Joanna, and how glad she would be to see him. She was now 17, and he 19 years old. He wanted to buy a gold ring for her in Gjog, but then he recollected how far more beautiful such things would be in Copenhagen. So he took leave of his parents, and on a rainy day, late in the autumn, wandered forth on foot from the town of his birth. The leaves were falling from the trees. And, by the time he arrived at his new master's in the great metropolis, he was wet through. On the following Sunday he intended to pay his first visit to Joanna's father. When the day came, the new journeyman's clothes were brought out, and a new hat, which he had brought in Gjog. The hat became him very well, for hitherto he had only worn a cap. He found the house that he sought easily, but had to mount so many stairs that he became quite giddy. It surprised him to find how people lived over one another in this dreadful town. On entering a room in which everything denoted prosperity, Joanna's father received him very kindly. The new wife was a stranger to him, but she shook hands with him, and offered him coffee. "Joanna will be very glad to see you," said her father. "You have grown quite a nice young man. You shall see her presently. She is a good child, and is the joy of my heart, and, please God, she will continue to be so. She has her own room now, and pays us rent for it." And the father knocked quite politely at a door, as if he were a stranger, and then they both went in. How pretty everything was in that room! A more beautiful apartment could not be found in the whole town of Gjog. The queen herself could scarcely be better accommodated. There were carpets, and rugs, and window curtains hanging to the ground. Pictures and flowers were scattered about. There was a velvet chair, and a looking-glass against the wall, into which a person might be in danger of stepping, for it was as large as a door. All this Nud saw at a glance, and yet, in truth, he saw nothing but Joanna. She was quite grown up, and very different from what Nud had fancied her, and a great deal more beautiful. In all Gjog there was not a girl like her, and how graceful she looked, although her glance at first was odd, and not familiar. But for a moment only, then she rushed towards him as if she would have kissed him. She did not, however, although she was very near it. Yes, she really was joyful at seeing the friend of her childhood once more, and the tears even stood in her eyes. Then she asked so many questions about Nud's parents, and everything, even to the elder tree and the willow, which she called elder mother and willow father, as if they had been human beings. And so, indeed, they might be, quite as much as the gingerbread cakes. Then she talked about them, and the story of their silent love, and how they lay on the counter together and split in two, and then she laughed heartily. But the blood rushed into Nud's cheeks, and his heart beat quickly. Joanna was not proud at all. He noticed that through her he was invited by her parents to remain the whole evening with them, and she poured out the tea and gave him a cup herself. And afterward she took a book and read aloud to them, and it seemed to Nud as if the story was all about himself and his love, for it agreed so well with his own thoughts. And then she sang a simple song, which, through her singing, became a true story, and as if she poured forth the feelings of her own heart. "Oh," he thought, "she knows I am fond of her." The tears he could not restrain rolled down his cheeks, and he was unable to utter a single word. It seemed as if he had been struck dumb. When he left, she pressed his hand, and said, "You have a kind heart, Nud, remain always as you are now." What an evening of happiness this had been! To sleep after it was impossible, and Nud did not sleep. At parting, Joanna's father had said, "Now, you won't quite forget us, you must not let the whole winter go by without paying us another visit." So that Nud felt himself free to go again the following Sunday evening, and so he did. But every evening after working hours, and they worked by candlelight then, he walked out into the town, and through the street in which Joanna lived, to look up at her window. It was almost always lighted up. And one evening he saw the shadow of her face quite plainly on the window blind. That was a glorious evening for him. His master's wife did not like his always going out in the evening, idling, wasting time, as she called it, and she shook her head. But his master only smiled, and said, "He is a young man, my dear, you know." "On Sunday I shall see her," said Nud to himself, "and I will tell her that I love her with my whole heart and soul, and that she must be my little wife. I know I am now only a poor journeyman shoemaker, but I will work and strive, and become a master in time. Yes, I will speak to her, nothing comes from silent love. I learnt that from the gingerbread cake story." Sunday came, but when Nud arrived, they were all unfortunately invited out to spend the evening, and were obliged to tell him so. Joanna pressed his hand, and said, "Have you ever been to the theatre? You must go once. I sing there on Wednesday, and if you have time on that day, I will send you a ticket. My father knows where your master lives." How kind this was of her! And on Wednesday, about noon, Nud received a sealed packet with no address, but the ticket was inside, and in the evening Nud went, for the first time in his life, to a theatre. And what did he see? He saw Joanna, and how beautiful and charming she looked. He certainly saw her being married to a stranger, but that was all in the play, and only a pretense. Nud well knew that. She could never have the heart, he thought, to send him a ticket to go and see it, if it had been real. So he looked on, and when all the people applauded and clapped their hands, he shouted, "Hurrah!" He could see that even the king smiled at Joanna, and seemed delighted with her singing. How small Nud felt, but then he loved her so dearly, and thought she loved him, and the man must speak the first word, as the gingerbread maiden had thought. Ah, how much there was for him in that childish story! As soon as Sunday arrived, he went again, and felt as if he were about to enter on holy ground. Joanna was alone to welcome him, nothing could be more fortunate. "I am so glad you are come," she said. "I was thinking of sending my father for you, but I had a presentiment that you would be here this evening. The fact is, I wanted to tell you that I am going to France. I shall start on Friday. It is necessary for me to go there, if I wish to become a first-rate performer." Poor Nud! It seemed to him as if the whole room was whirling round with him. His courage failed, and he felt as if his heart would burst. He kept down the tears, but it was easy to see how sorrowful he was. "You honest, faithful soul," she exclaimed, and the words loosened Nud's tongue, and he told her how truly he had loved her, and that she must be his wife. And as he said this, he saw Joanna change color, and turn pale. She let his hand fall, and said, earnestly and mournfully, "Nud, do not make yourself and me unhappy. I will always be a good sister to you, one in whom you can trust. But I can never be anything more." And she drew her white hand over his burning forehead, and said, "God give strength to bear a great deal, if we only strive ourselves to endure." At this moment her stepmother came into the room, and Joanna said quickly, "Nud is so unhappy, because I am going away," and it appeared as if they had only been talking of her journey. "Come, be a man," she added, placing her hand on his shoulder. "You are still a child, and you must be good and reasonable, as you were when we were both children, and played together under the willow-tree." Nud listened, but he felt as if the world had slid out of its course. His thoughts were like a loose thread fluttering to and fro in the wind. He stayed, although he could not tell whether she had asked him to do so. But she was kind and gentle to him, she poured out his tea, and sang to him, but the song had not the old tone in it, although it was wonderfully beautiful, and made his heart feel ready to burst. And then he rose to go. He did not offer his hand, but she seized it, and said, "Will you not shake hands with your sister at parting, my old playfellow?" And she smiled through the tears that were rolling down her cheeks. Again she repeated the word brother, which was a great consolation certainly, and thus they parted. She sailed to France, and Nud wandered about the muddy streets of Copenhagen. The other journeyman in the shop asked him why he looked so gloomy, and wanted him to go and amuse himself with them, as he was still a young man. So he went with them to a dancing room. He saw many handsome girls there, but none like Joanna. And here, where he thought to forget her, she was more lifelike before his mind than ever. "God gives us strength to bear much, if we try to do our best," she had said. And as he thought of this, a devout feeling came into his mind, and he folded his hands. Then, as the violins played and the girls danced round the room, he started. For it seemed to him as if he were in a place where he ought not to have brought Joanna, for she was here with him in his heart, and so he went out at once. As he went through the streets at a quick pace, he passed the house where she used to live. It was all dark, empty, and lonely. But the world went on its course, and Nud was obliged to go on too. Winter came, the water was frozen, and everything seemed buried in a cold grave. But when spring returned, and the first steamer prepared to sail, Nud was seized with a longing to wander forth into the world, but not to France. So he packed his knapsack, and travelled through Germany, going from town to town, but finding neither rest or peace. It was not till he arrived at the glorious old town of Nuremberg that he gained the mastery over himself, and rested his weary feet, and here he remained. Nuremberg is a wonderful old city, and looks as if it had been cut out of an old picture book. The streets seem to have arranged themselves according to their own fancy, and as if the houses objected to stand in rows or rank and file. Gables, with little towers, ornamented columns, and statues, can be seen even to the city gate. And from the singular-shaped roofs, waterspouts, formed like dragons, or long lean dogs, extend far across to the middle of the street. Here, in the marketplace, stood Nud, with his knapsack on his back, close to one of the old fountains which are so beautifully adorned with figures, scriptural and historical, and which spring up between the sparkling jets of water. A pretty servant maid was just filling her pails, and she gave Nud a refreshing draught. She had a handful of roses, and she gave him one, which appeared to him like a good omen for the future. From a neighbouring church came the sounds of music, and the familiar tones reminded him of the organ at home at Gjog, so he passed into the great cathedral. The sunshine streamed through the painted glass windows, and between two lofty slender pillars. His thoughts became prayerful, and calm peace rested on his soul. He next sought and found a good master in Nuremberg, with whom he stayed and learnt the German language. The old moat round the town had been converted into a number of little kitchen gardens. But the high walls, with their heavy-looking towers, are still standing. Inside these walls the ropemaker twisted his ropes along a walk built like a gallery, and in the cracks and crevices of the walls elderbushes grow and stretch their green boughs over the small houses which stand below. In one of these houses lived the master for whom Nud worked, and over the little garret window where he sat, the elder tree waved its branches. Here he dwelt through one summer and winter, but when spring came again, he could endure it no longer. The elder was in blossom, and its fragrance was so homelike, that he fancied himself back again in the gardens of Gjog. So Nud left his master, and went to work for another who lived farther in the town, where no elder grew. His workshop was quite close to one of the old stone bridges, near to a watermill, round which the roaring stream rushed and foamed always, yet restrained by the neighbouring houses, whose old, decayed balconies hung over, and seemed ready to fall into the water. Here grew no elder, here was not even a flower pot, with its little green plant, but just opposite the workshop stood a great willow tree, which seemed to hold fast to the house for fear of being carried away by the water. It stretched its branches over the stream just as those of the willow tree in the garden at Gjog had spread over the river. Yes, he had indeed gone from elder mother to willow father. There was a something about the tree here, especially in the moonlight nights, that went direct to his heart, yet it was not in reality the moonlight, but the old tree itself. However, he could not endure it, and why? Ask the willow, ask the blossoming elder. At all events, he bade farewell to Nuremberg and journeyed onwards. He never spoke of Joanna to any one, his sorrow was hidden in his heart. The old childish story of the 2 cakes had a deep meaning for him. He understood now why the gingerbread man had a bitter almond in his left side. His was the feeling of bitterness, and Joanna, so mild and friendly, was represented by the honey cake maiden. As he thought upon all this, the strap of his knapsack pressed across his chest so that he could hardly breathe. He loosened it, but gained no relief. He saw but half the world around him, the other half he carried with him in his inward thoughts, and this is the condition in which he left Nuremberg. Not till he caught sight of the lofty mountains did the world appear more free to him, his thoughts were attracted to outer objects, and tears came into his eyes. The Alps appeared to him like the wings of earth folded together. Unfolded, they would display the variegated pictures of dark woods, foaming waters, spreading clouds, and masses of snow. At the last day, thought he, the earth will unfold its great wings, and soar upwards to the skies, there to burst like a soap bubble in the radiant glance of the deity. Oh, sighed he, that the last day were come. Silently he wandered on through the country of the Alps, which seemed to him like a fruit garden, covered with soft turf. From the wooden balconies of the houses the young lace-makers nodded as he passed. The summits of the mountains glowed in the red evening sunset, and the green lakes beneath the dark trees reflected the glow. Then he thought of the sea coast by the Bake Jogue, with a longing in his heart that was, however, without pain. There, where the Rhine rolls onward like a great billow, and dissolves itself into snowflakes, where glistening clouds are ever changing as if here was the place of their creation, while the rainbow flutters about them like a many-colored ribbon. There did Nud think of the water-mill at Jogue, with its rushing, foaming waters. Gladly would he have remained in the quiet Rhenish town, but there were too many elders and willow trees. So he travelled onwards, over a grand, lofty chain of mountains, over rugged, rocky precipices, and along roads that hung on the mountain side like a swallow's nest. The waters foamed in the depths below him. The clouds lay beneath him. He wandered on, treading upon alpine roses, thistles, and snow, with the summer sun shining upon him, till at length he bid farewell to the lands of the north. Then he passed on under the shade of blooming chestnut trees, through vineyards, and fields of Indian corn, till conscious that the mountains were as a wall between him and his early recollections, and he wished it to be so. Before him lay a large and splendid city, called Milan, and here he found a German master who engaged him as a workman. The master and his wife, in whose workshop he was employed, were an old, pious couple. And the 2 old people became quite fond of the quiet journeyman, who spoke but little, but worked more, and led a pious, Christian life, and even to himself it seemed as if God had removed the heavy burden from his heart. His greatest pleasure was to climb, now and then, to the roof of the noble church, which was built of white marble. The pointed towers, the decorated and open cloisters, the stately columns, the white statues which smiled upon him from every corner and porch and arch, all, even the church itself, seemed to him to have been formed from the snow of his native land. Above him was the blue sky, below him, the city in the wide-spreading plains of Lombardy, and towards the north, the lofty mountains, covered with perpetual snow. And then he thought of the church of Jogue, with its red, ivy-clad walls, but he had no longing to go there. Here, beyond the mountains, he would die and be buried. 3 years had passed away since he left his home. 1 year of that time he had dwelt at Milan. One day his master took him into the town, not to the circus in which riders performed, but to the opera, a large building, itself a sight well worth seeing. The 7 tiers of boxes, which reached from the ground to a dizzy height, near the ceiling, were hung with rich, silken curtains, and in them were seated elegantly dressed ladies, with bouquets of flowers in their hands. The gentlemen were also in full dress, and many of them wore decorations of gold and silver. The place was so brilliantly lighted that it seemed like sunshine, and glorious music rolled through the building. Everything looked more beautiful than in the theatre at Copenhagen, but then Joanna had been there, and, could it be? Yes, it was like magic, she was here also, for, when the curtain rose, there stood Joanna, dressed in silk and gold, and with a golden crown upon her head. She sang, he thought, as only an angel could sing. And then she stepped forward to the front and smiled, as only Joanna could smile, and looked directly at Nud. Poor Nud! He seized his master's hand, and cried out loud, Joanna, but no one heard him, excepting his master, for the music sounded above everything. Yes, yes, it is Joanna, said his master. And he drew forth a printed bill, and pointed to her name, which was there in full. Then it was not a dream. All the audience applauded her, and threw wreaths of flowers at her. And every time she went away they called for her again, so that she was always coming and going. In the street the people crowded round her carriage, and drew it away themselves without the horses. Nud was in the foremost row, and shouted as joyously as the rest, and when the carriage stopped before a brilliantly lighted house, Nud placed himself close to the door of her carriage. It flew open, and she stepped out. The light fell upon her dear face, and he could see that she smiled as she thanked them, and appeared quite overcome. Nud looked straight in her face, and she looked at him, but she did not recognize him. A man, with a glittering star on his breast, gave her his arm, and people said the two were engaged to be married. Then Nud went home and packed up his knapsack. He felt he must return to the home of his childhood, to the elder tree and the willow. Ah, under that willow tree! A man may live a whole life in one single hour. The old couple begged him to remain, but words were useless. In vain they reminded him that winter was coming, and that the snow had already fallen on the mountains. He said he could easily follow the track of the closely moving carriages, for which a path must be kept clear, and with nothing but his knapsack on his back, and leaning on his stick, he could step along briskly. So he turned his steps to the mountains, ascended one side and descended the other, still going northward till his strength began to fail, and not a house or village could be seen. The stars shone in the sky above him, and down in the valley lights glittered like stars, as if another sky were beneath him, but his head was dizzy and his feet stumbled, and he felt ill. The lights in the valley grew brighter and brighter, and more numerous, and he could see them moving to and fro, and then he understood that there must be a village in the distance. So he exerted his failing strength to reach it, and at length obtained shelter in a humble lodging. He remained there that night and the whole of the following day, for his body required rest and refreshment, and in the valley there was rain and a thaw. But early in the morning of the third day, a man came with an organ and played one of the melodies of home, and after that Nud could remain there no longer, so he started again on his journey toward the north. He traveled for many days with hasty steps, as if he were trying to reach home before all whom he remembered should die, but he spoke to no one of this longing. No one would have believed or understood this sorrow of his heart, the deepest that can be felt by human nature. Such grief is not for the world, it is not entertaining even to friends, and poor Nud had no friends. He was a stranger, wandering through strange lands to his home in the north. He was walking one evening through the public roads, the country around him was flatter, with fields and meadows, the air had a frosty feeling. A willow tree grew by the roadside, everything reminded him of home. He felt very tired, so he sat down under the tree, and very soon began to nod, then his eyes closed in sleep. Yet still he seemed conscious that the willow tree was stretching its branches over him. In his dreaming state the tree appeared like a strong, old man, the willow father himself, who had taken his tired son up in his arms to carry him back to the land of home, to the garden of his childhood, on the bleak open shores of Gjog. And then he dreamed that it was really the willow tree itself from Gjog, which had traveled out in the world to seek him, and now had found him and carried him back into the little garden on the banks of the streamlet. And there stood Joanna, in all her splendor, with the golden crown on her head, as he had last seen her, to welcome him back. And then there appeared before him two remarkable shapes, which looked much more like human beings than when he had seen them in his childhood. They were changed, but he remembered that they were the two gingerbread cakes, the man and the woman, who had shown their best sides to the world and looked so good. "We thank you," they said to Nud, "for you have loosened our tongues. We have learned from you that thoughts should be spoken freely, or nothing will come of them, and now something has come of our thoughts, for we are engaged to be married." Then they walked away, hand in hand, through the streets of Jog, looking very respectable on the best side, which they were quite right to show. They turned their steps to the church, and Nud and Joanna followed them, also walking hand in hand. There stood the church, as of old, with its red walls, on which the green ivy grew. The great church door flew open wide, and as they walked up the broad aisle, soft tones of music sounded from the organ. "Our master first," said the gingerbread pair, making room for Nud and Joanna. As they knelt at the altar, Joanna bent her head over him, and cold, icy tears fell on his face from her eyes. They were indeed tears of ice, for her heart was melting towards him through his strong love, and as her tears fell on his burning cheeks he awoke. He was still sitting under the willow-tree in a strange land, on a cold winter evening, with snow and hail falling from the clouds, and beating upon his face. "That was the most delightful hour of my life," said he, "although it was only a dream. Oh, let me dream again." Then he closed his eyes once more, and slept and dreamed. Towards morning there was a great fall of snow, the wind drifted it over him, but he still slept on. The villagers came forth to go to church. By the roadside they found a workman seated, but he was dead. Frozen to death under a willow-tree. The last pearl. We are in a rich, happy house, where the master, the servants, the friends of the family are full of joy and felicity. For on this day a son and heir has been born, and mother and child are doing well. The lamp in the bedchamber had been partly shaded, and the windows were covered with heavy curtains of some costly silken material. The carpet was thick and soft, like a covering of moss. Everything invited to slumber, everything had a charming look of repose, and so the nurse had discovered, for she slept, and well she might sleep, while everything around her told of happiness and blessing. The guardian angel of the house leaned against the head of the bed, while over the child was spread, as it were, a net of shining stars, and each star was a pearl of happiness. All the good stars of life had brought their gifts to the newly born. Here sparkled health, wealth, fortune, and love, in short, there seemed to be everything for which man could wish on earth. "Everything has been bestowed here," said the guardian angel. "No, not everything," said a voice near him, the voice of the good angel of the child. "One fairy has not yet brought her gift, but she will, even if years should elapse, she will bring her gift. It is the last pearl that is wanting." "Wanting!" cried the guardian angel, "nothing must be wanting here, and if it is so, let us fetch it, let us seek the powerful fairy, let us go to her. She will come some day unsought. Her pearl must not be missing. It must be there, that the crown, when worn, may be complete. Where is she to be found? Where does she dwell?" said the guardian angel. "Tell me, and I will procure the pearl." "Will you do that?" replied the good angel of the child. "Then I will lead you to her directly, wherever she may be. She has no abiding place, she rules in the palace of the emperor, sometimes she enters the peasant's humble cot, she passes no one without leaving a trace of her presence. She brings her gift with her, whether it is a world or a bauble. To this child she must come. You think that to wait for this time would be long and useless. Well, then, let us go for this pearl, the only one lacking amidst all this wealth." Then hand in hand they floated away to the spot where the fairy was now lingering. It was in a large house with dark windows and empty rooms, in which a peculiar stillness reigned. A whole row of windows stood open, so that the rude wind could enter at its pleasure, and the long white curtains waved to and fro in the current of air. In the center of one of the rooms stood an open coffin, in which lay the body of a woman, still in the bloom of youth and very beautiful. Fresh roses were scattered over her. The delicate folded hands and the noble face glorified in death by the solemn, earnest look, which spoke of an entrance into a better world, were alone visible. Around the coffin stood the husband and children, a whole troop, the youngest in the father's arms. They were come to take a last farewell look of their mother. The husband kissed her hand, which now lay like a withered leaf, but which a short time before had been diligently employed in deeds of love for them all. Tears of sorrow rolled down their cheeks, and fell in heavy drops on the floor, but not a word was spoken. The silence which reigned here expressed a world of grief. With silent steps, still sobbing, they left the room. A burning light remained in the room, and a long, red wick rose far above the flame, which fluttered in the draught of air. Strange men came in and placed the lid of the coffin over the dead, and drove the nails firmly in. While the blows of the hammer resounded through the house, and echoed in the hearts that were bleeding. "Whither art thou leading me?" asked the guardian angel. "Here dwells no fairy whose pearl could be counted amongst the best gifts of life." "Yes, she is here, here in this sacred hour," replied the angel, pointing to a corner of the room. And there, where in her lifetime, the mother had taken her seat amidst flowers and pictures, in that spot, where she, like the blessed fairy of the house, had welcomed husband, children, and friends, and, like a sunbeam, had spread joy and cheerfulness around her, the center and heart of them all, there, in that very spot, sat a strange woman, clothed in long, flowing garments, and occupying the place of the dead wife and mother. It was the fairy, and her name was Sorrow. A hot tear rolled into her lap, and formed itself into a pearl, glowing with all the colors of the rainbow. The angel seized it, the pearl glittered like a star with sevenfold radiance. The pearl of sorrow, the last, which must not be wanting, increases the luster, and explains the meaning of all the other pearls. Do you see the shimmer of the rainbow, which unites earth to heaven? So has there been a bridge built between this world and the next. Through the night of the grave we gaze upwards beyond the stars to the end of all things. Then we glance at the pearl of sorrow, in which are concealed the wings which shall carry us away to eternal happiness. A leaf from heaven. High up in the clear, pure air flew an angel, with a flower plucked from the garden of heaven. As he was kissing the flower, a very little leaf fell from it and sunk down into the soft earth in the middle of a wood. It immediately took root, sprouted, and sent out shoots among the other plants. "What a ridiculous little shoot," said one. "No one will recognize it, not even the thistle nor the stinging nettle." "It must be a kind of garden plant," said another, and so they sneered and despised the plant as a thing from a garden. "Where are you coming?" said the tall thistles whose leaves were all armed with thorns. "It is stupid nonsense to allow yourself to shoot out in this way, we are not here to support you." Winter came, and the plant was covered with snow, but the snow glittered over it as if it had sunshine beneath as well as above. When spring came, the plant appeared in full bloom, a more beautiful object than any other plant in the forest. And now the professor of botany presented himself, one who could explain his knowledge in black and white. He examined and tested the plant, but it did not belong to his system of botany, nor could he possibly find out to what class it did belong. "It must be some degenerate species," said he, "I do not know it, and it is not mentioned in any system." "Not known in any system," repeated the thistles and the nettles. The large trees which grew round it saw the plant and heard the remarks, but they said not a word either good or bad, which is the wisest plan for those who are ignorant. There passed through the forest a poor innocent girl, her heart was pure, and her understanding increased by her faith. Her chief inheritance had been an old Bible, which she read and valued. From its pages she heard the voice of God speaking to her, and telling her to remember what was said of Joseph's brethren when persons wished to injure her. They imagined evil in their hearts, but God turned it to good. If we suffer wrongfully, if we are misunderstood or despised, we must think of him who was pure and holy, and who prayed for those who nailed him to the cross, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." The girl stood still before the wonderful plant, for the green leaves exhaled a sweet and refreshing fragrance, and the flowers glittered and sparkled in the sunshine like colored flames. And the harmony of sweet sounds lingered round them as if each concealed within itself a deep fount of melody, which thousands of years could not exhaust. With pious gratitude the girl looked upon this glorious work of God, and bent down over one of the branches, that she might examine the flower and inhale the sweet perfume. Then a light broke in on her mind, and her heart expanded. Gladly would she have plucked a flower, but she could not overcome her reluctance to break one off. She knew it would so soon fade. So she took only a single green leaf, carried it home, and laid it in her Bible, where it remained ever green, fresh, and unfading. Between the pages of the Bible it still lay when, a few weeks afterwards, that Bible was laid under the young girl's head in her coffin. A holy calm rested on her face, as if the earthly remains bore the impress of the truth that she now stood in the presence of God. In the forest the wonderful plant still continued to bloom till it grew and became almost a tree, and all the birds of passage bowed themselves before it. "That plant is a foreigner, no doubt," said the thistles and the burdocks. "We can never conduct ourselves like that in this country." And the black forest snails actually spat at the flower. Then came the swineherd. He was collecting thistles and shrubs to burn them for the ashes. He pulled up the wonderful plant, roots and all, and placed it in his bundle. "This will be as useful as any," he said, so the plant was carried away. Not long after, the king of the country suffered from the deepest melancholy. He was diligent and industrious, but employment did him no good. They read deep and learned books to him, and then the lightest and most trifling that could be found, but all to no purpose. Then they applied for advice to one of the wise men of the world, and he sent them a message to say that there was one remedy which would relieve and cure him. And that it was a plant of heavenly origin which grew in the forest in the king's own dominions. The messenger described the flower so that his appearance could not be mistaken. Then said the swineherd, "I am afraid I carried this plant away from the forest in my bundle, and it has been burnt to ashes long ago. But I did not know any better." "You did not know any better." Ignorance upon ignorance indeed. The poor swineherd took these words to heart, for they were addressed to him. He knew not that there were others who were equally ignorant. Not even a leaf of the plant could be found. There was one, but it lay in the coffin of the dead. No one knew anything about it. Then the king, in his melancholy, wandered out to the spot in the wood. "Here is where the plant stood," he said. "It is a sacred place." Then he ordered that the place should be surrounded with a golden railing, and a sentry stationed near it. The botanical professor wrote a long treatise about the heavenly plant, and for this he was loaded with gold, which improved the position of himself and his family. And this part is really the most pleasant part of the story. For the plant had disappeared, and the king remained as melancholy and sad as ever, but the sentry said he had always been so. 2 maidens. Have you ever seen a maiden? I mean what our pavers call a maiden, a thing with which they ram down the paving stones in the roads. A maiden of this kind is made altogether of wood, broad below, and girt round with iron rings. At the top she is narrow, and has a stick passed across through her waist, and this stick forms the arms of the maiden. In the shed stood 2 maidens of this kind. They had their place among shovels, hand carts, wheelbarrows, and measuring tapes. And to all this company the news had come that the maidens were no longer to be called maidens, but hand-rammers. Which word was the newest and the only correct designation among the pavers for the thing we all know from the old times by the name of the maiden. Now, there are among us human creatures certain individuals who are known as emancipated women, as, for instance, principals of institutions, dancers who stand professionally on one leg, milliners, and sick nurses. And with this class of emancipated women the 2 maidens in the shed associated themselves. They were maidens among the paver folk, and determined not to give up this honorable appellation, and let themselves be miscalled rammers. Maiden is a human name, but hand-rammer is a thing, and we won't be called things, that's insulting us. My lover would be ready to give up his engagement, said the youngest, who was betrothed to a paver's hammer. And the hammer is the thing which drives great piles into the earth, like a machine, and therefore does on a large scale what 10 maidens effect in a similar way. He wants to marry me as a maiden, but whether he would have me were I a hand-rammer is a question, so I won't have my name changed. And I, said the elder one, would rather have both my arms broken off. But the wheelbarrow was of a different opinion, and the wheelbarrow was looked upon as of some consequence, for he considered himself a quarter of a coach, because he went about upon one wheel. I must submit to your notice, he said, that the name, Maiden, is common enough, and not nearly so refined as hand-rammer, or stamper, which latter has also been proposed, and through which you would be introduced into the category of seals. And only think of the great stamp of state, which impresses the royal seal that gives effect to the laws. No, in your case I would surrender my maiden name. No, certainly not, exclaimed the elder. I am too old for that. I presume you have never heard of what is called European necessity, observed the honest measuring tape. One must be able to adapt one's self to time and circumstances, and if there is a law that the maiden is to be called hand-rammer, why, she must be called hand-rammer, and no pouting will avail, for everything has its measure. No. If there must be a change, said the younger, I should prefer to be called Missy, for that reminds one a little of maidens. But I would rather be chopped to chips, said the elder. At last they all went to work. The maidens rode, that is, they were put in a wheelbarrow, and that was a distinction, but still they were called hand-rammers. My, they said, as they were bumped upon the pavement. My. And they were very nearly pronouncing the whole word, maiden, but they broke off short, and swallowed the last syllable, for after mature deliberation they considered it beneath their dignity to protest. But they always called each other maiden, and praised the good old days in which everything had been called by its right name, and those who were maidens were called maidens. And they remained as they were. For the hammer really broke off his engagement with the younger one, for nothing would suit him but he must have a maiden for his bride. The money box. In a nursery where a number of toys lay scattered about, a money box stood on the top of a very high wardrobe. It was made of clay in the shape of a pig, and had been bought of the potter. In the back of the pig was a slit, and this slit had been enlarged with a knife, so that dollars, or crown pieces, might slip through, and, indeed there were 2 in the box, besides a number of pence. The money pig was stuffed so full that it could no longer rattle, which is the highest state of perfection to which a money pig can attain. There he stood upon the cupboard, high and lofty, looking down upon everything else in the room. He knew very well that he had enough inside him to buy up all the other toys, and this gave him a very good opinion of his own value. The rest thought of this fact also, although they did not express it, for there were so many other things to talk about. A large doll, still handsome, though rather old, for her neck had been mended, lay inside one of the drawers which was partly open. She called out to the others, "Let us have a game at being men and women, that is something worth playing at." Upon this there was a great uproar. Even the engravings, which hung in frames on the wall, turned round in their excitement, and showed that they had a wrong side to them, although they had not the least intention to expose themselves in this way, or to object to the game. It was late at night, but as the moon shone through the windows, they had light at a cheap rate. And as the game was now to begin, all were invited to take part in it, even the children's wagon, which certainly belonged to the coarser playthings. "Each has its own value," said the wagon, "we cannot all be noblemen, there must be some to do the work." The money pig was the only one who received a written invitation. He stood so high that they were afraid he would not accept a verbal message. But in his reply, he said, if he had to take a part, he must enjoy the sport from his own home, they were to arrange for him to do so, and so they did. The little toy theater was therefore put up in such a way that the money pig could look directly into it. Some wanted to begin with a comedy, and afterwards to have a tea party and a discussion for mental improvement, but they commenced with the latter first. The rocking horse spoke of training and races. The wagon of railways and steam power, for these subjects belonged to each of their professions, and it was right they should talk of them. The clock talked politics, tick, tick. He professed to know what was the time of day, but there was a whisper that he did not go correctly. The bamboo cane stood by, looking stiff and proud, he was vain of his brass ferrule and silver top, and on the sofa lay 2 worked cushions, pretty but stupid. When the play at the little theatre began, the rest sat and looked on. They were requested to applaud and stamp, or crack, when they felt gratified with what they saw. But the riding whip said he never cracked for old people, only for the young who were not yet married. "I crack for everybody," said the cracker. "Yes, and a fine noise you make," thought the audience, as the play went on. It was not worth much, but it was very well played, and all the characters turned their painted sides to the audience, for they were made only to be seen on one side. The acting was wonderful, excepting that sometimes they came out beyond the lamps, because the wires were a little too long. The doll, whose neck had been darned, was so excited that the place in her neck burst, and the money pig declared he must do something for one of the players, as they had all pleased him so much. So he made up his mind to remember one of them in his will, as the one to be buried with him in the family vault, whenever that event should happen. They all enjoyed the comedy so much, that they gave up all thoughts of the tea party, and only carried out their idea of intellectual amusement, which they called playing at men and women, and there was nothing wrong about it, for it was only play. All the while, each one thought most of himself, or of what the money pig could be thinking. His thoughts were on, as he supposed, a very distant time, of making his will, and of his burial, and of when it might all come to pass. Certainly sooner than he expected, for all at once down he came from the top of the press, fell on the ground, and was broken to pieces. Then the pennies hopped and danced about in the most amusing manner. The little ones twirled round like tops, and the large ones rolled away as far as they could, especially the one great silver-crowned piece who had often to go out into the world, and now he had his wish as well as all the rest of the money. The pieces of the money pig were thrown into the dust-bin, and the next day there stood a new money pig on the cupboard, but it had not a farthing in its inside yet, and therefore, like the old one, it could not rattle. This was the beginning with him, and we will make it the end of our story. The Thorny Road of Honor. An old story yet lives of the thorny road of honor, of a marksman, who indeed attained to rank and office, but only after a lifelong and weary strife against difficulties. Who has not, in reading this story, thought of his own strife, and of his own numerous difficulties? The story is very closely akin to reality. But still it has its harmonious explanation here on earth, while reality often points beyond the confines of life to the regions of eternity. The history of the world is like a magic lantern that displays to us, in light pictures upon the dark ground of the present, how the benefactors of mankind, the martyrs of genius, wandered along the thorny road of honor. From all periods, and from every country, these shining pictures display themselves to us. Each only appears for a few moments, but each represents a whole life, sometimes a whole age, with its conflicts and victories. Let us contemplate here and there one of the company of martyrs, the company which will receive new members until the world itself shall pass away. We look down upon a crowded amphitheatre. Out of the clouds of Aristophanes, satire and humor are pouring down in streams upon the audience. On the stage Socrates, the most remarkable man in Athens, he who had been the shield and defense of the people against the 30 tyrants, is held up mentally and bodily to ridicule. Socrates, who saved Alcibiades and Xenophon in the turmoil of battle, and whose genius soared far above the gods of the ancients. He himself is present, he has risen from the spectators' bench, and has stepped forward, that the laughing Athenians may well appreciate the likeness between himself and the caricature on the stage. There he stands before them, towering high above them all. Thou juicy, green, poisonous hemlock, throw thy shadow over Athens, not thou, olive tree of fame. 7 cities contended for the honor of giving birth to Homer, that is to say, they contended after his death. Let us look at him as he was in his lifetime. He wanders on foot through the cities, and recites his verses for a livelihood. The thought for the morrow turns his hair grey. He, the great seer, is blind, and painfully pursues his way, the sharp thorn tears the mantle of the king of poets. His song yet lives, and through that alone live all the heroes and gods of antiquity. One picture after another springs up from the east, from the west, far removed from each other in time and place, and yet each one forming a portion of the thorny road of honor, on which the thistle indeed displays a flower, but only to adorn the grave. The camels pass along under the palm trees. They are richly laden with indigo and other treasures of value, sent by the ruler of the land to him whose songs are the delight of the people, the fame of the country. He whom envy and falsehood have driven into exile has been found, and the caravan approaches the little town in which he has taken refuge. A poor corpse is carried out of the town gate, and the funeral procession causes the caravan to halt. The dead man is he whom they have been sent to seek, Firdusi, who has wandered the thorny road of honor even to the end. The African, with blunt features, thick lips, and woolly hair, sits on the marble steps of the palace in the capital of Portugal, and begs. He is the submissive slave of Camoens, and but for him, and for the copper coins thrown to him by the passers-by, his master, the poet of the Lusiad, would die of hunger. Now, a costly monument marks the grave of Camoens. There is a new picture. Behind the iron grating a man appears, pale as death, with long unkempt beard. I have made a discovery, he says, the greatest that has been made for centuries, and they have kept me locked up here for more than 20 years. Who is the man? A madman, replies the keeper of the madhouse. What whimsical ideas these lunatics have. He imagines that one can propel things by means of steam. It is Solomon de Caires, the discoverer of the power of steam, whose theory, expressed in dark words, is not understood by Richelieu, and he dies in the madhouse. Here stands Columbus, whom the street boys used once to follow and jeer, because he wanted to discover a new world, and he has discovered it. Shouts of joy greet him from the breasts of all, and the clash of bells sounds to celebrate his triumphant return, but the clash of the bells of envy soon drowns the others. The discoverer of a world, he who lifted the American gold land from the sea, and gave it to his king, he is rewarded with iron chains. He wishes that these chains may be placed in his coffin, for they witness to the world of the way in which a man's contemporaries reward good service. One picture after another comes crowding on, the thorny path of honor and of fame is overfilled. Here in dark night sits the man who measured the mountains in the moon, he who forced his way out into the endless space, among stars and planets. He, the mighty man who understood the spirit of nature, and felt the earth moving beneath his feet, Galileo. Blind and deaf he sits, an old man thrust through with the spear of suffering, and amid the torments of neglect, scarcely able to lift his foot, that foot with which, in the anguish of his soul, when men denied the truth, he stamped upon the ground. With the exclamation, "Yet it moves." Here stands a woman of childlike mind, yet full of faith and inspiration. She carries the banner in front of the combating army, and brings victory and salvation to her fatherland. The sound of shouting arises, and the pile flames up. They are burning the witch, Joan of Arc. Yes, and a future century jeers at the white lily. Voltaire, the satyr of human intellect, writes La Pucelle. At the Thing or Assembly at Viborg, the Danish nobles burn the laws of the king. They flame up high, illuminating the period and the lawgiver, and throw a glory into the dark prison tower, where an old man is growing grey and bent. With his finger he marks out a groove in the stone table. It is the popular king who sits there, once the ruler of 3 kingdoms, the friend of the citizen and the peasant. It is Christian II. Enemies wrote his history. Let us remember his improvements of 27 years, if we cannot forget his crime. A ship sails away, quitting the Danish shores. A man leans against the mast, casting a last glance towards the island Huon. It is Tycho Brahe. He raised the name of Denmark to the stars, and was rewarded with injury, loss and sorrow. He is going to a strange country. The vault of heaven is above me everywhere, he says, and what do I want more? And away sails the famous Dane, the astronomer, to live honored and free in a strange land. Aye, free, if only from the unbearable sufferings of the body, comes in a sigh through time, and strikes upon our ear. What a picture! Griffenfeld, a Danish Prometheus, bound to the rocky island of Munkholm. We are in America, on the margin of one of the largest rivers. An innumerable crowd has gathered, for it is said that a ship is to sail against the wind and weather, bidding defiance to the elements. The man who thinks he can solve the problem is named Robert Fulton. The ship begins its passage, but suddenly it stops. The crowd begins to laugh and whistle and hiss. The very father of the man whistles with the rest. Conceit. Foolery, is the cry. It has happened just as he deserved. Put the crack brain under lock and key. Then suddenly a little nail breaks, which had stopped the machine for a few moments, and now the wheels turn again, the floats break the force of the waters, and the ship continues its course. And the beam of the steam engine shortens the distance between far lands from hours into minutes. O human race, canst thou grasp the happiness of such a minute of consciousness, this penetration of the soul by its mission, the moment in which all dejection and every wound, even those caused by one's own fault, is changed into health and strength and clearness, when discord is converted to harmony, the minute in which men seem to recognize the manifestation of the heavenly grace in one man, and feel how this one imparts it to all. Thus the thorny path of honor shows itself as a glory, surrounding the earth with its beams. Thrice happy he who is chosen to be a wanderer there, and, without merit of his own, to be placed between the builder of the bridge and the earth, between Providence and the human race. On mighty wings the spirit of history floats through the ages, and shows, giving courage and comfort, and awakening gentle thoughts, on the dark nightly background, but in gleaming pictures, the thorny path of honor, which does not, like a fairy tale, end in brilliancy and joy here on earth, but stretches out beyond all time, even into eternity. I.B. and Little Christina. In the forest that extends from the banks of the Gudenau, in North Jutland, a long way into the country, and not far from the clear stream, rises a great ridge of land, which stretches through the wood like a wall. Westward of this ridge, and not far from the river, stands a farmhouse, surrounded by such poor land that the sandy soil shows itself between the scanty ears of rye and wheat which grow in it. Some years have passed since the people who lived here cultivated these fields. They kept 3 sheep, a pig, and 2 oxen. In fact they maintained themselves very well, they had quite enough to live upon, as people generally have who are content with their lot. They even could have afforded to keep 2 horses, but it was a saying among the farmers in those parts, the horse eats himself up, that is to say, he eats as much as he earns. Jeppe Jans cultivated his fields in summer, and in the winter he made wooden shoes. He also had an assistant, a lad who understood as well as he himself did how to make wooden shoes strong, but light, and in the fashion. They carved shoes and spoons, which paid well, therefore no one could justly call Jeppe Jans and his family poor people. Little I.B., a boy of 7 years old and the only child, would sit by, watching the workmen, or cutting a stick, and sometimes his finger instead of the stick. But one day I.B. succeeded so well in his carving that he made 2 pieces of wood look really like 2 little wooden shoes, and he determined to give them as a present to little Christina. And who was little Christina? She was the boatman's daughter, graceful and delicate as the child of a gentleman. Had she been dressed differently, no one would have believed that she lived in a hut on the neighboring heath with her father. He was a widower, and earned his living by carrying firewood in his large boat from the forest to the eel pond and eel weir, on the estate of Silkeborg, and sometimes even to the distant town of Ronners. There was no one under whose care he could leave little Christina, so she was almost always with him in his boat, or playing in the wood among the blossoming heath, or picking the ripe wild berries. Sometimes, when her father had to go as far as the town, he would take little Christina, who was a year younger than I.B., across the heath to the cottage of Jeppe Jans, and leave her there. I.B. and Christina agreed together in everything. They divided their bread and berries when they were hungry, they were partners in digging their little gardens, they ran, and crept, and played about everywhere. Once they wandered a long way into the forest, and even ventured together to climb the high ridge. Another time they found a few snipes' eggs in the wood, which was a great event. I.B. had never been on the heath where Christina's father lived, nor on the river, but at last came an opportunity. Christina's father invited him to go for a sail in his boat. And the evening before, he accompanied the boatman across the heath to his house. The next morning early, the two children were placed on the top of a high pile of firewood in the boat, and sat eating bread and wild strawberries, while Christina's father and his man drove the boat forward with poles. They floated on swiftly, for the tide was in their favor, passing over lakes, formed by the stream in its course. Sometimes they seemed quite enclosed by reeds and water plants, yet there was always room for them to pass out, although the old trees overhung the water and the old oaks stretched out their bare branches, as if they had turned up their sleeves and wished to show their naughty, naked arms. Old alder trees, whose roots were loosened from the banks, clung with their fibers to the bottom of the stream, and the tops of the branches above the water looked like little woody islands. The water lilies waved themselves to and fro on the river, everything made the excursion beautiful, and at last they came to the great eel weir, where the water rushed through the floodgates, and the children thought this a beautiful sight. In those days there was no factory nor any town house, nothing but the great farm, with its scanty-bearing fields, in which could be seen a few herd of cattle, and one or two farm laborers. The rushing of the water through the sluices, and the scream of the wild ducks, were almost the only signs of active life at Silkeborg. After the firewood had been unloaded, Christina's father bought a whole bundle of eels and a sucking pig, which were all placed in a basket in the stern of the boat. Then they returned again up the stream. And as the wind was favorable, 2 sails were hoisted, which carried the boat on as well as if 2 horses had been harnessed to it. As they sailed on, they came by chance to the place where the boatman's assistant lived, at a little distance from the bank of the river. The boat was moored, and the 2 men, after desiring the children to sit still, both went on shore. They obeyed this order for a very short time, and then forgot it altogether. First they peeped into the basket containing the eels and the sucking pig, then they must needs pull out the pig and take it in their hands, and feel it, and touch it. And as they both wanted to hold it at the same time, the consequence was that they let it fall into the water, and the pig sailed away with the stream. Here was a terrible disaster. I.B. jumped ashore, and ran a little distance from the boat. "Oh, take me with you," cried Christina, and she sprang after him. In a few minutes they found themselves deep in a thicket, and could no longer see the boat or the shore. They ran on a little farther, and then Christina fell down, and began to cry. I.B. helped her up, and said, "Never mind, follow me. Yonder is the house." But the house was not yonder. And they wandered still farther, over the dry rustling leaves of the last year, and treading on fallen branches that crackled under their little feet, then they heard a loud, piercing cry, and they stood still to listen. Presently the scream of an eagle sounded through the wood. It was an ugly cry, and it frightened the children, but before them, in the thickest part of the forest, grew the most beautiful blackberries, in wonderful quantities. They looked so inviting that the children could not help stopping, and they remained there so long eating, that their mouths and cheeks became quite black with the juice. Presently they heard the frightful scream again, and Christina said, "We shall get into trouble about that pig." "Oh, never mind," said I.B., "we will go home to my father's house. It is here in the wood." So they went on, but the road led them out of the way, no house could be seen, it grew dark, and the children were afraid. The solemn stillness that reigned around them was now and then broken by the shrill cries of the great horned owl and other birds that they knew nothing of. At last they both lost themselves in the thicket. Christina began to cry, and then I.B. cried too, and, after weeping and lamenting for some time, they stretched themselves down on the dry leaves and fell asleep. The sun was high in the heavens when the 2 children woke. They felt cold. But not far from their resting place, on a hill, the sun was shining through the trees. They thought if they went there they should be warm, and I.B. fancied he should be able to see his father's house from such a high spot. But they were far away from home now, in quite another part of the forest. They clambered to the top of the rising ground, and found themselves on the edge of a declivity, which sloped down to a clear transparent lake. Great quantities of fish could be seen through the clear water, sparkling in the sun's rays, they were quite surprised when they came so suddenly upon such an unexpected sight. Close to where they stood grew a hazel bush, covered with beautiful nuts. They soon gathered some, cracked them, and ate the fine young kernels, which were only just ripe. But there was another surprise and fright in store for them. Out of the thicket stepped a tall old woman, her face quite brown, and her hair of a deep shining black. The whites of her eyes glittered like a Moor's. On her back she carried a bundle, and in her hand a knotted stick. She was a gypsy. The children did not at first understand what she said. She drew out of her pocket 3 large nuts, in which she told them were hidden the most beautiful and lovely things in the world, for they were wishing nuts. I.B. looked at her, and as she spoke so kindly, he took courage, and asked her if she would give him the nuts, and the woman gave them to him, and then gathered some more from the bushes for herself, quite a pocket full. I.B. and Christina looked at the wishing nuts with wide open eyes. "Is there in this nut a carriage, with a pair of horses?" asked I.B. "Yes, there is a golden carriage, with 2 golden horses," replied the woman. "Then give me that nut," said Christina, so I.B. gave it to her, and the strange woman tied up the nut for her in her handkerchief. I.B. held up another nut. "Is there, in this nut, a pretty little neckerchief like the one Christina has on her neck?" asked I.B. "There are 10 neckerchiefs in it," she replied, "as well as beautiful dresses, stockings, and a hat and veil." "Then I will have that one also," said Christina, "and it is a pretty one too." And then I.B. gave her the second nut. The third was a little black thing. "You may keep that one," said Christina, "it is quite as pretty." "What is in it?" asked I.B. "The best of all things for you," replied the gypsy. So I.B. held the nut very tight. Then the woman promised to lead the children to the right path, that they might find their way home, and they went forward certainly in quite another direction to the one they meant to take. Therefore no one ought to speak against the woman, and say that she wanted to steal the children. In the wild wood path they met a forester who knew I.B., and, by his help, I.B. and Christina reached home, where they found every one had been very anxious about them. They were pardoned and forgiven, although they really had both done wrong, and deserved to get into trouble, first, because they had let the sucking pig fall into the water, and, secondly, because they had run away. Christina was taken back to her father's house on the heath, and I.B. remained in the farmhouse on the borders of the wood, near the great land ridge. The first thing I.B. did that evening was to take out of his pocket the little black nut, in which the best thing of all was said to be enclosed. He laid it carefully between the door and the doorpost, and then shut the door so that the nut cracked directly. But there was not much kernel to be seen. It was what we should call hollow or worm-eaten, and looked as if it had been filled with tobacco or rich black earth. "It is just what I expected," exclaimed I.B., "how should there be room in a little nut like this for the best thing of all? Christina will find her 2 nuts just the same, there will be neither fine clothes or a golden carriage in them." Winter came, and the new year, and indeed many years passed away. Until I.B. was old enough to be confirmed, and, therefore, he went during a whole winter to the clergyman of the nearest village to be prepared. One day, about this time, the boatman paid a visit to I.B.'s parents, and told them that Christina was going to service, and that she had been remarkably fortunate in obtaining a good place, with most respectable people. "Only think," he said, "she is going to the rich innkeeper's, at the hotel in Hunning, many miles west from here. She is to assist the landlady in the housekeeping. And, if afterwards she behaves well and remains to be confirmed, the people will treat her as their own daughter." So I.B. and Christina took leave of each other. People already called them the betrothed, and at parting the girl showed I.B. the 2 nuts, which she had taken care of ever since the time that they lost themselves in the wood. And she told him also that the little wooden shoes he once carved for her when he was a boy, and gave her as a present, had been carefully kept in a drawer ever since. And so they parted. After I.B.'s confirmation, he remained at home with his mother, for he had become a clever shoemaker, and in summer managed the farm for her quite alone. His father had been dead some time, and his mother kept no farm servants. Sometimes, but very seldom, he heard of Christina, through a postilion or eel seller who was passing. But she was well off with the rich innkeeper. And after being confirmed she wrote a letter to her father, in which was a kind message to I.B. and his mother. In this letter, she mentioned that her master and mistress had made her a present of a beautiful new dress, and some nice underclothes. This was, of course, pleasant news. One day, in the following spring, there came a knock at the door of the house where I.B.'s old mother lived, and when they opened it, lo and behold, in stepped the boatman and Christina. She had come to pay them a visit, and to spend the day. A carriage had to come from the Herning Hotel to the next village, and she had taken the opportunity to see her friends once more. She looked as elegant as a real lady, and wore a pretty dress, beautifully made on purpose for her. There she stood, in full dress, while I.B. wore only his working clothes. He could not utter a word. He could only seize her hand and hold it fast in his own, but he felt too happy and glad to open his lips. Christina, however, was quite at her ease. She talked, and kissed him in the most friendly manner. Even afterwards, when they were left alone, and she asked, "Did you know me again, I.B.?" he still stood holding her hand, and said at last, "You are become quite a grand lady, Christina, and I am only a rough working man. But I have often thought of you and of old times." Then they wandered up the great ridge, and looked across the stream to the heath, where the little hills were covered with the flowering broom. I.B. said nothing. But before the time came for them to part, it became quite clear to him that Christina must be his wife. Had they not even in childhood been called the betrothed? To him it seemed as if they were really engaged to each other, although not a word had been spoken on the subject. They had only a few more hours to remain together, for Christina was obliged to return that evening to the neighbouring village, to be ready for the carriage which was to start the next morning early for Herning. I.B. and her father accompanied her to the village. It was a fine moonlight evening, and when they arrived, I.B. stood holding Christina's hand in his, as if he could not let her go. His eyes brightened, and the words he uttered came with hesitation from his lips, but from the deepest recesses of his heart. "Christina, if you have not become too grand, and if you can be contented to live in my mother's house as my wife. We will be married some day. But we can wait for a while." "Oh yes," she replied, "let us wait a little longer, I.B. I can trust you, for I believe that I do love you. But let me think it over." Then he kissed her lips, and so they parted. On the way home, I.B. told the boatman that he and Christina were as good as engaged to each other, and the boatman found out that he had always expected it would be so, and went home with I.B. that evening, and remained the night in the farmhouse. But nothing further was said of the engagement. During the next year, 2 letters passed between I.B. and Christina. They were signed, "Faithful till death." But at the end of that time, one day the boatman came over to see I.B., with a kind greeting from Christina. He had something else to say, which made him hesitate in a strange manner. At last it came out that Christina, who had grown a very pretty girl, was more lucky than ever. She was courted and admired by every one. But her master's son, who had been home on a visit, was so much pleased with Christina that he wished to marry her. He had a very good situation in an office at Copenhagen, and as she had also taken a liking for him, his parents were not unwilling to consent. But Christina, in her heart, often thought of I.B., and knew how much he thought of her. So she felt inclined to refuse this good fortune, added the boatman. At first I.B. said not a word, but he became as white as the wall, and shook his head gently, and then he spoke. "Christina must not refuse this good fortune." "Then will you write a few words to her?" said the boatman. I.B. sat down to write, but he could not get on at all. The words were not what he wished to say, so he tore up the page. The following morning, however, a letter lay ready to be sent to Christina, and the following is what he wrote. "The letter written by you to your father I have read, and see from it that you are prosperous in everything. And that still better fortune is in store for you. Ask your own heart, Christina, and think over carefully what awaits you if you take me for your husband, for I possess very little in the world. Do not think of me or of my position, think only of your own welfare. You are bound to me by no promises, and if in your heart you have given me one, I release you from it. May every blessing and happiness be poured out upon you, Christina. Heaven will give me the heart's consolation. Ever your sincere friend, I.B. This letter was sent, and Christina received it in due time. In the course of the following November, her banns were published in the church on the heath, and also in Copenhagen, where the bridegroom lived. She was taken to Copenhagen under the protection of her future mother-in-law, because the bridegroom could not spare time from his numerous occupations for a journey so far into Jutland. On the journey, Christina met her father at one of the villages through which they passed, and here he took leave of her. Very little was said about the matter to I.B., and he did not refer to it. His mother, however, noticed that he had grown very silent and pensive. Thinking as he did of old times, no wonder the 3 nuts came into his mind which the gypsy woman had given him when a child, and of the 2 which he had given to Christina. These wishing nuts, after all, had proved true fortune-tellers. One had contained a gilded carriage and noble horses, and the other beautiful clothes. All of these Christina would now have in her new home at Copenhagen. Her part had come true. And for him the nut had contained only black earth. The gypsy woman had said it was the best for him. Perhaps it was, and this also would be fulfilled. He understood the gypsy woman's meaning now. The black earth, the dark grave, was the best thing for him now. Again years passed away, not many, but they seemed long years to I.B. The old innkeeper and his wife died one after the other. And the whole of their property, many $1,000s, was inherited by their son. Christina could have the golden carriage now, and plenty of fine clothes. During the 2 long years which followed, no letter came from Christina to her father. And when at last her father received one from her, it did not speak of prosperity or happiness. Poor Christina! Neither she nor her husband understood how to economize or save, and the riches brought no blessing with them, because they had not asked for it. Years passed, and for many summers the heath was covered with bloom. In winter the snow rested upon it, and the rough winds blew across the ridge under which stood I.B.'s sheltered home. One spring day the sun shone brightly, and he was guiding the plough across his field. The ploughshare struck against something which he fancied was a firestone, and then he saw glittering in the earth a splinter of shining metal which the plough had cut from something which gleamed brightly in the furrow. He searched, and found a large golden armlet of superior workmanship, and it was evident that the plough had disturbed a Hun's grave. He searched further, and found more valuable treasures, which I.B. showed to the clergyman, who explained their value to him. Then he went to the magistrate, who informed the president of the Museum of the Discovery, and advised I.B. to take the treasures himself to the president. "You have found in the earth the best thing you could find," said the magistrate. "The best thing," thought I.B., "the very best thing for me, and found in the earth. Well, if it really is so, then the gypsy woman was right in her prophecy." So I.B. went in the ferry boat from Aarhus to Copenhagen. To him who had only sailed once or twice on the river near his own home, this seemed like a voyage on the ocean, and at length he arrived at Copenhagen. The value of the gold he had found was paid to him. It was a large sum, $600. Then I.B. of the Heath went out, and wandered about in the great city. On the evening before the day he had settled to return with the captain of the passage boat, I.B. lost himself in the streets, and took quite a different turning to the one he wished to follow. He wandered on till he found himself in a poor street of the suburb called Christian's Haven. Not a creature could be seen. At last a very little girl came out of one of the wretched-looking houses, and I.B. asked her to tell him the way to the street he wanted. She looked up timidly at him, and began to cry bitterly. He asked her what was the matter. But what she said he could not understand. So he went along the street with her, and as they passed under a lamp, the light fell on the little girl's face. A strange sensation came over I.B., as he caught sight of it. The living, breathing embodiment of little Christina stood before him, just as he remembered her in the days of her childhood. He followed the child to the wretched house, and ascended the narrow, crazy staircase which led to a little garret in the roof. The air in the room was heavy and stifling, no light was burning, and from one corner came sounds of moaning and sighing. It was the mother of the child who lay there on a miserable bed. With the help of a match, I.B. struck a light and approached her. "Can I be of any service to you?" he asked. "This little girl brought me up here, but I am a stranger in this city. Are there no neighbors or anyone whom I can call?" Then he raised the head of the sick woman and smoothed her pillow. He started as he did so. It was Christina of the Heath. No one had mentioned her name to I.B. for years. It would have disturbed his peace of mind, especially as the reports respecting her were not good. The wealth which her husband had inherited from his parents had made him proud and arrogant. He had given up his certain appointment, and travelled for 6 months in foreign lands, and, on his return, had lived in great style, and got into terrible debt. For a time he had trembled on the high pedestal on which he had placed himself, till at last he toppled over, and ruin came. His numerous merry companions, and the visitors at his table, said it served him right, for he had kept house like a madman. One morning his corpse was found in the canal. The cold hand of death had already touched the heart of Christina. Her youngest child, looked for in the midst of prosperity, had sunk into the grave when only a few weeks old. And at last Christina herself became sick unto death, and lay, forsaken and dying, in a miserable room, amid poverty she might have borne in her younger days, but which was now more painful to her from the luxuries to which she had lately been accustomed. It was her eldest child, also a little Christina, whom I.B. had followed to her home, where she suffered hunger and poverty with her mother. "It makes me unhappy to think that I shall die, and leave this poor child," sighed she. "Oh, what will become of her?" She could say no more. Then I.B. brought out another match, and lighted a piece of candle which he found in the room, and it threw a glimmering light over the wretched dwelling. I.B. looked at the little girl, and thought of Christina in her young days. For her sake, could he not love this child, who was a stranger to him? As he thus reflected, the dying woman opened her eyes, and gazed at him. Did she recognize him? He never knew, for not another word escaped her lips. In the forest by the river Gudena, not far from the heath, and beneath the ridge of land, stood the little farm, newly painted and whitewashed. The air was heavy and dark. There were no blossoms on the heath, the autumn winds whirled the yellow leaves towards the boatman's hut, in which strangers dwelt, but the little farm stood safely sheltered beneath the tall trees and the high ridge. The turf blazed brightly on the hearth, and within was sunlight, the sparkling light from the sunny eyes of a child, the bird-like tones from the rosy lips ringing like the song of a lark in spring. All was life and joy. Little Christina sat on I.B.'s knee. I.B. was to her both father and mother. Her own parents had vanished from her memory, as a dream picture vanishes alike from childhood and age. I.B.'s house was well and prettily furnished. For he was a prosperous man now, while the mother of the little girl rested in the churchyard at Copenhagen, where she had died in poverty. I.B. had money now, money which had come to him out of the black earth. And he had Christina for his own, after all. The Jewish Maiden. In a charity school, among the children, sat a little Jewish girl. She was a good, intelligent child, and very quick at her lessons, but the scripture lesson class she was not allowed to join, for this was a Christian school. During the hour of this lesson, the Jewish girl was allowed to learn her geography, or to work her sum for the next day. And when her geography lesson was perfect, the book remained open before her, but she read not another word, for she sat silently listening to the words of the Christian teacher. He soon became aware that the little one was paying more attention to what he said than most of the other children. "Read your book, Sarah," he said to her gently. But again and again he saw her dark, beaming eyes fixed upon him. And once, when he asked her a question, she could answer him even better than the other children. She had not only heard, but understood his words, and pondered them in her heart. Her father, a poor but honest man, had placed his daughter at the school on the conditions that she should not be instructed in the Christian faith. But it might have caused confusion, or raised discontent in the minds of the other children if she had been sent out of the room, so she remained, and now it was evident this could not go on. The teacher went to her father, and advised him to remove his daughter from the school, or to allow her to become a Christian. "I cannot any longer be an idle spectator of those beaming eyes, which express such a deep and earnest longing for the words of the gospel," said he. Then the father burst into tears. "I know very little of the law of my fathers," said he. "But Sarah's mother was firm in her belief as a daughter of Israel, and I vowed to her on her deathbed that our child should never be baptized. I must keep my vow, it is to me even as a covenant with God himself." And so the little Jewish girl left the Christian school. Years rolled by. In one of the smallest provincial towns, in a humble household, lived a poor maiden of the Jewish faith, as a servant. Her hair was black as ebony, her eye dark as night, yet full of light and brilliancy so peculiar to the daughters of the East. It was Sarah. The expression in the face of the grown-up maiden was still the same as when, a child, she sat on the schoolroom form listening with thoughtful eyes to the words of the Christian teacher. Every Sunday there sounded forth from a church close by the tones of an organ and the singing of the congregation. The Jewish girl heard them in the house where, industrious and faithful in all things, she performed her household duties. "Thou shalt keep the Sabbath holy," said the voice of the law in her heart, but her Sabbath was a working day among the Christians, which was a great trouble to her. And then as the thought arose in her mind, does God reckon by days and hours? Her conscience felt satisfied on this question, and she found it a comfort to her, that on the Christian Sabbath she could have an hour for her own prayers undisturbed. The music and singing of the congregation sounded in her ears while at work in her kitchen, till the place itself became sacred to her. Then she would read in the Old Testament, that treasure and comfort to her people, and it was indeed the only scriptures she could read. Faithfully in her inmost thoughts had she kept the words of her father to her teacher when she left the school, and the vow he had made to her dying mother that she should never receive Christian baptism. The New Testament must remain to her a sealed book, and yet she knew a great deal of its teaching, and the sound of the gospel truths still lingered among the recollections of her childhood. One evening she was sitting in a corner of the dining room, while her master read aloud. It was not the gospel he read, but an old storybook, therefore she might stay and listen to him. The story related that a Hungarian knight, who had been taken prisoner by a Turkish pasha, was most cruelly treated by him. He caused him to be yoked with his oxen to the plough, and driven with blows from the whip till the blood flowed, and he almost sunk with exhaustion and pain. The faithful wife of the knight at home gave up all her jewels, mortgaged her castle and land, and his friends raised large sums to make up the ransom demanded for his release, which was most enormously high. It was collected at last, and the knight released from slavery and misery. Sick and exhausted, he reached home. Ere long came another summons to a struggle with the foes of Christianity. The still living knight heard the sound. He could endure no more, he had neither peace nor rest. He caused himself to be lifted on his war-horse, the color came into his cheeks, and his strength returned to him again as he went forth to battle and to victory. The very same pasha who had yoked him to the plough, became his prisoner, and was dragged to a dungeon in the castle. But an hour had scarcely passed, when the knight stood before the captive pasha, and inquired, "What do you suppose awaiteth thee?" "I know," replied the pasha, "retribution." "Yes, the retribution of a Christian," replied the knight. "The teaching of Christ, the teacher, commands us to forgive our enemies, to love our neighbors, for God is love. Depart in peace, return to thy home. I give thee back to thy loved ones. But in future be mild and humane to all who are in trouble." Then the prisoner burst into tears, and exclaimed, "Oh, how could I imagine such mercy and forgiveness? I expected pain and torment. It seemed to me so sure that I took poison, which I secretly carried about me, and in a few hours its effects will destroy me. I must die. Nothing can save me. But before I die, explain to me the teaching which is so full of love and mercy, so great and godlike. Oh, that I may hear his teaching, and die a Christian." And his prayer was granted. This was the legend which the master read out of the old storybook. Every one in the house who was present listened, and shared the pleasure, but Sarah, the Jewish girl, sitting so still in a corner, felt her heart burn with excitement. Great tears came into her shining dark eyes, and with the same gentle piety with which she had once listened to the gospel while sitting on the form at school, she felt its grandeur now, and the tears rolled down her cheeks. Then the last words of her dying mother rose before her, "Let not my child become a Christian," and with them sounded in her heart the words of the law, "Honor thy father and thy mother." "I am not admitted among the Christians," she said. "They mock me as a Jewish girl. The neighbors' boys did so last Sunday when I stood looking in through the open church door at the candles burning on the altar, and listening to the singing. Ever since I sat on the school bench I have felt the power of Christianity, a power which, like a sunbeam, streams into my heart, however closely I may close my eyes against it. But I will not grieve thee, my mother, in thy grave. I will not be unfaithful to my father's vow. I will not read the Bible of the Christian. I have the God of my fathers, and in him I will trust." And again years passed by. Sarah's master died, and his widow found herself in such reduced circumstances that she wished to dismiss her servant maid. But Sarah refused to leave the house, and she became a true support in time of trouble, and kept the household together by working till late at night, with her busy hands, to earn their daily bread. Not a relative came forward to assist them, and the widow was confined to a sick bed for months and grew weaker from day to day. Sarah worked hard, but contrived to spare time to amuse her and watch by the sick bed. She was gentle and pious, an angel of blessing in that house of poverty. "My Bible lies on the table yonder," said the sick woman one day to Sarah. "Read me something from it. The night appears so long, and my spirit thirsts to hear the word of God." And Sarah bowed her head. She took the book, and folded her hand over the Bible of the Christians, and at last opened it, and read to the sick woman. Tears stood in her eyes as she read, and they shone with brightness, for in her heart it was light. "Mother," she murmured, "thy child may not receive Christian baptism, nor be admitted into the congregation of Christian people. Thou hast so willed it, and I will respect thy command. We are therefore still united here on earth, but in the next world there will be a higher union, even with God himself, who leads and guides his people till death. He came down from heaven to earth to suffer for us, that we should bring forth the fruits of repentance. I understand it now. I know not how I learnt this truth, unless it is through the name of Christ." Yet she trembled as she pronounced the holy name. She struggled against these convictions of the truth of Christianity for some days, till one evening while watching her mistress she was suddenly taken very ill. Her limbs tottered under her, and she sank fainting by the bedside of the sick woman. "Poor Sarah," said the neighbors, "she is overcome with hard work and night watching." And then they carried her to the hospital for the sick poor. There she died, and they bore her to her resting place in the earth, but not to the churchyard of the Christians. There was no place for the Jewish girl, but they dug a grave for her outside the wall. And God's sun, which shines upon the graves of the churchyard of the Christians, also throws its beams on the grave of the Jewish maiden beyond the wall. And when the psalms of the Christians sound across the churchyard, their echo reaches her lonely resting place. And she who sleeps there will be counted worthy at the resurrection, through the name of Christ the Lord, who said to his disciples, "John baptized you with water, but I will baptize you with the Holy Ghost." Jack the Dullard. An old story told anew. Far in the interior of the country lay an old baronial hall, and in it lived an old proprietor, who had 2 sons, which 2 young men thought themselves too clever by half. They wanted to go out and woo the king's daughter, for the maiden in question had publicly announced that she would choose for her husband that youth who could arrange his words best. So these 2 geniuses prepared themselves a full week for the wooing. This was the longest time that could be granted them, but it was enough, for they had had much preparatory information, and everybody knows how useful that is. One of them knew the whole Latin dictionary by heart, and 3 whole years of the daily paper of the little town into the bargain, and so well, indeed, that he could repeat it all either backwards or forwards, just as he chose. The other was deeply read in the corporation laws, and knew by heart what every corporation ought to know, and accordingly he thought he could talk of affairs of state, and put his spoke in the wheel in the council. And he knew one thing more, he could embroider braces with roses and other flowers, and with arabesques, for he was a tasty, light-fingered fellow. "I shall win the princess." So cried both of them. Therefore their old papa gave to each a handsome horse. The youth who knew the dictionary and newspaper by heart had a black horse, and he who knew all about the corporation laws received a milk-white steed. Then they rubbed the corners of their mouths with fish oil, so that they might become very smooth and glib. All the servants stood below in the courtyard, and looked on while they mounted their horses, and just by chance the third son came up. For the proprietor had really 3 sons, though nobody counted the third with his brothers, because he was not so learned as they, and indeed he was generally known as Jack the Dullard. "Hullo," said Jack the Dullard, "where are you going? I declare you have put on your Sunday clothes. We're going to the king's court, as suitors to the king's daughter. Don't you know the announcement that has been made all through the country?" And they told him all about it. "My word! I'll be in it too," cried Jack the Dullard, and his 2 brothers burst out laughing at him, and rode away. "Father dear," said Jack, "I must have a horse too. I do feel so desperately inclined to marry. If she accepts me, she accepts me. And if she won't have me, I'll have her, but she shall be mine." "Don't talk nonsense," replied the old gentleman. "You shall have no horse from me. You don't know how to speak, you can't arrange your words. Your brothers are very different fellows from you." "Well," quoth Jack the Dullard, "if I can't have a horse, I'll take the billy goat, who belongs to me, and he can carry me very well." And so said, so done. He mounted the billy goat, pressed his heels into its sides, and galloped down the high street like a hurricane. Hey, hoop! That was a ride. "Here I come," shouted Jack the Dullard, and he sang till his voice echoed far and wide. But his brothers rode slowly on in advance of him. They spoke not a word, for they were thinking about all the fine extempore speeches they would have to bring out, and all these had to be cleverly prepared beforehand. "Hullo!" shouted Jack the Dullard. "Here am I. Look what I have found on the high road." And he showed them what it was, and it was a dead crow. "Dullard," exclaimed the brothers, "what are you going to do with that?" "With the crow? Why, I am going to give it to the princess." "Yes, do so," said they, and they laughed, and rode on. "Hullo, here I am again. Just see what I have found now, you don't find that on the high road every day." And the brothers turned round to see what he could have found now. "Dullard," they cried, "that is only an old wooden shoe, and the upper part is missing into the bargain. Are you going to give that also to the princess?" "Most certainly I shall," replied Jack the Dullard, and again the brothers laughed and rode on, and thus they got far in advance of him, but... Hullo, hop rara, and there was Jack the Dullard again. "It is getting better and better," he cried. "Hurrah! It is quite famous." "Why, what have you found this time?" inquired the brothers. "Oh," said Jack the Dullard, "I can hardly tell you. How glad the princess will be." "Bah," said the brothers, "that is nothing but clay out of the ditch." "Yes, certainly it is," said Jack the Dullard, "and clay of the finest sort. See, it is so wet, it runs through one's fingers." And he filled his pocket with the clay. But his brothers galloped on till the sparks flew, and consequently they arrived a full hour earlier at the town gate than could Jack. Now at the gate each suitor was provided with a number, and all were placed in rows immediately on their arrival, 6 in each row, and so closely packed together that they could not move their arms. And that was a prudent arrangement, for they would certainly have come to blows, had they been able, merely because one of them stood before the other. All the inhabitants of the country round about stood in great crowds around the castle, almost under the very windows, to see the princess receive the suitors. And as each stepped into the hall, his power of speech seemed to desert him, like the light of a candle that is blown out. Then the princess would say, "He is of no use. Away with him out of the hall." At last the turn came for that brother who knew the dictionary by heart, but he did not know it now, he had absolutely forgotten it altogether. And the board seemed to re-echo with his footsteps, and the ceiling of the hall was made of looking-glass, so that he saw himself standing on his head. And at the window stood 3 clerks and a head clerk, and every one of them was writing down every single word that was uttered, so that it might be printed in the newspapers, and sold for a penny at the street corners. It was a terrible ordeal, and they had moreover made such a fire in the stove, that the room seemed quite red hot. "It is dreadfully hot here," observed the first brother. "Yes," replied the princess, "my father is going to roast young pullets today." Bah! There he stood like a Balaam. He had not been prepared for a speech of this kind, and had not a word to say, though he intended to say something witty. "Bah! He is of no use," said the princess. "Away with him." And he was obliged to go accordingly. And now the second brother came in. "It is terribly warm here," he observed. "Yes, we're roasting pullets today," replied the princess. What were you? Were you pleased to ob?" stammered he, and all the clerks wrote down, "Pleased to ob." "He is of no use," said the princess. "Away with him." Now came the turn of Jack the Dullard. He rode into the hall on his goat. "Well, it's most abominably hot here." "Yes, because I'm roasting young pullets," replied the princess. "Ah, that's lucky," exclaimed Jack the Dullard, "for I suppose you'll let me roast my crow at the same time?" "With the greatest pleasure," said the princess. "But have you anything you can roast it in? For I have neither pot nor pan." "Certainly I have," said Jack. "Here's a cooking utensil with a tin handle." And he brought out the old wooden shoe, and put the crow into it. "Well, that is a famous dish," said the princess. "But what shall we do for sauce?" "Oh, I have that in my pocket," said Jack. "I have so much of it, that I can afford to throw some away," and he poured some of the clay out of his pocket. "I like that," said the princess. "You can give an answer, and you have something to say for yourself, and so you shall be my husband. But are you aware that every word we speak is being taken down, and will be published in the paper tomorrow? Look yonder, and you will see in every window 3 clerks and a head clerk, and the old head clerk is the worst of all, for he can't understand anything." But she only said this to frighten Jack the Dullard, and the clerks gave a great crow of delight, and each one spurted a blot out of his pen on to the floor. "Oh, those are the gentlemen, are they?" said Jack. "Then I will give the best I have to the head clerk." And he turned out his pockets, and flung the wet clay full in the head clerk's face. "That was very cleverly done," observed the princess. "I could not have done that. But I shall learn in time." And accordingly Jack the Dullard was made a king, and received a crown and a wife, and sat upon a throne. And this report we have wet from the press of the head clerk and the corporation of printers, but they are not to be depended upon in the least. The bell deep. Ding dong. Ding dong. It sounds up from the bell deep in the Odense. Every child in the old town of Odense, on the island of Funen, knows the O, which washes the gardens round about the town, and flows on under the wooden bridges from the dam to the watermill. In the O grow the yellow water lilies and brown feathery reeds, the dark velvety flag grows there, high and thick, old and decayed willows, slanting and tottering, hang far out over the stream beside the monk's meadow and by the bleaching ground. But opposite there are gardens upon gardens, each different from the rest, some with pretty flowers and bowers like little dolls' pleasure grounds, often displaying cabbage and other kitchen plants. And here and there the gardens cannot be seen at all, for the great elder trees that spread themselves out by the bank, and hang far out over the streaming waters, which are deeper here and there than an oar can fathom. Opposite the old nunnery is the deepest place, which is called the Bell Deep, and there dwells the old water spirit, the Ploughman. This spirit sleeps through the day while the sun shines down upon the water. But in starry and moonlit nights he shows himself. He is very old. Grandmother says that she has heard her own grandmother tell of him. He is said to lead a solitary life, and to have nobody with whom he can converse save the great old church bell. Once the bell hung in the church tower, but now there is no trace left of the tower or of the church, which was called St. Albans. Ding dong! Ding dong! Sounded the bell, when the tower still stood there. And one evening, while the sun was setting, and the bell was swinging away bravely, it broke loose and came flying down through the air, the brilliant metal shining in the ruddy beam. Ding dong! Ding dong! Now I'll retire to rest. Sang the bell, and flew down into the Odense, where it is deepest, and that is why the place is called the Bell Deep. But the bell got neither rest nor sleep. Down in the Oman's haunt it sounds and rings, so that the tones sometimes pierce upward through the waters, and many people maintain that its strains forebode the death of someone. But that is not true, for the bell is only talking with the Oman, who is now no longer alone. And what is the bell telling? It is old, very old, as we have already observed. It was there long before grandmother's grandmother was born. And yet it is but a child in comparison with the Oman, who is quite an old quiet personage, an oddity, with his hose of eel skin, and his scaly jacket with the yellow lilies for buttons, and a wreath of reed in his hair and seaweed in his beard. But he looks very pretty for all that. What the bell tells. To repeat it all would require years and days, for year by year it is telling the old stories, sometimes short ones, sometimes long ones, according to its whim. It tells of old times, of the dark hard times, thus. In the church of St. Alban, the monk had mounted up into the tower. He was young and handsome, but thoughtful exceedingly. He looked through the loophole out upon the Odense, when the bed of the water was yet broad, and the monk's meadow was still a lake. He looked out over it, and over the rampart, and over the nuns' hill opposite, where the convent lay, and the light gleamed forth from the nun's cell. He had known the nun right well, and he thought of her, and his heart beat quicker as he thought. Ding dong! Ding dong! Yes, this was the story the bell told. Into the tower came also the dapper manservant of the bishop, and when I, the bell, who am made of metal, rang hard and loud, and swung to and fro, I might have beaten out his brains. He sat down close under me, and played with two little sticks as if they had been a stringed instrument, and he sang to it. Now I may sing it out aloud, though at other times I may not whisper it. I may sing of everything that is kept concealed behind lock and bars. Yonder it is cold and wet. The rats are eating her up alive. Nobody knows of it. Nobody hears of it. Not even now, for the bell is ringing and singing its loud ding-dong, ding-dong. There was a king in those days. They called him Canute. He bowed himself before bishop and monk. But when he offended the free peasants with heavy taxes and hard words, they seized their weapons and put him to flight like a wild beast. He sought shelter in the church, and shut gate and door behind him. The violent band surrounded the church. I heard tell of it. The crows, ravens and magpies started up in terror at the yelling and shouting that sounded around. They flew into the tower and out again, they looked down upon the throng below, and they also looked into the windows of the church, and screamed out aloud what they saw there. King Canute knelt before the altar in prayer. His brothers Eric and Benedict stood by him as a guard with drawn swords, but the king's servant, the treacherous Blake, betrayed his master. The throng in front of the church knew where they could hit the king, and one of them flung a stone through a pane of glass, and the king lay there dead. The cries and screams of the savage horde and of the bird sounded through the air, and I joined in it also, for I sang ding-dong. Ding-dong. The church bell hangs high, and looks far around, and sees the birds around it, and understands their language. The wind roars in upon it through windows and loopholes. And the wind knows everything, for he gets it from the air, which encircles all things, and the church bell understands his tongue, and rings it out into the world, ding-dong. Ding-dong. But it was too much for me to hear and to know. I was not able any longer to ring it out. I became so tired, so heavy, that the beam broke, and I flew out into the gleaming O, where the water is deepest, and where the man lives, solitary and alone. And year by year I tell him what I have heard and what I know. Ding dong. Ding dong. Thus it sounds complainingly out of the bell deep in the Odense. That is what grandmother told us. But the schoolmaster says that there was not any bell that rung down there, for that it could not do so, and that no man dwelt yonder, for there was no man at all. And when all the other church bells are sounding sweetly, he says that it is not really the bells that are sounding, but that it is the air itself which sends forth the notes. And grandmother said to us that the bell itself said it was the air who told it to him, consequently they are agreed on that point, and this much is sure. Be cautious, cautious, and take good heed to thyself, they both say. The air knows everything. It is around us, it is in us, it talks of our thoughts and of our deeds, and it speaks longer of them than does the bell down in the depths of the Odense where the man dwells. It rings it out in the vault of heaven, far, far out, forever and ever, till the heaven bells sound ding-dong. Ding-dong. The Bottle-Neck. Close to the corner of a street, among other abodes of poverty, stood an exceedingly tall, narrow house, which had been so knocked about by time that it seemed out of joint in every direction. This house was inhabited by poor people, but the deepest poverty was apparent in the garret lodging in the gable. In front of the little window, an old bent bird cage hung in the sunshine, which had not even a proper water glass, but instead of it the broken neck of a bottle, turned upside down. And a cork stuck in to make it hold the water with which it was filled. An old maid stood at the window, she had hung chickweed over the cage, and the little linnet which it contained hopped from perch to perch and sang and twittered merrily. Yes, it's all very well for you to sing, said the bottle-neck, that is, he did not really speak the words as we do, for the neck of a bottle cannot speak. But he thought them to himself in his own mind, just as people sometimes talk quietly to themselves. Yes, you may sing very well, you have all your limbs uninjured. You should feel what it is like to lose your body, and only have a neck and a mouth left, with a cork stuck in it, as I have. You wouldn't sing then, I know. After all, it is just as well that there are some who can be happy. I have no reason to sing, nor could I sing now if I were ever so happy, but when I was a whole bottle, and they rubbed me with a cork, didn't I sing then? I used to be called a complete lark. I remember when I went out to a picnic with the furrier's family, on the day his daughter was betrothed, it seems as if it only happened yesterday. I have gone through a great deal in my time, when I come to recollect, I have been in the fire and in the water, I have been deep in the earth, and have mounted higher in the air than most other people, and now I am swinging here. Outside a bird cage, in the air and the sunshine. Oh, indeed, it would be worth while to hear my history, but I do not speak it aloud, for a good reason, because I cannot. Then the bottle-neck related his history, which was really rather remarkable. He, in fact, related it to himself, or, at least, thought it in his own mind. The little bird sang his own song merrily. In the street below there was driving and running to and fro, every one thought of his own affairs, or perhaps of nothing at all, but the bottle-neck thought deeply. He thought of the blazing furnace in the factory, where he had been blown into life. He remembered how hot it felt when he was placed in the heated oven, the home from which he sprang, and that he had a strong inclination to leap out again directly. But after a while it became cooler, and he found himself very comfortable. He had been placed in a row, with a whole regiment of his brothers and sisters all brought out of the same furnace. Some of them had certainly been blown into champagne bottles, and others into beer bottles, which made a little difference between them. In the world it often happens that a beer bottle may contain the most precious wine, and a champagne bottle be filled with blacking, but even in decay it may always be seen whether a man has been well born. Nobility remains noble, as a champagne bottle remains the same, even with blacking in its interior. When the bottles were packed, our bottle was packed amongst them. It little expected then to finish its career as a bottle-neck, or to be used as a water-glass to a bird's cage, which is, after all, a place of honor, for it is to be of some use in the world. The bottle did not behold the light of day again, until it was unpacked with the rest in the wine merchant's cellar, and, for the first time, rinsed with water, which caused some very curious sensations. There it lay empty, and without a cork, and it had a peculiar feeling, as if it wanted something it knew not what. At last it was filled with rich and costly wine, a cork was placed in it, and sealed down. Then it was labelled, first quality, as if it had carried off the first prize at an examination. Besides, the wine and the bottle were both good, and while we are young is the time for poetry. There were sounds of song within the bottle, of things it could not understand, of green sunny mountains, where the vines grow and where the merry vine-dressers laugh, sing, and are merry. Ah, how beautiful is life! All these tones of joy and song in the bottle were like the working of a young poet's brain, who often knows not the meaning of the tones which are sounding within him. One morning the bottle found a purchaser in the furrier's apprentice, who was told to bring one of the best bottles of wine. It was placed in the provision basket with ham and cheese and sausages. The sweetest fresh butter and the finest bread were put into the basket by the furrier's daughter herself, for she packed it. She was young and pretty, her brown eyes laughed, and a smile lingered round her mouth as sweet as that in her eyes. She had delicate hands, beautifully white, and her neck was whiter still. It could easily be seen that she was a very lovely girl, and as yet she was not engaged. The provision basket lay in the lap of the young girl as the family drove out to the forest, and the neck of the bottle peeped out from between the folds of the white napkin. There was the red wax on the cork, and the bottle looked straight at the young girl's face, and also at the face of the young sailor who sat near her. He was a young friend, the son of a portrait painter. He had lately passed his examination with honor, as mate, and the next morning he was to sail in his ship to a distant coast. There had been a great deal of talk on this subject while the basket was being packed, and during this conversation the eyes and the mouth of the furrier's daughter did not wear a very joyful expression. The young people wandered away into the green wood, and talked together. What did they talk about? The bottle could not say, for he was in the provision basket. It remained there a long time. But when at last it was brought forth it appeared as if something pleasant had happened, for every one was laughing. The furrier's daughter laughed too, but she said very little, and her cheeks were like two roses. Then her father took the bottle and the corkscrew into his hands. What a strange sensation it was to have the cork drawn for the first time. The bottle could never after that forget the performance of that moment. Indeed there was quite a convulsion within him as the cork flew out, and a gurgling sound as the wine was poured forth into the glasses. Long life to the betrothed, cried the papa, and every glass was emptied to the dregs, while the young sailor kissed his beautiful bride. Happiness and blessing to you both, said the old people father and mother, and the young man filled the glasses again. Safe return, and a wedding this day next year, he cried. And when the glasses were empty he took the bottle, raised it on high, and said, Thou hast been present here on the happiest day of my life, thou shalt never be used by others. So saying, he hurled it high in the air. The furrier's daughter thought she should never see it again, but she was mistaken. It fell among the rushes on the borders of a little woodland lake. The bottle-neck remembered well how long it lay there unseen. I gave them wine, and they gave me muddy water, he had said to himself, but I suppose it was all well meant. He could no longer see the betrothed couple, nor the cheerful old people, but for a long time he could hear them rejoicing and singing. At length there came by two peasant boys, who peeped in among the reeds and spied out the bottle. Then they took it up and carried it home with them, so that once more it was provided for. At home in their wooden cottage these boys had an elder brother, a sailor, who was about to start on a long voyage. He had been there the day before to say farewell, and his mother was now very busy packing up various things for him to take with him on his voyage. In the evening his father was going to carry the parcel to the town to see his son once more, and take him a farewell greeting from his mother. A small bottle had already been filled with herb tea, mixed with brandy, and wrapped in a parcel. But when the boys came in they brought with them a larger and stronger bottle, which they had found. This bottle would hold so much more than the little one, and they all said the brandy would be so good for complaints of the stomach, especially as it was mixed with medical herbs. The liquid which they now poured into the bottle was not like the red wine with which it had once been filled, these were bitter drops, but they are of great use sometimes for the stomach. The new large bottle was to go, not the little one, so the bottle once more started on its travels. It was taken on board, for Peter Jensen was one of the crew, the very same ship in which the young mate was to sail. But the mate did not see the bottle, indeed, if he had he would not have known it, or supposed it was the one out of which they had drunk to the felicity of the betrothed and to the prospect of a marriage on his own happy return. Certainly the bottle no longer poured forth wine, but it contained something quite as good. And so it happened that whenever Peter Jensen brought it out, his messmates gave it the name of the apothecary, for it contained the best medicine to cure the stomach, and he gave it out quite willingly as long as a drop remained. Those were happy days, and the bottle would sing when rubbed with a cork, and it was called a great lark, Peter Jensen's lark. Long days and months rolled by, during which the bottle stood empty in a corner, when a storm arose, whether on the passage out or home it could not tell, for it had never been ashore. It was a terrible storm, great waves arose, darkly heaving and tossing the vessel to and fro. The main mast was split asunder, the ship sprang a leak, and the pumps became useless, while all around was black as night. At the last moment, when the ship was sinking, the young mate wrote on a piece of paper, "We are going down, God's will be done." Then he wrote the name of his betrothed, his own name, and that of the ship. Then he put the leaf in an empty bottle that happened to be at hand, corked it down tightly, and threw it into the foaming sea. He knew not that it was the very same bottle from which the goblet of joy and hope had once been filled for him, and now it was tossing on the waves with his last greeting, and a message from the dead. The ship sank, and the crew sank with her. But the bottle flew on like a bird, for it bore within it a loving letter from a loving heart. And as the sun rose and set, the bottle felt as at the time of its first existence, when in the heated glowing stove it had a longing to fly away. It outlived the storms and the calm, it struck against no rocks, was not devoured by sharks, but drifted on for more than a year, sometimes towards the north, sometimes towards the south, just as the current carried it. It was in all other ways its own master, but even of that one may get tired. The written leaf, the last farewell of the bridegroom to his bride, would only bring sorrow when once it reached her hands. But where were those hands, so soft and delicate, which had once spread the tablecloth on the fresh grass in the green wood, on the day of her betrothal? Ah, yes. Where was the furrier's daughter? And where was the land which might lie nearest to her home? The bottle knew not, it travelled onward, and at last all this wandering about became wearisome, at all events it was not its usual occupation. But it had to travel, till at length it reached land, a foreign country. Not a word spoken in this country could the bottle understand, it was a language it had never before heard, and it is a great loss not to be able to understand a language. The bottle was fished out of the water, and examined on all sides. The little letter contained within it was discovered, taken out, and turned and twisted in every direction, but the people could not understand what was written upon it. They could be quite sure that the bottle had been thrown overboard from a vessel, and that something about it was written on this paper, but what was written? That was the question, so the paper was put back into the bottle, and then both were put away in a large cupboard of one of the great houses of the town. Whenever any strangers arrived, the paper was taken out and turned over and over, so that the address, which was only written in pencil, became almost illegible, and at last no one could distinguish any letters on it at all. For a whole year the bottle remained standing in the cupboard, and then it was taken up to the loft, where it soon became covered with dust and cobwebs. Ah! How often then it thought of those better days, of the times when in the fresh, green wood, it had poured forth rich wine, or, while rocked by the swelling waves, it had carried in its bosom a secret, a letter, a last parting sigh. For full 20 years it stood in the loft, and it might have stayed there longer but that the house was going to be rebuilt. The bottle was discovered when the roof was taken off. They talked about it, but the bottle did not understand what they said. A language is not to be learnt by living in a loft, even for 20 years. If I had been downstairs in the room, thought the bottle, I might have learnt it. It was now washed and rinsed, which process was really quite necessary, and afterwards it looked clean and transparent, and felt young again in its old age, but the paper which it had carried so faithfully was destroyed in the washing. They filled the bottle with seeds, though it scarcely knew what had been placed in it. Then they corked it down tightly, and carefully wrapped it up. There not even the light of a torch or lantern could reach it, much less the brightness of the sun or moon. And yet, thought the bottle, men go on a journey that they may see as much as possible, and I can see nothing. However, it did something quite as important, it travelled to the place of its destination, and was unpacked. "What trouble they have taken with that bottle over yonder," said one, "and very likely it is broken after all." But the bottle was not broken, and, better still, it understood every word that was said. This language it had heard at the furnaces and at the wine merchants, in the forest and on the ship. It was the only good old language it could understand. It had returned home, and the language was as a welcome greeting. For very joy, it felt ready to jump out of people's hands, and scarcely noticed that its cork had been drawn, and its contents emptied out, till it found itself carried to a cellar, to be left there and forgotten. There's no place like home, even if it's a cellar. It never occurred to him to think that he might lie there for years, he felt so comfortable. For many long years he remained in the cellar, till at last some people came to carry away the bottles, and ours amongst the number. Out in the garden there was a great festival. Brilliant lamps hung in festoons from tree to tree. And paper lanterns, through which the light shone till they looked like transparent tulips. It was a beautiful evening, and the weather mild and clear. The stars twinkled. And the new moon, in the form of a crescent, was surrounded by the shadowy disk of the whole moon, and looked like a grey globe with a golden rim. It was a beautiful sight for those who had good eyes. The illumination extended even to the most retired of the garden walks, at least not so retired that any one need lose himself there. In the borders were placed bottles, each containing a light, and among them the bottle with which we are acquainted, and whose fate it was, one day, to be only a bottle neck, and to serve as a water-glass to a bird's cage. Everything here appeared lovely to our bottle, for it was again in the green wood, amid joy and feasting. Again it heard music and song, and the noise and murmur of a crowd, especially in that part of the garden where the lamps blazed, and the paper lanterns displayed their brilliant colors. It stood in a distant walk certainly, but a place pleasant for contemplation, and it carried a light, and was at once useful and ornamental. In such an hour it is easy to forget that one has spent 20 years in a loft, and a good thing it is to be able to do so. Close before the bottle passed a single pair, like the bridal pair, the mate and the furrier's daughter, who had so long ago wandered in the wood. It seemed to the bottle as if he were living that time over again. Not only the guests but other people were walking in the garden, who were allowed to witness the splendor and the festivities. Among the latter came an old maid, who seemed to be quite alone in the world. She was thinking, like the bottle, of the green wood, and of a young betrothed pair, who were closely connected with herself. She was thinking of that hour, the happiest of her life, in which she had taken part, when she had herself been one of that betrothed pair. Such hours are never to be forgotten, let a maiden be as old as she may. But she did not recognize the bottle, neither did the bottle notice the old maid. And so we often pass each other in the world when we meet, as did these two, even while together in the same town. The bottle was taken from the garden, and again sent to a wine merchant, where it was once more filled with wine, and sold to an aeronaut, who was to make an ascent in his balloon on the following Sunday. A great crowd assembled to witness the sight, military music had been engaged, and many other preparations made. The bottle saw it all from the basket in which he lay close to a live rabbit. The rabbit was quite excited because he knew that he was to be taken up, and let down again in a parachute. The bottle, however, knew nothing of the up, or the down. He saw only that the balloon was swelling larger and larger till it could swell no more, and began to rise and be restless. Then the ropes which held it were cut through, and the aerial ship rose in the air with the aeronaut and the basket containing the bottle and the rabbit, while the music sounded and all the people shouted, "Hurrah!" "This is a wonderful journey up into the air," thought the bottle, "it is a new way of sailing, and here, at least, there is no fear of striking against anything. Thousands of people gazed at the balloon, and the old maid who was in the garden saw it also. For she stood at the open window of the garret, by which hung the cage containing the linnet, who then had no water-glass, but was obliged to be contented with an old cup. In the window-sill stood a myrtle in a pot, and this had been pushed a little on one side, that it might not fall out, for the old maid was leaning out of the window, that she might see. And she did see distinctly the aeronaut in the balloon, and how he let down the rabbit in the parachute, and then drank to the health of all the spectators in the wine from the bottle. After doing this, he hurled it high into the air. How little she thought that this was the very same bottle which her friend had thrown aloft in her honor, on that happy day of rejoicing, in the green wood, in her youthful days. The bottle had no time to think, when raised so suddenly. And before it was aware, it reached the highest point it had ever attained in its life. Steeples and roofs lay far, far beneath it, and the people looked as tiny as possible. Then it began to descend much more rapidly than the rabbit had done, made somersaults in the air, and felt itself quite young and unfettered, although it was half full of wine. But this did not last long. What a journey it was! All the people could see the bottle, for the sun shone upon it. The balloon was already far away, and very soon the bottle was far away also, for it fell upon a roof, and broke in pieces. But the pieces had got such an impetus in them, that they could not stop themselves. They went jumping and rolling about, till at last they fell into the courtyard, and were broken into still smaller pieces. Only the neck of the bottle managed to keep whole, and it was broken off as clean as if it had been cut with a diamond. "That would make a capital bird's glass," said one of the cellarmen. But none of them had either a bird or a cage, and it was not to be expected they would provide one just because they had found a bottle neck that could be used as a glass. But the old maid who lived in the garret had a bird, and it really might be useful to her, so the bottle neck was provided with a cork, and taken up to her. And, as it often happens in life, the part that had been uppermost was now turned downwards, and it was filled with fresh water. Then they hung it in the cage of the little bird, who sang and twittered more merrily than ever. "Ah, you have good reason to sing," said the bottle neck, which was looked upon as something very remarkable, because it had been in a balloon. Nothing further was known of its history. As it hung there in the bird's cage, it could hear the noise and murmur of the people in the street below, as well as the conversation of the old maid in the room within. An old friend had just come to visit her, and they talked, not about the bottle neck, but of the myrtle in the window. "No, you must not spend $1 for your daughter's bridal bouquet," said the old maid. "You shall have a beautiful little bunch for a nosegay, full of blossoms. Do you see how splendidly the tree has grown? It has been raised from only a little sprig of myrtle that you gave me on the day after my betrothal, and from which I was to make my own bridal bouquet when a year had passed, but that day never came. The eyes were closed which were to have been my light and joy through life. In the depths of the sea my beloved sleeps sweetly, the myrtle has become an old tree, and I am a still older woman. Before the sprig you gave me faded, I took a spray, and planted it in the earth, and now, as you see, it has become a large tree, and a bunch of the blossoms shall at last appear at a wedding festival, in the bouquet of your daughter." There were tears in the eyes of the old maid, as she spoke of the beloved of her youth, and of their betrothal in the wood. Many thoughts came into her mind. But the thought never came, that quite close to her, in that very window, was a remembrance of those olden times, the neck of the bottle which had, as it were, shouted for joy when the cork flew out with a bang on the betrothal day. But the bottle neck did not recognize the old maid. He had not been listening to what she had related, perhaps because he was thinking so much about her. The Philosopher's Stone. Far away towards the east, in India, which seemed in those days the world's end, stood the tree of the sun, a noble tree, such as we have never seen, and perhaps never may see. The summit of this tree spread itself for miles like an entire forest, each of its smaller branches forming a complete tree. Palms, beech trees, pines, plane trees, and various other kinds, which are found in all parts of the world, were here like small branches, shooting forth from the great tree. while the larger boughs, with their knots and curves, formed valleys and hills, clothed with velvety green and covered with flowers. Everywhere it was like a blooming meadow or a lovely garden. Here were birds from all quarters of the world assembled together, birds from the primeval forests of America, from the rose gardens of Damascus, and from the deserts of Africa, in which the elephant and the lion may boast of being the only rulers. Birds from the polar regions came flying here, and of course the stork and the swallow were not absent. But the birds were not the only living creatures. There were stags, squirrels, antelopes, and hundreds of other beautiful and light-footed animals here found a home. The summit of the tree was a wide-spreading garden, and in the midst of it, where the green boughs formed a kind of hill, stood a castle of crystal, with a view from it towards every quarter of heaven. Each tower was erected in the form of a lily, and within the stern was a winding staircase, through which one could ascend to the top and step out upon the leaves as upon balconies. The calyx of the flower itself formed a most beautiful, glittering, circular hall, above which no other roof arose than the blue firmament and the sun and stars. Just as much splendor, but of another kind, appeared below, in the wide halls of the castle. Here, on the walls, were reflected pictures of the world, which represented numerous and varied scenes of everything that took place daily, so that it was useless to read the newspapers, and indeed there were none to be obtained in this spot. All was to be seen in living pictures by those who wished it, but all would have been too much for even the wisest man, and this man dwelt here. His name is very difficult, you would not be able to pronounce it, so it may be omitted. He knew everything that a man on earth can know or imagine. Every invention already in existence or yet to be, was known to him, and much more, still everything on earth has a limit. The wise King Solomon was not half so wise as this man. He could govern the powers of nature and held sway over potent spirits, even death itself was obliged to give him every morning a list of those who were to die during the day. And King Solomon himself had to die at last, and this fact it was which so often occupied the thoughts of this great man in the castle on the tree of the sun. He knew that he also, however high he might tower above other men in wisdom, must one day die. He knew that his children would fade away like the leaves of the forest and become dust. He saw the human race wither and fall like leaves from the tree. He saw new men come to fill their places, but the leaves that fell off never sprouted forth again, they crumbled to dust or were absorbed into other plants. What happens to man, asked the wise man of himself, when touched by the angel of death? What can death be? The body decays, and the soul. Yes, what is the soul, and whither does it go? To eternal life, says the comforting voice of religion. But what is this change? Where and how shall we exist? Above. In heaven, answers the pious man, it is there we hope to go. Above, repeated the wise man, fixing his eyes upon the moon and stars above him. He saw that to this earthly sphere above and below were constantly changing places, and that the position varied according to the spot on which a man found himself. He knew, also, that even if he ascended to the top of the highest mountain which rears its lofty summit on this earth, the air, which to us seems clear and transparent, would there be dark and cloudy. The sun would have a coppery glow and send forth no rays, and our earth would lie beneath him wrapped in an orange-colored mist. How narrow are the limits which confine the bodily sight, and how little can be seen by the eye of the soul. How little do the wisest among us know of that which is so important to us all. In the most secret chamber of the castle lay the greatest treasure on earth, the Book of Truth. The wise man had read it through page after page. Every man may read in this book, but only in fragments. To many eyes the characters seem so mixed in confusion that the words cannot be distinguished. On certain pages the writing often appears so pale or so blurred that the page becomes a blank. The wiser a man becomes, the more he will read, and those who are wisest read most. The wise man knew how to unite the sunlight and the moonlight with the light of reason and the hidden powers of nature. And through this stronger light, many things in the pages were made clear to him. But in the portion of the book entitled Life After Death, not a single point could he see distinctly. This pained him. Should he never be able here on earth to obtain a light by which everything written in the book of truth should become clear to him? Like the wise King Solomon, he understood the language of animals, and could interpret their talk into song. But that made him none the wiser. He found out the nature of plants and metals, and their power in curing diseases and arresting death, but none to destroy death itself. In all created things within his reach he sought the light that should shine upon the certainty of an eternal life, but he found it not. The book of truth lay open before him, but its pages were to him as blank paper. Christianity placed before him in the Bible a promise of eternal life, but he wanted to read it in his book, in which nothing on the subject appeared to be written. He had 5 children. 4 sons, educated as the children of such a wise father should be, and a daughter, fair, gentle, and intelligent, but she was blind, yet this deprivation appeared as nothing to her. Her father and brothers were outward eyes to her, and a vivid imagination made everything clear to her mental sight. The sons had never gone farther from the castle than the branches of the trees extended, and the sister had scarcely ever left home. They were happy children in that home of their childhood, the beautiful and fragrant tree of the sun. Like all children, they loved to hear stories related to them, and their father told them many things which other children would not have understood, but these were as clever as most grown-up people are among us. He explained to them what they saw in the pictures of life on the castle walls, the doings of man, and the progress of events in all the lands of the earth. And the sons often expressed a wish that they could be present, and take a part in these great deeds. Then their father told them that in the world there was nothing but toil and difficulty, that it was not quite what it appeared to them, as they looked upon it in their beautiful home. He spoke to them of the true, the beautiful, and the good, and told them that these 3 held together in the world, and by that union they became crystallized into a precious jewel, clearer than a diamond of the first water, a jewel whose splendor had a value even in the sight of God, in whose brightness all things are dim. This jewel was called the Philosopher's Stone. He told them that, by searching, man could attain to a knowledge of the existence of God, and that it was in the power of every man to discover the certainty that such a jewel as the Philosopher's Stone really existed. This information would have been beyond the perception of other children, but these children understood, and others will learn to comprehend its meaning after a time. They questioned their father about the true, the beautiful, and the good, and he explained it to them in many ways. He told them that God, when he made man out of the dust of the earth, touched his work 5 times, leaving 5 intense feelings, which we call the 5 senses. Through these, the true, the beautiful, and the good are seen, understood, and perceived, and through these they are valued, protected, and encouraged. 5 senses have been given mentally and corporeally, inwardly and outwardly, to body and soul. The children thought deeply on all these things, and meditated upon them day and night. Then the eldest of the brothers dreamt a splendid dream. Strange to say, not only the second brother but also the third and fourth brothers all dreamt exactly the same thing, namely, that each went out into the world to find the Philosopher's Stone. Each dreamt that he found it, and that, as he rode back on his swift horse, in the morning dawn, over the velvety green meadows, to his home in the castle of his father, that the stone gleamed from his forehead like a beaming light, and threw such a bright radiance upon the pages of the book of truth that every word was illuminated which spoke of the life beyond the grave. But the sister had no dream of going out into the wide world, it never entered her mind. Her world was her father's house. "I shall ride forth into the wide world," said the eldest brother. "I must try what life is like there, as I mix with men. I will practice only the good and true, with these I will protect the beautiful. Much shall be changed for the better while I am there." Now these thoughts were great and daring, as our thoughts generally are at home, before we have gone out into the world, and encountered its storms and tempests, its thorns and its thistles. In him, and in all his brothers, the 5 senses were highly cultivated, inwardly and outwardly, but each of them had one sense which in keenness and development surpassed the other 4. In the case of the eldest, this preeminent sense was sight, which he hoped would be of special service. He had eyes for all times and all people. Eyes that could discover in the depths of the earth hidden treasures, and look into the hearts of men, as through a pane of glass. He could read more than is often seen on the cheek that blushes or grows pale, in the eye that droops or smiles. Stags and antelopes accompanied him to the western boundary of his home, and there he found the wild swans. These he followed, and found himself far away in the north, far from the land of his father, which extended eastward to the ends of the earth. How he opened his eyes with astonishment! How many things were to be seen here! And so different to the mere representation of pictures such as those in his father's house. At first he nearly lost his eyes in astonishment at the rubbish and mockery brought forward to represent the beautiful. But he kept his eyes, and soon found full employment for them. He wished to go thoroughly and honestly to work in his endeavor to understand the true, the beautiful, and the good. But how were they represented in the world? He observed that the wreath which rightly belonged to the beautiful was often given the hideous, that the good was often passed by unnoticed, while mediocrity was applauded, when it should have been hissed. People look at the dress, not at the wearer, thought more of a name than of doing their duty, and trusted more to reputation than to real service. It was everywhere the same. "I see I must make a regular attack on these things," said he. And he accordingly did not spare them. But while looking for the truth, came the evil one, the father of lies, to intercept him. Gladly would the fiend have plucked out the eyes of this seer, but that would have been a too straightforward path for him. He works more cunningly. He allowed the young man to seek for, and discover, the beautiful and the good. But while he was contemplating them, the evil spirit blew one mote after another into each of his eyes, and such a proceeding would injure the strongest sight. Then he blew upon the motes, and they became beams, so that the clearness of his sight was gone, and the seer was like a blind man in the world, and had no longer any faith in it. He had lost his good opinion of the world, as well as of himself. And when a man gives up the world, and himself too, it is all over with him. "All over," said the wild swan, who flew across the sea to the east. "All over," twittered the swallows, who were also flying eastward towards the tree of the sun. It was no good news which they carried home. "I think the seer has been badly served," said the second brother, "but the hearer may be more successful." This one possessed the sense of hearing to a very high degree, so acute was this sense, that it was said he could hear the grass grow. He took a fond leave of all at home, and rode away, provided with good abilities and good intentions. The swallows escorted him, and he followed the swans till he found himself out in the world, and far away from home. But he soon discovered that one may have too much of a good thing. His hearing was too fine. He not only heard the grass grow, but could hear every man's heart beat, whether in sorrow or in joy. The whole world was to him like a clockmaker's great workshop, in which all the clocks were going tick, tick, and all the turret clocks striking ding, dong. It was unbearable. For a long time his ears endured it, but at last all the noise and tumult became too much for one man to bear. There were rascally boys of 60 years old, for years do not alone make a man, who raised a tumult, which might have made the hearer laugh, but for the applause which followed, echoing through every street and house. And was even heard in country roads. Falsehood thrust itself forward and played the hypocrite, the bells on the fool's cap jingled, and declared they were church bells, and the noise became so bad for the hearer that he thrust his fingers into his ears. Still, he could hear false notes and bad singing, gossip and idle words, scandal and slander, groaning and moaning, without and within. Heaven help us! He thrust his fingers farther and farther into his ears, till at last the drums burst. And now he could hear nothing more of the true, the beautiful, and the good, for his hearing was to have been the means by which he hoped to acquire his knowledge. He became silent and suspicious, and at last trusted no one, not even himself, and no longer hoping to find and bring home the costly jewel, he gave it up, and gave himself up too, which was worse than all. The birds in their flight towards the east, carried the tidings, and the news reached the castle in the tree of the sun. "I will try now," said the third brother, "I have a keen nose." Now that was not a very elegant expression, but it was his way, and we must take him as he was. He had a cheerful temper, and was, besides, a real poet. He could make many things appear poetical, by the way in which he spoke of them, and ideas struck him long before they occurred to the minds of others. "I can smell," he would say. And he attributed to the sense of smelling, which he possessed in a high degree, a great power in the region of the beautiful. "I can smell," he would say, and many places are fragrant or beautiful according to the taste of the frequenters. One man feels at home in the atmosphere of the tavern, among the flaring tallow candles, and when the smell of spirits mingles with the fumes of bad tobacco. Another prefers sitting amidst the overpowering scent of jasmine, or perfuming himself with scented olive oil. This man seeks the fresh sea breeze, while that one climbs the lofty mountain top, to look down upon the busy life in miniature beneath him. As he spoke in this way, it seemed as if he had already been out in the world, as if he had already known and associated with man. But this experience was intuitive, it was the poetry within him, a gift from heaven bestowed on him in his cradle. He bade farewell to his parental roof in the tree of the sun, and departed on foot, from the pleasant scenes that surrounded his home. Arrived at its confines, he mounted on the back of an ostrich, which runs faster than a horse, and afterwards, when he fell in with the wild swans, he swung himself on the strongest of them, for he loved change. And away he flew over the sea to distant lands, where there were great forests, deep lakes, lofty mountains, and proud cities. Wherever he came it seemed as if sunshine traveled with him across the fields, for every flower, every bush, exhaled a renewed fragrance, as if conscious that a friend and protector was near, one who understood them, and knew their value. The stunted rosebush shot forth twigs, unfolded its leaves, and bore the most beautiful roses. Every one could see it, and even the black, slimy wood snail noticed its beauty. "I will give my seal to the flower," said the snail, "I have trailed my slime upon it, I can do no more." "Thus it always fares with the beautiful in this world," said the poet. And he made a song upon it, and sung it after his own fashion, but nobody listened. Then he gave a drummer twopence and a peacock's feather, and composed a song for the drum, and the drummer beat it through the streets of the town, and when the people heard it they said, "That is a capital tune." The poet wrote many songs about the true, the beautiful, and the good. His songs were listened to in the tavern, where the tallow candles flared, in the fresh clover field, in the forest, and on the high seas. And it appeared as if this brother was to be more fortunate than the other two. But the evil spirit was angry at this, so he set to work with soot and incense, which he can mix so artfully as to confuse an angel, and how much more easily a poor poet. The evil one knew how to manage such people. He so completely surrounded the poet with incense that the man lost his head, forgot his mission and his home, and at last lost himself and vanished in smoke. But when the little birds heard of it, they mourned, and for 3 days they sang not one song. The black wood snail became blacker still, not for grief, but for envy. "They should have offered me incense," he said, "for it was I who gave him the idea of the most famous of his songs, the drum's song of the way of the world, and it was I who spat at the rose, I can bring a witness to that fact." But no tidings of all this reached the poet's home in India. The birds had all been silent for 3 days, and when the time of mourning was over, so deep had been their grief, that they had forgotten for whom they wept. Such is the way of the world. "Now I must go out into the world, and disappear like the rest," said the fourth brother. He was as good-tempered as the third, but no poet, though he could be witty. The 2 eldest had filled the castle with joyfulness, and now the last brightness was going away. Sight and hearing have always been considered 2 of the chief senses among men, and those which they wish to keep bright. The other senses are looked upon as of less importance. But the younger son had a different opinion. He had cultivated his taste in every way, and taste is very powerful. It rules over what goes into the mouth, as well as over all which is presented to the mind, and, consequently, this brother took upon himself to taste everything stored up in bottles or jars. This he called the rough part of his work. Every man's mind was to him as a vessel in which something was concocting, every land a kind of mental kitchen. "There are no delicacies here," he said. So he wished to go out into the world to find something delicate to suit his taste. Perhaps fortune may be more favorable to me than it was to my brothers. I shall start on my travels, but what conveyance shall I choose? Are air balloons invented yet? He asked of his father, who knew of all inventions that had been made, or would be made. Air balloons had not then been invented, nor steamships, nor railways. Good, said he, then I shall choose an air balloon. My father knows how they are to be made and guided. Nobody has invented one yet, and the people will believe that it is an aerial phantom. When I have done with the balloon I shall burn it, and for this purpose, you must give me a few pieces of another invention, which will come next, I mean a few chemical matches. He obtained what he wanted, and flew away. The birds accompanied him farther than they had the other brothers. They were curious to know how this flight would end. Many more of them came swooping down, they thought it must be some new bird, and he soon had a goodly company of followers. They came in clouds till the air became darkened with birds as it was with the cloud of locusts over the land of Egypt. And now he was out in the wide world. The balloon descended over one of the greatest cities, and the aeronaut took up his station at the highest point, on the church steeple. The balloon rose again into the air, which it ought not to have done. What became of it is not known, neither is it of any consequence, for balloons had not then been invented. There he sat on the church steeple. The birds no longer hovered over him, they had got tired of him, and he was tired of them. All the chimneys in the town were smoking. There are altars erected to my honor, said the wind, who wished to say something agreeable to him as he sat there boldly looking down upon the people in the street. There was one stepping along, proud of his purse, another, of the key he carried behind him, though he had nothing to lock up, another took a pride in his moth-eaten coat, and another, in his mortified body. Vanity, all vanity, he exclaimed. I must go down there by and by, and touch and taste, but I shall sit here a little while longer, for the wind blows pleasantly at my back. I shall remain here as long as the wind blows, and enjoy a little rest. It is comfortable to sleep late in the morning when one had a great deal to do, said the sluggard, so I shall stop here as long as the wind blows, for it pleases me. And there he stayed. But as he was sitting on the weathercock of the steeple, which kept turning round and round with him, he was under the false impression that the same wind still blew, and that he could stay where he was without expense. But in India, in the castle on the tree of the sun, all was solitary and still, since the brothers had gone away one after the other. Nothing goes well with them, said the father. They will never bring the glittering jewel home, it is not made for me, they are all dead and gone. Then he bent down over the book of truth, and gazed on the page on which he should have read of the life after death, but for him there was nothing to be read or learned upon it. His blind daughter was his consolation and joy. She clung to him with sincere affection, and for the sake of his happiness and peace she wished the costly jewel could be found and brought home. With longing tenderness she thought of her brothers. Where were they? Where did they live? How she wished she might dream of them, but it was strange that not even in dreams could she be brought near to them. But at last one night she dreamt that she heard the voices of her brothers calling to her from the distant world, and she could not refrain herself, but went out to them, and yet it seemed in her dream that she still remained in her father's house. She did not see her brothers, but she felt as it were a fire burning in her hand, which, however, did not hurt her, for it was the jewel she was bringing to her father. When she awoke she thought for a moment that she still held the stone, but she only grasped the knob of her distaff. During the long evening she had spun constantly, and round the distaff were woven threads finer than the web of a spider. Human eyes could never have distinguished these threads when separated from each other. But she had wetted them with her tears, and the twist was as strong as a cable. She rose with the impression that her dream must be a reality, and her resolution was taken. It was still night, and her father slept. She pressed a kiss upon his hand, and then took her distaff and fastened the end of the thread to her father's house. But for this, blind as she was, she would never have found her way home again. To this thread she must hold fast, and trust not to others or even to herself. From the tree of the sun she broke 4 leaves, which she gave up to the wind and the weather, that they might be carried to her brothers as letters and a greeting, in case she did not meet them in the wide world. Poor blind child, what would become of her in those distant regions? But she had the invisible thread, to which she could hold fast, and she possessed a gift which all the others lacked. This was a determination to throw herself entirely into whatever she undertook, and it made her feel as if she had eyes even at the tips of her fingers, and could hear down into her very heart. Quietly she went forth into the noisy, bustling, wonderful world, and wherever she went the skies grew bright, and she felt the warm sunbeam, and a rainbow above in the blue heavens seemed to span the dark world. She heard the song of the birds, and smelt the scent of the orange groves and apple orchards so strongly that she seemed to taste it. Soft tones and charming songs reached her ear, as well as harsh sounds and rough words, thoughts and opinions in strange contradiction to each other. Into the deepest recesses of her heart penetrated the echoes of human thoughts and feelings. Now she heard the following words sadly sung. Life is a shadow that flits away in a night of darkness and woe. But then would follow brighter thoughts. Life has the rose's sweet perfume, with sunshine, light, and joy. And if one stanza sounded painfully, each mortal thinks of himself alone. Is a truth, alas, too clearly known. Then, on the other hand, came the answer. Love, like a mighty flowing stream, fills every heart with its radiant gleam. She heard, indeed, such words as these. In the pretty turmoil here below, all is a vain and paltry show. Then came also words of comfort. Great and good are the actions done by many whose worth is never known. And if sometimes the mocking strain reached her, why not join in the jesting cry that contemns all gifts from the throne on high? In the blind girl's heart a stronger voice repeated. To trust in thyself and God is best. In his holy will forever to rest. But the evil spirit could not see this and remain contented. He has more cleverness than 10,000 men, and he found means to compass his end. He betook himself to the marsh, and collected a few little bubbles of stagnant water. Then he uttered over them the echoes of lying words that they might become strong. He mixed up together songs of praise with lying epitaphs, as many as he could find, boiled them in tears shed by envy. Put upon them rouge, which he had scraped from faded cheeks, and from these he produced a maiden, in form and appearance like the blind girl, the angel of completeness, as men called her. The evil one's plot was successful. The world knew not which was the true, and indeed how should the world know? To trust in thyself and God is best. In his holy will forever to rest. So sung the blind girl in full faith. She had entrusted the 4 green leaves from the tree of the sun to the winds, as letters of greeting to her brothers, and she had full confidence that the leaves would reach them. She fully believed that the jewel which outshines all the glories of the world would yet be found, and that upon the forehead of humanity it would glitter even in the castle of her father. Even in my father's house, she repeated. Yes, the place in which this jewel is to be found is earth, and I shall bring more than the promise of it with me. I feel it glow and swell more and more in my closed hand. Every grain of truth which the keen wind carried up and whirled towards me I caught and treasured. I allowed it to be penetrated with the fragrance of the beautiful, of which there is so much in the world, even for the blind. I took the beatings of a heart engaged in a good action, and added them to my treasure. All that I can bring is but dust, still, it is a part of the jewel we seek, and there is plenty, my hand is quite full of it. She soon found herself again at home, carried thither in a flight of thought, never having loosened her hold of the invisible thread fastened to her father's house. As she stretched out her hand to her father, the powers of evil dashed with the fury of a hurricane over the tree of the sun, a blast of wind rushed through the open doors, and into the sanctuary, where lay the book of truth. It will be blown to dust by the wind, said the father, as he seized the open hand she held towards him. No, she replied, with quiet confidence, it is indestructible. I feel its beam warming my very soul." Then her father observed that a dazzling flame gleamed from the white page on which the shining dust had passed from her hand. It was there to prove the certainty of eternal life, and on the book glowed one shining word, and only one, the word believe. And soon the four brothers were again with the father and daughter. When the green leaf from home fell on the bosom of each, a longing had seized them to return. They had arrived, accompanied by the birds of passage, the stag, the antelope, and all the creatures of the forest who wished to take part in their joy. We have often seen, when a sunbeam burst through a crack in the door into a dusty room, how a whirling column of dust seems to circle round. But this was not poor, insignificant, common dust, which the blind girl had brought. Even the rainbow's colors are dim when compared with the beauty which shone from the page on which it had fallen. The beaming word believe, from every grain of truth, had the brightness of the beautiful and the good, more bright than the mighty pillar of flame that led Moses and the children of Israel to the land of Canaan. And from the word believe arose the bridge of hope, reaching even to the unmeasurable love in the realms of the infinite. The last dream of the old oak. In the forest, high up on the steep shore, and not far from the open seacoast, stood a very old oak tree. It was just 365 years old, but that long time was to the tree as the same number of days might be to us. We wake by day and sleep by night, and then we have our dreams. It is different with the tree. It is obliged to keep awake through 3 seasons of the year, and does not get any sleep till winter comes. Winter is its time for rest, its night after the long day of spring, summer, and autumn. On many a warm summer, the ephemera, the flies that exist for only a day, had fluttered about the old oak, enjoyed life and felt happy, and if, for a moment, one of the tiny creatures rested on one of his large fresh leaves, the tree would always say, "Poor little creature. Your whole life consists only of a single day. How very short. It must be quite melancholy." "Melancholy? What do you mean?" the little creature would always reply. "Everything around me is so wonderfully bright and warm, and beautiful, that it makes me joyous. But only for one day, and then it is all over." "Over," repeated the fly, "what is the meaning of all over? Are you all over too?" "No. I shall very likely live for thousands of your days, and my day is whole seasons long, indeed it is so long that you could never reckon it out." "No. Then I don't understand you. You may have thousands of my days, but I have thousands of moments in which I can be merry and happy. Does all the beauty of the world cease when you die?" "No," replied the tree. "It will certainly last much longer, infinitely longer than I can even think of." "Well, then," said the little fly, "we have the same time to live, only we reckon differently." And the little creature danced and floated in the air, rejoicing in her delicate wings of gauze and velvet, rejoicing in the balmy breezes, laden with the fragrance of clover fields and wild roses, elder blossoms and honeysuckle. From the garden hedges, wild thyme, primroses, and mint, and the scent of all these was so strong that the perfume almost intoxicated the little fly. The long and beautiful day had been so full of joy and sweet delights, that when the sun sank low it felt tired of all its happiness and enjoyment. Its wings could sustain it no longer, and gently and slowly it glided down upon the soft waving blades of grass, nodded its little head as well as it could nod, and slept peacefully and sweetly. The fly was dead. "Poor little ephemera," said the oak, "what a terribly short life." And so, on every summer day the dance was repeated, the same questions asked, and the same answers given. The same thing was continued through many generations of ephemera. All of them felt equally merry and equally happy. The oak remained awake through the morning of spring, the noon of summer, and the evening of autumn, its time of rest. Its night drew nigh, winter was coming. Already the storms were singing, "Good night, good night. Here fell a leaf and there fell a leaf. We will rock you and lull you. Go to sleep, go to sleep. We will sing you to sleep, and shake you to sleep, and it will do your old twigs good. They will even crackle with pleasure. Sleep sweetly, sleep sweetly, it is your 365th night. Correctly speaking, you are but a youngster in the world. Sleep sweetly, the clouds will drop snow upon you, which will be quite a coverlid, warm and sheltering to your feet. Sweet sleep to you, and pleasant dreams. And there stood the oak, stripped of all its leaves, left to rest during the whole of a long winter, and to dream many dreams of events that had happened in its life, as in the dreams of men. The great tree had once been small. Indeed, in its cradle it had been an acorn. According to human computation, it was now in the 4th century of its existence. It was the largest and best tree in the forest. Its summit towered above all the other trees, and could be seen far out at sea, so that it served as a landmark to the sailors. It had no idea how many eyes looked eagerly for it. In its topmost branches the wood pigeon built her nest, and the cuckoo carried out his usual vocal performances, and his well-known notes echoed amid the boughs. And in autumn, when the leaves looked like beaten copper plates, the birds of passage would come and rest upon the branches before taking their flight across the sea. But now it was winter, the tree stood leafless, so that every one could see how crooked and bent were the branches that sprang forth from the trunk. Crows and rooks came by turns and sat on them, and talked of the hard times which were beginning, and how difficult it was in winter to obtain food. It was just about Holy Christmas time that the tree dreamed a dream. The tree had, doubtless, a kind of feeling that the festive time had arrived, and in his dream fancied he heard the bells ringing from all the churches round, and yet it seemed to him to be a beautiful summer's day, mild and warm. His mighty summits was crowned with spreading fresh green foliage, the sunbeams played among the leaves and branches, and the air was full of fragrance from herb and blossom, painted butterflies chased each other. The summer flies danced around him, as if the world had been created merely for them to dance and be merry in. All that had happened to the tree during every year of his life seemed to pass before him, as in a festive procession. He saw the knights of olden times and noble ladies ride by through the wood on their gallant steeds, with plumes waving in their hats, and falcons on their wrists. The hunting horn sounded, and the dogs barked. He saw hostile warriors, in colored dresses and glittering armor, with spear and halberd, pitching their tents, and anon striking them. The watchfires again blazed, and men sang and slept under the hospitable shelter of the tree. He saw lovers meet in quiet happiness near him in the moonshine, and carve the initials of their names in the grayish-green bark on his trunk. Once, but long years had intervened since then, guitars and Aeolian harps had been hung on his boughs by merry travelers, now they seemed to hang there again, and he could hear their marvelous tones. The wood pigeons cooed as if to explain the feelings of the tree, and the cuckoo called out to tell him how many summer days he had yet to live. Then it seemed as if new life was thrilling through every fiber of root and stem and leaf, rising even to the highest branches. The tree felt itself stretching and spreading out, while through the root beneath the earth ran the warm vigor of life. As he grew higher and still higher, with increased strength, his topmost boughs became broader and fuller. And in proportion to his growth, so was his self-satisfaction increased, and with it arose a joyous longing to grow higher and higher, to reach even to the warm, bright sun itself. Already had his topmost branches pierced the clouds, which floated beneath them like troops of birds of passage, or large white swans. Every leaf seemed gifted with sight, as if it possessed eyes to see. The stars became visible in broad daylight, large and sparkling, like clear and gentle eyes. They recalled to the memory the well-known look in the eyes of a child, or in the eyes of lovers who had once met beneath the branches of the old oak. These were wonderful and happy moments for the old tree, full of peace and joy. And yet, amidst all this happiness, the tree felt a yearning, longing desire that all the other trees, bushes, herbs, and flowers beneath him, might be able also to rise higher, as he had done, and to see all this splendor. And experienced the same happiness. The grand, majestic oak could not be quite happy in the midst of his enjoyment, while all the rest, both great and small, were not with him. And this feeling of yearning trembled through every branch, through every leaf, as warmly and fervently as if they had been the fibers of a human heart. The summit of the tree waved to and fro, and bent downwards as if in his silent longing he sought for something. Then there came to him the fragrance of thyme, followed by the more powerful scent of honeysuckle and violets. And he fancied he heard the note of the cuckoo. At length his longing was satisfied. Up through the clouds came the green summits of the forest trees, and beneath him, the oak saw them rising, and growing higher and higher. Bush and herb shot upward, and some even tore themselves up by the roots to rise more quickly. The birch tree was the quickest of all. Like a lightning flash the slender stem shot upwards in a zigzag line, the branches spreading around it like green gauze and banners. Every native of the wood, even to the brown and feathery rushes, grew with the rest, while the birds ascended with the melody of song. On a blade of grass, that fluttered in the air like a long, green ribbon, sat a grasshopper, cleaning his wings with his legs. May beetles hummed, the bees murmured, the birds sang, each in his own way. The air was filled with the sounds of song and gladness. "But where is the little blue flower that grows by the water?" asked the oak, and the purple bellflower, and the daisy. You see, the oak wanted to have them all with him. "Here we are here," sounded in voice and song. "But the beautiful time of last summer, where is that? And the lilies of the valley, which last year covered the earth with their bloom? And the wild apple tree with its lovely blossoms, and all the glory of the wood, which has flourished year after year? Even what may have but now sprouted forth could be with us here." We are here," sounded voices higher in the air, as if they had flown there beforehand. "Why, this is beautiful, too beautiful to be believed," said the oak in a joyful tone. "I have them all here, both great and small. Not one has been forgotten. Can such happiness be imagined? It seemed almost impossible. In heaven with the eternal God, it can be imagined, and it is possible," sounded the reply through the air. And the old tree, as it still grew upwards and onwards, felt that his roots were loosening themselves from the earth. "It is right so, it is best," said the tree, "no fetters hold me now. I can fly up to the very highest point in light and glory. And all I love are with me, both small and great. All are here." Such was the dream of the old oak, and while he dreamed, a mighty storm came rushing over land and sea, at the holy Christmas time. The sea rolled in great billows towards the shore. There was a cracking and crushing heard in the tree. The root was torn from the ground just at the moment when in his dream he fancied it was being loosened from the earth. He fell, his 365 years were passed as the single day of the ephemera. On the morning of Christmas Day, when the sun rose, the storm had ceased. From all the churches sounded the festive bells, and from every hearth, even of the smallest hut, rose the smoke into the blue sky, like the smoke from the festive thank-offerings on the Druids' altars. The sea gradually became calm, and on board a great ship that had withstood the tempest during the night, all the flags were displayed, as a token of joy and festivity. "The tree is down. The old oak, our landmark on the coast," exclaimed the sailors. "It must have fallen in the storm of last night. Who can replace it? Alas! No one." This was a funeral oration over the old tree, short, but well meant. There it lay stretched on the snow-covered shore, and over it sounded the notes of a song from the ship, a song of Christmas joy, and of the redemption of the soul of man, and of eternal life through Christ's atoning blood. Sing aloud on the happy morn. All is fulfilled, for Christ is born. With songs of joy let us loudly sing. Hallelujahs to Christ our King. Thus sounded the old Christmas carol, and every one on board the ship felt his thoughts elevated, through the song and the prayer, even as the old tree had felt lifted up in its beautiful dream on that Christmas morn. The Marsh King's Daughter. The storks relate to their little ones a great many stories, and they are all about moors and reed banks, and suited to their age and capacity. The youngest of them are quite satisfied with cribble, crabble, or such nonsense, and think it very grand, but the elder ones want something with a deeper meaning, or at least something about their own family. We are only acquainted with one of the two longest and oldest stories which the storks relate, it is about Moses, who was exposed by his mother on the banks of the Nile, and was found by the king's daughter, who gave him a good education. And he afterwards became a great man. But where he was buried is still unknown. Every one knows this story, but not the second, very likely because it is quite an inland story. It has been repeated from mouth to mouth, from one stork mama to another, for thousands of years. And each has told it better than the last, and now we mean to tell it better than all. The first stork pair who related it lived at the time it happened, and had their summer residence on the rafters of the Viking's house, which stood near the wild moorlands of Wensissel. That is, to speak more correctly, the Great Moor Heath, high up in the north of Jutland, by the Skjagen Peak. This wilderness is still an immense wild heath of marshy ground, about which we can read in the official directory. It is said that in olden times the place was a lake, the ground of which had heaved up from beneath, and now the moorland extends for miles in every direction, and is surrounded by damp meadows, trembling, undulating swamps, and marshy ground covered with turf, on which grow bilberry bushes and stunted trees. Mists are almost always hovering over this region, which, 70 years ago, was overrun with wolves. It may well be called the Wild Moor. And one can easily imagine, with such a wild expanse of marsh and lake, how lonely and dreary it must have been 1,000 years ago. Many things may be noticed now that existed then. The reeds grow to the same height, and bear the same kind of long, purple-brown leaves, with their feathery tips. There still stands the birch, with its white bark and its delicate, loosely hanging leaves. And with regard to the living beings who frequented this spot, the fly still wears a gauzy dress of the same cut, and the favorite colors of the stork are white, with black and red for stockings. The people, certainly, in those days, wore very different dresses to those they now wear, but if any of them, be he huntsman or squire, master or servant, ventured on the wavering, undulating, marshy ground of the moor, they met with the same fate 1,000 years ago as they would now. The wanderer sank, and went down to the Marsh King, as he is named, who rules in the great moorland empire beneath. They also called him Gunkel King, but we like the name of Marsh King better, and we will give him that name as the storks do. Very little is known of the Marsh King's rule, but that, perhaps, is a good thing. In the neighborhood of the moorlands, and not far from the great arm of the North Sea and the Kattegat which is called the Lumfjorden, lay the castle of the Viking, with its watertight stone cellars, its tower, and its 3 projecting stories. On the ridge of the roof the stork had built his nest, and there the stork mamma sat on her eggs and felt sure her hatching would come to something. One evening, stork papa stayed out rather late, and when he came home he seemed quite busy, bustling, and important. "I have something very dreadful to tell you," said he to the stork mamma. "Keep it to yourself then," she replied. "Remember that I am hatching eggs, it may agitate me, and will affect them." "You must know it at once," said he. "The daughter of our host in Egypt has arrived here. She has ventured to take this journey, and now she is lost." "She who sprung from the race of the fairies, is it?" cried the mother stork. "Oh, tell me all about it, you know I cannot bear to be kept waiting at a time when I am hatching eggs." "Well, you see, mother," he replied, "she believed what the doctor said, and what I have heard you state also, that the moor flowers which grow about here would heal her sick father. And she has flown to the north in swan's plumage, in company with some other swan princesses, who come to these parts every year to renew their youth. She came, and where is she now?" "You enter into particulars too much," said the mamma stork, "and the eggs may take cold. I cannot bear such suspense as this." "Well," said he, "I have kept watch. And this evening I went among the rushes where I thought the marshy ground would bear me, and while I was there 3 swans came. Something in their manner of flying seemed to say to me, 'Look carefully now. There is one not all swan, only swan's feathers.' You know, mother, you have the same intuitive feeling that I have, you know whether a thing is right or not immediately." "Yes, of course," said she, "but tell me about the princess. I am tired of hearing about the swan's feathers." "Well, you know that in the middle of the moor there is something like a lake," said the stork papa. You can see the edge of it if you raise yourself a little. Just there, by the reeds and the green banks, lay the trunk of an elder tree. Upon this the 3 swans stood flapping their wings, and looking about them. One of them threw off her plumage, and I immediately recognized her as one of the princesses of our home in Egypt. There she sat, without any covering but her long, black hair. I heard her tell the 2 others to take great care of the swan's plumage, while she dipped down into the water to pluck the flowers which she fancied she saw there. The others nodded, and picked up the feather dress, and took possession of it. I wonder what will become of it, thought I, and she most likely asked herself the same question. If so, she received an answer, a very practical one, for the 2 swans rose up and flew away with her swan's plumage. Dive down now, they cried. Thou shalt never more fly in the swan's plumage, thou shalt never again see Egypt, here, on the moor, thou wilt remain. So saying, they tore the swan's plumage into 1,000 pieces, the feathers drifted about like a snow shower, and then the 2 deceitful princesses flew away. Why, that is terrible, said the stork mamma. I feel as if I could hardly bear to hear any more, but you must tell me what happened next. The princess wept and lamented aloud. Her tears moistened the elder stump, which was really not an elder stump but the Marsh king himself, he who in marshy ground lives and rules. I saw myself how the stump of the tree turned round, and was a tree no more, while long, clammy branches like arms, were extended from it. Then the poor child was terribly frightened, and started up to run away. She hastened to cross the green, slimy ground, but it will not bear any weight, much less hers. She quickly sank, and the elder stump dived immediately after her, in fact, it was he who drew her down. Great black bubbles rose up out of the moor slime, and with these every trace of the 2 vanished. And now the princess is buried in the wild marsh, she will never now carry flowers to Egypt to cure her father. It would have broken your heart, mother, had you seen it. You ought not to have told me, said she, at such a time as this, the eggs might suffer. But I think the princess will soon find help, someone will rise up to help her. Ah! If it had been you or I, or one of our people, it would have been all over with us. I mean to go every day, said he, to see if anything comes to pass, and so he did. A long time went by, but at last he saw a green stalk shooting up out of the deep, marshy ground. As it reached the surface of the marsh, a leaf spread out, and unfolded itself broader and broader, and close to it came forth a bud. One morning, when the stork papa was flying over the stem, he saw that the power of the sun's rays had caused the bud to open, and in the cup of the flower lay a charming child, a little maiden, looking as if she had just come out of a bath. The little one was so like the Egyptian princess, that the stork, at the first moment, thought it must be the princess herself. But after a little reflection he decided that it was much more likely to be the daughter of the princess and the marsh king. And this explained also her being placed in the cup of a water lily. But she cannot be left to lie here, thought the stork, and in my nest there are already so many. But stay, I have thought of something, the wife of the Viking has no children, and how often she has wished for a little one. People always say the stork brings the little ones, I will do so in earnest this time. I shall fly with the child to the Viking's wife, what rejoicing there will be. And then the stork lifted the little girl out of the flower cup, flew to the castle, picked a hole with his beak in the bladder-covered window, and laid the beautiful child in the bosom of the Viking's wife. Then he flew back quickly to the stork mamma and told her what he had seen and done, and the little storks listened to it all, for they were then quite old enough to do so. So you see, he continued, that the princess is not dead, for she must have sent her little one up here, and now I have found a home for her. Ah, I said it would be so from the first, replied the stork mamma. But now think a little of your own family. Our traveling time draws near, and I sometimes feel a little irritation already under the wings. The cuckoos and the nightingale are already gone, and I heard the quails say they should go too as soon as the wind was favorable. Our youngsters will go through all the maneuvers at the review very well, or I am much mistaken in them. The Viking's wife was above measure delighted when she awoke the next morning and found the beautiful little child lying in her bosom. She kissed it and caressed it. But it cried terribly, and struck out with its arms and legs, and did not seem to be pleased at all. At last it cried itself to sleep, and as it lay there so still and quiet, it was a most beautiful sight to see. The Viking's wife was so delighted, that body and soul were full of joy. Her heart felt so light within her, that it seemed as if her husband and his soldiers, who were absent, must come home as suddenly and unexpectedly as the little child had done. She and her whole household therefore busied themselves in preparing everything for the reception of her lord. The long, colored tapestry, on which she and her maidens had worked pictures of their idols, Odin, Thor, and Frigga, was hung up. The slaves polished the old shields that served as ornaments, cushions were placed on the seats, and dry wood laid on the fireplaces in the center of the hall, so that the flames might be fanned up at a moment's notice. The Viking's wife herself assisted in the work, so that at night she felt very tired, and quickly fell into a sound sleep. When she awoke, just before morning, she was terribly alarmed to find that the infant had vanished. She sprang from her couch, lighted a pine chip, and searched all round the room, when, at last, in that part of the bed where her feet had been, lay, not the child, but a great, ugly frog. She was quite disgusted at this sight, and seized a heavy stick to kill the frog, but the creature looked at her with such strange, mournful eyes, that she was unable to strike the blow. Once more she searched round the room. Then she started at hearing the frog utter a low, painful croak. She sprang from the couch and opened the window hastily. At the same moment the sun rose, and threw its beams through the window, till it rested on the couch where the great frog lay. Suddenly it appeared as if the frog's broad mouth contracted, and became small and red. The limbs moved and stretched out and extended themselves till they took a beautiful shape. And behold, there was the pretty child lying before her, and the ugly frog was gone. "How is this?" she cried. "Have I had a wicked dream? Is it not my own lovely cherub that lies there?" Then she kissed it and fondled it. But the child struggled and fought, and bit as if she had been a little wild cat. The Viking did not return on that day, nor the next. He was, however, on the way home, but the wind, so favorable to the storks, was against him. For it blew towards the south. A wind in favor of one is often against another. After 2 or 3 days had passed, it became clear to the Viking's wife how matters stood with the child. It was under the influence of a powerful sorcerer. By day it was charming in appearance as an angel of light, but with a temper wicked and wild, while at night, in the form of an ugly frog, it was quiet and mournful, with eyes full of sorrow. Here were two natures, changing inwardly and outwardly with the absence and return of sunlight. And so it happened that by day the child, with the actual form of its mother, possessed the fierce disposition of its father. At night, on the contrary, its outward appearance plainly showed its descent on the father's side, while inwardly it had the heart and mind of its mother. Who would be able to loosen this wicked charm which the sorcerer had worked upon it? The wife of the Viking lived in constant pain and sorrow about it. Her heart clung to the little creature, but she could not explain to her husband the circumstances in which it was placed. He was expected to return shortly. And were she to tell him, he would very likely, as was the custom at that time, expose the poor child in the public highway, and let anyone take it away who would. The good wife of the Viking could not let that happen, and she therefore resolved that the Viking should never see the child excepting by daylight. One morning there sounded a rushing of storks' wings over the roof. More than 100 pair of storks had rested there during the night, to recover themselves after their excursion, and now they soared aloft, and prepared for the journey southward. "All the husbands are here, and ready," they cried. "Wives and children also." "How light we are," screamed the young storks in chorus. "Something pleasant seems creeping over us, even down to our toes, as if we were full of live frogs. Ah, how delightful it is to travel into foreign lands. Hold yourselves properly in the line with us," cried Papa and Mama. "Do not use your beaks so much, it tries the lungs." And then the storks flew away. About the same time sounded the clang of the warriors' trumpets across the heath. The Viking had landed with his men. They were returning home, richly laden with spoil from the Gallic coast, where the people, as did also the inhabitants of Britain, often cried in alarm, "Deliver us from the wild Northmen." Life and noisy pleasure came with them into the castle of the Viking on the moorland. A great cask of mead was drawn into the hall, piles of wood blazed, cattle were slain and served up, that they might feast in reality. The priest who offered the sacrifice sprinkled the devoted parishioners with the warm blood. The fire crackled, and the smoke rolled along beneath the roof, the soot fell upon them from the beams, but they were used to all these things. Guests were invited, and received handsome presents. All wrongs and unfaithfulness were forgotten. They drank deeply, and threw in each other's faces the bones that were left, which was looked upon as a sign of good feeling amongst them. A bard, who was a kind of musician as well as warrior, and who had been with the Viking in his expedition, and knew what to sing about, gave them one of his best songs, in which they heard all their warlike deeds praised. And every wonderful action brought forward with honor. Every verse ended with this refrain: "Gold and possessions will flee away. Friends and foes must die one day. Every man on earth must die. But a famous name will never die." And with that they beat upon their shields, and hammered upon the table with knives and bones, in a most outrageous manner. The Viking's wife sat upon a raised cross seat in the open hall. She wore a silk dress, golden bracelets, and large amber beads. She was in costly attire, and the bard named her in his song, and spoke of the rich treasure of gold which she had brought to her husband. Her husband had already seen the wonderfully beautiful child in the daytime, and was delighted with her beauty, even her wild ways pleased him. He said the little maiden would grow up to be a heroine, with the strong will and determination of a man. She would never wink her eyes, even if, in joke, an expert hand should attempt to cut off her eyebrows with a sharp sword. The full cask of mead soon became empty, and a fresh one was brought in. For these were people who liked plenty to eat and drink. The old proverb, which every one knows, says that, "The cattle know when to leave their pasture, but a foolish man knows not the measure of his own appetite." Yes, they all knew this. But men may know what is right, and yet often do wrong. They also knew, that even the welcome guest becomes wearisome when he sits too long in the house. But there they remained, for pork and mead are good things. And so at the Viking's house they stayed, and enjoyed themselves, and at night the bondmen slept in the ashes, and dipped their fingers in the fat, and licked them. Oh, it was a delightful time. Once more in the same year the Viking went forth, though the storms of autumn had already commenced to roar. He went with his warriors to the coast of Britain. He said that it was but an excursion of pleasure across the water, so his wife remained at home with the little girl. After a while, it is quite certain the foster mother began to love the poor frog, with its gentle eyes and its deep sighs, even better than the little beauty who bit and fought with all around her. The heavy, damp mists of autumn, which destroy the leaves of the wood, had already fallen upon forest and heath. Feathers of plucked birds, as they call the snow, flew about in thick showers, and winter was coming. The sparrows took possession of the stork's nest, and conversed about the absent owners in their own fashion, and they, the stork pair and all their young ones, where were they staying now? The storks might have been found in the land of Egypt, where the sun's rays shone forth bright and warm, as it does here at midsummer. Tamarinds and acacias were in full bloom all over the country, the crescent of Mahomet glittered brightly from the cupolas of the mosques, and on the slender pinnacles sat many of the storks, resting after their long journey. Swarms of them took divided possession of the nests which lay close to each other between the venerable columns, and crowded the arches of temples in forgotten cities. The date and the palm lifted themselves as a screen or as a sunshade over them. The grey pyramids looked like broken shadows in the clear air in the far-off desert, where the ostrich wheels his rapid flight, and the lion, with his subtle eyes, gazes at the marble sphinx which lies half buried in sand. The waters of the Nile had retreated, and the whole bed of the river was covered with frogs, which was a most acceptable prospect for the stork families. The young storks thought their eyes deceived them, everything around appeared so beautiful. "It is always like this here, and this is how we live in our warm country," said the stork mamma, and the thought made the young ones almost beside themselves with pleasure. "Is there anything more to see?" they asked. "Are we going farther into the country?" "There is nothing further for us to see," answered the stork mamma. "Beyond this delightful region there are immense forests, where the branches of the trees entwine round each other, while prickly, creeping plants cover the paths, and only an elephant could force a passage for himself with his great feet. The snakes are too large, and the lizards too lively for us to catch. Then there is the desert. If you went there, your eyes would soon be full of sand with the lightest breeze, and if it should blow great guns, you would most likely find yourself in a sand drift. Here is the best place for you, where there are frogs and locusts. Here I shall remain, and so must you." And so they stayed. The parents sat in the nest on the slender minaret, and rested, yet still were busily employed in cleaning and smoothing their feathers, and in sharpening their beaks against their red stockings. Then they would stretch out their necks, salute each other, and gravely raise their heads with the high-polished forehead, and soft, smooth feathers, while their brown eyes shone with intelligence. The female young ones strutted about amid the moist rushes, glancing at the other young storks and making acquaintances, and swallowing a frog at every third step, or tossing a little snake about with their beaks. In a way they considered very becoming, and besides it tasted very good. The young male storks soon began to quarrel, they struck at each other with their wings, and pecked with their beaks till the blood came. And in this manner many of the young ladies and gentlemen were betrothed to each other. It was, of course, what they wanted, and indeed what they lived for. Then they returned to a nest, and there the quarreling began afresh. For in hot countries people are almost all violent and passionate. But for all that it was pleasant, especially for the old people, who watched them with great joy, all that their young ones did suited them. Every day here there was sunshine, plenty to eat, and nothing to think of but pleasure. But in the rich castle of their Egyptian host, as they called him, pleasure was not to be found. The rich and mighty lord of the castle lay on his couch, in the midst of the great hall, with its many-colored walls looking like the center of a great tulip, but he was stiff and powerless in all his limbs, and lay stretched out like a mummy. His family and servants stood round him. He was not dead, although he could scarcely be said to live. The healing moorflower from the north, which was to have been found and brought to him by her who loved him so well, had not arrived. His young and beautiful daughter who, in swan's plumage, had flown over land and seas to the distant north, had never returned. "She is dead," so the two swan maidens had said when they came home. And they made up quite a story about her, and this is what they told. "We three flew away together through the air," said they, "a hunter caught sight of us, and shot at us with an arrow. The arrow struck our young friend and sister, and slowly singing her farewell song she sank down, a dying swan, into the forest lake. On the shores of the lake, under a spreading birch tree, we laid her in the cold earth. We had our revenge. We bound fire under the wings of a swallow, who had a nest on the thatched roof of the huntsman. The house took fire, and burst into flames. The hunter was burnt with the house, and the light was reflected over the sea as far as the spreading birch, beneath which we laid her sleeping dust. She will never return to the land of Egypt." And then they both wept. And Stork Papa, who heard the story, snapped with his beak so that it might be heard a long way off. "Deceit and lies," cried he, "I should like to run my beak deep into their chests." "And perhaps break it off," said the mamma stork, "then what a sight you would be. Think first of yourself, and then of your family, all others are nothing to us." "Yes, I know," said the stork papa. "But tomorrow I can easily place myself on the edge of the open cupola, when the learned and wise men assemble to consult on the state of the sick man, perhaps they may come a little nearer to the truth." And the learned and wise men assembled together, and talked a great deal on every point, but the stork could make no sense out of anything they said. Neither were there any good results from their consultations, either for the sick man, or for his daughter in the marshy heath. When we listen to what people say in this world, we shall hear a great deal. But it is an advantage to know what has been said and done before, when we listen to a conversation. The stork did, and we know at least as much as he, the stork. Love is a life-giver. The highest love produces the highest life. Only through love can the sick man be cured. This had been said by many, and even the learned men acknowledged that it was a wise saying. "What a beautiful thought," exclaimed the papa stork immediately. "I don't quite understand it," said the mama stork, when her husband repeated it. "However, it is not my fault, but the fault of the thought, whatever it may be. I have something else to think of." Now the learned men had spoken also of love between this one and that one, of the difference of the love which we have for our neighbor, to the love that exists between parents and children. Of the love of the plant for the light, and how the germ springs forth when the sunbeam kisses the ground. All these things were so elaborately and learnedly explained, that it was impossible for Stork Papa to follow it, much less to talk about it. His thoughts on the subject quite weighed him down. He stood the whole of the following day on one leg, with half-shut eyes, thinking deeply. So much learning was quite a heavy weight for him to carry. One thing, however, the Papa Stork could understand. Every one, high and low, had from their inmost hearts expressed their opinion that it was a great misfortune for so many thousands of people, the whole country indeed, to have this man so sick, with no hopes of his recovery. And what joy and blessing it would spread around if he could by any means be cured. But where bloomed the flower that could bring him health? They had searched for it everywhere, in learned writings, in the shining stars, in the weather and wind. Inquiries had been made in every byway that could be thought of, until at last the wise and learned men has asserted, as we have been already told, that love, the life-giver, could alone give new life to a father. And in saying this, they had overdone it, and said more than they understood themselves. They repeated it, and wrote it down as a recipe: love is a life-giver. But how could such a recipe be prepared? That was a difficulty they could not overcome. At last it was decided that help could only come from the princess herself, whose whole soul was wrapped up in her father, especially as a plan had been adopted by her to enable her to obtain a remedy. More than a year had passed since the princess had set out at night, when the light of the young moon was soon lost beneath the horizon. She had gone to the marble sphinx in the desert, shaking the sand from her sandals, and then passed through the long passage, which leads to the center of one of the great pyramids, where the mighty kings of antiquity, surrounded with pomp and splendor, lie veiled in the form of mummies. She had been told by the wise men, that if she laid her head on the breast of one of them, from the head she would learn where to find life and recovery for her father. She had performed all this, and in a dream had learnt that she must bring home to her father the lotus flower, which grows in the deep sea, near the moors and heath in the Danish land. The very place and situation had been pointed out to her, and she was told that the flower would restore her father to health and strength. And, therefore, she had gone forth from the land of Egypt, flying over to the open marsh and the wild moor in the plumage of a swan. The Papa and Mama Storks knew all this, and we also know it now. We know, too, that the Marsh King has drawn her down to himself, and that to the loved ones at home she is forever dead. One of the wisest of them said, as the Stork Mama also said, that in some way she would, after all, manage to succeed. And so at last they comforted themselves with this hope, and would wait patiently. In fact, they could do nothing better. "I should like to get away the swan's feathers from those two treacherous princesses," said the Papa Stork. Then, at least, they would not be able to fly over again to the wild moor, and do more wickedness. "I can hide the two suits of feathers over yonder, till we find some use for them." "But where will you put them?" asked the Mama Stork. "In our nest on the moor. I and the young ones will carry them by turns during our flight across. And as we return, should they prove too heavy for us, we shall be sure to find plenty of places on the way in which we can conceal them till our next journey. Certainly one suit of swan's feathers would be enough for the princess, but two are always better. In those northern countries no one can have too many traveling wrappers." "No one will thank you for it," said Stork Mama, "but you are master." And, excepting at breeding time, I have nothing to say. In the Vikings' castle on the wild moor, to which the storks directed their flight in the following spring, the little maiden still remained. They had named her Helga, which was rather too soft a name for a child with a temper like hers, although her form was still beautiful. Every month this temper showed itself in sharper outlines. And in the course of years, while the storks still made the same journeys in autumn to the hill, and in spring to the moors, the child grew to be almost a woman, and before anyone seemed aware of it. She was a wonderfully beautiful maiden of 16. The casket was splendid, but the contents were worthless. She was, indeed, wild and savage even in those hard, uncultivated times. It was a pleasure to her to splash about with her white hands in the warm blood of the horse which had been slain for sacrifice. In one of her wild moods she bit off the head of the black cock, which the priest was about to slay for the sacrifice. To her foster father she said one day, "If thine enemy were to pull down thine house about thy ears, and thou shouldest be sleeping in unconscious security, I would not wake thee. Even if I had the power I would never do it, for my ears still tingle with the blow that thou gavest me years ago. I have never forgotten it." But the Viking treated her words as a joke. He was, like every one else, bewitched with her beauty, and knew nothing of the change in the form and temper of Helga at night. Without a saddle, she would sit on a horse as if she were a part of it, while it rushed along at full speed. Nor would she spring from its back, even when it quarreled with other horses and bit them. She would often leap from the high shore into the sea with all her clothes on, and swim to meet the Viking, when his boat was steering home towards the shore. She once cut off a long lock of her beautiful hair, and twisted it into a string for her bow. "If a thing is to be done well," said she, "I must do it myself." The Viking's wife was, for the time in which she lived, a woman of strong character and will, but, compared to her daughter, she was a gentle, timid woman, and she knew that a wicked sorcerer had the terrible child in his power. It was sometimes as if Helga acted from sheer wickedness. For often when her mother stood on the threshold of the door, or stepped into the yard, she would seat herself on the brink of the well, wave her arms and legs in the air, and suddenly fall right in. Here she was able, from her frog nature, to dip and dive about in the water of the deep well, until at last she would climb forth like a cat, and come back into the hall dripping with water. So that the green leaves that were strewed on the floor were whirled round, and carried away by the streams that flowed from her. But there was one time of the day which placed a check upon Helga. It was the evening twilight. When this hour arrived she became quiet and thoughtful, and allowed herself to be advised and led. Then also a secret feeling seemed to draw her towards her mother. And as usual, when the sun set, and the transformation took place, both in body and mind, inwards and outwards, she would remain quiet and mournful, with her form shrunk together in the shape of a frog. Her body was much larger than those animals ever are, and on this account it was much more hideous in appearance, for she looked like a wretched dwarf, with a frog's head, and webbed fingers. Her eyes had a most piteous expression. She was without a voice, excepting a hollow, croaking sound, like the smothered sobs of a dreaming child. Then the Viking's wife took her on her lap, and forgot the ugly form, as she looked into the mournful eyes, and often said, "I could wish that thou wouldst always remain my dumb frog child. For thou art too terrible when thou art clothed in a form of beauty." And the Viking woman wrote runic characters against sorcery and spells of sickness, and threw them over the wretched child, but they did no good. "One can scarcely believe that she was ever small enough to lie in the cup of the water lily," said the papa stork, "and now she is grown up, and the image of her Egyptian mother, especially about the eyes. Ah, we shall never see her again. Perhaps she has not discovered how to help herself, as you and the wise men said she would. Year after year have I flown across and across the moor, but there was no sign of her being still alive. Yes, and I may as well tell you that each year, when I arrived a few days before you to repair the nest, and put everything in its place, I have spent a whole night flying here and there over the marshy lake. As if I had been an owl or a bat, but all to no purpose. The 2 suit of swan's plumage, which I and the young ones dragged over here from the land of the Nile, are of no use, trouble enough it was to us to bring them here in 3 journeys, and now they are lying at the bottom of the nest. And if a fire should happen to break out, and the wooden house be burnt down, they would be destroyed. And our good nest would be destroyed, too, said the Mama Stork. But you think less of that than of your plumage stuff and your more princess. Go and stay with her in the marsh if you like. You are a bad father to your own children, as I have told you already, when I hatched my first brood. I only hope neither we nor our children may have an arrow sent through our wings, owing to that wild girl. Helga does not know in the least what she is about. We have lived in this house longer than she has, she should think of that, and we have never forgotten our duty. We have paid every year our toll of a feather, an egg, and a young one, as it is only right we should do. You don't suppose I can wander about the courtyard, or go everywhere as I used to do in old times. I can do it in Egypt, where I can be a companion of the people, without forgetting myself. But here I cannot go and peep into the pots and kettles as I do there. No, I can only sit up here and feel angry with that girl, the little wretch, and I am angry with you, too. You should have left her lying in the water lily, then no one would have known anything about her. You are far better than your conversation, said the Papa Stork, I know you better than you know yourself. And with that he gave a hop, and flapped his wings twice, proudly, then he stretched his neck and flew, or rather soared away, without moving his outspread wings. He went on for some distance, and then he gave a great flap with his wings and flew on his course at a rapid rate, his head and neck bending proudly before him, while the sun's rays fell on his glossy plumage. He is the handsomest of them all, said the Mama Stork, as she watched him, but I won't tell him so. Early in the autumn, the Viking again returned home laden with spoil, and bringing prisoners with him. Among them was a young Christian priest, one of those who contemned the gods of the north. Often lately there had been, both in hall and chamber, a talk of the new faith which was spreading far and wide in the south, and which, through the means of the holy Ansgarius, had already reached as far as Hedeby on the Schlei. Even Helga had heard of this belief in the teachings of one who was named Christ, and who for the love of mankind, and for their redemption, had given up his life. But to her all this had, as it were, gone in one ear and out the other. It seemed that she only understood the meaning of the word love, when in the form of a miserable frog she crouched together in the corner of the sleeping chamber. But the Viking's wife had listened to the wonderful story, and had felt herself strangely moved by it. On their return, after this voyage, the men spoke of the beautiful temples built of polished stone, which had been raised for the public worship of this holy love. Some vessels, curiously formed of massive gold, had been brought home among the booty. There was a peculiar fragrance about them all, for they were incense vessels, which had been swung before the altars in the temples by the Christian priests. In the deep stony cellars of the castle, the young Christian priest was immured, and his hands and feet tied together with strips of bark. The Viking's wife considered him as beautiful as Baldur, and his distress raised her pity. But Helga said he ought to have ropes fastened to his heels, and be tied to the tails of wild animals. I would let the dogs loose after him, she said, over the moor and across the heath. Hurrah! That would be a spectacle for the gods, and better still to follow in its course. But the Viking would not allow him to die such a death as that, especially as he was the disowned and despiser of the high gods. In a few days, he had decided to have him offered as a sacrifice on the bloodstone in the grove. For the first time, a man was to be sacrificed here. Helga begged to be allowed to sprinkle the assembled people with the blood of the priest. She sharpened her glittering knife, and when one of the great, savage dogs, who were running about the Viking's castle in great numbers, sprang towards her, she thrust the knife into his side, merely, as she said, to prove its sharpness. The Viking's wife looked at the wild, badly disposed girl, with great sorrow. And when night came on, and her daughter's beautiful form and disposition were changed, she spoke in eloquent words to Helga of the sorrow and deep grief that was in her heart. The ugly frog, in its monstrous shape, stood before her, and raised its brown mournful eyes to her face, listening to her words, and seeming to understand them with the intelligence of a human being. Never once to my lord and husband has a word passed my lips of what I have to suffer through you, my heart is full of grief about you, said the Viking's wife. The love of a mother is greater and more powerful than I ever imagined. But love never entered thy heart, it is cold and clammy, like the plants on the moor. Then the miserable form trembled, it was as if these words had touched an invisible bond between body and soul, for great tears stood in the eyes. A bitter time will come for thee at last, continued the Viking's wife, and it will be terrible for me too. It had been better for thee if thou hadst been left on the high road, with the cold night wind to lull thee to sleep. And the Viking's wife shed bitter tears, and went away in anger and sorrow, passing under the partition of firs, which hung loose over the beam and divided the hall. The shriveled frog still sat in the corner alone. Deep silence reigned around. At intervals, a half-stifled sigh was heard from its inmost soul, it was the soul of Helga. It seemed in pain, as if a new life were arising in her heart. Then she took a step forward and listened. Then stepped again forward, and seized with her clumsy hands the heavy bar which was laid across the door. Gently, and with much trouble, she pushed back the bar, as silently lifted the latch, and then took up the glimmering lamp which stood in the antechamber of the hall. It seemed as if a stronger will than her own gave her strength. She removed the iron bolt from the closed cellar door, and slipped in to the prisoner. He was slumbering. She touched him with her cold, moist hand, and as he awoke and caught sight of the hideous form, he shuddered as if he beheld a wicked apparition. She drew her knife, cut through the bonds which confined his hands and feet, and beckoned to him to follow her. He uttered some holy names and made the sign of the cross, while the form remained motionless by his side. "Who art thou?" he asked, "whose outward appearance is that of an animal, while thou willingly performest acts of mercy?" The frog figure beckoned to him to follow her, and led him through a long gallery concealed by hanging drapery to the stables, and then pointed to a horse. He mounted upon it, and she sprang up also before him, and held tightly by the animal's mane. The prisoner understood her, and they rode on at a rapid trot, by a road which he would never have found by himself, across the open heath. He forgot her ugly form, and only thought how the mercy and loving kindness of the Almighty was acting through this hideous apparition. As he offered pious prayers and sang holy songs of praise, she trembled. Was it the effect of prayer and praise that caused this? Or, was she shuddering in the cold morning air at the thought of approaching twilight? What were her feelings? She raised herself up, and wanted to stop the horse and spring off, but the Christian priest held her back with all his might, and then sang a pious song, as if this could loosen the wicked charm that had changed her into the semblance of a frog. And the horse galloped on more wildly than before. The sky painted itself red, the first sunbeam pierced through the clouds, and in the clear flood of sunlight the frog became changed. It was Helga again, young and beautiful, but with a wicked demoniac spirit. He held now a beautiful young woman in his arms, and he was horrified at the sight. He stopped the horse, and sprang from its back. He imagined that some new sorcery was at work. But Helga also leaped from the horse and stood on the ground. The child's short garment reached only to her knee. She snatched the sharp knife from her girdle, and rushed like lightning at the astonished priest. "Let me get at thee," she cried, "let me get at thee, that I may plunge this knife into thy body. Thou art pale as ashes, thou beardless slave." She pressed in upon him. They struggled with each other in heavy combat, but it was as if an invisible power had been given to the Christian in the struggle. He held her fast, and the old oak under which they stood seemed to help him, for the loosened roots on the ground became entangled in the maiden's feet, and held them fast. Close by rose a bubbling spring, and he sprinkled Helga's face and neck with the water, commanded the unclean spirit to come forth, and pronounced upon her a Christian blessing. But the water of faith has no power unless the wellspring of faith flows within. And yet even here its power was shown, something more than the mere strength of a man opposed itself, through his means, against the evil which struggled within her. His holy action seemed to overpower her. She dropped her arms, glanced at him with pale cheeks and looks of amazement. He appeared to her a mighty magician skilled in secret arts. His language was the darkest magic to her, and the movements of his hands in the air were as the secret signs of a magician's wand. She would not have blinked had he waved over her head a sharp knife or a glittering axe. But she shrunk from him as he signed her with the sign of the cross on her forehead and breast, and sat before him like a tame bird, with her head bowed down. Then he spoke to her, in gentle words, of the deed of love she had performed for him during the night, when she had come to him in the form of an ugly frog, to loosen his bonds, and to lead him forth to life and light. And he told her that she was bound in closer fetters than he had been, and that she could recover also life and light by his means. He would take her to Hedeby to St. Ansgarius, and there, in that Christian town, the spell of the sorcerer would be removed. But he would not let her sit before him on the horse, though of her own free will she wished to do so. "Thou must sit behind me, not before me," said he. "Thy magic beauty has a magic power which comes from an evil origin, and I fear it, still I am sure to overcome through my faith in Christ." Then he knelt down, and prayed with pious fervor. It was as if the quiet woodland were a holy church consecrated by his worship. The birds sang as if they were also of this new congregation, and the fragrance of the wild flowers was as the ambrosial perfume of incense. While, above all, sounded the words of Scripture, a light to them that sit in darkness and in the shadow of death, to guide their feet into the way of peace. And he spoke these words with the deep longing of his whole nature. Meanwhile, the horse that had carried them in wild career stood quietly by, plucking at the tall bramble bushes, till the ripe young berries fell down upon Helga's hands, as if inviting her to eat. Patiently she allowed herself to be lifted on the horse, and sat there like a somnambulist, as one who walked in his sleep. The Christian bound 2 branches together with bark, in the form of a cross, and held it on high as they rode through the forest. The way gradually grew thicker of brushwood, as they rode along, till at last it became a trackless wilderness. Bushes of the wild sloe here and there blocked up the path, so that they had to ride over them. The bubbling spring formed not a stream, but a marsh, round which also they were obliged to guide the horse. Still there were strength and refreshment in the cool forest breeze, and no trifling power in the gentle words spoken in faith and Christian love by the young priest, whose inmost heart yearned to lead this poor lost one into the way of light and life. It is said that raindrops can make a hollow in the hardest stone, and the waves of the sea can smooth and round the rough edges of the rocks. So did the dew of mercy fall upon Helga, softening what was hard, and smoothing what was rough in her character. These effects did not yet appear, she was not herself aware of them. Neither does the seed in the lap of earth know, when the refreshing dew and the warm sunbeams fall upon it, that it contains within itself power by which it will flourish and bloom. The song of the mother sinks into the heart of the child, and the little one prattles the words after her, without understanding their meaning. But after a time the thoughts expand, and what has been heard in childhood seems to the mind clear and bright. So now the Word, which is all-powerful to create, was working in the heart of Helga. They rode forth from the thick forest, crossed the heath, and again entered a pathless wood. Here, towards evening, they met with robbers. "Where hast thou stolen that beauteous maiden?" cried the robbers, seizing the horse by the bridle, and dragging the 2 riders from its back. The priest had nothing to defend himself with, but the knife he had taken from Helga, and with this he struck out right and left. One of the robbers raised his axe against him, but the young priest sprang on one side, and avoided the blow, which fell with great force on the horse's neck, so that the blood gushed forth, and the animal sunk to the ground. Then Helga seemed suddenly to awake from her long, deep reverie. She threw herself hastily upon the dying animal. The priest placed himself before her, to defend and shelter her. But one of the robbers swung his iron axe against the Christian's head with such force that it was dashed to pieces, the blood and brains were scattered about, and he fell dead upon the ground. Then the robbers seized beautiful Helga by her white arms and slender waist, but at that moment the sun went down, and as its last ray disappeared, she was changed into the form of a frog. A greenish-white mouth spread half over her face. Her arms became thin and slimy, while broad hands, with webbed fingers, spread themselves out like fans. Then the robbers, in terror, let her go, and she stood among them, a hideous monster. And as is the nature of frogs to do, she hopped up as high as her own size, and disappeared in the thicket. Then the robbers knew that this must be the work of an evil spirit or some secret sorcery, and, in a terrible fright, they ran hastily from the spot. The full moon had already risen, and was shining in all her radiant splendor over the earth, when from the thicket, in the form of a frog, crept poor Helga. She stood still by the corpse of the Christian priest, and the carcass of the dead horse. She looked at them with eyes that seemed to weep, and from the frog's head came forth a croaking sound, as when a child bursts into tears. She threw herself first upon one, and then upon the other. Brought water in her hand, which, from being webbed, was large and hollow, and poured it over them, but they were dead, and dead they would remain. She understood that at last. Soon wild animals would come and tear their dead bodies. But no, that must not happen. Then she dug up the earth, as deep as she was able, that she might prepare a grave for them. She had nothing but a branch of a tree and her 2 hands, between the fingers of which the webbed skin stretched, and they were torn by the work, while the blood ran down her hands. She saw at last that her work would be useless, more than she could accomplish, so she fetched more water, and washed the face of the dead, and then covered it with fresh green leaves. She also brought large boughs and spread over him, and scattered dried leaves between the branches. Then she brought the heaviest stones that she could carry, and laid them over the dead body, filling up the crevices with moss, till she thought she had fenced in his resting place strongly enough. The difficult task had employed her the whole night, and as the sun broke forth, there stood the beautiful Helga in all her loveliness, with her bleeding hands, and, for the first time, with tears on her maiden cheeks. It was, in this transformation, as if 2 natures were striving together within her, her whole frame trembled, and she looked around her as if she had just awoke from a painful dream. She leaned for support against the trunk of a slender tree, and at last climbed to the topmost branches, like a cat, and seated herself firmly upon them. She remained there the whole day, sitting alone, like a frightened squirrel, in the silent solitude of the wood, where the rest and stillness is as the calm of death. Butterflies fluttered around her, and close by were several ant hills, each with its hundreds of busy little creatures moving quickly to and fro. In the air, danced myriads of gnats, swarm upon swarm, troops of buzzing flies, ladybirds, dragonflies with golden wings, and other little winged creatures. The worm crawled forth from the moist ground, and the moles crept out. But, excepting these, all around had the stillness of death, but when people say this, they do not quite understand themselves what they mean. None noticed Helga but a flock of magpies, which flew chattering round the top of the tree on which she sat. These birds hopped close to her on the branches with bold curiosity. A glance from her eyes was a signal to frighten them away, and they were not clever enough to find out who she was, indeed she hardly knew herself. When the sun was near setting, and the evening's twilight about to commence, the approaching transformation aroused her to fresh exertion. She let herself down gently from the tree, and, as the last sunbeam vanished, she stood again in the wrinkled form of a frog, with the torn, webbed skin on her hands. But her eyes now gleamed with more radiant beauty than they had ever possessed in her most beautiful form of loveliness. They were now pure, mild maidenly eyes that shone forth in the face of a frog. They showed the existence of deep feeling and a human heart, and the beauteous eyes overflowed with tears, weeping precious drops that lightened the heart. On the raised mound which she had made as a grave for the dead priest, she found the cross made of the branches of a tree, the last work of him who now lay dead and cold beneath it. A sudden thought came to Helga, and she lifted up the cross and planted it upon the grave, between the stones that covered him and the dead horse. The sad recollection brought the tears to her eyes, and in this gentle spirit she traced the same sign in the sand round the grave, and as she formed, with both her hands, the sign of the cross, the webbed skin fell from them like a torn glove. She washed her hands in the water of the spring, and gazed with astonishment at their delicate whiteness. Again she made the holy sign in the air, between herself and the dead man. Her lips trembled, her tongue moved, and the name which she in her ride through the forest had so often heard spoken, rose to her lips, and she uttered the words, Jesus Christ. Then the frog skin fell from her, she was once more a lovely maiden. Her head bent wearily, her tired limbs required rest, and then she slept. Her sleep, however, was short. Towards midnight, she awoke. Before her stood the dead horse, prancing and full of life, which shone forth from his eyes and from his wounded neck. Close by his side appeared the murdered Christian priest, more beautiful than Baldur, as the Viking's wife had said. But now he came as if in a flame of fire. Such gravity, such stern justice, such a piercing glance shone from his large, gentle eyes, that it seemed to penetrate into every corner of her heart. Beautiful Helga trembled at the look, and her memory returned with a power as if it had been the day of judgment. Every good deed that had been done for her, every loving word that had been said, were vividly before her mind. She understood now that love had kept her here during the day of her trial, while the creature formed of dust and clay, soul and spirit, had wrestled and struggled with evil. She acknowledged that she had only followed the impulses of an evil disposition, that she had done nothing to cure herself, everything had been given her, and all had happened as it were by the ordination of Providence. She bowed herself humbly, confessed her great imperfections in the sight of him who can read every fault of the heart, and then the priest spoke. Daughter of the moorland, thou hast come from the swamp and the marshy earth, but from this thou shalt arise. The sunlight shining into thy inmost soul proves the origin from which thou hast really sprung, and has restored the body to its natural form. I am come to thee from the land of the dead, and thou also must pass through the valley to reach the holy mountains where mercy and perfection dwell. I cannot lead thee to Hedeby that thou mayst receive Christian baptism, for first thou must remove the thick veil with which the waters of the moorland are shrouded, and bring forth from its depths the living author of thy being and thy life. Till this is done, thou canst not receive consecration. Then he lifted her on the horse and gave her a golden censer, similar to those she had already seen at the Viking's house. A sweet perfume arose from it, while the open wound in the forehead of the slain priest, shone with the rays of a diamond. He took the cross from the grave, and held it aloft, and now they rode through the air over the rustling trees, over the hills where warriors lay buried each by his dead warhorse. And the brazen monumental figures rose up and galloped forth, and stationed themselves on the summits of the hills. The golden crescent on their foreheads, fastened with golden knots, glittered in the moonlight, and their mantles floated in the wind. The dragon, that guards buried treasure, lifted his head and gazed after them. The goblins and the satyrs peeped out from beneath the hills, and flitted to and fro in the fields, waving blue, red, and green torches, like the glowing sparks in burning paper. Over woodland and heath, flood and fun, they flew on, till they reached the wild moor, over which they hovered in broad circles. The Christian priest held the cross aloft, and it glittered like gold, while from his lips sounded pious prayers. Beautiful Helga's voice joined with his in the hymns he sung, as a child joins in her mother's song. She swung the censer, and a wonderful fragrance of incense arose from it. So powerful, that the reeds and rushes of the moor burst forth into blossom. Each germ came forth from the deep ground, all that had life raised itself. Blooming water lilies spread themselves forth like a carpet of wrought flowers, and upon them lay a slumbering woman, young and beautiful. Helga fancied that it was her own image she saw reflected in the still water. But it was her mother she beheld, the wife of the Marsh king, the princess from the land of the Nile. The dead Christian priest desired that the sleeping woman should be lifted on the horse, but the horse sank beneath the load, as if he had been a funeral pall fluttering in the wind. But the sign of the cross made the airy phantom strong, and then the three rode away from the marsh to firm ground. At the same moment the cock crew in the Viking's castle, and the dream figures dissolved and floated away in the air, but mother and daughter stood opposite to each other. "Am I looking at my own image in the deep water?" said the mother. "Is it myself that I see represented on a white shield?" cried the daughter. Then they came nearer to each other in a fond embrace. The mother's heart beat quickly, and she understood the quickened pulses. "My child!" she exclaimed, "the flower of my heart, my lotus flower of the deep water," and she embraced her child again and wept, and the tears were as a baptism of new life and love for Helga. "In swan's plumage I came here," said the mother, "and here I threw off my feather dress. Then I sank down through the wavering ground, deep into the marsh beneath, which closed like a wall around me. I found myself after a while in fresher water. Still a power drew me down deeper and deeper. I felt the weight of sleep upon my eyelids. Then I slept, and dreams hovered round me. It seemed to me as if I were again in the pyramids of Egypt, and yet the waving elder trunk that had frightened me on the moor stood ever before me. I observed the clefts and wrinkles in the stem. They shone forth in strange colors, and took the form of hieroglyphics. It was the mummy case on which I gazed. At last it burst, and forth stepped the 1,000-years-old king, the mummy form, black as pitch, black as the shining wood snail, or the slimy mud of the swamp. Whether it was really the mummy or the marsh king I know not. He seized me in his arms, and I felt as if I must die. When I recovered myself, I found in my bosom a little bird, flapping its wings, twittering and fluttering. The bird flew away from my bosom, upwards towards the dark, heavy canopy above me, but a long, green band kept it fastened to me. I heard and understood the tenor of its longings. Freedom. Sunlight. To my father. Then I thought of my father, and the sunny land of my birth, my life, and my love. Then I loosened the band, and let the bird fly away to its home, to a father. Since that hour I have ceased to dream. My sleep has been long and heavy, till in this very hour, harmony and fragrance awoke me, and set me free. The green band which fastened the wings of the bird to the mother's heart, where did it flutter now? Whither had it been wafted? The stork only had seen it. The band was the green stalk, the cup of the flower, the cradle in which lay the child, that now in blooming beauty had been folded to the mother's heart. And while the two were resting in each other's arms, the old stork flew round and round them in narrowing circles, till at length he flew away swiftly to his nest, and fetched away the 2 suits of swan's feathers, which he had preserved there for many years. Then he returned to the mother and daughter, and threw the swan's plumage over them. The feathers immediately closed around them, and they rose up from the earth in the form of 2 white swans. "And now we can converse with pleasure," said the stork papa, "we can understand one another, although the beaks of birds are so different in shape. It is very fortunate that you came tonight. Tomorrow we should have been gone. The mother, myself and the little ones, we're about to fly to the south. Look at me now, I am an old friend from the Nile, and a mother's heart contains more than her beak. She always said that the princess would know how to help herself. I and the young ones carried the swan's feathers over here, and I am glad of it now, and how lucky it is that I am here still. When the day dawns we shall start with a great company of other storks. We'll fly first, and you can follow in our track, so that you cannot miss your way. I and the young ones will have an eye upon you. And the lotus flower which I was to take with me," said the Egyptian princess, "is flying here by my side, clothed in swan's feathers. The flower of my heart will travel with me, and so the riddle is solved. Now for home. Now for home." But Helga said she could not leave the Danish land without once more seeing her foster mother, the loving wife of the Viking. Each pleasing recollection, each kind word, every tear from the heart which her foster mother had wept for her, rose in her mind, and at that moment she felt as if she loved this mother the best. "Yes, we must go to the Viking's castle," said the stork. "Mother and the young ones are waiting for me there. How they will open their eyes and flap their wings. My wife, you see, does not say much, she is short and abrupt in her manner. But she means well, for all that. I will flap my wings at once, that they may hear us coming." Then Stork Papa flapped his wings in first-rate style, and he and the swans flew away to the Viking's castle. In the castle, everyone was in a deep sleep. It had been late in the evening before the Viking's wife retired to rest. She was anxious about Helga, who, 3 days before, had vanished with the Christian priest. Helga must have helped him in his flight, for it was her horse that was missed from the stable, but by what power had all this been accomplished? The Viking's wife thought of it with wonder, thought on the miracles which they said could be performed by those who believed in the Christian faith, and followed its teachings. These passing thoughts formed themselves into a vivid dream, and it seemed to her that she was still lying awake on her couch, while without darkness reigned. A storm arose. She heard the lake dashing and rolling from east and west, like the waves of the North Sea or the Kattegat. The monstrous snake which, it is said, surrounds the earth in the depths of the ocean, was trembling in spasmodic convulsions. The night of the fall of the gods was come, Ragnarok, as the heathens call the judgment day, when everything shall pass away, even the high gods themselves. The war trumpet sounded. Riding upon the rainbow, came the gods, clad in steel, to fight their last battle on the last battlefield. Before them flew the winged vampires, and the dead warriors closed up the train. The whole firmament was ablaze with the northern lights, and yet the darkness triumphed. It was a terrible hour. And, close to the terrified woman, Helga seemed to be seated on the floor, in the hideous form of a frog, yet trembling, and clinging to her foster mother, who took her on her lap, and lovingly caressed her, hideous and frog-like as she was. The air was filled with the clashing of arms and the hissing of arrows, as if a storm of hail was descending upon the earth. It seemed to her the hour when earth and sky would burst asunder, and all things be swallowed up in Saturn's fiery lake. But she knew that a new heaven and a new earth would arise, and that cornfields would wave where now the lake rolled over desolate sands, and the ineffable God reign. Then she saw rising from the region of the dead, Baldur the gentle, the loving, and as the Viking's wife gazed upon him, she recognized his countenance. It was the captive Christian priest. "White Christian!" she exclaimed aloud, and with the words, she pressed a kiss on the forehead of the hideous frog-child. Then the frog skin fell off, and Helga stood before her in all her beauty, more lovely and gentle-looking, and with eyes beaming with love. She kissed the hands of her foster mother, blessed her for all her fostering love and care during the days of her trial and misery, for the thoughts she had suggested and awoke in her heart, and for naming the name which she now repeated. Then beautiful Helga rose as a mighty swan, and spread her wings with the rushing sound of troops of birds of passage flying through the air. Then the Viking's wife awoke, but she still heard the rushing sound without. She knew it was the time for the storks to depart, and that it must be their wings which she heard. She felt she should like to see them once more, and bid them farewell. She rose from her couch, stepped out on the threshold, and beheld, on the ridge of the roof, a party of storks ranged side by side. Troops of the birds were flying in circles over the castle and the highest trees. But just before her, as she stood on the threshold and close to the well where Helga had so often sat and alarmed her with her wildness, now stood 2 swans, gazing at her with intelligent eyes. Then she remembered her dream, which still appeared to her as a reality. She thought of Helga in the form of a swan. She thought of a Christian priest, and suddenly a wonderful joy arose in her heart. The swans flapped their wings and arched their necks as if to offer her a greeting, and the Viking's wife spread out her arms towards them, as if she accepted it, and smiled through her tears. She was roused from deep thought by a rustling of wings and snapping of beaks. All the storks arose, and started on their journey towards the south. "We will not wait for the swans," said the mamma stork. "If they want to go with us, let them come now, we can't sit here till the plovers start. It is a fine thing after all to travel in families, not like the finches and the partridges. There the male and the female birds fly in separate flocks, which, to speak candidly, I consider very unbecoming. What are those swans flapping their wings for?" "Well, every one flies in his own fashion," said the papa stork. "The swans fly in an oblique line, the cranes, in the form of a triangle, and the plovers, in a curved line like a snake." "Don't talk about snakes while we are flying up here," said Stork Mama. "It puts ideas into the children's heads that cannot be realized." "Are those the high mountains I have heard spoken of?" asked Helga, in the swan's plumage. "They are storm clouds driving along beneath us," replied her mother. "What are yonder white clouds that rise so high?" again inquired Helga. "Those are mountains covered with perpetual snows, that you see yonder," said her mother. And then they flew across the Alps towards the blue Mediterranean. "Africa's land. Egyptia's strand," sang the daughter of the Nile, in her swan's plumage, as from the upper air she caught sight of her native land, a narrow, golden, wavy strip on the shores of the Nile. The other birds espied it also and hastened their flight. "I can smell the Nile mud and the wet frogs," said the stork mamma, "and I begin to feel quite hungry." "Yes, now you shall taste something nice, and you will see the marabou bird, and the ibis, and the crane. They all belong to our family, but they are not nearly so handsome as we are. They give themselves great airs, especially the ibis. The Egyptians have spoilt him. They make a mummy of him, and stuff him with spices. I would rather be stuffed with live frogs, and so would you, and so you shall. Better have something in your inside while you are alive, than to be made a parade of after you are dead. That is my opinion, and I am always right." "The storks are come," was said in the great house on the banks of the Nile, where the lord lay in the hall on his downy cushions, covered with a leopard skin, scarcely alive, yet not dead. Waiting and hoping for the lotus flower from the deep moorland in the far north. Relatives and servants were standing by his couch, when the two beautiful swans who had come with the storks flew into the hall. They threw off their soft white plumage, and two lovely female forms approached the pale, sick old man, and threw back their long hair, and when Helga bent over her grandfather, redness came back to his cheeks, his eyes brightened. And life returned to his benumbed limbs. The old man rose up with health and energy renewed. Daughter and grandchild welcomed him as joyfully as if with a morning greeting after a long and troubled dream. Joy reigned through the whole house, as well as in the stork's nest. Although there the chief cause was really the good food, especially the quantities of frogs, which seemed to spring out of the ground in swarms. Then the learned men hastened to note down, in flying characters, the story of the two princesses, and spoke of the arrival of the health-giving flower as a mighty event, which had been a blessing to the house and the land. Meanwhile, the stork papa told the story to his family in his own way, but not till they had eaten and were satisfied, otherwise they would have had something else to do than to listen to stories. "Well," said the stork mamma, when she had heard it, "you will be made something of at last. I suppose they can do nothing less." "What could I be made?" said stork papa. "What have I done? Just nothing." "You have done more than all the rest," she replied. "But for you and the youngsters the two young princesses would never have seen Egypt again, and the recovery of the old man would not have been effected. You will become something. They must certainly give you a doctor's hood, and our young ones will inherit it, and their children after them, and so on. You already look like an Egyptian doctor, at least in my eyes." "I cannot quite remember the words I heard when I listened on the roof," said stork papa, while relating the story to his family. "All I know is, that what the wise men said was so complicated and so learned, that they received not only rank, but presents. Even the head cook at the great house was honored with a mark of distinction, most likely for the soup." "And what did you receive?" said the stork mamma. "They certainly ought not to forget the most important person in the affair, as you really are. The learned men have done nothing at all but use their tongues. Surely they will not overlook you." Late in the night, while the gentle sleep of peace rested on the now happy house, there was still one watcher. It was not stork papa, who, although he stood on guard on one leg, could sleep soundly. Helga alone was awake. She leaned over the balcony, gazing at the sparkling stars that shone clearer and brighter in the pure air than they had done in the north, and yet they were the same stars. She thought of the Viking's wife in the wild moorland, of the gentle eyes of her foster mother, and of the tears she had shed over the poor frog child that now lived in splendor and starry beauty by the waters of the Nile, with air balmy and sweet as spring. She thought of the love that dwelt in the breast of the heathen woman, love that had been shown to a wretched creature, hateful as a human being, and hideous when in the form of an animal. She looked at the glittering stars, and thought of the radiance that had shone forth on the forehead of the dead man, as she had fled with him over the woodland and moor. Tones were awakened in her memory. Words which she had heard him speak as they rode onward, when she was carried, wondering and trembling, through the air, words from the great fountain of love, the highest love that embraces all the human race. What had not been won and achieved by this love? Day and night beautiful Helga was absorbed in the contemplation of the great amount of her happiness, and lost herself in the contemplation, like a child who turns hurriedly from the giver to examine the beautiful gifts. She was overpowered with her good fortune, which seemed always increasing, and therefore what might it become in the future? Had she not been brought by a wonderful miracle to all this joy and happiness? And in these thoughts she indulged, until at last she thought no more of the giver. It was the overabundance of youthful spirits unfolding its wings for a daring flight. Her eyes sparkled with energy, when suddenly arose a loud noise in the court below, and the daring thought vanished. She looked down, and saw two large ostriches running round quickly in narrow circles. She had never seen these creatures before, great, coarse, clumsy-looking birds with curious wings that looked as if they had been clipped, and the birds themselves had the appearance of having been roughly used. She inquired about them, and for the first time heard the legend which the Egyptians relate respecting the ostrich. Once, say they, the ostriches were a beautiful and glorious race of birds, with large, strong wings. One evening the other large birds of the forest said to the ostrich, "Brother, shall we fly to the river tomorrow morning to drink, God willing?" And the ostrich answered, "I will." With the break of day, therefore, they commenced their flight. First rising high in the air, towards the sun, which is the eye of God. Still higher and higher the ostrich flew, far above the other birds, proudly approaching the light, trusting in its own strength, and thinking not of the giver, or saying, "If God will." When suddenly the avenging angel drew back the veil from the flaming ocean of sunlight, and in a moment the wings of the proud bird were scorched and shriveled, and they sunk miserably to the earth. Since that time the ostrich and his race have never been able to rise in the air, they can only fly terror-stricken along the ground, or run round and round in narrow circles. It is a warning to mankind, that in all our thoughts and schemes, and in every action we undertake, we should say, "If God will." Then Helga bowed her head thoughtfully and seriously, and looked at the circling ostrich, as with timid fear and simple pleasure it glanced at its own great shadow on the sunlit walls. And the story of the ostrich sunk deeply into the heart and mind of Helga. A life of happiness, both in the present and in the future, seemed secure for her, and what was yet to come might be the best of all, God willing. Early in the spring, when the storks were again about to journey northward, beautiful Helga took off her golden bracelets, scratched her name on them, and beckoned to the stork father. He came to her, and she placed the golden circlet round his neck, and begged him to deliver it safely to the Viking's wife, so that she might know that her foster daughter still lived, was happy, and had not forgotten her. "It is rather heavy to carry," thought Stork Papa, when he had it on his neck, "but gold and honor are not to be flung into the street. The stork brings good fortune, they'll be obliged to acknowledge that at last." "You lay gold, and I lay eggs," said Stork Mama, "with you it is only once in a way, I lay eggs every year but no one appreciates what we do, I call it very mortifying." "But then we have a consciousness of our own worth, Mother," replied Stork Papa. "What good will that do you?" retorted Stork Mama, "it will neither bring you a fair wind, nor a good meal. The little nightingale, who is singing yonder in the tamarind grove, will soon be going north, too." Helga said she had often heard her singing on the wild moor, so she determined to send a message by her. While flying in the swan's plumage she had learnt the bird language, she had often conversed with the stork and the swallow, and she knew that the nightingale would understand. So she begged the nightingale to fly to the beechwood, on the peninsula of Jutland, where a mound of stone and twigs had been raised to form the grave. And she begged the nightingale to persuade all the other little birds to build their nests round the place, so that evermore should resound over that grave music and song. And the nightingale flew away, and time flew away also. In the autumn, an eagle, standing upon a pyramid, saw a stately train of richly laden camels, and men attired in armor on foaming Arabian steeds, whose glossy skins shone like silver, their nostrils were pink, and their thick flowing manes hung almost to their slender legs. A royal prince of Arabia, handsome as a prince should be, and accompanied by distinguished guests, was on his way to the stately house, on the roof of which the storks' empty nests might be seen. They were away now in the far north, but expected to return very soon. And, indeed, they returned on a day that was rich in joy and gladness. A marriage was being celebrated, in which the beautiful Helga, glittering in silk and jewels, was the bride, and the bridegroom the young Arab prince. Bride and bridegroom sat at the upper end of the table, between the bride's mother and grandfather. But her gaze was not on the bridegroom, with his manly, sunburnt face, round which curled a black beard, and whose dark fiery eyes were fixed upon her, but away from him, at a twinkling star, that shone down upon her from the sky. Then was heard the sound of rushing wings beating the air. The storks were coming home. And the old stork pair, although tired with the journey and requiring rest, did not fail to fly down at once to the balustrades of the veranda, for they knew already what feast was being celebrated. They had heard of it on the borders of the land, and also that Helga had caused their figures to be represented on the walls, for they belonged to her history. "I call that very sensible and pretty," said Stork Papa. "Yes, but it is very little," said Mamma Stork, "they could not possibly have done less." But, when Helga saw them, she rose and went out into the veranda to stroke the backs of the storks. The old stork pair bowed their heads, and curved their necks, and even the youngest among the young ones felt honored by this reception. Helga continued to gaze upon the glittering star, which seemed to glow brighter and purer in its light. Then between herself and the star floated a form, purer than the air, and visible through it. It floated quite near to her, and she saw that it was the dead Christian priest, who also was coming to her wedding feast, coming from the heavenly kingdom. "The glory and brightness, yonder, outshines all that is known on earth," said he. Then Helga the fair prayed more gently, and more earnestly, than she had ever prayed in her life before, that she might be permitted to gaze, if only for a single moment, at the glory and brightness of the heavenly kingdom. Then she felt herself lifted up, as it were, above the earth, through a sea of sound and thought, not only around her, but within her, was there light and song, such as words cannot express. "Now we must return," he said, "you will be missed." "Only one more look," she begged, "but one short moment more. We must return to earth, the guests will have all departed. Only one more look, the last." Then Helga stood again in the veranda. But the marriage lamps in the festive hall had been all extinguished, and the torches outside had vanished. The storks were gone, not a guest could be seen, no bridegroom, all in those few short moments seemed to have died. Then a great dread fell upon her. She stepped from the veranda through the empty hall into the next chamber, where slept strange warriors. She opened a side door, which once led into her own apartment, but now, as she passed through, she found herself suddenly in a garden which she had never before seen here. The sky blushed red, it was the dawn of morning. 3 minutes only in heaven, and a whole night on earth had passed away. Then she saw the storks, and called to them in their own language. Then Stork Papa turned his head towards here, listened to her words, and drew near. "You speak our language," said he, "what do you wish? Why do you appear, you, a strange woman?" "It is I, it is Helga. Dost thou not know me? 3 minutes ago we were speaking together yonder in the veranda." "That is a mistake," said the stork, "you must have dreamed all this." "No, no," she exclaimed. Then she reminded him of the Viking's castle, of the great lake, and of the journey across the ocean. Then Stork Papa winked his eyes, and said, "Why, that's an old story which happened in the time of my grandfather. There certainly was a princess of that kind here in Egypt once, who came from the Danish land, but she vanished on the evening of her wedding day, many 100 years ago, and never came back. You may read about it yourself yonder, on a monument in the garden. There you will find swans and storks sculptured, and on the top is a figure of the Princess Helga, in marble. And so it was, Helga understood it all now, and sank on her knees. The sun burst forth in all its glory, and, as in olden times, the form of the frog vanished in his beams, and the beautiful form stood forth in all its loveliness. So now, bathed in light, rose a beautiful form, purer, clearer than air, a ray of brightness, from the source of light himself. The body crumbled into dust, and a faded lotus flower lay on the spot on which Helga had stood. "Now that is a new ending to the story," said Stork Papa. "I really never expected it would end in this way, but it seems a very good ending." "And what will the young ones say to it, I wonder," said Stork Mama. "Ah, that is a very important question," replied the stork. The races. A prize, or rather two prizes, a great one and a small one, had been awarded for the greatest swiftness in running, not in a single race, but for the whole year. "I obtained the first prize," said the hare. Justice must still be carried out, even when one has relations and good friends among the prize committee, but that the snail should have received the second prize, I consider almost an insult to myself. "No," said the fence rail, who had been a witness at the distribution of prizes, "there should be some consideration for industry and perseverance. I have heard many respectable people say so, and I can quite understand it. The snail certainly took half a year to get over the threshold of the door, but he injured himself, and broke his collarbone by the haste he made. He gave himself up entirely to the race, and ran with his house on his back, which was all, of course, very praiseworthy, and therefore he obtained the second prize." "I think I ought to have had some consideration too," said the swallow. "I should imagine no one can be swifter in soaring and flight than I am, and how far I have been." "Far, far away." "Yes, that is your misfortune," said the fence rail, "you are so fickle, so unsettled. You must always be traveling about into foreign lands when the cold commences here. You have no love of fatherland in you. There can be no consideration for you." "But now, if I have been lying the whole winter in the moor," said the swallow, "and suppose I slept the whole time, would that be taken into account?" "Bring a certificate from the old moor hen," said he, "that you have slept away half your time in fatherland, then you will be treated with some consideration." "I deserved the first prize, and not the second," said the snail. "I know so much, at least, that the hare only ran from cowardice, and because he thought there was danger in delay. I, on the other hand, made running the business of my life, and have become a cripple in the service. If anyone had a first prize, it ought to have been myself. But I do not understand chattering and boasting, on the contrary, I despise it." And the snail spat at them with contempt. "I am able to affirm with word of oath, that each prize, at least, those for which I voted, was given with just and proper consideration," said the old boundary post in the wood, who was a member of the committee of judges. "I always act with due order, consideration, and calculation. 7 times have I already had the honor to be present at the distribution of the prizes, and to vote, but today is the first time I have been able to carry out my will. I always reckon the first prize by going through the alphabet from the beginning, and the second by going through from the end. Be so kind as to give me your attention, and I will explain to you how I reckon from the beginning. The 8th letter from A is H, and there we have H for hare, therefore I awarded to the hare the first prize. The 8th letter from the end of the alphabet is S, and therefore the snail received the second prize. Next year, the letter I will have its turn for the first prize, and the letter R for the second. I should really have voted for myself," said the mule, "if I had not been one of the judges on the committee. Not only the rapidity with which advance is made, but every other quality should have due consideration, as, for instance, how much weight a candidate is able to draw. But I have not brought this quality forward now, nor the sagacity of the hare in his flight, nor the cunning with which he suddenly springs aside and doubles, to lead people on a false track, thinking he has concealed himself. No. There is something else on which more stress should be laid, and which ought not be left unnoticed. I mean that which mankind call the beautiful. It is on the beautiful that I particularly fix my eyes. I observed the well-grown ears of the hare. It is a pleasure to me to observe how long they are. It seemed as if I saw myself again in the days of my childhood, and so I voted for the hare. Buzz, said the fly, there, I'm not going to make a long speech. But I wish to say something about hares. I have really overtaken more than one hare, when I have been seated on the engine in front of a railway train. I often do so. One can then so easily judge of one's own swiftness. Not long ago, I crushed the hind legs of a young hare. He had been running a long time before the engine, he had no idea that I was traveling there. At last he had to stop in his career, and the engine ran over his hind legs, and crushed them. For I sat upon it. I left him lying there, and rode on farther. I call that conquering him, but I do not want the prize. It really seems to me, thought the wild rose, though she did not express her opinion aloud, it is not in her nature to do so, though it would have been quite as well if she had. It certainly seems to me that the sunbeam ought to have had the honor of receiving the first prize. The sunbeam flies in a few minutes along the immeasurable path from the sun to us. It arrives in such strength, that all nature awakes to loveliness and beauty, we roses blush and exhale fragrance in its presence. Our worshipful judges don't appear to have noticed this at all. Were I the sunbeam, I would give each one of them a sunstroke, but that would only make them mad, and they are mad enough already. I only hope, continued the rose, that peace may reign in the wood. It is glorious to bloom, to be fragrant, and to live in story and in song. The sunbeam will outlive us all. What is the first prize? Asked the earthworm, who had overslept the time, and only now came up. It contains a free admission to a cabbage garden, replied the mule. I propose that as one of the prizes. The hare most decidedly must have it. And I, as an active and thoughtful member of the committee, took especial care that the prize should be one of advantage to him, so now he is provided for. The snail can now sit on the fence, and lick up moss and sunshine. He has also been appointed one of the first judges of swiftness in racing. It is worth much to know that one of the numbers is a man of talent in the thing men call a committee. I must say I expect much in the future. We have already made such a good beginning. Something. I mean to be somebody, and do something useful in the world, said the eldest of 5 brothers. I don't care how humble my position is, so that I can only do some good, which will be something. I intend to be a brickmaker. Bricks are always wanted, and I shall be really doing something. Your something is not enough for me, said the second brother, what you talk of doing is nothing at all, it is journeyman's work, or might even be done by a machine. No. I should prefer to be a builder at once, there is something real in that. A man gains a position, he becomes a citizen, has his own sign, his own house of call for his workmen, so I shall be a builder. If all goes well, in time I shall become a master, and have my own journeyman, and my wife will be treated as a master's wife. This is what I call something. I call it all nothing, said the third, not in reality any position. There are many in a town far above a master builder in position. You may be an upright man, but even as a master you will only be ranked among common men. I know better what to do than that. I will be an architect, which will place me among those who possess riches and intellect, and who speculate in art. I shall certainly have to rise by my own endeavors from a bricklayer's laborer, or as a carpenter's apprentice, a lad wearing a paper cap, although I now wear a silk hat. I shall have to fetch beer and spirits for the journeyman, and they will call me thou, which will be an insult. I shall endure it, however, for I shall look upon it all as a mere representation, a masquerade, a mummery, which tomorrow, that is, when I myself as a journeyman, shall have served my time, will vanish, and I shall go my way. And all that has passed will be nothing to me. Then I shall enter the academy, and get instructed in drawing, and be called an architect. I may even attain to rank, and have something placed before or after my name, and I shall build as others have done before me. By this there will be always something to make me remembered, and is not that worth living for? Not in my opinion, said the fourth, I will never follow the lead of others, and only imitate what they have done. I will be a genius, and become greater than all of you together. I will create a new style of building, and introduce a plan for erecting houses suitable to the climate, with material easily obtained in the country, and thus suit national feeling and the developments of the age. Besides building a story for my own genius. But supposing the climate and the material are not good for much, said the fifth brother, that would be very unfortunate for you, and have an influence over your experiments. Nationality may assert itself until it becomes affectation, and the developments of a century may run wild, as youth often does. I see clearly that none of you will ever really be anything worth notice, however you may now fancy it. But do as you like, I shall not imitate you. I mean to keep clear of all these things, and criticize what you do. In every action something imperfect may be discovered, something not right, which I shall make it my business to find out and expose. That will be something, I fancy. And he kept his word, and became a critic. People said of this fifth brother, there is something very precise about him, he has a good headpiece, but he does nothing. And on that very account they thought he must be something. Now, you see, this is a little history which will never end. As long as the world exists, there will always be men like these 5 brothers. And what became of them? Were they each nothing or something? You shall hear, it is quite a history. The eldest brother, he who fabricated bricks, soon discovered that each brick, when finished, brought him in a small coin, if only a copper one. And many copper pieces, if placed one upon another, can be changed into a shining shilling. And at whatever door a person knocks, who has a number of these in his hands, whether it be the baker's, the butcher's, or the tailor's, the door flies open, and he can get all he wants. So you see the value of bricks. Some of the bricks, however, crumbled to pieces, or were broken, but the elder brother found a use for even these. On the high bank of earth, which formed a dike on the sea-coast, a poor woman named Margaret wished to build herself a house, so all the imperfect bricks were given to her, and a few whole ones with them. For the eldest brother was a kind-hearted man, although he never achieved anything higher than making bricks. The poor woman built herself a little house, it was small and narrow, and the window was quite crooked, the door too low, and the straw roof might have been better thatched. But still it was a shelter, and from within you could look far over the sea, which dashed wildly against the sea wall on which the little house was built. The salt waves sprinkled their white foam over it, but it stood firm, and remained long after he who had given the bricks to build it was dead and buried. The second brother of course knew better how to build than poor Margaret, for he served an apprenticeship to learn it. When his time was up, he packed up his knapsack, and went on his travels, singing the journeyman's song. While young, I can wander without a care, and build new houses everywhere. Fair and bright are my dreams of home, always thought of wherever I roam. Hurrah for a workman's life of glee! There's a loved one at home who thinks of me. Home and friends I can ne'er forget. And I mean to be a master yet. And that is what he did. On his return home, he became a master builder, built one house after another in the town, till they formed quite a street, which, when finished, became really an ornament to the town. These houses built a house for him in return, which was to be his own. But how can houses build a house? If the houses were asked, they could not answer, but the people would understand, and say, certainly the street built his house for him. It was not very large, and the floor was of lime. But when he danced with his bride on the lime-covered floor, it was to him white and shining, and from every stone in the wall flowers seemed to spring forth and decorate the room as with the richest tapestry. It was really a pretty house, and in it were a happy pair. The flag of the corporation fluttered before it, and the journeymen and apprentices shouted, hurrah! He had gained his position, he had made himself something, and at last he died, which was something, too. Now we come to the architect, the third brother, who had been first a carpenter's apprentice, had worn a cap, and served as an errand boy, but afterwards went to the academy, and risen to be an architect, a high and noble gentleman. Ah yes, the houses of the new street, which the brother who was a master builder erected, may have built his house for him, but the street received its name from the architect, and the handsomest house in the street became his property. That was something, and he was something, for he had a list of titles before and after his name. His children were called Wellborn, and when he died, his widow was treated as a lady of position, and that was something. His name remained always written at the corner of the street, and lived in everyone's mouth as its name. Yes, this also was something. And what about the genius of the family, the fourth brother, who wanted to invent something new and original? He tried to build a lofty story himself, but it fell to pieces, and he fell with it and broke his neck. However, he had a splendid funeral, with the city flags and music in the procession. Flowers were strewn on the pavement, and 3 orations were spoken over his grave, each one longer than the other. He would have liked this very much during his life, as well as the poems about him in the papers, for he liked nothing so well as to be talked of. A monument was also erected over his grave. It was only another story over him, but that was something. Now he was dead, like the 3 other brothers. The youngest, the critic, outlived them all, which was quite right for him. It gave him the opportunity of having the last word, which to him was of great importance. People always said he had a good headpiece. At last his hour came, and he died, and arrived at the gates of heaven. Souls always enter these gates in pairs. So he found himself standing and waiting for admission with another, and who should it be but old Dame Margaret, from the house on the dike. It is evidently for the sake of contrast that I and this wretched soul should arrive here exactly at the same time, said the critic. Pray who are you, my good woman, said he, do you want to get in here too? And the old woman curtsied as well as she could, she thought it must be St. Peter himself who spoke to her. I am a poor old woman, she said, without my family. I am old Margaret, that lived in the house on the dike. Well, and what have you done? What great deed have you performed down below? I have done nothing at all in the world that could give me a claim to have these doors open for me, she said. It would be only through mercy that I can be allowed to slip in through the gate. In what manner did you leave the world? He asked, just for the sake of saying something, for it made him feel very weary to stand there and wait. How I left the world, she replied, why, I can scarcely tell you. During the last years of my life I was sick and miserable, and I was unable to bear creeping out of bed suddenly into the frost and cold. Last winter was a hard winter, but I have got over it all now. There were a few mild days, as your honor, no doubt, knows. The ice lay thickly on the lake, as far one could see. The people came from the town, and walked upon it, and they say there were dancing and skating upon it, I believe, and a great feasting. The sound of beautiful music came into my poor little room where I lay. Towards evening, when the moon rose beautifully, though not yet in her full splendor, I glanced from my bed over the wide sea, and there, just where the sea and sky met, rose a curious white cloud. I lay looking at the cloud till I observed a little black spot in the middle of it, which gradually grew larger and larger, and then I knew what it meant. I am old and experienced. And although this token is not often seen, I knew it, and a shuddering seized me. Twice in my life had I seen this same thing, and I knew that there would be an awful storm, with a spring tide, which would overwhelm the poor people who were now out on the ice, drinking, dancing, and making merry. Young and old, the whole city, were there. Who was to warn them, if no one noticed the sign, or knew what it meant as I did? I was so alarmed, that I felt more strength and life than I had done for some time. I got out of bed, and reached the window. I could not crawl any farther from weakness and exhaustion, but I managed to open the window. I saw the people outside running and jumping about on the ice, I saw the beautiful flags waving in the wind. I heard the boys shouting, hurrah, and the lads and lasses singing, and everything full of merriment and joy. But there was the white cloud with the black spot hanging over them. I cried out as loudly as I could, but no one heard me. I was too far off from the people. Soon would the storm burst, the ice break, and all who were on it be irretrievably lost. They could not hear me, and to go to them was quite out of my power. Oh, if I could only get them safe on land! Then came the thought, as if from heaven, that I would rather set fire to my bed, and let the house be burnt down, than that so many people should perish miserably. I got a light, and in a few moments the red flames leaped up as a beacon to them. I escaped fortunately as far as the threshold of the door, but there I fell down and remained. I could go no farther. The flames rushed out towards me, flickered on the window, and rose high above the roof. The people on the ice became aware of the fire, and ran as fast as possible to help a poor sick woman, who, as they thought, was being burnt to death. There was not one who did not run. I heard them coming, and I also at the same time was conscious of a rush of air and a sound like the roar of heavy artillery. The spring flood was lifting the ice covering, which brake into 1,000 pieces. But the people had reached the sea wall, where the sparks were flying round. I had saved them all, but I suppose I could not survive the cold and fright, so I came up here to the gates of paradise. I am told they are open to poor creatures such as I am, and I have now no house left on earth, but I do not think that will give me a claim to be admitted here. Then the gates were opened, and an angel led the old woman in. She had dropped one little straw out of her straw bed, when she set it on fire to save the lives of so many. It had been changed into the purest gold, into gold that constantly grew and expanded into flowers and fruit of immortal beauty. "See," said the angel, pointing to the wonderful straw, "this is what the poor woman has brought. What dost thou bring? I know thou hast accomplished nothing, not even made a single brick. Even if thou couldst return, and at least produce so much, very likely, when made, the brick would be useless, unless done with a good will, which is always something. But thou canst not return to earth, and I can do nothing for thee." Then the poor soul, the old mother who had lived in the house on the dike, pleaded for him. She said, "His brother made all the stone and bricks, and sent them to me to build my poor little dwelling, which was a great deal to do for a poor woman like me. Could not all these bricks and pieces be as a wall of stone to prevail for him? It is an act of mercy, he is wanting it now, and here is the very fountain of mercy." "Then," said the angel, "thy brother, he who has been looked upon as the meanest of you all, he whose honest deeds to thee appeared so humble, it is he who has sent you this heavenly gift. Thou shalt not be turned away. Thou shalt have permission to stand without the gate and reflect, and repent of thy life on earth, but thou shalt not be admitted here until thou hast performed one good deed of repentance, which will indeed for thee be something." I could have expressed that better, thought the critic, but he did not say it aloud, which for him was something, after all. The Old Bachelor's Nightcap. There is a street in Copenhagen with a very strange name. It is called Hisken Street. Where the name came from, and what it means is very uncertain. It is said to be German, but that is unjust to the Germans, for it would then be called Hauschen, not Hisken. Hauschen means a little house. And for many years it consisted only of a few small houses, which were scarcely larger than the wooden booths we see in the marketplaces at fair time. They were perhaps a little higher, and had windows. But the panes consisted of horn or bladder skins, for glass was then too dear to have glazed windows in every house. This was a long time ago, so long indeed that our grandfathers, and even great-grandfathers, would speak of those days as olden times. Indeed, many centuries have passed since then. The rich merchants in Bremen and Lübeck, who carried on trade in Copenhagen, did not reside in the town themselves, but sent their clerks, who dwelt in the wooden booths in the Hauschen Street, and sold beer and spices. The German beer was very good, and there were many sorts, from Bremen, Prussia, and Brunswick, and quantities of all sorts of spices, saffron, aniseed, ginger, and especially pepper. Indeed, pepper was almost the chief article sold here. So it happened at last that the German clerks in Denmark got their nickname of pepper gentry. It had been made a condition with these clerks that they should not marry. So that those who lived to be old had to take care of themselves, to attend to their own comforts, and even to light their own fires, when they had any to light. Many of them were very aged. Lonely old boys, with strange thoughts and eccentric habits. From this, all unmarried men, who have attained a certain age, are called, in Denmark, pepper gentry, and this must be remembered by all those who wish to understand the story. These pepper gentlemen, or, as they are called in England, old bachelors, are often made a butt of ridicule. They are told to put on their nightcaps, draw them over their eyes, and go to sleep. The boys in Denmark make a song of it, thus. Poor old bachelor, cut your wood. Such a nightcap was never seen. Who would think it was ever clean? Go to sleep, it will do you good. So they sing about the pepper gentleman. So do they make sport of the poor old bachelor and his nightcap, and all because they really know nothing of either. It is a cap that no one need wish for, or laugh at. And why not? Well, we shall hear in the story. In olden times, Houchen Street was not paved, and passengers would stumble out of one hole into another, as they generally do in unfrequented highways. And the street was so narrow, and the booths leaning against each other were so close together, that in the summertime a sail would be stretched across the street from one booth to another opposite. At these times the odor of the pepper, saffron, and ginger became more powerful than ever. Behind the counter, as a rule, there were no young men. The clerks were almost all old boys. But they did not dress as we are accustomed to see old men represented, wearing wigs, nightcaps, and knee breeches, and with coat and waistcoat buttoned up to the chin. We have seen the portraits of our great-grandfathers dressed in this way. But the pepper gentlemen had no money to spare to have their portraits taken, though one of them would have made a very interesting picture for us now, if taken as he appeared standing behind his counter, or going to church, or on holidays. On these occasions, they wore high-crowned, broad-brimmed hats, and sometimes a younger clerk would stick a feather in his. The woolen shirt was concealed by a broad, linen collar. The close jacket was buttoned up to the chin, and the cloak hung loosely over it. The trousers were tucked into the broad, tipped shoes, for the clerks wore no stockings. They generally stuck a table knife and spoon in their girdles, as well as a larger knife, as a protection to themselves, and such a weapon was often very necessary. After this fashion was Anthony dressed on holidays and festivals, excepting that, instead of a high-crowned hat, he wore a kind of bonnet, and under it a knitted cap, a regular nightcap, to which he was so accustomed that it was always on his head. He had two nightcaps, not heads. Anthony was one of the oldest of the clerks, and just the subject for a painter. He was as thin as a lath, wrinkled round the mouth and eyes, had long, bony fingers, bushy, grey eyebrows, and over his left eye hung a thick tuft of hair, which did not look handsome, but made his appearance very remarkable. People knew that he came from Bremen. It was not exactly his home, although his master resided there. His ancestors were from Thuringia, and had lived in the town of Eisenach, close by Wartburg. Old Anthony seldom spoke of this place, but he thought of it all the more. The old clerks of Houchen Street very seldom met together. Each one remained in his own booth, which was closed early enough in the evening, and then it looked dark and dismal out in the street. Only a faint glimmer of light struggled through the horn panes in the little window on the roof, while within sat the old clerk, generally on his bed, singing his evening hymn in a low voice. Or he would be moving about in his booth till late in the night, busily employed in many things. It certainly was not a very lively existence. To be a stranger in a strange land is a bitter lot. No one notices you unless you happen to stand in their way. Often, when it was dark night outside, with rain or snow falling, the place looked quite deserted and gloomy. There were no lamps in the street, excepting a very small one, which hung at one end of the street, before a picture of the Virgin, which had been painted on the wall. The dashing of the water against the bulwarks of a neighbouring castle could plainly be heard. Such evenings are long and dreary, unless people can find something to do, and so Anthony found it. There were not always things to be packed or unpacked, nor paper bags to be made, nor the scales to be polished. So Anthony invented employment. He mended his clothes and patched his boots, and when he at last went to bed, his nightcap, which he had worn from habit, still remained on his head. He had only to pull it down a little farther over his forehead. Very soon, however, it would be pushed up again to see if the light was properly put out. He would touch it, press the wick together, and at last pull his nightcap over his eyes and lie down again on the other side. But often there would arise in his mind a doubt as to whether every coal had been quite put out in the little fire pan in the shop below. If even a tiny spark had remained, it might set fire to something, and cause great damage. Then he would rise from his bed, creep down the ladder, for it could scarcely be called a flight of stairs, and when he reached the fire pan not a spark could be seen, so he had just to go back again to bed. But often, when he had got halfway back, he would fancy the iron shutters of the door were not properly fastened, and his thin legs would carry him down again. And when at last he crept into bed, he would be so cold that his teeth chattered in his head. He would draw the coverlet closer round him, pull his nightcap over his eyes, and try to turn his thoughts from trade, and from the labours of the day, to olden times. But this was scarcely an agreeable entertainment. For thoughts of olden memories raise the curtains from the past, and sometimes pierce the heart with painful recollections till the agony brings tears to the waking eyes. And so it was with Anthony. Often the scalding tears, like pearly drops, would fall from his eyes to the coverlet and roll on the floor with a sound as if one of his heartstrings had broken. Sometimes, with a lurid flame, memory would light up a picture of life which had never faded from his heart. If he dried his eyes with his nightcap, then the tear in the picture would be crushed. But the source of the tears remained and welled up again in his heart. The pictures did not follow one another in order, as the circumstances they represented had occurred. Very often the most painful would come together, and when those came which were most full of joy, they had always the deepest shadow thrown upon them. The beech woods of Denmark are acknowledged by every one to be very beautiful, but more beautiful still in the eyes of old Anthony were the beech woods in the neighbourhood of Wartburg. More grand and venerable to him seemed the old oaks around the proud baronial castle, where the creeping plants hung over the stony summits of the rocks. Sweeter was the perfume there of the apple blossom than in all the land of Denmark. How vividly were represented to him, in a glittering tear that rolled down his cheek, two children at play, a boy and a girl. The boy had rosy cheeks, golden ringlets, and clear, blue eyes. He was the son of Anthony, a rich merchant. It was himself. The little girl had brown eyes and black hair, and was clever and courageous. She was the mayor's daughter, Molly. The children were playing with an apple. They shook the apple, and heard the pips rattling in it. Then they cut it in two, and each of them took half. They also divided the pips and ate all but one, which the little girl proposed should be placed in the ground. "You will see what will come out," she said, "something you don't expect. A whole apple tree will come out, but not directly." Then they got a flower pot, filled it with earth, and were soon both very busy and eager about it. The boy made a hole in the earth with his finger, and the little girl placed the pip in the hole, and then they both covered it over with earth. "Now you must not take it out tomorrow to see if it has taken root," said Molly. "No one ever should do that. I did so with my flowers, but only twice. I wanted to see if they were growing. I didn't know any better then, and the flowers all died." Little Anthony kept the flower pot, and every morning during the whole winter he looked at it, but there was nothing to be seen but black earth. At last, however, the spring came, and the sun shone warm again, and then two little green leaves sprouted forth in the pot. "They are Molly and me," said the boy. "How wonderful they are, and so beautiful." Very soon a third leaf made its appearance. "Who does that stand for?" thought he, and then came another and another. Day after day, and week after week, till the plant became quite a tree. And all this about the two children was mirrored to old Anthony in a single tear, which could soon be wiped away and disappear, but might come again from its source in the heart of the old man. In the neighbourhood of Eisenach stretches a ridge of stony mountains, one of which has a rounded outline, and shows itself above the rest without tree, bush, or grass on its barren summits. It is called the Venus Mountain, and the story goes that the Lady Venus, one of the heathen goddesses, keeps house there. She is also called Lady Hallie, as every child round Eisenach well knows. She it was who enticed the noble knight, Tannhauser, the minstrel, from the circle of singers at Wartburg into her mountain. Little Molly and Anthony often stood by this mountain, and one day Molly said, "Do you dare to knock and say, Lady Hallie, open the door, Tannhauser is here." But Anthony did not dare. Molly, however, did, though she only said the words, Lady Hallie, loudly and distinctly. The rest she muttered so much under her breath that Anthony felt certain she had really said nothing. And yet she looked quite bold and saucy, just as she did sometimes when she was in the garden with a number of other little girls. They would all stand round him together, and want to kiss him, because he did not like to be kissed, and pushed them away. Then Molly was the only one who dared to resist him. "I may kiss him," she would say proudly, as she threw her arms round his neck. She was vain of her power over Anthony, for he would submit quietly and think nothing of it. Molly was very charming, but rather bold, and how she did tease. They said Lady Hallie was beautiful, but her beauty was that of a tempting fiend. Saint Elizabeth, the tutelar saint of the land, the pious princess of Thuringia, whose good deeds have been immortalized in so many places through stories and legends, had greater beauty in more real grace. Her picture hung in the chapel, surrounded by silver lamps, but it did not in the least resemble Molly. The apple tree, which the two children had planted, grew year after year, till it became so large that it had to be transplanted into the garden, where the dew fell and the sun shone warmly. And there it increased in strength so much as to be able to withstand the cold of winter, and after passing through the severe weather, it seemed to put forth its blossoms in spring for very joy that the cold season had gone. In autumn it produced 2 apples, one for Molly and one for Anthony. It could not well do less. The tree after this grew very rapidly, and Molly grew with the tree. She was as fresh as an apple blossom, but Anthony was not to behold this flower for long. All things change. Molly's father left his old home, and Molly went with him far away. In our time, it would be only a journey of a few hours, but then it took more than a day and a night to travel so far eastward from Eisenbach to a town still called Weimar, on the borders of Thuringia. And Molly and Anthony both wept, but these tears all flowed together into one tear which had the rosy shimmer of joy. Molly had told him that she loved him more than all the splendors of Weimar. 1, 2, 3 years went by, and during the whole time he received only 2 letters. One came by the carrier, and the other a traveller brought. The way was very long and difficult, with many turnings and windings through towns and villages. How often had Anthony and Molly heard the story of Tristan and Isolde, and Anthony had thought the story applied to him, although Tristan means born in sorrow, which Anthony certainly was not. Nor was it likely he would ever say of Molly as Tristan said of Isolde, "She has forgotten me." But in truth, Isolde had not forgotten him, her faithful friend. And when both were laid in their graves, one on each side of the church, the linden trees that grew by each grave spread over the roof, and, bending towards each other, mingled their blossoms together. Anthony thought it a very beautiful but mournful story. Yet he never feared anything so sad would happen to him and Molly, as he passed the spot, whistling the air of a song, composed by the minstrel Walter, called the Willow Bird, beginning. Under the linden trees. Out on the heath. One stanza pleased him exceedingly. Through the forest, and in the vale, sweetly warbles the nightingale. This song was often in his mouth, and he sung or whistled it on a moonlight night, when he rode on horseback along the deep, hollow way, on his road to Weimar, to visit Molly. He wished to arrive unexpectedly, and so indeed he did. He was received with a hearty welcome, and introduced to plenty of grand and pleasant company, where overflowing winecups were passed about. A pretty room and a good bed were provided for him, and yet his reception was not what he had expected and dreamed it would be. He could not comprehend his own feelings nor the feelings of others. But it is easily understood how a person can be admitted into a house or a family without becoming one of them. We converse in company with those we meet, as we converse with our fellow travelers in a stage-coach, on a journey. We know nothing of them, and perhaps all the while we are incommoding one another, and each is wishing himself or his neighbor away. Something of this kind Anthony felt when Molly talked to him of old times. "I am a straightforward girl," she said, and I will tell you myself how it is. There have been great changes since we were children together, everything is different, both inwardly and outwardly. We cannot control our wills, nor the feelings of our hearts, by the force of custom. Anthony, I would not, for the world, make an enemy of you when I am far away. Believe me, I entertain for you the kindest wishes in my heart. But to feel for you what I now know can be felt for another man, can never be. You must try and reconcile yourself to this. Farewell, Anthony. Anthony also said, farewell. Not a tear came into his eye, he felt he was no longer Molly's friend. Hot iron and cold iron alike take the skin from our lips, and we feel the same sensation if we kiss either, and Anthony's kiss was now the kiss of hatred, as it had once been the kiss of love. Within 24 hours Anthony was back again to Eisenach, though the horse that he rode was entirely ruined. What matters it, said he, I am ruined also. I will destroy everything that can remind me of her, or of Lady Hallie, or Lady Venus, the heathen woman. I will break down the apple tree, and tear it up by the roots, never more shall it blossom or bear fruit. The apple tree was not broken down. For Anthony himself was struck with a fever, which caused him to break down, and confined him to his bed. But something occurred to raise him up again. What was it? A medicine was offered to him, which he was obliged to take, a bitter remedy, at which the sick body and the oppressed spirit alike shuddered. Anthony's father lost all his property, and, from being known as one of the richest merchants, he became very poor. Dark days, heavy trials, with poverty at the door, came rolling into the house upon them like the waves of the sea. Sorrow and suffering deprived Anthony's father of his strength, so that he had something else to think of besides nursing his love sorrows and his anger against Molly. He had to take his father's place, to give orders, to act with energy, to help, and, at last, to go out into the world and earn his bread. Anthony went to Bremen, and there he learned what poverty and hard living really were. These things often harden the character, but sometimes soften the heart, even too much. How different the world, and the people in it, appeared to Anthony now, to what he had thought in his childhood. What to him were the minstrel songs? An echo of the past, sounds long vanished. At times he would think in this way, yet again and again the songs would sound in his soul, and his heart become gentle and pious. God's will is the best, he would then say. It was well that I was not allowed to keep my power over Molly's heart, and that she did not remain true to me. How I should have felt it now, when fortune has deserted me. She left me before she knew of the change in my circumstances, or had a thought of what was before me. That is a merciful providence for me. All has happened for the best. She could not help it, and yet I have been so bitter, and in such enmity against her. Years passed by, Anthony's father died, and strangers lived in the old house. He had seen it once again since then. His rich master sent him journeys on business, and on one occasion his way led him to his native town of Eisenach. The old Wartburg castle stood unchanged on the rock where the monk and the nun were hewn out of the stone. The great oaks formed an outline to the scene which he so well remembered in his childhood. The Venus mountain stood out grey and bare, overshadowing the valley beneath. He would have been glad to call out, Lady Hallie, unlock the mountain. I would fain remain here always in my native soil. That was a sinful thought, and he offered a prayer to drive it away. Then a little bird in the thicket sang out clearly, and old Anthony thought of the minstrel's song. How much came back to his remembrance as he looked through the tears once more on his native town. The old house was still standing as in olden times, but the garden had been greatly altered. A pathway led through a portion of the ground, and outside the garden, and beyond the path, stood the old apple tree, which he had not broken down, although he talked of doing so in his trouble. The sun still threw its rays upon the tree, and the refreshing dew fell upon it as of old, and it was so overloaded with fruit that the branches bent towards the earth with the weight. That flourishes still, said he, as he gazed. One of the branches of the tree had, however, been broken. Mischievous hands must have done this in passing, for the tree now stood in a public thoroughfare. "The blossoms are often plucked," said Anthony. "The fruit is stolen and the branches broken without a thankful thought of their profusion and beauty. It might be said of a tree, as it has been said of some men, it was not predicted at his cradle that he should come to this. How brightly began the history of this tree, and what is it now? Forsaken and forgotten, in a garden by a hedge in a field, and close to a public road. There it stands, unsheltered, plundered, and broken. It certainly has not yet withered. But in the course of years the number of blossoms from time to time will grow less, and at last it will cease altogether to bear fruit, and then its history will be over." Such were Anthony's thoughts as he stood under the tree, and during many a long night as he lay in his lonely chamber in the wooden house in Hauschen Street, Copenhagen, in the foreign land to which the rich merchant of Bremen, his employer, had sent him on condition that he should never marry. Marry! Ha, ha, and he laughed bitterly to himself at the thought. Winter one year set in early, and it was freezing hard. Without, a snowstorm made every one remain at home who could do so. Thus it happened that Anthony's neighbors, who lived opposite to him, did not notice that his house remained unopened for 2 days, and that he had not showed himself during that time. For who would go out in such weather unless he were obliged to do so? They were grey, gloomy days, and in the house whose windows were not glass, twilight and dark nights reigned in turns. During these 2 days old Anthony had not left his bed, he had not the strength to do so. The bitter weather had for some time affected his limbs. There lay the old bachelor, forsaken by all, and unable to help himself. He could scarcely reach the water jug that he had placed by his bed, and the last drop was gone. It was not fever, nor sickness, but old age, that had laid him low. In the little corner, where his bed lay, he was overshadowed as it were by perpetual night. A little spider, which he could however not see, busily and cheerfully spun its web above him, so that there should be a kind of little banner waving over the old man, when his eyes closed. The time passed slowly and painfully. He had no tears to shed, and he felt no pain, no thought of Molly came into his mind. He felt as if the world was now nothing to him, as if he were lying beyond it, with no one to think of him. Now and then he felt slight sensations of hunger and thirst, but no one came to him, no one tended him. He thought of all those who had once suffered from starvation, of Saint Elizabeth, who once wandered on the earth, the saint of his home and his childhood, the noble Duchess of Thuringia, that highly esteemed lady who visited the poorest villages, bringing hope and relief to the sick inmates. The recollection of her pious deeds was as light to the soul of poor Anthony. He thought of her as she went about speaking words of comfort, binding up the wounds of the afflicted and feeding the hungry, although often blamed for it by her stern husband. He remembered a story told of her, that on one occasion, when she was carrying a basket full of wine and provisions, her husband, who had watched her footsteps, stepped forward and asked her angrily what she carried in her basket, whereupon, with fear and trembling, she answered, "Roses, which I have plucked from the garden." Then he tore away the cloth which covered the basket, and what could equal the surprise of the pious woman, to find that by a miracle, everything in her basket, the wine, the bread, had all been changed into roses. In this way the memory of the kind lady dwelt in the calm mind of Anthony. She was as a living reality in his little dwelling in the Danish land. He uncovered his face that he might look into her gentle eyes, while everything around him changed from its look of poverty and want, to a bright rose tint. The fragrance of roses spread through the room, mingled with the sweet smell of apples. He saw the branches of an apple tree spreading above him. It was the tree which he and Molly had planted together. The fragrant leaves of the tree fell upon him and cooled his burning brow. Upon his parched lips they seemed like refreshing bread and wine, and as they rested on his breast, a peaceful calm stole over him, and he felt inclined to sleep. "I shall sleep now," he whispered to himself. "Sleep will do me good. In the morning I shall be upon my feet again, strong and well. Glorious! Wonderful! That apple tree, planted in love, now appears before me in heavenly beauty." And he slept. The following day, The third day during which his house had been closed, the snowstorm ceased. Then his opposite neighbor stepped over to the house in which old Anthony lived, for he had not yet showed himself. There he lay stretched on his bed, dead, with his old nightcap tightly clasped in his two hands. The nightcap, however, was not placed on his head in his coffin, he had a clean white one on then. Where now were the tears he had shed? What had become of those wonderful pearls? They were in the nightcap still. Such tears as these cannot be washed out, even when the nightcap is forgotten. The old thoughts and dreams of a bachelor's nightcap still remain. Never wish for such a nightcap. It would make your forehead hot, cause your pulse to beat with agitation, and conjure up dreams which would appear realities. The first who wore old Anthony's cap felt the truth of this, though it was half a century afterwards. That man was the mayor himself, who had already made a comfortable home for his wife and 11 children, by his industry. The moment he put the cap on he dreamed of unfortunate love, of bankruptcy, and of dark days. "Hullo! How the nightcap burns," he exclaimed, as he tore it from his bead. Then a pearl rolled out, and then another, and they glittered and sounded as they fell. What can this be? Is it paralysis, or something dazzling my eyes? They were the tears which old Anthony had shed half a century before. To every one who afterwards put this cap on his head, came visions and dreams which agitated him not a little. His own history was changed into that of Anthony till it became quite a story, and many stories might be made by others, so we will leave them to relate their own. We have told the first, and our last word is, don't wish for a bachelor's nightcap. Soup from a sausage skewer. "We had such an excellent dinner yesterday," said an old mouse of the female sex to another who had not been present at the feast. "I sat number 21 below the Mouse King, which was not a bad place. Shall I tell you what we had? Everything was first rate. Mouldy bread, tallow candle, and sausage. And then, when we had finished that course, the same came on all over again, it was as good as 2 feasts. We were very sociable, and there was as much joking and fun as if we had been all of one family circle. Nothing was left but the sausage skewers, and this formed a subject of conversation, till at last it turned to the proverb, soup from sausage skins, or, as the people in the neighbouring country call it, soup from a sausage skewer. Every one had heard the proverb, but no one had ever tasted the soup, much less prepared it. A capital toast was drunk to the inventor of the soup, and some one said he ought to be made a relieving officer to the poor. Was not that witty? Then the old Mouse King rose and promised that the young lady mouse who should learn how best to prepare this much admired and savoury soup should be his queen, and a year and a day should be allowed for the purpose. "That was not at all a bad proposal," said the other mouse, "but how is the soup made?" "Ah, that is more than I can tell you." All the young lady mice were asking the same question. They wished very much to be queen, but they did not want to take the trouble of going out into the world to learn how to make soup, which was absolutely necessary to be done first. But it is not every one who would care to leave her family, or her happy corner by the fireside at home, even to be made queen. It is not always easy to find bacon and cheese rind in foreign lands every day, and it is not pleasant to have to endure hunger, and be perhaps, after all, eaten up alive by the cat. Most probably some such thoughts as these discouraged the majority from going out into the world to collect the required information. Only 4 mice gave notice that they were ready to set out on the journey. They were young and lively, but poor. Each of them wished to visit one of the 4 divisions of the world, so that it might be seen which was the most favoured by fortune. Every one took a sausage skewer as a traveller's staff, and to remind them of the object of their journey. They left home early in May, and none of them returned till the 1st of May in the following year, and then only 3 of them. Nothing was seen or heard of the 4th, although the day of decision was close at hand. "Ah, yes, there is always some trouble mixed up with the greatest pleasure," said the Mouse King, but he gave orders that all the mice within a circle of many miles should be invited at once. They were to assemble in the kitchen, and the 3 travelled mice were to stand in a row before them, while a sausage skewer, covered with crape, was to be stuck up instead of the missing mouse. No one dared to express an opinion until the king spoke, and desired one of them to go on with her story. And now we shall hear what she said. What the first little mouse saw and heard on her travels. When I first went out into the world, said the little mouse, I fancied, as so many of my age do, that I already knew everything, but it was not so. It takes years to acquire great knowledge. I went at once to sea in a ship bound for the north. I had been told that the ship's cook must know how to prepare every dish at sea, and it is easy enough to do that with plenty of sides of bacon, and large tubs of salt meat and moldy flour. There I found plenty of delicate food, but no opportunity for learning how to make soup from a sausage skewer. We sailed on for many days and nights, the ship rocked fearfully, and we did not escape without a wetting. As soon as we arrived at the port to which the ship was bound, I left it, and went on shore at a place far towards the north. It is a wonderful thing to leave your own little corner at home, to hide yourself in a ship where there are sure to be some nice snug corners for shelter, then suddenly to find yourself thousands of miles away in a foreign land. I saw large pathless forests of pine and birch trees, which smelt so strong that I sneezed and thought of sausage. There were great lakes also which looked as black as ink at a distance, but were quite clear when I came close to them. Large swans were floating upon them, and I thought at first they were only foam, they lay so still, but when I saw them walk and fly, I knew what they were directly. They belong to the goose species, one can see that by their walk. No one can attempt to disguise family descent. I kept with my own kind, and associated with the forest and field mice, who, however, knew very little, especially about what I wanted to know, and which had actually made me travel abroad. The idea that soup could be made from a sausage skewer was to them such an out-of-the-way, unlikely thought, that it was repeated from one to another through the whole forest. They declared that the problem would never be solved, that the thing was an impossibility. How little I thought that in this place, on the very first night, I should be initiated into the manner of its preparation. It was the height of summer, which the mice told me was the reason that the forest smelt so strong, and that the herbs were so fragrant, and the lakes with the white swimming swans so dark, and yet so clear. On the margin of the wood, near to 3 or 4 houses, a pole, as large as the mainmast of a ship, had been erected, and from the summit hung wreaths of flowers and fluttering ribbons. It was the maypole. Lads and lasses danced round the pole, and tried to outdo the violins of the musicians with their singing. They were as merry as ever at sunset and in the moonlight, but I took no part in the merrymaking. What has a little mouse to do with a maypole dance? I sat in the soft moss, and held my sausage skewer tight. The moon threw its beams particularly on one spot where stood a tree covered with exceedingly fine moss. I may almost venture to say that it was as fine and soft as the fur of the mouse king, but it was green, which is a color very agreeable to the eye. All at once I saw the most charming little people marching towards me. They did not reach higher than my knee, they looked like human beings, but were better proportioned, and they called themselves elves. Their clothes were very delicate and fine, for they were made of the leaves of flowers, trimmed with the wings of flies and gnats, which had not a bad effect. By their manner, it appeared as if they were seeking for something. I knew not what, till at last one of them espied me and came towards me, and the foremost pointed to my sausage skewer, and said, "There, that is just what we want, see, it is pointed at the top, is it not capital?" And the longer he looked at my pilgrim's staff, the more delighted he became. "I will lend it to you," said I, "but not to keep." "Oh no, we won't keep it," they all cried. And then they seized the skewer, which I gave up to them, and danced with it to the spot where the delicate moss grew, and set it up in the middle of the green. They wanted a maypole, and the one they now had seemed cut out on purpose for them. Then they decorated it so beautifully that it was quite dazzling to look at. Little spiders spun golden threads around it, and then it was hung with fluttering veils and flags so delicately white that they glittered like snow in the moonshine. After that they took colors from the butterfly's wing, and sprinkled them over the white drapery which gleamed as if covered with flowers and diamonds, so that I could not recognize my sausage skewer at all. Such a maypole had never been seen in all the world as this. Then came a great company of real elves. Nothing could be finer than their clothes, and they invited me to be present at the feast. But I was to keep at a certain distance, because I was too large for them. Then commenced such music that it sounded like 1,000 glass bells, and was so full and strong that I thought it must be the song of the swans. I fancied also that I heard the voices of the cuckoo and the blackbird, and it seemed at last as if the whole forest sent forth glorious melodies, the voices of children, the tinkling of bells, and the songs of the birds. And all this wonderful melody came from the elfin maypole. My sausage peg was a complete peal of bells. I could scarcely believe that so much could have been produced from it, till I remembered into what hands it had fallen. I was so much affected that I wept tears such as a little mouse can weep, but they were tears of joy. The night was far too short for me. There are no long nights there in summer, as we often have in this part of the world. When the morning dawned, and the gentle breeze rippled the glassy mirror of the forest lake, all the delicate veils and flags fluttered away into thin air. The waving garlands of the spider's web, the hanging bridges and galleries, or whatever else they may be called, vanished away as if they had never been. 6 elves brought me back my sausage skewer, and at the same time asked me to make any request, which they would grant if in their power, so I begged them, if they could, to tell me how to make soup from a sausage skewer. "How do we make it?" said the chief of the elves with a smile. "Why, you have just seen it, you scarcely knew your sausage skewer again, I am sure." They think themselves very wise, thought I to myself. Then I told them all about it, and why I had travelled so far, and also what promise had been made at home to the one who should discover the method of preparing this soup. "What use will it be," I asked, "to the Mouse King or to our whole mighty kingdom that I have seen all these beautiful things? I cannot shake the sausage peg and say, 'Look, here is the skewer, and now the soup will come.' That would only produce a dish to be served when people were keeping a fast." Then the elf dipped his finger into the cup of a violet, and said to me, "Look here, I will anoint your pilgrim's staff, so that when you return to your own home and enter the king's castle, you have only to touch the king with your staff. And violets will spring forth and cover the whole of it, even in the coldest winter time. So I think I have given you really something to carry home, and a little more than something." But before the little mouse explained what this something more was, she stretched her staff out to the king, and as it touched him the most beautiful bunch of violets sprang forth and filled the place with perfume. The smell was so powerful that the Mouse King ordered the mice who stood nearest the chimney to thrust their tails into the fire, that there might be a smell of burning, for the perfume of the violets was overpowering. And not the sort of scent that everyone liked. "But what was the something more of which you spoke just now?" asked the Mouse King. "Why," answered the little mouse, "I think it is what they call effect." And thereupon she turned the staff round, and behold, not a single flower was to be seen upon it. She now only held the naked skewer, and lifted it up as a conductor lifts his baton at a concert. "Violets, the elf told me," continued the mouse, "are for the sight, the smell, and the touch, so we have only now to produce the effect of hearing and tasting." And then, as the little mouse beat time with her staff, there came sounds of music, not such music as was heard in the forest, at the elfin feast, but such as is often heard in the kitchen, the sounds of boiling and roasting. It came quite suddenly, like wind rushing through the chimneys, and seemed as if every pot and kettle were boiling over. The fire shovel clattered down on the brass fender. And then, quite as suddenly, all was still, nothing could be heard but the light, vapory song of the tea kettle, which was quite wonderful to hear, for no one could rightly distinguish whether the kettle was just beginning to boil or going to stop. And the little pot steamed, and the great pot simmered, but without any regard for each, indeed there seemed no sense in the pots at all. And as the little mouse waved her baton still more wildly, the pots foamed and threw up bubbles, and boiled over. While again the wind roared and whistled through the chimney, and at last there was such a terrible hubbub, that the little mouse let her stick fall. "That is a strange sort of soup," said the Mouse King. "Shall we not now hear about the preparation?" "That is all," answered the little mouse, with a bow. "That all," said the Mouse King, then we shall be glad to hear what information the next may have to give us. What the second mouse had to tell. I was born in the library, at a castle, said the second mouse. Very few members of our family ever had the good fortune to get into the dining room, much less the storeroom. On my journey, and here today, are the only times I have ever seen a kitchen. We were often obliged to suffer hunger in the library, but then we gained a great deal of knowledge. The rumor reached us of the royal prize offered to those who should be able to make soup from a sausage skewer. Then my old grandmother sought out a manuscript which, however, she could not read, but had heard it read, and in it was written, "Those who are poets can make soup of sausage skewers." She then asked me if I was a poet. I felt myself quite innocent of any such pretensions. Then she said I must go out and make myself a poet. I asked again what I should be required to do, for it seemed to me quite as difficult as to find out how to make soup of a sausage skewer. My grandmother had heard a great deal of reading in her day, and she told me 3 principal qualifications were necessary: understanding, imagination, and feeling. If you can manage to acquire these 3, you will be a poet, and the sausage skewer soup will be quite easy to you. So I went forth into the world, and turned my steps towards the west, that I might become a poet. Understanding is the most important matter in everything. I knew that, for the 2 other qualifications are not thought much of, so I went first to seek for understanding. Where was I to find it? Go to the ant and learn wisdom, said the great Jewish king. I knew that from living in a library. So I went straight on till I came to the first great ant hill, and then I set myself to watch, that I might become wise. The ants are a very respectable people, they are wisdom itself. All they do is like the working of a sum in arithmetic, which comes right. To work and to lay eggs, say they, and to provide for posterity, is to live out your time properly. And that they truly do. They are divided into the clean and the dirty ants, their rank is pointed out by a number, and the ant queen is number 1, and her opinion is the only correct one on everything. She seems to have the whole wisdom of the world in her, which was just the important matter I wished to acquire. She said a great deal which was no doubt very clever, yet to me it sounded like nonsense. She said the ant hill was the loftiest thing in the world, and yet close to the mound stood a tall tree, which no one could deny was loftier, much loftier, but no mention was made of the tree. One evening an ant lost herself on this tree. She had crept up the stem, not nearly to the top, but higher than any ant had ever ventured, and when at last she returned home she said that she had found something in her travels much higher than the ant hill. The rest of the ants considered this an insult to the whole community, so she was condemned to wear a muzzle and to live in perpetual solitude. A short time afterwards another ant got on the tree, and made the same journey and the same discovery, but she spoke of it cautiously and indefinitely, and as she was one of the superior ants and very much respected, they believed her. And when she died they erected an eggshell as a monument to her memory, for they cultivated a great respect for science. I saw, said the little mouse, that the ants were always running to and fro with her burdens on their backs. Once I saw one of them drop her load. She gave herself a great deal of trouble in trying to raise it again, but she could not succeed. Then 2 others came up and tried with all their strength to help her, till they nearly dropped their own burdens in doing so, then they were obliged to stop for a moment in their help, for every one must think of himself first. And the ant queen remarked that their conduct that day showed that they possessed kind hearts and good understanding. These 2 qualities, she continued, place us ants in the highest degree above all other reasonable beings. Understanding must therefore be seen among us in the most prominent manner, and my wisdom is greater than all. And so saying she raised herself on her 2 hind legs, that no one else might be mistaken for her. I could not therefore make an error, so I ate her up. We are to go to the ants to learn wisdom, and I had got the queen. I now turned and went nearer to the lofty tree already mentioned, which was an oak. It had a tall trunk with a wide-spreading top, and was very old. I knew that a living being dwelt here, a dryad as she is called, who is born with the tree and dies with it. I had heard this in the library, and here was just such a tree, and in it an oak maiden. She uttered a terrible scream when she caught sight of me so near to her. Like many women, she was very much afraid of mice. And she had more real cause for fear than they have, for I might have gnawed through the tree on which her life depended. I spoke to her in a kind and friendly manner, and begged her to take courage. At last she took me up in her delicate hand, and then I told her what had brought me out into the world, and she promised me that perhaps on that very evening she should be able to obtain for me one of the two treasures for which I was seeking. She told me that Phantisus was her very dear friend, that he was as beautiful as the god of love, that he remained often for many hours with her under the leafy boughs of the tree which then rustled and waved more than ever over them both. He called her his dryad, she said, and the tree his tree, for the grand old oak, with its gnarled trunk, was just to his taste. The root, spreading deep into the earth, the top rising high in the fresh air, knew the value of the drifted snow, the keen wind, and the warm sunshine, as it ought to be known. Yes, continued the dryad, the birds sing up above in the branches, and talk to each other about the beautiful fields they have visited in foreign lands. And on one of the withered boughs a stork has built his nest. It is beautifully arranged, and besides it is pleasant to hear a little about the land of the pyramids. All this pleases Phantisus, but it is not enough for him. I am obliged to relate to him of my life in the woods. And to go back to my childhood, when I was little, and the tree so small and delicate that a stinging nettle could overshadow it, and I have to tell everything that has happened since then till now that the tree is so large and strong. Sit you down now under the green bindwood and pay attention. When Phantisus comes I will find an opportunity to lay hold of his wing and to pull out one of the little feathers. That feather you shall have. A better was never given to any poet, it will be quite enough for you. And when Phantisus came the feather was plucked, and, said the little mouse, I seized and put it in water, and kept it there till it was quite soft. It was very heavy and indigestible, but I managed to nibble it up at last. It is not so easy to nibble oneself into a poet, there are so many things to get through. Now, however, I had two of them, understanding and imagination. And through these I knew that the third was to be found in the library. A great man has said and written that there are novels whose sole and only use appeared to be that they might relieve mankind of overflowing tears, a kind of sponge, in fact, for sucking up feelings and emotions. I remembered a few of these books, they had always appeared tempting to the appetite, they had been much read, and were so greasy, that they must have absorbed no end of emotions in themselves. I retraced my steps to the library, and literally devoured a whole novel, that is, properly speaking, the interior or soft part of it, the crust, or binding, I left. When I had digested not only this, but a second, I felt a stirring within me. Then I ate a small piece of a third romance, and felt myself a poet. I said it to myself, and told others the same. I had headache and backache, and I cannot tell what aches besides. I thought over all the stories that may be said to be connected with sausage pegs, and all that has ever been written about skewers, and sticks, and staves, and splinters came to my thoughts. The ant-queen must have had a wonderfully clear understanding. I remembered the man who placed a white stick in his mouth by which he could make himself and the stick invisible. I thought of sticks as hobby-horses, staves of music or rhyme, of breaking a stick over a man's back, and heaven knows how many more phrases of the same sort relating to sticks, staves, and skewers. All my thoughts rain on skewers, sticks of wood, and staves, and as I am, at last, a poet, and I have worked terribly hard to make myself one, I can of course make poetry on anything. I shall therefore be able to wait upon you every day in the week with a poetical history of a skewer. And that is my soup. In that case, said the Mouse King, we will hear what the third mouse has to say. Squeak, squeak, cried a little mouse at the kitchen door. It was the fourth, and not the third, of the four who were contending for the prize, one whom the rest supposed to be dead. She shot in like an arrow, and overturned the sausage peg that had been covered with crape. She had been running day and night. She had watched an opportunity to get into a goods train, and had travelled by the railway. And yet she had arrived almost too late. She pressed forward, looking very much ruffled. She had lost her sausage skewer, but not her voice. For she began to speak at once as if they only waited for her, and would hear her only, and as if nothing else in the world was of the least consequence. She spoke out so clearly and plainly, and she had come in so suddenly, that no one had time to stop her or to say a word while she was speaking. And now let us hear what she said. What the fourth mouse, who spoke before the third, had to tell. I started off at once to the largest town, said she, but the name of it has escaped me. I have a very bad memory for names. I was carried from the railway, with some forfeited goods, to the jail, and on arriving I made my escape, and ran into the house of the turnkey. The turnkey was speaking of his prisoners, especially of one who had uttered thoughtless words. These words had given rise to other words, and at length they were written down and registered. The whole affair is like making soup of sausage skewers, said he, but the soup may cost him his neck. Now this raised in me an interest for the prisoner, continued the little mouse, and I watched my opportunity, and slipped into his apartment, for there is a mouse hole to be found behind every closed door. The prisoner looked pale. He had a great beard and large, sparkling eyes. There was a lamp burning, but the walls were so black that they only looked the blacker for it. The prisoner scratched pictures and verses with white chalk on the black walls, but I did not read the verses. I think he found his confinement wearisome, so that I was a welcome guest. He enticed me with bread crumbs, with whistling, and with gentle words, and seemed so friendly towards me, that by degrees I gained confidence in him, and we became friends. He divided his bread and water with me, gave me cheese and sausage, and I really began to love him. Altogether, I must own that it was a very pleasant intimacy. He let me run about on his hand, and on his arm, and into his sleeve. And I even crept into his beard, and he called me his little friend. I forgot what I had come out into the world for, forgot my sausage skewer which I had laid in a crack in the floor, it is lying there still. I wished to stay with him always where I was, for I knew that if I went away the poor prisoner would have no one to be his friend, which is a sad thing. I stayed, but he did not. He spoke to me so mournfully for the last time, gave me double as much bread and cheese as usual, and kissed his hand to me. Then he went away, and never came back. I know nothing more of his history. The jailer took possession of me now. He said something about soup from a sausage skewer, but I could not trust him. He took me in his hand certainly, but it was to place me in a cage like a treadmill. Oh, how dreadful it was! I had to run round and round without getting any farther in advance, and only to make everybody laugh. The jailer's granddaughter was a charming little thing. She had curly hair like the brightest gold, merry eyes, and such a smiling mouth. "You poor little mouse," said she, one day as she peeped into my cage, "I will set you free." She then drew forth the iron fastening, and I sprang out on the window-sill, and from thence to the roof. Free! Free! That was all I could think of. Not of the object of my journey. It grew dark, and as night was coming on I found a lodging in an old tower, where dwelt a watchman and an owl. I had no confidence in either of them, least of all in the owl, which is like a cat, and has a great failing, for she eats mice. One may however be mistaken sometimes. And so was I, for this was a respectable and well-educated old owl, who knew more than the watchman, and even as much as I did myself. The young owls made a great fuss about everything, but the only rough words she would say to them were, "You had better go and make some soup from sausage skewers." She was very indulgent and loving to her children. Her conduct gave me such confidence in her, that from the crack where I sat I called out, "Squeak." This confidence of mine pleased her so much that she assured me she would take me under her own protection, and that not a creature should do me harm. The fact was, she wickedly meant to keep me in reserve for her own eating in winter, when food would be scarce. Yet she was a very clever lady owl. She explained to me that the watchman could only hoot with the horn that hung loose at his side. And then she said he is so terribly proud of it, that he imagines himself an owl in the tower, wants to do great things, but only succeeds in small, all soup on a sausage skewer. Then I begged the owl to give me the recipe for this soup. Soup from a sausage skewer, said she, is only a proverb amongst mankind, and may be understood in many ways. Each believes his own way the best, and after all, the proverb signifies nothing. Nothing! I exclaimed. I was quite struck. Truth is not always agreeable, but truth is above everything else, as the old owl said. I thought over all this, and saw quite plainly that if truth was really so far above everything else, it must be much more valuable than soup from a sausage skewer. So I hastened to get away, that I might be home in time, and bring what was highest and best, and above everything, namely, the truth. The mice are an enlightened people, and the Mouse King is above them all. He is therefore capable of making me queen for the sake of truth. Your truth is a falsehood, said the mouse who had not yet spoken. I can prepare the soup, and I mean to do so. How it was prepared? I did not travel, said the third mouse. I stayed in this country, that was the right way. One gains nothing by traveling, everything can be acquired here quite as easily, so I stayed at home. I have not obtained what I know from supernatural beings. I have neither swallowed it, nor learnt it from conversing with owls. I have got it all from my reflections and thoughts. Will you now set the kettle on the fire, so? Now pour the water in, quite full, up to the brim, place it on the fire. Make up a good blaze, keep it burning, that the water may boil, it must boil over and over. There, now I throw in the skewer. Will the Mouse King be pleased now to dip his tail into the boiling water, and stir it round with the tail? The longer the king stirs it, the stronger the soup will become. Nothing more is necessary, only to stir it. Can no one else do this? Asked the king. No, said the mouse, only in the tail of the Mouse King is this power contained. And the water boiled and bubbled, as the Mouse King stood close beside the kettle. It seemed rather a dangerous performance. But he turned round, and put out his tail, as mice do in a dairy, when they wish to skim the cream from a pan of milk with their tails and afterwards lick it off. But the Mouse King's tail had only just touched the hot steam, when he sprang away from the chimney in a great hurry, exclaiming, "Oh, certainly, by all means, you must be my queen. And we will let the soup question rest till our golden wedding, 50 years hence, so that the poor in my kingdom, who are then to have plenty of food, will have something to look forward to for a long time, with great joy." And very soon the wedding took place. But many of the mice, as they were returning home, said that the soup could not be properly called soup from a sausage skewer, but soup from a mouse's tail. They acknowledged also that some of the stories were very well told, but that the whole could have been managed differently. I should have told it so, and so, and so. These were the critics who are always so clever afterwards. When this story was circulated all over the world, the opinions upon it were divided, but the story remained the same. And, after all, the best way in everything you undertake, great as well as small, is to expect no thanks for anything you may do, even when it refers to soup from a sausage skewer. And Lisbeth. And Lisbeth was a beautiful young woman, with a red and white complexion, glittering white teeth, and clear soft eyes, and her footstep was light in the dance, but her mind was lighter still. She had a little child, not at all pretty, so he was put out to be nursed by a labourer's wife, and his mother went to the count's castle. She sat in splendid rooms, richly decorated with silk and velvet. Not a breath of air was allowed to blow upon her, and no one was allowed to speak to her harshly, for she was nurse to the count's child. He was fair and delicate as a prince, and beautiful as an angel, and how she loved this child. Her own boy was provided for by being at the labourer's where the mouth watered more frequently than the pot boiled, and where in general no one was at home to take care of the child. Then he would cry, but what nobody knows nobody cares for. So he would cry till he was tired, and then fall asleep, and while we are asleep we can feel neither hunger nor thirst. Ah, yes, sleep is a capital invention. As years went on, and Lisbeth's child grew apace like weeds, although they said his growth had been stunted. He had become quite a member of the family in which he dwelt. They received money to keep him, so that his mother got rid of him altogether. She had become quite a lady, she had a comfortable home of her own in the town, and out of doors, when she went for a walk, she wore a bonnet. But she never walked out to see the labourer, that was too far from the town, and, indeed, she had nothing to go for. The boy now belonged to these labouring people. He had food, and he could also do something towards earning his living. He took care of Mary's red cow, for he knew how to tend cattle and make himself useful. The great dog by the yard gate of a nobleman's mansion sits proudly on the top of his kennel when the sun shines, and barks at every one that passes. But if it rains, he creeps into his house, and there he is warm and dry. And Lisbeth's boy also sat in the sunshine on the top of the fence, cutting out a little toy. If it was springtime, he knew of 3 strawberry plants in blossom, which would certainly bear fruit. This was his most hopeful thought, though it often came to nothing. And he had to sit out in the rain in the worst weather, and get wet to the skin, and let the cold wind dry the clothes on his back afterwards. If he went near the farmyard belonging to the count, he was pushed and knocked about, for the men and the maids said he was so horrible ugly, but he was used to all this, for nobody loved him. This was how the world treated Lisbeth's boy, and how could it be otherwise? It was his fate to be beloved by no one. Hitherto he had been a land crab, the land at last cast him adrift. He went to sea in a wretched vessel, and sat at the helm, while the skipper sat over the grog can. He was dirty and ugly, half frozen and half starved. He always looked as if he never had enough to eat, which was really the case. Late in the autumn, when the weather was rough, windy, and wet, and the cold penetrated through the thickest clothing, especially at sea, a wretched boat went out to sea with only 2 men on board, or, more correctly, a man and a half. For it was the skipper and his boy. There had only been a kind of twilight all day, and it soon grew quite dark, and so bitterly cold, that the skipper took a dram to warm him. The bottle was old, and the glass too. It was perfect in the upper part, but the foot was broken off, and it had therefore been fixed upon a little carved block of wood, painted blue. A dram is a great comfort, and 2 are better still, thought the skipper, while the boy sat at the helm, which he held fast in his hard-seamed hands. He was ugly, and his hair was matted, and he looked crippled and stunted. They called him the field labourer's boy, though in the church register he was entered as Lisbeth's son. The wind cut through the rigging, and the boat cut through the sea. The sails, filled by the wind, swelled out and carried them along in wild career. It was wet and rough above and below, and might still be worse. Hold! What is that? What has struck the boat? Was it a waterspout, or a heavy sea rolling suddenly upon them? Heaven help us, cried the boy at the helm as the boat heeled over and lay on its beam ends. It had struck on a rock, which rose from the depths of the sea, and sank at once, like an old shoe in a puddle. It sank at once with mouse and man, as the saying is. There might have been mice on board, but only 1 man and a half, the skipper and the labourer's boy. No one saw it but the skimming sea-gulls and the fishes beneath the water. And even they did not see it properly, for they darted back with terror as the boat filled with water and sank. There it lay, scarcely a fathom below the surface, and those 2 were provided for, buried, and forgotten. The glass with the foot of blue wood was the only thing that did not sink, for the wood floated and the glass drifted away to be cast upon the shore and broken, where and when, is indeed of no consequence. It had served its purpose, and it had been loved, which Lisbeth's boy had not been. But in heaven no soul will be able to say, never loved. And Lisbeth had now lived in the town many years. She was called Madam, and felt dignified in consequence. She remembered the old, noble days, in which she had driven in the carriage, and had associated with Countess and Baroness. Her beautiful, noble child had been a dear angel, and possessed the kindest heart. He had loved her so much, and she had loved him in return. They had kissed and loved each other, and the boy had been her joy, her second life. Now he was 14 years of age, tall, handsome, and clever. She had not seen him since she carried him in her arms, neither had she been for years to the count's palace, it was quite a journey thither from the town. "I must make one effort to go," said Lisbeth, "to see my darling, the Count's sweet child, and press him to my heart. Certainly he must long to see me, too, the young Count. No doubt he thinks of me and loves me, as in those days when he would fling his angel arms round my neck, and lisp and liz. It was music to my ears. Yes, I must make an effort to see him again." She drove across the country in a grazier's cart, and then got out, and continued her journey on foot, and thus reached the Count's castle. It was as great and magnificent as it had always been, and the garden looked the same as ever. All the servants were strangers to her, not one of them knew Lisbeth, nor of what consequence she had once been there, but she felt sure the Countess would soon let them know it, and her darling boy, too, how she longed to see him. Now that Lisbeth was at her journey's end, she was kept waiting a long time, and for those who wait, time passes slowly. But before the great people went in to dinner, she was called in and spoken to very graciously. She was to go in again after dinner, and then she would see her sweet boy once more. How tall, and slender, and thin he had grown, but the eyes and the sweet angel mouth were still beautiful. He looked at her, but he did not speak, he certainly did not know who she was. He turned round and was going away, but she seized his hand and pressed it to her lips. "Well, well," he said, and with that he walked out of the room. He who filled her every thought. He whom she loved best, and who was her whole earthly pride. And Lisbeth went forth from the castle into the public road, feeling mournful and sad. He whom she had nursed day and night, and even now carried about in her dreams, had been cold and strange, and had not a word or thought respecting her. A great black raven darted down in front of her on the high road, and croaked dismally. "Ah," said she, "what bird of ill omen art thou?" Presently she passed the labourer's hut, his wife stood at the door, and the two women spoke to each other. "You look well," said the woman, "you're fat and plump, you are well off." "Oh yes," answered Lisbeth. "The boat went down with them," continued the woman, "Hans the skipper and the boy were both drowned, so there's an end of them. I always thought the boy would be able to help me with a few dollars. He'll never cost you anything more, Lisbeth." "So they were drowned," repeated Lisbeth, but she said no more, and the subject was dropped. She felt very low-spirited, because her Count child had shown no inclination to speak to her who loved him so well, and who had travelled so far to see him. The journey had cost money too, and she had derived no great pleasure from it. Still she said not a word of all this. She could not relieve her heart by telling the labourer's wife, lest the latter should think she did not enjoy her former position at the castle. Then the raven flew over her, screaming again as he flew. "The black wretch," said Lisbeth, "he will end by frightening me today." She had brought coffee and chicory with her, for she thought it would be a charity to the poor woman to give them to her to boil a cup of coffee, and then she would take a cup herself. The woman prepared the coffee, and in the meantime Lisbeth seated her in a chair and fell asleep. Then she dreamed of something which she had never dreamed before. Singularly enough she dreamed of her own child, who had wept and hungered in the labourer's hut, and had been knocked about in heat and in cold, and who was now lying in the depths of the sea, in a spot only known by God. She fancied she was still sitting in the hut, where the woman was busy preparing the coffee, for she could smell the coffee berries roasting. But suddenly it seemed to her that there stood on the threshold a beautiful young form, as beautiful as the Count's child, and this apparition said to her, "The world is passing away, hold fast to me, for you are my mother after all. You have an angel in heaven, hold me fast," and the child angel stretched out his hand and seized her. Then there was a terrible crash, as of a world crumbling to pieces, and the angel child was rising from the earth, and holding her by the sleeve so tightly that she felt herself lifted from the ground. But, on the other hand, something heavy hung to her feet and dragged her down, and it seemed as if hundreds of women were clinging to her, and crying, "If thou art to be saved, we must be saved too. Hold fast, hold fast." And then they all hung on her, but there were too many, and as they clung the sleeve was torn, and Lisbeth fell down in horror, and awoke. Indeed, she was on the point of falling over in reality with the chair on which she sat. But she was so startled and alarmed that she could not remember what she had dreamed, only that it was something very dreadful. They drank their coffee and had a chat together, and then Lisbeth went away towards the little town where she was to meet the carrier, who was to drive her back to her own home. But when she came to him she found that he would not be ready to start till the evening of the next day. Then she began to think of the expense, and what the distance would be to walk. She remembered that the route by the seashore was 2 miles shorter than by the high road. And as the weather was clear, and there would be moonlight, she determined to make her way on foot, and to start at once, that she might reach home the next day. The sun had set, and the evening bells sounded through the air from the tower of the village church, but to her it was not the bells, but the cry of the frogs in the marshes. Then they ceased, and all around became still. Not a bird could be heard, they were all at rest, even the owl had not left her hiding place. Deep silence reigned on the margin of the wood by the seashore. As Lisbeth walked on she could hear her own footsteps in the sands. Even the waves of the sea were at rest, and all in the deep waters had sunk into silence. There was quiet among the dead and the living in the deep sea. And Lisbeth walked on, thinking of nothing at all, as people say, or rather her thoughts wandered, but not away from her, for thought is never absent from us, it only slumbers. Many thoughts that have lain dormant are roused at the proper time, and begin to stir in the mind and the heart, and seem even to come upon us from above. It is written, that a good deed bears a blessing for its fruit. And it is also written, that the wages of sin is death. Much has been said and much written which we pass over or know nothing of. A light arises within us, and then forgotten things make themselves remembered, and thus it was with Lisbeth. The germ of every vice and every virtue lies in our heart, in yours and in mine. They lie like little grains of seed, till a ray of sunshine, or the touch of an evil hand, or you turn the corner to the right or to the left, and the decision is made. The little seed is stirred, it swells and shoots up, and pours its sap into your blood, directing your course either for good or evil. Troublesome thoughts often exist in the mind, fermenting there, which are not realized by us while the senses are as it were slumbering, but still they are there. And Lisbeth walked on thus with her senses half asleep, but the thoughts were fermenting within her. From one Shrove Tuesday to another, much may occur to weigh down the heart, it is the reckoning of a whole year. Much may be forgotten, sins against heaven in word and thought, sins against our neighbor, and against our own conscience. We are scarcely aware of their existence, and Lisbeth did not think of any of her errors. She had committed no crime against the law of the land, she was an honorable person, in a good position, that she knew. She continued her walk along by the margin of the sea. What was it she saw lying there? An old hat, a man's hat. Now when might that have been washed overboard? She drew nearer, she stopped to look at the hat. Ha! What was lying yonder? She shuddered. Yet it was nothing save a heap of grass and tangled seaweed flung across a long stone, but it looked like a corpse. Only tangled grass, and yet she was frightened at it. As she turned to walk away, much came into her mind that she had heard in her childhood, old superstitions of spectres by the seashore, of the ghosts of drowned but unburied people, whose corpses had been washed up on the desolate beach. The body, she knew, could do no harm to any one, but the spirit could pursue the lonely wanderer, attach itself to him, and demand to be carried to the churchyard, that it might rest in consecrated ground. Hold fast! Hold fast! The spectre would cry. And as Lisbeth murmured these words to herself, the whole of her dream was suddenly recalled to her memory, when the mother had clung to her, and uttered these words, when, amid the crashing of worlds, her sleeve had been torn. And she had slipped from the grasp of her child, who wanted to hold her up in that terrible hour. Her child, her own child, which she had never loved, lay now buried in the sea, and might rise up, like a spectre, from the waters, and cry, "Hold fast, carry me to consecrated ground." As these thoughts passed through her mind, fear gave speed to her feet, so that she walked faster and faster. Fear came upon her as if a cold, clammy hand had been laid upon her heart, so that she almost fainted. As she looked across the sea, all there grew darker, a heavy mist came rolling onwards, and clung to bush and tree, distorting them into fantastic shapes. She turned and glanced at the moon, which had risen behind her. It looked like a pale, rayless surface, and a deadly weight seemed to hang upon her limbs. Hold, thought she, and then she turned round a second time to look at the moon. A white face appeared quite close to her, with a mist, hanging like a garment from its shoulders. Stop! Carry me to consecrated earth, sounded in her ears, in strange, hollow tones. The sound did not come from frogs or ravens. She saw no sign of such creatures. A grave. Dig me a grave, was repeated quite loud. Yes, it was indeed the spectre of her child. The child that lay beneath the ocean, and whose spirit could have no rest until it was carried to the churchyard, and until a grave had been dug for it in consecrated ground. She would go there at once, and there she would dig. She turned in the direction of the church, and the weight on her heart seemed to grow lighter, and even to vanish altogether, but when she turned to go home by the shortest way, it returned. Stop! Stop! And the words came quite clear, though they were like the croak of a frog, or the wail of a bird. A grave! Dig me a grave! The mist was cold and damp, her hands and face were moist and clammy with horror, a heavy weight again seized her and clung to her, her mind became clear for thoughts that had never before been there. In these northern regions, a beech wood often buds in a single night and appears in the morning sunlight in its full glory of youthful green. So, in a single instant, can the consciousness of the sin that has been committed in thoughts, words, and actions of our past life, be unfolded to us. When once the conscience is awakened, it springs up in the heart spontaneously, and God awakens the conscience when we least expect it. Then we can find no excuse for ourselves, the deed is there and bears witness against us. The thoughts seem to become words, and to sound far out into the world. We are horrified at the thought of what we have carried within us, and at the consciousness that we have not overcome the evil which has its origin in thoughtlessness and pride. The heart conceals within itself the vices as well as the virtues, and they grow in the shallowest ground. And Lisbeth now experienced in thought what we have clothed in words. She was overpowered by them, and sank down and crept along for some distance on the ground. A grave! Dig me a grave! Sounded again in her ears, and she would have gladly buried herself, if in the grave she could have found forgetfulness of her actions. It was the first hour of her awakening, full of anguish and horror. Superstition made her alternately shudder with cold or burn with the heat of fever. Many things, of which she had feared even to speak, came into her mind. Silently, as the cloud shadows in the moonshine, a spectral apparition flitted by her. She had heard of it before. Close by her galloped 4 snorting steeds, with fire flashing from their eyes and nostrils. They dragged a burning coach, and within it sat the wicked lord of the manor, who had ruled there 100 years before. The legend says that every night, at 12 o'clock, he drove into his castle yard and out again. He was not as pale as dead men are, but black as a coal. He nodded, and pointed to Lisbeth, crying out, "Hold fast! Hold fast! And then you may ride again in a nobleman's carriage, and forget your child." She gathered herself up, and hastened to the churchyard, but black crosses and black ravens danced before her eyes, and she could not distinguish one from the other. The ravens croaked as the raven had done which she saw in the daytime, but now she understood what they said. "I am the raven mother, I am the raven mother," each raven croaked, and Lisbeth felt that the name also applied to her. And she fancied she should be transformed into a black bird, and have to cry as they cried, if she did not dig the grave. And she threw herself upon the earth, and with her hands dug a grave in the hard ground, so that the blood ran from her fingers. A grave! Dig me a grave! Still sounded in her ears. She was fearful that the cock might crow, and the first red streak appear in the east, before she had finished her work, and then she would be lost. And the cock crowed, and the day dawned in the east, and the grave was only half dug. An icy hand passed over her head and face, and down towards her heart. Only half a grave, a voice wailed, and fled away. Yes, it fled away over the sea, it was the ocean spectre. And, exhausted and overpowered, and Lisbeth sunk to the ground, and her senses left her. It was a bright day when she came to herself, and two men were raising her up. But she was not lying in the churchyard, but on the seashore, where she had dug a deep hole in the sand, and cut her hand with a piece of broken glass, whose sharp stern was stuck in a little block of painted wood. And Lisbeth was in a fever. Conscience had roused the memories of superstitions, and had so acted upon her mind, that she fancied she had only half a soul, and that her child had taken the other half down into the sea. Never would she be able to cling to the mercy of heaven till she had recovered this other half which was now held fast in the deep water. And Lisbeth returned to her home, but she was no longer the woman she had been. Her thoughts were like a confused, tangled skein, only one thread, only one thought was clear to her, namely that she must carry the spectre of the seashore to the churchyard, and dig a grave for him there. That by so doing she might win back her soul. Many a night she was missed from her home, and was always found on the seashore waiting for the spectre. In this way a whole year passed, and then one night she vanished again, and was not to be found. The whole of the next day was spent in a useless search after her. Towards evening, when the clerk entered the church to toll the vesper bell, he saw by the altar and Lisbeth, who had spent the whole day there. Her powers of body were almost exhausted, but her eyes flashed brightly, and on her cheeks was a rosy flush. The last rays of the setting sun shone upon her, and gleamed over the altar upon the shining clasps of the Bible, which lay open at the words of the prophet Joel, "Rend your hearts and not your garments, and turn unto the Lord." That was just a chance, people said, but do things happen by chance? In the face of Lisbeth, lighted up by the evening sun, could be seen peace and rest. She said she was happy now, for she had conquered. The spectre of the shore, her own child, had come to her the night before, and had said to her, "Thou hast dug me only half a grave, but thou hast now, for a year and a day, buried me altogether in thy heart. And it is there a mother can best hide her child." And then he gave her back her lost soul, and brought her into the church. "Now I am in the house of God," she said, "and in that house we are happy." When the sun set, and Lisbeth's soul had risen to that region where there is no more pain. And then Lisbeth's troubles were at an end. The child in the grave. It was a very sad day, and every heart in the house felt the deepest grief, for the youngest child, a boy of 4 years old, the joy and hope of his parents, was dead. 2 daughters, the elder of whom was going to be confirmed, still remained. They were both good, charming girls, but the lost child always seems the dearest, and when it is youngest, and a son, it makes the trial still more heavy. The sisters mourned as young hearts can mourn, and were especially grieved at the sight of their parents' sorrow. The father's heart was bowed down, but the mother sunk completely under the deep grief. Day and night she had attended to the sick child, nursing and carrying it in her bosom, as a part of herself. She could not realize the fact that the child was dead, and must be laid in a coffin to rest in the ground. She thought God could not take her darling little one from her, and when it did happen, notwithstanding her hopes and her belief, and there could be no more doubt on the subject, she said in her feverish agony, "God does not know it. He has hard-hearted ministering spirits on earth, who do according to their own will, and heed not a mother's prayers." Thus in her great grief she fell away from her faith in God, and dark thoughts arose in her mind respecting death and a future state. She tried to believe that man was but dust, and that with his life all existence ended. But these doubts were no support to her, nothing on which she could rest, and she sunk into the fathomless depths of despair. In her darkest hours she ceased to weep, and thought not of the young daughters who were still left to her. The tears of her husband fell on her forehead, but she took no notice of him. Her thoughts were with her dead child, her whole existence seemed wrapped up in the remembrances of the little one and of every innocent word it had uttered. The day of the little child's funeral came. For nights previously the mother had not slept, but in the morning twilight of this day she sunk from weariness into a deep sleep. In the meantime the coffin was carried into a distant room, and there nailed down, that she might not hear the blows of the hammer. When she awoke, and wanted to see her child, the husband, with tears, said, "We have closed the coffin." It was necessary to do so. "When God is so hard to me, how can I expect men to be better?" she said with groans and tears. The coffin was carried to the grave, and the disconsolate mother sat with her young daughters. She looked at them, but she saw them not, for her thoughts were far away from the domestic hearth. She gave herself up to her grief, and it tossed her to and fro, as the sea tosses a ship without compass or rudder. So the day of the funeral passed away, and similar days followed, of dark, wearisome pain. With tearful eyes and mournful glances, the sorrowing daughters and the afflicted husband looked upon her who would not hear their words of comfort. And, indeed, what comforting words could they speak, when they were themselves so full of grief? It seemed as if she would never again know sleep, and yet it would have been her best friend, one who would have strengthened her body and poured peace into her soul. They at last persuaded her to lie down, and then she would lie as still as if she slept. One night, when her husband listened, as he often did, to her breathing, he quite believed that she had at length found rest and relief in sleep. He folded his arms and prayed, and soon sunk himself into healthful sleep. Therefore he did not notice that his wife arose, threw on her clothes, and glided silently from the house, to go where her thoughts constantly lingered, to the grave of her child. She passed through the garden, to a path across a field that led to the churchyard. No one saw her as she walked, nor did she see any one, for her eyes were fixed upon the one object of her wanderings. It was a lovely starlight night in the beginning of September, and the air was mild and still. She entered the churchyard, and stood by the little grave, which looked like a large nosegay of fragrant flowers. She sat down, and bent her head low over the grave, as if she could see her child through the earth that covered him, her little boy, whose smile was so vividly before her, and the gentle expression of whose eyes, even on his sick bed, she could not forget. How full of meaning that glance had been, as she leaned over him, holding in hers the pale hand which he had no longer strength to raise. As she had sat by his little cot, so now she sat by his grave. And here she could weep freely, and her tears fell upon it. "Thou wouldst gladly go down and be with thy child," said a voice quite close to her, a voice that sounded so deep and clear, that it went to her heart. She looked up, and by her side stood a man wrapped in a black cloak, with a hood closely drawn over his face, but her keen glance could distinguish the face under the hood. It was stern, yet awakened confidence, and the eyes beamed with youthful radiance. "Down to my child," she repeated, and tones of despair and entreaty sounded in the words. "Darest thou to follow me?" asked the form. "I am Death." She bowed her head in token of assent. Then suddenly it appeared as if all the stars were shining with the radiance of the full moon on the many-colored flowers that decked the grave. The earth that covered it was drawn back like a floating drapery. She sunk down, and the spectre covered her with a black cloak. Night closed around her, the night of death. She sank deeper than the spade of the sexton could penetrate, till the churchyard became a roof above her. Then the cloak was removed, and she found herself in a large hall, of wide-spreading dimensions, in which there was a subdued light, like twilight, reigning, and in a moment her child appeared before her, smiling, and more beautiful than ever. With a silent cry she pressed him to her heart. A glorious strain of music sounded, now distant, now near. Never had she listened to such tones as these. They came from beyond a large dark curtain which separated the regions of death from the land of eternity. "My sweet, darling mother," she heard the child say. It was the well-known, beloved voice, and kiss followed kiss, in boundless delight. Then the child pointed to the dark curtain. "There is nothing so beautiful on earth as it is here. Mother, do you not see them all? Oh, it is happiness indeed." But the mother saw nothing of what the child pointed out, only the dark curtain. She looked with earthly eyes, and could not see as the child saw, he whom God has called to be with himself. She could hear the sounds of music, but she heard not the words, the word in which she was to trust. I can fly now, mother, said the child, I can fly with other happy children into the presence of the Almighty. I would fain fly away now, but if you weep for me as you are weeping now, you may never see me again. And yet I would go so gladly. May I not fly away? And you will come to me soon, will you not, dear mother? Oh, stay, stay, implored the mother, only one moment more, only once more, that I may look upon thee, and kiss thee, and press thee to my heart. Then she kissed and fondled her child. Suddenly her name was called from above. What could it mean? Her name uttered in a plaintive voice. Hearest thou, said the child. It is my father who calls thee. And in a few moments deep sighs were heard, as of children weeping. They are my sisters, said the child. Mother, surely you have not forgotten them. And then she remembered those she left behind, and a great terror came over her. She looked around her at the dark night. Dim forms flitted by. She seemed to recognize some of them, as they floated through the regions of death towards the dark curtain, where they vanished. Would her husband and her daughters flit past? No. Their sighs and lamentations still sounded from above, and she had nearly forgotten them, for the sake of him who was dead. Mother, now the bells of heaven are ringing, said the child, Mother, the sun is going to rise. An overpowering light streamed in upon her, the child had vanished, and she was being borne upwards. All around her became cold, she lifted her head, and saw that she was lying in the churchyard, on the grave of her child. The Lord, in a dream, had been a guide to her feet and a light to her spirit. She bowed her knees, and prayed for forgiveness. She had wished to keep back a soul from its immortal flight. She had forgotten her duties towards the living who were left her. And when she had offered this prayer, her heart felt lighter. The sun burst forth, over her head a little bird caroled his song, and the church bells sounded for the early service. Everything around her seemed holy, and her heart was chastened. She acknowledged the goodness of God, she acknowledged the duties she had to perform, and eagerly she returned home. She bent over her husband, who still slept. Her warm, devoted kiss awakened him, and words of heartfelt love fell from the lips of both. Now she was gentle and strong as a wife can be, and from her lips came the words of faith, whatever he doeth is right and best. Then her husband asked, From whence hast thou all at once derived such strength and comforting faith? And as she kissed him and her children, she said, It came from God, through my child in the grave. Children's Prattle. At a rich merchant's house there was a children's party, and the children of rich and great people were there. The merchant was a learned man, for his father had sent him to college, and he had passed his examination. His father had been at first only a cattle dealer, but always honest and industrious, so that he had made money, and his son, the merchant, had managed to increase his store. Clever as he was, he had also a heart. But there was less said of his heart than of his money. All descriptions of people visited at the merchant's house, well-born, as well as intellectual, and some who possessed neither of these recommendations. Now it was a children's party, and there was children's prattle, which always is spoken freely from the heart. Among them was a beautiful little girl, who was terribly proud. But this had been taught her by the servants, and not by her parents, who were far too sensible people. Her father was groom of the chambers, which is a high office at court, and she knew it. I am a child of the court, she said. Now she might just as well have been a child of the cellar, for no one can help his birth, and then she told the other children that she was well-born, and said that no one who was not well-born could rise in the world. It was no use to read and be industrious, for if a person was not well-born, he could never achieve anything. And those whose names end with sen, said she, can never be anything at all. We must put our arms akimbo, and make the elbow quite pointed, so as to keep these sen people at a great distance. And then she stuck out her pretty little arms, and made the elbows quite pointed, to show how it was to be done. And her little arms were very pretty, for she was a sweet-looking child. But the little daughter of the merchant became very angry at this speech, for her father's name was Peterson, and she knew that the name ended in sen, and therefore she said as proudly as she could. "But my papa can buy $100 worth of bonbons, and give them away to children." "Can your papa do that?" "Yes, and my papa," said the little daughter of the editor of a paper, "my papa can put your papa and everybody's papa into the newspaper. All sorts of people are afraid of him, my mamma says, for he can do as he likes with the paper." And the little maiden looked exceedingly proud, as if she had been a real princess, who may be expected to look proud. But outside the door, which stood ajar, was a poor boy, peeping through the crack of the door. He was of such a lowly station that he had not been allowed even to enter the room. He had been turning the spit for the cook, and she had given him permission to stand behind the door and peep in at the well-dressed children, who were having such a merry time within, and for him that was a great deal. "Oh, if I could be one of them," thought he, and then he heard what was said about names, which was quite enough to make him more unhappy. His parents at home had not even a penny to spare to buy a newspaper, much less could they write in one. And worse than all, his father's name, and of course his own, ended in sen, and therefore he could never turn out well, which was a very sad thought. But after all, he had been born into the world, and the station of life had been chosen for him, therefore he must be content. And this is what happened on that evening. Many years passed, and most of the children became grown-up persons. There stood a splendid house in the town, filled with all kinds of beautiful and valuable objects. Everybody wished to see it, and people even came in from the country round to be permitted to view the treasures it contained. Which of the children whose prattle we have described, could call this house his own? One would suppose it very easy to guess. No, no, it is not so very easy. The house belonged to the poor little boy who had stood on that night behind the door. He had really become something great, although his name ended in sen, for it was Thorvaldsen. And the three other children, the children of good birth, of money, and of intellectual pride, well, they were respected and honored in the world, for they had been well provided for by birth and position. And they had no cause to reproach themselves with what they had thought and spoken on that evening long ago, for, after all, it was mere children's prattle. Charming. Alfred the sculptor, you know him? We all know him. He won the great gold medal, and got a traveling scholarship, went to Italy, and then came back to his native land. He was young in those days, and indeed he is young yet, though he is 10 years older than he was then. After his return he visited one of the little provincial towns on the island of Sealand. The whole town knew who the stranger was, and one of the richest persons gave a party in honor of him, and all who were of any consequence, or possessed any property, were invited. It was quite an event, and all the town knew of it without its being announced by beat of drum. Apprentice boys, and children of poor people, and even some of the poor people themselves, stood in front of the house, and looked at the lighted curtain, and the watchman could fancy that he was giving a party, so many people were in the streets. There was quite an air of festivity about, and in the house was festivity also, for Mr. Alfred the sculptor was there. He talked, and told anecdotes, and all listened to him with pleasure and a certain kind of awe. But none felt such respect for him as did the elderly widow of an official. She seemed, so far as Mr. Alfred was concerned, like a fresh piece of blotting paper, that absorbed all that was spoken, and asked for more. She was very appreciative, and incredibly ignorant, a kind of female Caspar Hauser. "I should like to see Rome," she said. "It must be a lovely city, with all the strangers who are continually arriving there. Now, do give us a description of Rome. How does the city look when you come in by the gate?" "I cannot very well describe it," replied the sculptor. "A great open place, and in the midst of it an obelisk, which is 1,000 years old." "An organist!" exclaimed the lady, who had never met with the word obelisk. A few of the guests could hardly keep from laughing, nor could the sculptor quite keep his countenance. But the smile that rose to his lips faded away, for he saw, close by the inquisitive dame, a pair of dark blue eyes. They belonged to the daughter of the speaker, and anyone who has such a daughter cannot be silly. The mother was like a fountain of questions, and the daughter, who listened, but never spoke, might pass for the beautiful naiad of the fountain. How charming she was! She was a study for the sculptor to contemplate, but not to converse with. And, indeed, she did not speak, or only very seldom. "Has the Pope a large family?" asked the lady. And the young man considerately answered, as if the question had been better put, "No, he does not come of a great family." "That's not what I mean," the widow persisted. "I mean, has he a wife and children?" "The Pope is not allowed to marry," said the gentleman. "I don't like that," was the lady's comment. She certainly might have put more sensible questions. But if she had not spoken in just the manner she used, would her daughter have leant so gracefully on her shoulder, looking straight out with the almost mournful smile upon her face? Then Mr. Alfred spoke again, and told of the glory of color in Italy, of the purple hills, the blue Mediterranean, the azure sky of the south, whose brightness and glory was only surpassed in the north by a maiden's deep blue eyes. And this he said with a peculiar application, but she who should have understood his meaning, looked as if she were quite unconscious of it, and that again was charming. "Italy," sighed a few of the guests. "Oh, to travel," sighed others. "Charming, charming," chorused they all. "Yes, if I win $100,000 in the lottery," said the head tax collector's lady, "then we will travel. I and my daughter, and you, Mr. Alfred, you must be our guide. We'll all three travel together, and one or two good friends more." And she nodded in such a friendly way at the company, that each one might imagine he or she was the person who was to be taken to Italy. "Yes, we will go to Italy. But not to those parts where there are robbers, we'll keep to Rome, and to the great high roads where one is safe." And the daughter sighed very quietly. "And how much may lie in one little sigh, or be placed in it?" The young man placed a great deal in it. The two blue eyes, lit up that evening in honor of him, must conceal treasures, treasures of the heart and mind, richer than all the glories of Rome. And when he left the party that night he had lost his heart, lost it completely, to the young lady. The house of the head tax collector's widow was the one which Mr. Alfred the sculptor most assiduously frequented. And it was understood that his visits were not intended for that lady, though he and she were the people who kept up the conversation. He came for the daughter's sake. They called her Calla. Her name was really Kaylin Melina, and these two names had been contracted into the one name, Calla. She was beautiful, but a few said she was rather dull, and probably slept late of a morning. "She has been always accustomed to that," her mother said. "She's a beauty, and they always are easily tired. She sleeps rather late, but that makes her eyes so clear." What a power lay in the depths of these dark blue eyes! Still waters run deep. The young man felt the truth of this proverb, and his heart had sunk into the depths. He spoke and told his adventures, and the mamma was as simple and eager in her questioning as on the first evening of their meeting. It was a pleasure to hear Alfred describe anything. He spoke of Naples, of excursions to Mount Vesuvius, and showed colored prints of several of the eruptions. And the head tax collector's widow had never heard of them before, or taken time to consider the question. "Good heavens," she exclaimed. "So that is a burning mountain. But is it not dangerous to the people round about?" "Whole cities have been destroyed," he answered, "for instance, Pompeii and Herculaneum. But the poor people, and you saw all that with your own eyes?" "No, I did not see any of the eruptions represented in these pictures, but I will show you a picture of my own, of an eruption I saw." He laid a pencil sketch upon the table, and Mamma, who had been absorbed in the contemplation of the highly colored prints, threw a glance at the pale drawing, and cried in astonishment. "Did you see it throw up white fire?" For a moment Alfred's respect for Calla's mamma suffered a sudden diminution, but, dazzled by the light that illumined Calla, he soon found it quite natural that the old lady should have no eye for color. After all, it was of no consequence, for Calla's mamma had the best of all things, namely, Calla herself. And Alfred and Calla were betrothed, which was natural enough, and the betrothal was announced in the little newspaper of the town. Mama purchased 30 copies of the paper, that she might cut out the paragraph and send it to friends and acquaintances. And the betrothed pair were happy, and the mother-in-law-elect was happy too. For it seemed like connecting herself with Thorvaldsen. For you are a continuation of Thorvaldsen, she said to Alfred. And it seemed to Alfred that Mama had in this instance said a clever thing. Kalle said nothing. But her eyes shone, her lips smiled, her every movement was graceful. Yes, she was beautiful, that cannot be too often repeated. Alfred undertook to take a bust of Kalle and of his mother-in-law. They sat to him accordingly, and saw how he molded and smoothed the soft clay with his fingers. I suppose it's only on our account, said Mama-in-law, that you undertake this commonplace work, and don't leave your servant to do all that sticking together. It is highly necessary that I should mold the clay myself, he replied. Ah, yes, you are so very polite, retorted Mama, and Kalle silently pressed his hand, still soiled by the clay. And he unfolded to both of them the loveliness of nature in creation, pointing out how the living stood higher in the scale than the dead creature, how the plant was developed beyond the mineral, the animal beyond the plant, and man beyond the animal. He strove to show them how mind and beauty become manifest in outward form, and how it was the sculptor's task to seize that beauty and to manifest it in his works. Kalle stood silent, and nodded approbation of the expressed thought, while Mama-in-law made the following confession. It's difficult to follow all that. But I manage to hobble after you with my thoughts, though they whirl round and round, but I contrive to hold them fast. And Kalle's beauty held Alfred fast, filled his soul, and seized and mastered him. Beauty gleamed forth from Kalle's every feature, gleamed from her eyes, lurked in the corners of her mouth, and in every movement of her fingers. Alfred the sculptor saw this, he spoke only of her, thought only of her, and the two became one. And thus it may be said that she spoke much, for he and she were one, and he was always talking of her. Such was the betrothal, and now came the wedding, with bridesmaids and wedding presents, all duly mentioned in the wedding speech. Mama-in-law had set up Thorvaldsen's bust at the end of the table, attired in a dressing gown, for he was to be a guest, such was her whim. Songs were sung and cheers were given, for it was a gay wedding, and they were a handsome pair. Pygmalion received his Galatea, so one of the songs said. Ah, that's your mythologies, said Mama-in-law. Next day the youthful pair started for Copenhagen, where they were to live. Mama-in-law accompanied them, to take care of the commonplace, as she said, meaning the domestic economy. Kalle was like a doll in a doll's house, all was so bright, so new, and so fine. There they sat, all three. And as for Alfred, to use a proverb that will describe his position, we may say that he sat like the friar in the gooseyard. The magic of form had enchanted him. He had looked at the case, and cared not to inquire what the case contained, and that omission brings unhappiness, much unhappiness, into married life, for the case may be broken, and the gilt may come off. And then the purchaser may repent his bargain. In a large party it is very disagreeable to observe that one's buttons are giving way, and that there are no buckles to fall back upon. But it is worse still in a great company to become aware that wife and mother-in-law are talking nonsense, and that one cannot depend upon oneself for a happy piece of wit to carry off the stupidity of the thing. The young married pair often sat hand in hand, he speaking and she letting fall a word here and there, the same melody, the same clear, bell-like sounds. It was a mental relief when Sophie, one of her friends, came to pay a visit. Sophie was not pretty. She was certainly free from bodily deformity, though Kalle always asserted she was a little crooked, but no eye save a friend's would have remarked it. She was a very sensible girl, and it never occurred to her that she might become at all dangerous here. Her appearance was like a pleasant breath of air in the doll's house, and air was certainly required here, as they all acknowledged. They felt they wanted airing, and consequently they came out into the air, and Mama-in-law and the young couple traveled to Italy. Thank heaven that we are in our own four walls again, was the exclamation of mother and daughter when they came home, a year after. There's no pleasure in traveling, said Mama-in-law. To tell the truth, it's very wearisome, I beg pardon for saying so. I found the time hang heavy, though I had my children with me, and it's expensive work, traveling, very expensive. And all those galleries one has to see, and the quantity of things you are obliged to run after. You must do it for decency's sake, for you're sure to be asked when you come back. And then you're sure to be told that you've omitted to see what was best worth seeing. I got tired at last of those endless Madonnas, one seemed to be turning a Madonna oneself. And what bad living you get, said Kala. Yes, replied Mama, no such thing as an honest meat soup. It's miserable trash, their cookery. And the travelling fatigued Kala, she was always fatigued, that was the worst of it. Sophie was taken into the house, where her presence was a real advantage. Mama-in-law acknowledged that Sophie understood both housewifery and art, though a knowledge of the latter could not be expected from a person of her limited means. And she was, moreover, an honest, faithful girl, she showed that thoroughly while Kala lay sick, fading away. Where the case is everything, the case should be strong, or else all is over. And all was over with the case, Kala died. She was beautiful, said Mama, she was quite different from the antiques, for they are so damaged. A beauty ought to be perfect, and Kala was a perfect beauty. Alfred wept, and Mama wept, and both of them wore mourning. The black dress suited Mama very well, and she wore mourning the longest. Moreover, she had to experience another grief in seeing Alfred marry Sophie, who had no appearance at all. He's gone to the very extreme, cried Mama-in-law. He has gone from the most beautiful to the ugliest, and he has forgotten his first wife. Men have no endurance. My husband was of a different stamp, and he died before me. Pygmalion received his Galatea, said Alfred, yes, that's what they said in the wedding song. I had once really fallen in love with the beautiful statue, which awoke to life in my arms. But the kindred soul which heaven sends down to us, the angel who can feel and sympathize with and elevate us, I have not found and won till now. You came, Sophie, not in the glory of outward beauty, though you are fair, fairer than is needful. The chief thing remains the chief. You came to teach the sculptor that his work is but clay and dust, only an outward form in a fabric that passes away, and that we must seek the essence, the internal spirit. Poor Kala. Ours was but wayfarer's life. Yonder, where we shall know each other by sympathy, we shall be half strangers. That was not lovingly spoken, said Sophie, not spoken like a Christian. Yonder, where there is no giving in marriage, but where, as you say, souls attract each other by sympathy. There where everything beautiful develops itself and is elevated, her soul may acquire such completeness that it may sound more harmoniously than mine. And you will then once more utter the first raptured exclamation of your love, beautiful, most beautiful. A story from the Sand Hills. This story is from the sand dunes or sand hills of Jutland, but it does not begin there in the north, but far away in the south, in Spain. The wide sea is the highroad from nation to nation, journey in thought. Then, to sunny Spain. It is warm and beautiful there, the fiery pomegranate flowers peep from among dark laurels. A cool refreshing breeze from the mountains blows over the orange gardens, over the Moorish halls with their golden cupolas and colored walls. Children go through the streets in procession with candles and waving banners, and the sky, lofty and clear with its glittering stars, rises above them. Sounds of singing and castanets can be heard, and youths and maidens dance upon the flowering acacia trees, while even the beggar sits upon a block of marble, refreshing himself with a juicy melon, and dreamily enjoying life. It all seems like a beautiful dream. Here dwelt a newly married couple who completely gave themselves up to the charm of life. Indeed they possessed every good thing they could desire, health and happiness, riches and honor. We are as happy as human beings can be, said the young couple from the depths of their hearts. They had indeed only one step higher to mount on the ladder of happiness. They hoped that God would give them a child, a son like them in form and spirit. The happy little one was to be welcomed with rejoicing, to be cared for with love and tenderness, and enjoy every advantage of wealth and luxury that a rich and influential family can give. So the days went by like a joyous festival. "Life is a gracious gift from God, almost too great a gift for us to appreciate," said the young wife. "Yet they say that fullness of joy for ever and ever can only be found in the future life. I cannot realize it. The thought arises, perhaps, from the arrogance of men," said the husband. "It seems a great pride to believe that we shall live forever, that we shall be as gods. Were not these the words of the serpent, the father of lies?" "Surely you do not doubt the existence of a future life," exclaimed the young wife. It seemed as if one of the first shadows passed over her sunny thoughts. "Faith realizes it, and the priests tell us so," replied her husband. "But amid all my happiness I feel that it is arrogant to demand a continuation of it, another life after this. Has not so much been given us in this world that we must be, contented with it?" "Yes, it has been given to us," said the young wife, "but this life is nothing more than one long scene of trial and hardship to many thousands. How many have been cast into this world only to endure poverty, shame, illness, and misfortune? If there were no future life, everything here would be too unequally divided, and God would not be the personification of justice. The beggar there," said her husband, "has joys of his own which seem to him great, and cause him as much pleasure as a king would find in the magnificence of his palace. And then do you not think that the beast of burden, which suffers blows and hunger, and works itself to death, suffers just as much from its miserable fate? The dumb creature might demand a future life also, and declare the law unjust that excludes it from the advantages of the higher creation." Christ said, "In my Father's house are many mansions," she answered. "Heaven is as boundless as the love of our Creator, the dumb animal is also his creature, and I firmly believe that no life will be lost, but each will receive as much happiness as he can enjoy, which will be sufficient for him." "This world is sufficient for me," said the husband, throwing his arm round his beautiful, sweet-tempered wife. He sat by her side on the open balcony, smoking a cigarette in the cool air, which was loaded with the sweet scent of carnations and orange blossoms. Sounds of music and the clatter of castanets came from the road beneath, the stars shone above them, and two eyes full of affection, those of his wife, looked upon him with the expression of undying love. "Such a moment," he said, "makes it worth while to be born, to die, and to be annihilated." He smiled, the young wife raised her hand in gentle reproof, and the shadow passed away from her mind, and they were happy, quite happy. Everything seemed to work together for their good. They advanced in honor, in prosperity, and in happiness. A change came certainly, but it was only a change of place and not of circumstances. The young man was sent by his sovereign as ambassador to the Russian court. This was an office of high dignity, but his birth and his acquirements entitled him to the honor. He possessed a large fortune, and his wife had brought him wealth equal to his own, for she was the daughter of a rich and respected merchant. One of this merchant's largest and finest ships was to be sent that year to Stockholm, and it was arranged that the dear young couple, the daughter and the son-in-law, should travel in it to St. Petersburg. All the arrangements on board were princely and silk and luxury on every side. In an old war song, called "The King of England's Son," it says, "Farewell," he said, and sailed away. And many recollect that day. The ropes were of silk, the anchor of gold. And everywhere riches and wealth untold. These words would aptly describe the vessel from Spain, for here was the same luxury, and the same parting thought naturally arose. God grant that we once more may meet in sweet unclouded peace and joy. There was a favorable wind blowing as they left the Spanish coast, and it would be but a short journey, for they hoped to reach their destination in a few weeks. But when they came out upon the wide ocean the wind dropped, the sea became smooth and shining, and the stars shone brightly. Many festive evenings were spent on board. At last the travelers began to wish for wind, for a favorable breeze. But their wish was useless, not a breath of air stirred, or if it did arise it was contrary. Weeks passed by in this way, 2 whole months, and then at length a fair wind blew from the southwest. The ship sailed on the high seas between Scotland and Jutland, then the wind increased, just as it did in the old song of the King of England's son. Mid storm and wind, and pelting hail, their efforts were of no avail. The golden anchor forth they threw. Towards Denmark the west wind blew. This all happened a long time ago. King Christian VII, who sat on the Danish throne, was still a young man. Much has happened since then, much has altered or been changed. Sea and moorland have been turned into green meadows, stretches of heather have become arable land, and in the shelter of the peasants' cottages, apple trees and rose bushes grow, though they certainly require much care, as the sharp west wind blows upon them. In West Jutland one may go back in thought to old times, farther back than the days when Christian VII ruled. The purple heather still extends for miles, with its barrows and aerial spectacles, intersected with sandy uneven roads, just as it did then. Towards the west, where broad streams run into the bays, are marshes and meadows encircled by lofty, sandy hills, which, like a chain of Alps, raise their pointed summits near the sea. They are only broken by high ridges of clay, from which the sea, year by year, bites out great mouthfuls, so that the overhanging banks fall down as if by the shock of an earthquake. Thus it is there today, and thus it was long ago, when the happy pair were sailing in the beautiful ship. It was a Sunday, towards the end of September. The sun was shining, and the chiming of the church bells in the Bay of Nissum was carried along by the breeze like a chain of sounds. The churches there are almost entirely built of hewn blocks of stone, each like a piece of rock. The North Sea might foam over them and they would not be disturbed. Nearly all of them are without steeples, and the bells are hung outside between two beams. The service was over, and the congregation passed out into the churchyard, where not a tree or bush was to be seen, no flowers were planted there, and they had not placed a single wreath upon any of the graves. It is just the same now. Rough mounds show where the dead have been buried, and rank grass, tossed by the wind, grows thickly over the whole churchyard. Here and there a grave has a sort of monument, a block of half-decayed wood, rudely cut in the shape of a coffin. The blocks are brought from the forest of West Jutland, but the forest is the sea itself, and the inhabitants find beams, and planks, and fragments which the waves have cast upon the beach. One of these blocks had been placed by loving hands on a child's grave, and one of the women who had come out of the church walked up to it. She stood there, her eyes resting on the weather-beaten memorial, and a few moments afterwards her husband joined her. They were both silent, but he took her hand, and they walked together across the purple heath, over moor and meadow towards the sandhills. For a long time they went on without speaking. "It was a good sermon today," the man said at last. "If we had not God to trust in, we should have nothing." "Yes," replied the woman, "He sends joy and sorrow, and He has a right to send them. Tomorrow our little son would have been 5 years old if we had been permitted to keep him." "It is no use fretting, wife," said the man. "The boy is well provided for. He is where we hope and pray to go to." They said nothing more, but went out towards their houses among the sandhills. All at once, in front of one of the houses where the sea grass did not keep the sand down with its twining roots, what seemed to be a column of smoke rose up. A gust of wind rushed between the hills, hurling the particles of sand high into the air. Another gust, and the strings of fish hung up to dry flapped and beat violently against the walls of the cottage. Then everything was quiet once more, and the sun shone with renewed heat. The man and his wife went into the cottage. They had soon taken off their Sunday clothes and come out again, hurrying over the dunes which stood there like great waves of sand suddenly arrested in their course. While the sandweeds and dune grass with its bluish stalks spread a changing color over them. A few neighbors also came out, and helped each other to draw the boats higher up on the beach. The wind now blew more keenly, it was chilly and cold, and when they went back over the sand hills, sand and little sharp stones blew into their faces. The waves rose high, crested with white foam, and the wind cut off their crests, scattering the foam far and wide. Evening came. There was a swelling roar in the air, a wailing or moaning like the voices of despairing spirits, that sounded above the thunder of the waves. The fisherman's little cottage was on the very margin, and the sand rattled against the window panes. Every now and then a violent gust of wind shook the house to its foundation. It was dark, but about midnight the moon would rise. Later on the air became clearer, but the storm swept over the perturbed sea with undiminished fury. The fisher folks had long since gone to bed, but in such weather there was no chance of closing an eye. Presently there was a tapping at the window, the door was opened, and a voice said, "There's a large ship stranded on the farthest reef." In a moment the fisher people sprung from their beds and hastily dressed themselves. The moon had risen, and it was light enough to make the surrounding objects visible to those who could open their eyes in the blinding clouds of sand. The violence of the wind was terrible, and it was only possible to pass among the sandhills if one crept forward between the gusts. The salt spray flew up from the sea like down, and the ocean foamed like a roaring cataract towards the beach. Only a practiced eye could discern the vessel out in the offing. She was a fine brig, and the waves now lifted her over the reef, 3 or 4 cables' length out of the usual channel. She drove towards the shore, struck on the second reef, and remained fixed. It was impossible to render assistance. The sea rushed in upon the vessel, making a clean breach over her. Those on shore thought they heard cries for help from those on board, and could plainly distinguish the busy but useless efforts made by the stranded sailors. Now a wave came rolling onward. It fell with enormous force on the bowsprit, tearing it from the vessel, and the stern was lifted high above the water. 2 people were seen to embrace and plunge together into the sea, and the next moment one of the largest waves that rolled towards the sandhills threw a body on the beach. It was a woman. The sailors said that she was quite dead, but the women thought they saw signs of life in her, so the stranger was carried across the sandhills to the fisherman's cottage. How beautiful and fair she was! She must be a great lady, they said. They laid her upon the humble bed. There was not a yard of linen on it, only a woolen coverlet to keep the occupant warm. Life returned to her, but she was delirious, and knew nothing of what had happened or where she was. And it was better so, for everything she loved and valued lay buried in the sea. The same thing happened to her ship as to the one spoken of in the song about the King of England's son. Alas! How terrible to see! The gallant bark sink rapidly. Fragments of the wreck and pieces of wood were washed ashore. They were all that remained of the vessel. The wind still blew violently on the coast. For a few moments the strange lady seemed to rest. But she awoke in pain, and uttered cries of anguish and fear. She opened her wonderfully beautiful eyes, and spoke a few words, but nobody understood her. And lo! As a reward for the sorrow and suffering she had undergone, she held in her arms a newborn babe. The child that was to have rested upon a magnificent couch, draped with silken curtains, in a luxurious home. It was to have been welcomed with joy to a life rich in all the good things of this world. And now heaven had ordained that it should be born in this humble retreat, that it should not even receive a kiss from its mother, for when the fisherman's wife laid the child upon the mother's bosom, it rested on a heart that beat no more. She was dead. The child that was to have been reared amid wealth and luxury was cast into the world, washed by the sea among the sandhills to share the fate and hardships of the poor. Here we are reminded again of the song about the King of England's son, for in it mention is made of the custom prevalent at the time, when knights and squires plundered those who had been saved from shipwreck. The ship had stranded some distance south of Nissum Bay, and the cruel, inhuman days, when, as we have just said, the inhabitants of Jutland treated the shipwrecked people so crudely were past, long ago. Affectionate sympathy and self-sacrifice for the unfortunate existed then, just as it does in our own time in many a bright example. The dying mother and the unfortunate child would have found kindness and help wherever they had been cast by the winds, but nowhere would it have been more sincere than in the cottage of the poor fisherman's wife, who had stood, only the day before, beside her child's grave, who would have been 5 years old that day if God had spared it to her. No one knew who the dead stranger was. They could not even form a conjecture. The fragments of wreckage gave no clue to the matter. No tidings reached Spain of the fate of the daughter and son-in-law. They did not arrive at their destination, and violent storms had raged during the past weeks. At last the verdict was given, foundered at sea, all lost. But in the fisherman's cottage among the sand hills near Hunsby, there lived a little scion of the rich Spanish family. Where heaven sends food for two, a third can manage to find a meal, and in the depth of the sea there is many a dish of fish for the hungry. They called the boy Jürgen. It must certainly be a Jewish child, its skin is so dark, the people said. It might be an Italian or a Spaniard, remarked the clergyman. But to the fisherman's wife these nations seemed all the same, and she consoled herself with the thought that the child was baptized as a Christian. The boy throve. The noble blood in his veins was warm, and he became strong on his homely fare. He grew apace in the humble cottage, and the Danish dialect spoken by the West Jutes became his language. The pomegranate seed from Spain became a hardy plant on the coast of West Jutland. Thus may circumstances alter the course of a man's life. To this home he clung with deep-rooted affection. He was to experience cold and hunger, and the misfortunes and hardships that surround the poor, but he also tasted of their joys. Childhood has bright days for every one, and the memory of them shines through the whole afterlife. The boy had many sources of pleasure and enjoyment. The coast for miles and miles was full of playthings, for it was a mosaic of pebbles, some red as coral or yellow as amber, and others again white and rounded like birds' eggs and smoothed and prepared by the sea. Even the bleached fish's skeletons, the water plants dried by the wind, and seaweed, white and shining long linen-like bands waving between the stones, all these seemed made to give pleasure and occupation for the boy's thoughts. And he had an intelligent mind. Many great talents lay dormant in him. How readily he remembered stories and songs that he heard, and how dexterous he was with his fingers. With stones and mussel shells he could put together pictures and ships with which one could decorate the room, and he could make wonderful things from a stick, his foster mother said, although he was still so young and little. He had a sweet voice, and every melody seemed to flow naturally from his lips. And in his heart were hidden chords, which might have sounded far out into the world if he had been placed anywhere else than in the fisherman's hut by the North Sea. One day another ship was wrecked on the coast, and among other things a chest filled with valuable flower bulbs was washed ashore. Some were put into saucepans and cooked, for they were thought to be fit to eat, and others lay and shriveled in the sand. They did not accomplish their purpose, or unfold their magnificent colors. Would Jürgen fare better? The flower bulbs had soon played their part, but he had years of apprenticeship before him. Neither he nor his friends noticed in what a monotonous, uniform way one day followed another, for there was always plenty to do and see. The ocean itself was a great lesson book, and it unfolded a new leaf each day of calm or storm, the crested wave or the smooth surface. The visits to the church were festive occasions, but among the fisherman's house one was especially looked forward to. This was, in fact, the visit of the brother of Jürgen's foster mother, the eel breeder from Willow-Tree, near Bovjurg. He came twice a year in a cart, painted red with blue and white tulips upon it, and full of eels. It was covered and locked like a box, 2 dun oxen drew it, and Jürgen was allowed to guide them. The eel breeder was a witty fellow, a merry guest, and brought a measure of brandy with him. They all received a small glassful or a cupful if there were not enough glasses. Even Jürgen had about a thimbleful, that he might digest the fat eel, as the eel breeder said. He always told one story over and over again, and if his hearers laughed he would immediately repeat it to them. Jürgen, while still a boy, and also when he was older, used phrases from the eel breeder's story on various occasions, so it will be as well for us to listen to it. It runs thus. The eels went into the bay, and the young ones begged leave to go a little farther out. Don't go too far, said their mother, the ugly eel spearer might come and snap you all up. But they went too far, and of 8 daughters only 3 came back to the mother, and these wept and said, we only went a little way out, and the ugly eel spearer came immediately and stabbed 5 of our sisters to death. They'll come back again, said the mother eel. Oh, no, exclaimed the daughters, for he skinned them, cut them in 2, and fried them. Oh, they'll come back again, the mother eel persisted. No, replied the daughters, for he ate them up. "They'll come back again," repeated the mother eel. "But he drank brandy after them," said the daughters. "Ah, then they'll never come back," said the mother, and she burst out crying, "It's the brandy that buries the eels." "And therefore," said the eel breeder in conclusion, "it is always the proper thing to drink brandy after eating eels." This story was the tinsel thread, the most humorous recollection of Jürgen's life. He also wanted to go a little way farther out and up the bay, that is to say, out into the world in a ship, but his mother said, like the eel breeder, "There are so many bad people, eel spearers." He wished to go a little way past the sand hills, out into the dunes, and at last he did, for happy days, the brightest of his childhood, fell to his lot, and the whole beauty and splendor of Jutland, all the happiness and sunshine of his home, were concentrated in these. He went to a festival, but it was a burial feast. A rich relation of the fisherman's family had died. The farm was situated far eastward in the country and a little towards the north. Jürgen's foster parents went there, and he also went with them from the dunes, over heath and moor, where the Skewer takes its course through green meadows and contains many eels. Mother eels live there with their daughters, who are caught and eaten up by wicked people. But do not men sometimes act quite as cruelly towards their own fellow-men? Was not the knight Sir Bug murdered by wicked people? And though he was well spoken of, did he not also wish to kill the architect who built the castle for him, with its thick walls and tower, at the point where the Skewer falls into the bay? Jürgen and his parents now stood there. The wall and the rampart still remained, and red crumbling fragments lay scattered around. Here it was that Sir Bug, after the architect had left him, said to one of his men, "Go after him and say, 'Master, the tower shakes. If he turns round, kill him and take away the money I paid him, but if he does not turn round let him go in peace.'" The man did as he was told. The architect did not turn round, but called back, "The tower does not shake in the least, but one day a man will come from the west in a blue cloak, he will cause it to shake." And so indeed it happened 100 years later, for the North Sea broke in and cast down the tower. But Predbjorn Guildenstern, the man who then possessed the castle, built a new castle higher up at the end of the meadow, and that one is standing to this day, and is called Norrivasborg. Jürgen and his foster parents went past this castle. They had told him its story during the long winter evenings, and now he saw the stately edifice, with its double moat, and trees and bushes. The wall, covered with ferns, rose within the moat, but the lofty lime trees were the most beautiful of all. They grew up to the highest windows, and the air was full of their sweet fragrance. In a northwest corner of the garden stood a great bush full of blossom, like winter snow amid the summer's green. It was a juniper bush, the first that Jürgen had ever seen in bloom. He never forgot it, nor the lime trees. The child's soul treasured up these memories of beauty and fragrance to gladden the old man. From Norrivasborg, where the juniper blossomed, the journey became more pleasant, for they met some other people who were also going to the funeral and were riding in wagons. Our travelers had to sit all together on a little box at the back of the wagon, but even this, they thought, was better than walking. So they continued their journey across the rugged heath. The oxen which drew the wagon stopped every now and then, where a patch of fresh grass appeared amid the heather. The sun shone with considerable heat, and it was wonderful to behold how in the far distance something like smoke seemed to be rising. Yet this smoke was clearer than the air, it was transparent, and looked like rays of light rolling and dancing afar over the heath. "That is Lokman driving his sheep," said someone. And this was enough to excite Jürgen's imagination. He felt as if they were now about to enter fairyland, though everything was still real. How quiet it was! The heath stretched far and wide around them like a beautiful carpet. The heather was in blossom, and the juniper bushes and fresh oak saplings rose like bouquets from the earth. An inviting place for a frolic, if it had not been for the number of poisonous adders of which the travelers spoke. They also mentioned that the place had formerly been infested with wolves, and that the district was still called Wolfsborg for this reason. The old man who was driving the oxen told them that in the lifetime of his father the horses had many a hard battle with the wild beasts that were now exterminated. One morning, when he himself had gone out to bring in the horses, he found one of them standing with its 4 feet on a wolf it had killed, but the savage animal had torn and lacerated the brave horse's legs. The journey over the heath and the deep sand was only too quickly at an end. They stopped before the house of mourning, where they found plenty of guests within and without. Wagon after wagon stood side by side, while the horses and oxen had been turned out to graze on the scanty pasture. Great sandhills like those at home by the North Sea rose behind the house and extended far and wide. How had they come here, so many miles inland? They were as large and high as those on the coast, and the wind had carried them there. There was also a legend attached to them. Psalms were sung, and a few of the old people shed tears. With this exception, the guests were cheerful enough, it seemed to Jürgen, and there was plenty to eat and drink. There were eels of the fattest, requiring brandy to bury them, as the eel breeder said. And certainly they did not forget to carry out his maxim here. Jürgen went in and out the house, and on the 3rd day he felt as much at home as he did in the fisherman's cottage among the sandhills, where he had passed his early days. Here on the heath were riches unknown to him until now. For flowers, blackberries, and bilberries were to be found in profusion, so large and sweet that when they were crushed beneath the tread of passers-by the heather was stained with their red juice. Here was a barrow and yonder another. Then columns of smoke rose into the still air. It was a heath fire, they told him, how brightly it blazed in the dark evening. The 4th day came, and the funeral festivities were at an end. They were to go back from the land dunes to the sand dunes. "Ours are better," said the old fisherman, Jürgen's foster father, "these have no strength." And they spoke of the way in which the sand dunes had come inland, and it seemed very easy to understand. This is how they explained it. A dead body had been found on the coast, and the peasants buried it in the churchyard. From that time the sand began to fly about and the sea broke in with violence. A wise man in the district advised them to open the grave and see if the buried man was not lying sucking his thumb, for if so he must be a sailor, and the sea would not rest until it had got him back. The grave was opened, and he really was found with his thumb in his mouth. So they laid him upon a cart, and harnessed 2 oxen to it, and the oxen ran off with the sailor over heath and moor to the ocean, as if they had been stung by an adder. Then the sand ceased to fly inland, but the hills that had been piled up still remained. All this Jürgen listened to and treasured up in his memory of the happiest days of his childhood, the days of the burial feast. How delightful it was to see fresh places and to mix with strangers. And he was to go still farther, for he was not yet 14 years old when he went out in a ship to see the world. He encountered bad weather, heavy seas, unkindness, and hard men, such were his experiences, for he became ship-boy. Cold nights, bad living, and blows had to be endured. Then he felt his noble Spanish blood boil within him, and bitter, angry, words rose to his lips, but he gulped them down. It was better, although he felt as the eel must feel when it is skinned, cut up, and put into the frying pan. "I shall get over it," said a voice within him. He saw the Spanish coast, the native land of his parents. He even saw the town where they had lived in joy and prosperity, but he knew nothing of his home or his relations, and his relations knew just as little about him. The poor ship-boy was not permitted to land, but on the last day of their stay he managed to get ashore. There were several purchases to be made, and he was sent to carry them on board. Jürgen stood there in his shabby clothes which looked as if they had been washed in the ditch and dried in the chimney. He, who had always dwelt among the sandhills, now saw a great city for the first time. How lofty the houses seemed, and what a number of people there were in the streets. Some pushing this way, some that, a perfect maelstrom of citizens and peasants, monks and soldiers, the jingling of bells on the trappings of asses and mules, the chiming of church bells, calling, shouting, hammering and knocking, all going on at once. Every trade was located in the basement of the houses or in the side thoroughfares. And the sun shone with such heat, and the air was so close, that one seemed to be in an oven full of beetles, cockchafers, bees and flies, all humming and buzzing together. Jürgen scarcely knew where he was or which way he went. Then he saw just in front of him the great doorway of a cathedral, the lights were gleaming in the dark aisles, and the fragrance of incense was wafted towards him. Even the poorest beggar ventured up the steps into the sanctuary. Jürgen followed the sailor he was with into the church, and stood in the sacred edifice. Colored pictures gleamed from their golden background, and on the altar stood the figure of the Virgin with the child Jesus, surrounded by lights and flowers. Priests in festive robes were chanting, and choir boys in dazzling attire swung silver censers. What splendor and magnificence he saw there! It streamed in upon his soul and overpowered him. The church and the faith of his parents surrounded him, and touched a chord in his heart that caused his eyes to overflow with tears. They went from the church to the marketplace. Here a quantity of provisions were given him to carry. The way to the harbor was long, and weary and overcome with various emotions, he rested for a few moments before a splendid house, with marble pillars, statues, and broad steps. Here he rested his burden against the wall. Then a porter in livery came out, lifted up a silver-headed cane, and drove him away, the grandson of that house. But no one knew that, and he just as little as any one. Then he went on board again, and once more encountered rough words and blows, much work and little sleep, such was his experience of life. They say it is good to suffer in one's young days, if age brings something to make up for it. His period of service on board the ship came to an end, and the vessel lay once more at Rinköping in Jutland. He came ashore, and went home to the sand dunes near Hunsby, but his foster mother had died during his absence. A hard winter followed this summer. Snowstorms swept over land and sea, and there was difficulty in getting from one place to another. How unequally things are distributed in this world. Here there was bitter cold and snowstorms, while in Spain there was burning sunshine and oppressive heat. Yet, when a clear frosty day came, and Jürgen saw the swans flying in numbers from the sea towards the land, across to Norge-Vosborg, it seemed to him that people could breathe more freely here. The summer also in this part of the world was splendid. In imagination he saw the heath blossom and become purple with rich juicy berries, and the elder bushes and lime trees at Norge-Vosborg in flower. He made up his mind to go there again. Spring came, and the fishing began. Jürgen was now an active helper in this, for he had grown during the last year, and was quick at work. He was full of life, and knew how to swim, to tread water, and to turn over and tumble in the strong tide. They often warned him to beware of the sharks, which seize the best swimmer, draw him down, and devour him, but such was not to be Jürgen's fate. At a neighbor's house in the dunes there was a boy named Martin, with whom Jürgen was on very friendly terms, and they both took service in the same ship to Norway, and also went together to Holland. They never had a quarrel, but a person can be easily excited to quarrel when he is naturally hot-tempered, for he often shows it in many ways, and this is just what Jürgen did one day when they fell out about the merest trifle. They were sitting behind the cabin door, eating from a Delft plate, which they had placed between them. Jürgen held his pocket-knife in his hand and raised it towards Martin, and at the same time became ashy pale, and his eyes had an ugly look. Martin only said, "Ah. Ah. You are one of that sort, are you? Fond of using the knife." The words were scarcely spoken, when Jürgen's hand sank down. He did not answer a syllable, but went on eating, and afterwards returned to his work. When they were resting again he walked up to Martin and said, "Hit me in the face. I deserve it. But sometimes I feel as if I had a pot in me that boils over." "There, let the thing rest," replied Martin. And after that they were almost better friends than ever. When afterwards they returned to the dunes and began telling their adventures, this was told among the rest. Martin said that Jürgen was certainly passionate, but a good fellow after all. They were both young and healthy, well grown and strong, but Jürgen was the cleverer of the two. In Norway the peasants go into the mountains and take the cattle there to find pasture. On the west coast of Jutland huts have been erected among the sand hills. They are built of pieces of wreck, and thatched with turf and heather. There are sleeping places round the walls, and here the fishermen live and sleep during the early spring. Every fisherman has a female helper, or manager as she is called, who baits his hooks, prepares warm beer for him when he comes ashore, and gets the dinner cooked and ready for him by the time he comes back to the hut tired and hungry. Besides this, the managers bring up the fish from the boats, cut them open, prepare them, and have generally a great deal to do. Jürgen, his father, and several other fishermen and their managers inhabited the same hut. Martin lived in the next one. One of the girls, whose name was Else, had known Jürgen from childhood. They were glad to see each other, and were of the same opinion on many points, but in appearance they were entirely opposite. For he was dark, and she was pale, and fair, and had flaxen hair, and eyes as blue as the sea in sunshine. As they were walking together one day, Jürgen held her hand very firmly in his, and she said to him, "Jürgen, I have something I want to say to you. Let me be your manager, for you are like a brother to me. But Martin, whose housekeeper I am, he is my lover, but you need not tell this to the others." It seemed to Jürgen as if the loose sand was giving way under his feet. He did not speak a word, but nodded his head, and that meant yes. It was all that was necessary. But he suddenly felt in his heart that he hated Martin, and the more he thought the more he felt convinced that Martin had stolen away from him the only being he ever loved, and that this was Else. He had never thought of Else in this way before. But now it all became plain to him. When the sea is rather rough, and the fishermen are coming home in their great boats, it is wonderful to see how they cross the reefs. One of them stands upright in the bow of the boat, and the others watch him sitting with the oars in their hands. Outside the reef it looks as if the boat was not approaching land but going back to sea. Then the man who is standing up gives them the signal that the great wave is coming which is to float them across the reef. The boat is lifted high into the air, so that the keel is seen from the shore. The next moment nothing can be seen, mast, keel, and people are all hidden. It seems as though the sea had devoured them. But in a few moments they emerge like a great sea animal climbing up the waves, and the oars move as if the creature had legs. The second and third reef are passed in the same manner. Then the fishermen jump into the water and push the boat towards the shore. Every wave helps them, and at length they have it drawn up, beyond the reach of the breakers. A wrong order given in front of the reef, the slightest hesitation, and the boat would be lost. Then it would be all over with me and Martin too. This thought passed through Jürgen's mind one day while they were out at sea, where his foster father had been taken suddenly ill. The fever had seized him. They were only a few oar strokes from the reef, and Jürgen sprang from his seat and stood up in the bow. "Father, let me come," he said, and he glanced at Martin and across the waves. Every oar bent with the exertions of the rowers as the great wave came towards them, and he saw his father's pale face, and dared not obey the evil impulse that had shot through his brain. The boat came safely across the reef to land. But the evil thought remained in his heart, and roused up every little fibre of bitterness which he remembered between himself and Martin since they had known each other. But he could not weave the fibres together, nor did he endeavour to do so. He felt that Martin had robbed him, and this was enough to make him hate his former friend. Several of the fishermen saw this, but Martin did not. He remained as obliging and talkative as ever. In fact, he talked rather too much. Jürgen's foster father took to his bed, and it became his deathbed, for he died a week afterwards, and now Jürgen was heir to the little house behind the sandhills. It was small, certainly, but still it was something, and Martin had nothing of the kind. "You will not go to sea again, Jürgen, I suppose," observed one of the old fishermen. "You will always stay with us now." But this was not Jürgen's intention. He wanted to see something of the world. The eel breeder of Fjaltring had an uncle at Old Skjagen, who was a fisherman, but also a prosperous merchant with ships upon the sea. He was said to be a good old man, and it would not be a bad thing to enter his service. Old Skjagen lies in the extreme north of Jutland, as far away from the Hunsby dunes as one can travel in that country. And this is just what pleased Jürgen, for he did not want to remain till the wedding of Martin and Else, which would take place in a week or two. The old fisherman said it was foolish to go away, for now that Jürgen had a home Else would very likely be inclined to take him instead of Martin. Jürgen gave such a vague answer that it was not easy to make out what he meant. The old man brought Else to him, and she said, "You have a home now, you ought to think of that." And Jürgen thought of many things. The sea has heavy waves, but there are heavier waves in the human heart. Many thoughts, strong and weak, rushed through Jürgen's brain, and he said to Else, "If Martin had a house like mine, which of us would you rather have? But Martin has no house and cannot get one. Suppose he had one? Well, then I would certainly take Martin, for that is what my heart tells me, but one cannot live upon love." Jürgen turned these things over in his mind all night. Something was working within him, he hardly knew what it was, but it was even stronger than his love for Else, and so he went to Martin's, and what he said and did there was well considered. He let the house to Martin on most liberal terms, saying that he wished to go to sea again, because he loved it. And Else kissed him when she heard of it, for she loved Martin best. Jürgen proposed to start early in the morning, and on the evening before his departure, when it was already getting rather late, he felt a wish to visit Martin once more. He started, and among the dunes met the old fisherman, who was angry at his leaving the place. The old man made jokes about Martin, and declared there must be some magic about that fellow, of whom the girls were so fond. Jürgen did not pay any attention to his remarks, but said good-bye to the old man and went on towards the house where Martin dwelt. He heard loud talking inside. Martin was not alone, and this made Jürgen waver in his determination, for he did not wish to see Else again. On second thoughts, he decided that it was better not to hear any more thanks from Martin, and so he turned back. On the following morning, before the sun rose, he fastened his knapsack on his back, took his wooden provision box in his hand, and went away among the sandhills towards the coast path. This way was more pleasant than the heavy sand road, and besides it was shorter, and he intended to go first to Fjölltring, near Bogjerd, where the eel breeder lived, to whom he had promised a visit. The sea lay before him, clear and blue, and the mussel shells and pebbles, the playthings of his childhood, crunched over his feet. While he thus walked on his nose suddenly began to bleed. It was a trifling occurrence, but trifles sometimes are of great importance. A few large drops of blood fell upon one of his sleeves. He wiped them off and stopped the bleeding, and it seemed to him as if this had cleared and lightened his brain. The sea kale bloomed here and there in the sand as he passed. He broke off a spray and stuck it in his hat. He determined to be merry and light-hearted, for he was going out into the wide world, a little way out, beyond the bay, as the young eels had said. "Beware of bad people who will catch you, and skin you, and put you in the frying pan." He repeated in his mind, and smiled, for he thought he should find his way through the world. Good courage is a strong weapon. The sun was high in the heavens when he approached the narrow entrance to Nissum Bay. He looked back and saw a couple of horsemen galloping a long distance behind him, and there were other people with them. But this did not concern him. The ferry boat was on the opposite side of the bay. Jürgen called to the ferryman, and the latter came over with his boat. Jürgen stepped in. But before he had got halfway across, the men whom he had seen riding so hastily, came up, hailed the ferryman, and commanded him to return in the name of the law. Jürgen did not understand the reason of this, but he thought it would be best to turn back, and therefore he himself took an oar and returned. As soon as the boat touched the shore, the men sprang on board, and before he was aware of it, they had bound his hands with a rope. "This wicked deed will cost you your life," they said. "It is a good thing we have caught you." He was accused of nothing less than murder. Martin had been found dead, with his throat cut. One of the fishermen, late on the previous evening, had met Jürgen going towards Martin's house. This was not the first time Jürgen had raised his knife against Martin, so they felt sure that he was the murderer. The prison was in a town at a great distance, and the wind was contrary for going there by sea. But it would not take half an hour to get across the bay, and another quarter of an hour would bring them to Norrivasborg, the great castle with ramparts and moat. One of Jürgen's captors was a fisherman, a brother of the keeper of the castle, and he said it might be managed that Jürgen should be placed for the present in the dungeon at Vasborg, where Long Martha the gypsy had been shut up till her execution. They paid no attention to Jurgen's defense. The few drops of blood on his shirt sleeve bore heavy witness against him. But he was conscious of his innocence, and as there was no chance of clearing himself at present he submitted to his fate. The party landed just at the place where Sir Bug's castle had stood, and where Jurgen had walked with his foster parents after the burial feast, during the 4 happiest days of his childhood. He was led by the well-known path, over the meadow to Vosborg. Once more the elders were in bloom and the lofty lime trees gave forth sweet fragrance, and it seemed as if it were but yesterday that he had last seen the spot. In each of the 2 wings of the castle there was a staircase which led to a place below the entrance, from whence there is access to a low, vaulted cellar. In this dungeon Long Martha had been imprisoned, and from here she was led away to the scaffold. She had eaten the hearts of 5 children, and had imagined that if she could obtain 2 more she would be able to fly and make herself invisible. In the middle of the roof of the cellar there was a little narrow air hole, but no window. The flowering lime trees could not breathe refreshing fragrance into that abode, where everything was dark and mouldy. There was only a rough bench in the cell, but a good conscience is a soft pillow, and therefore Jurgen could sleep well. The thick oaken door was locked, and secured on the outside by an iron bar. But the goblin of superstition can creep through a keyhole into a baron's castle just as easily as it can into a fisherman's cottage, and why should he not creep in here, where Jurgen sat thinking of Long Martha and her wicked deeds? Her last thoughts on the night before her execution had filled this place, and the magic that tradition asserted to have been practiced here, in Sir Svanweddel's time, came into Jurgen's mind, and made him shudder. But a sunbeam, a refreshing thought from without, penetrated his heart even here. It was the remembrance of the flowering elder and the sweet-smelling lime trees. He was not left there long. They took him away to the town of Rinkjobing, where he was imprisoned with equal severity. Those times were not like ours. The common people were treated harshly. And it was just after the days when farms were converted into knights' estates, when coachmen and servants were often made magistrates, and had power to sentence a poor man, for a small offence, to lose his property and to corporeal punishment. Judges of this kind were still to be found. And in Jutland, so far from the capital, and from the enlightened, well-meaning, head of the government, the law was still very loosely administered sometimes. The smallest grievance Jurgen could expect was that his case should be delayed. His dwelling was cold and comfortless, and how long would he be obliged to bear all this? It seemed his fate to suffer misfortune and sorrow innocently. He now had plenty of time to reflect on the difference of fortune on earth, and to wonder why this fate had been allotted to him, yet he felt sure that all would be made clear in the next life, the existence that awaits us when this life is over. His faith had grown strong in the poor fisherman's cottage. The light which had never shone into his father's mind, in all the richness and sunshine of Spain, was sent to him to be his comfort in poverty and distress, a sign of that mercy of God which never fails. The spring storms began to blow. The rolling and moaning of the North Sea could be heard for miles inland when the wind was blowing, and then it sounded like the rushing of 1,000 wagons over a hard road with a mine underneath. Jurgen heard these sounds in his prison, and it was a relief to him. No music could have touched his heart as did these sounds of the sea, the rolling sea, the boundless sea, on which a man can be borne across the world before the wind, carrying his own house with him wherever he goes. Just as the snail carries its home even into a strange country. He listened eagerly to its deep murmur, and then the thought arose, free. Free. How happy to be free, even barefooted and in ragged clothes. Sometimes, when such thoughts crossed his mind, the fiery nature rose within him, and he beat the wall with his clenched fists. Weeks, months, a whole year had gone by, when Niels the thief, called also a horse-dealer, was arrested. And now better times came, and it was seen that Jurgen had been wrongly accused. On the afternoon before Jurgen's departure from home, and before the murder, Niels the thief had met Martin at a beer-house in the neighborhood of Rinkjobing. A few glasses were drank, not enough to cloud the brain, but enough to loosen Martin's tongue. He began to boast and to say that he had obtained a house and intended to marry, and when Niels asked him where he was going to get the money, he slapped his pocket proudly and said, "The money is here, where it ought to be." This boast cost him his life, for when he went home Niels followed him, and cut his throat, intending to rob the murdered man of the gold, which did not exist. All this was circumstantially explained. But it is enough for us to know that Jürgen was set free. But what compensation did he get for having been in prison a whole year, and shut out from all communication with his fellow creatures? They told him he was fortunate in being proved innocent, and that he might go. The burgomaster gave him $2 for traveling expenses, and many citizens offered him provisions and beer. There were still good people. They were not all hard and pitiless. But the best thing of all was that the merchant Braun, of Skjagen, into whose service Jürgen had proposed entering the year before, was just at that time on business in the town of Ringkjøbing. Braun heard the whole story, he was kind-hearted, and understood what Jürgen must have felt and suffered. Therefore he made up his mind to make it up to the poor lad, and convince him that there were still kind folks in the world. So Jürgen went forth from prison as if to paradise, to find freedom, affection, and trust. He was to travel this path now, for no goblet of life is all bitterness. No good man would pour out such a draught for his fellow man, and how should he do it, who is love personified? "Let everything be buried and forgotten," said Braun, the merchant. "Let us draw a thick line through last year, we will even burn the almanac. In 2 days we will start for dear, friendly, peaceful Skjagen. People call it an out-of-the-way corner. But it is a good warm chimney corner, and its windows open toward every part of the world." What a journey that was! It was like taking fresh breath out of the cold dungeon air into the warm sunshine. The heather bloomed in pride and beauty, and the shepherd boy sat on a barrow and blew his pipe, which he had carved for himself out of a sheep bone. Fata Morgana, the beautiful aerial phenomenon of the wilderness, appeared with hanging gardens and waving forests, and the wonderful cloud called Lokman driving his sheep also was seen. Up towards Skjagen they went, through the land of the Wendels, whence the men with long beards, the Longobardi or Lombards, had emigrated in the reign of King Sneal, when all the children and old people were to have been killed. Till the noble Dame Gambaruk proposed that the young people should emigrate. Jürgen knew all this, he had some little knowledge, and although he did not know the land of the Lombards beyond the lofty Alps, he had an idea that it must be there, for in his boyhood he had been in the south, in Spain. He thought of the plenteousness of the southern fruit, of the red pomegranate flowers, of the humming, buzzing, and toiling in the great beehive of a city he had seen, but home is the best place after all, and Jürgen's home was Denmark. At last they arrived at Vendelskega, as Skjagen is called in Old Norwegian and Icelandic writings. At that time Old Skjagen, with the eastern and western town, extended for miles, with sand hills and arable land as far as the lighthouse near Grennen. Then, as now, the houses were strewn among the wind-raised sand hills, a wilderness in which the wind sports with the sand, and where the voice of the seagull and wild swan strikes harshly on the ear. In the southwest, a mile from Grennen, lies Old Skjagen. Merchant Braun dwelt here, and this was also to be Jürgen's home for the future. The dwelling house was tarred, and all the small outbuildings had been put together from pieces of wreck. There was no fence, for indeed there was nothing to fence in except the long rows of fishes which were hung upon lines, one above the other, to dry in the wind. The entire coast was strewn with spoiled herrings, for there were so many of these fish that a net was scarcely thrown into the sea before it was filled. They were caught by carloads, and many of them were either thrown back into the sea or left to lie on the beach. The old man's wife and daughter and his servants also came to meet him with great rejoicing. There was a great squeezing of hands, and talking and questioning. And the daughter, what a sweet face and bright eyes she had. The inside of the house was comfortable and roomy. Fritters, that a king would have looked upon as a dainty dish, were placed on the table, and there was wine from the Skjagen vineyard, that is, the sea, for there the grapes come ashore ready pressed and prepared in barrels and in bottles. When the mother and daughter heard who Jürgen was, and how innocently he had suffered, they looked at him in a still more friendly way, and pretty Clara's eyes had a look of especial interest as she listened to his story. Jürgen found a happy home in old Skjagen. It did his heart good, for it had been sorely tried. He had drunk the bitter goblet of love which softens or hardens the heart, according to circumstances. Jürgen's heart was still soft, it was young, and therefore it was a good thing that Miss Clara was going in 3 weeks' time to Christiansand in Norway, in her father's ship, to visit an aunt and to stay there the whole winter. On the Sunday before she went away they all went to church, to the Holy Communion. The church was large and handsome, and had been built centuries before by Scotchmen and Dutchmen. It stood some little way out of the town. It was rather ruinous certainly, and the road to it was heavy, through deep sand, but the people gladly surmounted these difficulties to get to the house of God, to sing psalms and to hear the sermon. The sand had heaped itself up round the walls of the church, but the graves were kept free from it. It was the largest church north of the Limfjorden. The Virgin Mary, with a golden crown on her head and the child Jesus in her arms, stood lifelike on the altar. The holy apostles had been carved in the choir, and on the walls there were portraits of the old burgomasters and councillors of Skjagen. The pulpit was of carved work. The sun shone brightly into the church, and its radiance fell on the polished brass chandelier and on the little ship that hung from the vaulted roof. Jürgen felt overcome by a holy, childlike feeling, like that which possessed him, when, as a boy, he stood in the splendid Spanish cathedral. But here the feeling was different, for he felt conscious of being one of the congregation. After the sermon followed Holy Communion. He partook of the bread and wine, and it so happened that he knelt by the side of Miss Clara. But his thoughts were so fixed upon heaven and the Holy Sacrament that he did not notice his neighbor until he rose from his knees, and then he saw tears rolling down her cheeks. She left Skjagen and went to Norway 2 days later. He remained behind, and made himself useful on the farm and at the fishery. He went out fishing, and in those days fish were more plentiful and larger than they are now. The shoals of the mackerel glittered in the dark nights, and indicated where they were swimming, the gurnards snarled, and the crabs gave forth pitiful yells when they were chased, for fish are not so mute as people say. Every Sunday Jürgen went to church, and when his eyes rested on the picture of the Virgin Mary over the altar as he sat there, they often glided away to the spot where they had knelt side by side. Autumn came, and brought rain and snow with it. The water rose up right into the town of Skjagen, the sand could not suck it all in, one had to wade through it or go by boat. The storms threw vessel after vessel on the fatal reefs, there were snowstorm and sandstorms. The sand flew up to the houses, blocking the entrances, so that people had to creep up through the chimneys. That was nothing at all remarkable here. It was pleasant and cheerful indoors, where peat fuel and fragments of wood from the wrecks blazed and crackled upon the hearth. Merchant Braun read aloud, from an old chronicle, about Prince Hamlet of Denmark, who had come over from England, landed near Bovjurg, and fought a battle. Close by Ram was his grave, only a few miles from the place where the eel-breeder lived. Hundreds of barrow rose there from the heath, forming as it were an enormous churchyard. Merchant Braun had himself been at Hamlet's grave. They spoke about old times, and about their neighbours, the English and the Scotch, and Jürgen sang the air of "The King of England's Son," and of his splendid ship and its outfit. In the hour of peril when most men fear, he clasped the bride that he held so dear, and proved himself the son of a king. Of his courage and valor let us sing. This verse Jürgen sang with so much feeling that his eyes beamed, and they were black and sparkling since his infancy. There was wealth, comfort, and happiness even among the domestic animals, for they were all well cared for, and well kept. The kitchen looked bright with its copper and tin utensils, and white plates, and from the rafters hung hams, beef, and winter stores in plenty. This can still be seen in many rich farms on the west coast of Jutland, plenty to eat and drink, clean, prettily decorated rooms, active minds, cheerful tempers, and hospitality can be found there, as in an Arab's tent. Jürgen had never spent such a happy time since the famous burial feast, and yet Miss Clara was absent, except in the thoughts and memory of all. In April a ship was to start for Norway, and Jürgen was to sail in it. He was full of life and spirits, and looked so sturdy and well that Dame Braun said it did her good to see him. "And it does one good to look at you also, old wife," said the merchant. "Jürgen has brought fresh life into our winter evenings, and into you too, mother. You look younger than ever this year, and seem well and cheerful. But then you were once the prettiest girl in Viborg, and that is saying a great deal, for I have always found the Viborg girls the prettiest of any." Jürgen said nothing, but he thought of a certain maiden of Skagen, whom he was soon to visit. The ship set sail for Kristiansand in Norway, and as the wind was favorable it soon arrived there. One morning Merchant Braun went out to the lighthouse, which stands a little way out of Old Skagen, not far from Grennen. The light was out, and the sun was already high in the heavens, when he mounted the tower. The sand banks extend a whole mile from the shore, beneath the water, outside these banks. Many ships could be seen that day, and with the aid of his telescope the old man thought he descried his own ship, the Karen Braun. Yes. Certainly, there she was, sailing homewards with Clara and Jürgen on board. Clara sat on deck, and saw the sandhills gradually appearing in the distance. The church and lighthouse looked like a heron and a swan rising from the blue waters. If the wind held good they might reach home in about an hour. So near they were to home and all its joys, so near to death and all its terrors. A plank in the ship gave way, and the water rushed in. The crew flew to the pumps, and did their best to stop the leak. A signal of distress was hoisted, but they were still fully a mile from the shore. Some fishing boats were in sight, but they were too far off to be of any use. The wind blew towards the land, the tide was in their favor, but it was all useless. The ship could not be saved. Jürgen threw his right arm round Clara, and pressed her to him. With what a look she gazed up into his face, as with a prayer to God for help he breasted the waves, which rushed over the sinking ship. She uttered a cry, but she felt safe and certain that he would not leave her to sink. And in this hour of terror and danger Jürgen felt as the king's son did, as told in the old song. In the hour of peril when most men fear, he clasped the bride that he held so dear. How glad he felt that he was a good swimmer. He worked his way onward with his feet and one arm, while he held the young girl up firmly with the other. He rested on the waves, he trod the water, in fact, did everything he could think of, in order not to fatigue himself, and to reserve strength enough to reach land. He heard Clara sigh, and felt her shudder convulsively, and he pressed her more closely to him. Now and then a wave rolled over them, the current lifted them. The water, although deep, was so clear that for a moment he imagined he saw the shoals of mackerel glittering, or Leviathan himself ready to swallow them. Now the clouds cast a shadow over the water, then again came the playing sunbeams. Flocks of loudly screaming birds passed over him, and the plump and lazy wild ducks which allow themselves to be drifted by the waves rose up terrified at the sight of the swimmer. He began to feel his strength decreasing, but he was only a few cable lengths distance from the shore, and help was coming, for a boat was approaching him. At this moment he distinctly saw a white staring figure under the water. A wave lifted him up, and he came nearer to the figure. He felt a violent shock, and everything became dark around him. On the sand reef lay the wreck of a ship, which was covered with water at high tide. The white figurehead rested against the anchor, the sharp iron edge of which rose just above the surface. Jürgen had come in contact with this. The tide had driven him against it with great force. He sank down stunned with the blow, but the next wave lifted him and the young girl up again. Some fishermen, coming with a boat, seized them and dragged them into it. The blood streamed down over Jürgen's face. He seemed dead, but still held the young girl so tightly that they were obliged to take her from him by force. She was pale and lifeless. They laid her in the boat, and rowed as quickly as possible to the shore. They tried every means to restore Clara to life, but it was all of no avail. Jürgen had been swimming for some distance with a corpse in his arms, and had exhausted his strength for one who was dead. Jürgen still breathed, so the fishermen carried him to the nearest house upon the sandhills, where a smith and general dealer lived who knew something of surgery. and bound up Jürgen's wounds in a temporary way until a surgeon could be obtained from the nearest town the next day. The injured man's brain was affected, and in his delirium he uttered wild cries, but on the third day he lay quiet and weak upon his bed. His life seemed to hang by a thread, and the physician said it would be better for him if this thread broke. "Let us pray that God may take him," he said, "for he will never be the same man again." But life did not depart from him, the thread would not break, but the thread of memory was severed. The thread of his mind had been cut through, and what was still more grievous, a body remained, a living healthy body that wandered about like a troubled spirit. Jürgen remained in Merchant Braun's house. "He was hurt while endeavoring to save our child," said the old man, "and now he is our son." People called Jürgen insane, but that was not exactly the correct term. He was like an instrument in which the strings are loose and will give no sound. Only occasionally they regained their power for a few minutes, and then they sounded as they used to do. He would sing snatches of songs or old melodies, pictures of the past would rise before him, and then disappear in the mist, as it were, but as a general rule he sat staring into vacancy, without a thought. We may conjecture that he did not suffer, but his dark eyes lost their brightness, and looked like clouded glass. "Poor mad Jürgen," said the people. And this was the end of a life whose infancy was to have been surrounded with wealth and splendor had his parents lived. All his great mental abilities had been lost, nothing but hardship, sorrow, and disappointment had been his fate. He was like a rare plant, torn from its native soil, and tossed upon the beach to wither there. And was this one of God's creatures, fashioned in his own likeness, to have no better fate? Was he to be only the plaything of fortune? No. The all-loving Creator would certainly repay him in the life to come for what he had suffered and lost here. "The Lord is good to all, and his mercy is over all his works." The pious old wife of the merchant repeated these words from the Psalms of David in patience and hope, and the prayer of her heart was that Jürgen might soon be called away to enter into eternal life. In the churchyard where the walls were surrounded with sand, Clara lay buried. Jürgen did not seem to know this, it did not enter his mind, which could only retain fragments of the past. Every Sunday he went to church with the old people, and sat there silently, staring vacantly before him. One day, when the psalms were being sung, he sighed deeply, and his eyes became bright. They were fixed upon a place near the altar where he had knelt with his friend who was dead. He murmured her name, and became deadly pale, and tears rolled down his cheeks. They led him out of church. He told those standing round him that he was well, and had never been ill, he, who had been so grievously afflicted, the outcast, thrown upon the world, could not remember his sufferings. "The Lord our Creator is wise and full of loving kindness, who can doubt it?" In Spain, where balmy breezes blow over the Moorish cupolas and gently stir the orange and myrtle groves, where singing and the sound of the castanets are always heard, the richest merchant in the place, a childless old man, sat in a luxurious house, while children marched in procession through the streets with waving flags and lighted tapers. If he had been able to press his children to his heart, his daughter, or her child, that had, perhaps never seen the light of day, far less the kingdom of heaven, how much of his wealth would he not have given? Poor child! Yes, poor child, a child still, yet more than 30 years old, for Jürgen had arrived at this age in Old Skjagen. The shifting sands had covered the graves in the courtyard, quite up to the church walls, but still, the dead must be buried among their relatives and the dear ones who had gone before them. Merchant Braun and his wife now rested with their children under the white sand. It was in the spring, the season of storms. The sand from the dunes was whirled up in clouds. The sea was rough, and flocks of birds flew like clouds in the storm, screaming across the sandhills. Shipwreck followed upon shipwreck on the reefs between Old Skagen and the Hunsby dunes. One evening Jürgen sat in his room alone, all at once his mind seemed to become clearer, and a restless feeling came over him, such as had often, in his younger days, driven him out to wander over the sandhills or on the heath. "Home, home!" he cried. No one heard him. He went out and walked towards the dunes. Sand and stones blew into his face, and whirled round him. He went in the direction of the church. The sand was banked up the walls, half covering the windows, but it had been cleared away in front of the door, and the entrance was free and easy to open, so Jürgen went into the church. The storm raged over the town of Skjagen. There had not been such a terrible tempest within the memory of the inhabitants, nor such a rough sea. But Jürgen was in the temple of God, and while the darkness of night reigned outside, a light arose in his soul that was never to depart from it. The heavy weight that pressed on his brain burst asunder. He fancied he heard the organ, but it was only the storm and the moaning of the sea. He sat down on one of the seats, and lo! The candies were lighted one by one, and there was brightness and grandeur such as he had only seen in the Spanish cathedral. The portraits of the old citizens became alive, stepped down from the walls against which they had hung for centuries, and took seats near the church door. The gates flew open, and all the dead people from the churchyard came in, and filled the church, while beautiful music sounded. Then the melody of the psalm burst forth, like the sound of the waters, and Jürgen saw that his foster parents from the Hunsby dunes were there, also old merchant Braun with his wife and their daughter Clara, who gave him her hand. They both went up to the altar where they had knelt before, and the priest joined their hands and united them for life. Then music was heard again. It was wonderfully sweet, like a child's voice, full of joy and expectation, swelling to the powerful tones of a full organ, sometimes soft and sweet, then like the sounds of a tempest, delightful and elevating to hear. Yet strong enough to burst the stone tombs of the dead. Then the little ship that hung from the roof of the choir was let down and looked wonderfully large and beautiful with its silken sails and rigging. The ropes were of silk, the anchor of gold. And everywhere riches and pomp untold. As the old song says. The young couple went on board, accompanied by the whole congregation, for there was room and enjoyment for them all. Then the walls and arches of the church were covered with flowering junipers and lime trees breathing forth fragrance. The branches waved, creating a pleasant coolness, they bent and parted, and the ship sailed between them through the air and over the sea. Every candle in the church became a star, and the wind sang a hymn in which they all joined. Through love to glory, no life is lost, the future is full of blessings and happiness. Hallelujah! These were the last words Jürgen uttered in this world, for the thread that bound his immortal soul was severed, and nothing but the dead body lay in the dark church, while the storm raged outside, covering it with loose sand. The next day was Sunday, and the congregation and their pastor went to the church. The road had always been heavy, but now it was almost unfit for use, and when they at last arrived at the church, a great heap of sand lay piled up in front of them. The whole church was completely buried in sand. The clergyman offered a short prayer, and said that God had closed the door of his house here, and that the congregation must go and build a new one for him somewhere else. So they sung a hymn in the open air, and went home again. Jürgen could not be found anywhere in the town of Skjagen, nor on the dunes, though they searched for him everywhere. They came to the conclusion that one of the great waves, which had rolled far up on the beach, had carried him away, but his body lay buried in a great sepulchre, the church itself. The Lord had thrown down a covering for his grave during the storm, and the heavy mound of sand lies upon it to this day. The drifting sand had covered the vaulted roof of the church, the arched cloisters, and the stone aisles. The white thorn and the dog rose now blossom above the place where the church lies buried, but the spire, like an enormous monument over a grave, can be seen for miles round. No king has a more splendid memorial. Nothing disturbs the peaceful sleep of the dead. I was the first to hear this story, for the storm sung it to me among the sandhills. The farmyard cock and the weathercock. There were two cocks, one on the dunghill, the other on the roof. They were both arrogant, but which of the two rendered most service? Tell us your opinion, we'll keep to ours just the same though. The poultry yard was divided by some planks from another yard in which there was a dunghill, and on the dunghill lay and grew a large cucumber which was conscious of being a hotbed plant. One is born to that, said the cucumber to itself. Not all can be born cucumbers, there must be other things, too. The hens, the ducks, and all the animals in the next yard are creatures too. Now I have a great opinion of the yard cock on the plank. He is certainly of much more importance than the weathercock who is placed so high and can't even creak, much less crow. The latter has neither hens nor chicks, and only thinks of himself and perspires verdigris. No, the yard cock is really a cock. His step is a dance. His crowing is music, and wherever he goes one knows what a trumpeter is like. If he would only come in here. Even if he ate me up stump, stalk, and all, and I had to dissolve in his body, it would be a happy death, said the cucumber. In the night there was a terrible storm. The hens, chicks, and even the cock sought shelter. The wind tore down the planks between the 2 yards with a crash, the tiles came tumbling down, but the weathercock sat firm. He did not even turn round, for he could not, and yet he was young and freshly cast, but prudent and sedate. He had been born old, and did not at all resemble the birds flying in the air, the sparrows, and the swallows. No, he despised them, these mean little piping birds, these common whistlers. He admitted that the pigeons, large and white and shining like mother-o'-pearl, looked like a kind of weathercock. But they were fat and stupid, and all their thoughts and endeavors were directed to filling themselves with food, and besides, they were tiresome things to converse with. The birds of passage had also paid the weathercock a visit and told him of foreign countries, of airy caravans and robber stories that made one's hair stand on end. All this was new and interesting. That is, for the first time, but afterwards, as the weathercock found out, they repeated themselves and always told the same stories, and that's very tedious, and there was no one with whom one could associate. For one and all were stale and small-minded. The world is no good, he said. Everything in it is so stupid. The weathercock was puffed up, and that quality would have made him interesting in the eyes of the cucumber if it had known it, but it had eyes only for the yard cock, who was now in the yard with it. The wind had blown the planks, but the storm was over. What do you think of that crowing? Said the yard cock to the hens and chickens. It was a little rough, it wanted elegance. And the hens and chickens came up on the dunghill, and the cock strutted about like a lord. Garden plant, he said to the cucumber, and in that one word his deep learning showed itself, and it forgot that he was pecking at her and eating it up. A happy death. The hens and the chickens came, for where one runs the others run too, they clucked, and chirped, and looked at the cock, and were proud that he was of their kind. Cock-a-doodle-doo. He crowed, the chickens will grow up into great hens at once, if I cry it out in the poultry yard of the world. And hens and chicks clucked and chirped, and the cock announced a great piece of news. A cock can lay an egg. And do you know what's in that egg? A basilisk. No one can stand the sight of such a thing, people know that, and now you know it too, you know what is in me, and what a champion of all cocks I am. With that the yard cock flapped his wings, made his comb swell up, and crowed again, and they all shuddered, the hens and the little chicks, but they were very proud that one of their number was such a champion of all cocks. They clucked and chirped till the weathercock heard, he heard it, but he did not stir. Everything is very stupid, the weathercock said to himself. The yard cock lays no eggs, and I am too lazy to do so. If I liked, I could lay a wind egg. But the world is not worth even a wind egg. Everything is so stupid. I don't want to sit here any longer. With that the weathercock broke off, but he did not kill the yard cock, although the hens said that had been his intention. And what is the moral? Better to crow than to be puffed up and break off. The pen and the inkstand. In a poet's room, where his inkstand stood on the table, the remark was once made, "It is wonderful what can be brought out of an inkstand." What will come next? It is indeed wonderful. Yes, certainly, said the inkstand to the pen, and to the other articles that stood on the table, that's what I always say. It is wonderful and extraordinary what a number of things come out of me. It's quite incredible, and I really don't know what is coming next when that man dips his pen into me. One drop out of me is enough for half a page of paper, and what cannot half a page contain? From me, all the works of a poet are produced. All those imaginary characters whom people fancy they have known or met. All the deep feeling, the humor, and the vivid pictures of nature. I myself don't understand how it is, for I am not acquainted with nature, but it is certainly in me. From me have gone forth to the world those wonderful descriptions of troops of charming maidens, and of brave knights on prancing steeds, of the halt and the blind, and I know not what more, for I assure you I never think of these things. There you are right, said the pen, for you don't think at all. If you did, you would see that you can only provide the means. You give the fluid that I may place upon the paper what dwells in me, and what I wish to bring to light. It is the pen that writes, no man doubts that, and, indeed, most people understand as much about poetry as an old inkstand. You have had very little experience, replied the inkstand. You have hardly been in service a week, and are already half worn out. Do you imagine you are a poet? You are only a servant, and before you came I had many like you, some of the goose family, and others of English manufacture. I know a quill pen as well as I know a steel one. I have had both sorts in my service, and I shall have many more when he comes, the man who performs the mechanical part, and writes down what he obtains from me. I should like to know what will be the next thing he gets out of me. Inkpot, exclaimed the pen contemptuously. Late in the evening the poet came home. He had been to a concert, and had been quite enchanted with the admirable performance of a famous violin player whom he had heard there. The performer had produced from his instrument a richness of tone that sometimes sounded like tinkling water drops or rolling pearls. Sometimes like the birds twittering in chorus, and then rising and swelling in sound like the wind through the fir trees. The poet felt as if his own heart were weeping, but in tones of melody like the sound of a woman's voice. It seemed not only the strings, but every part of the instrument from which these sounds were produced. It was a wonderful performance and a difficult piece, and yet the bow seemed to glide across the strings so easily that it was as if any one could do it who tried. Even the violin and the bow appeared to perform independently of their master who guided them. It was as if soul and spirit had been breathed into the instrument, so the audience forgot the performer in the beautiful sounds he produced. Not so the poet. He remembered him, and named him, and wrote down his thoughts on the subject. How foolish it would be for the violin and the bow to boast of their performance, and yet we men often commit that folly. The poet, the artist, the man of science in his laboratory, the general, we all do it, and yet we are only the instruments which the Almighty uses, to him alone the honor is due. We have nothing of ourselves of which we should be proud. Yes, this is what the poet wrote down. He wrote it in the form of a parable, and called it, The Master and the Instruments. That is what you have got, madam, said the pen to the inkstand, when the two were alone again. Did you hear him read aloud what I had written down? Yes, what I gave you to write, retorted the inkstand. That was a cut at you because of your conceit. To think that you could not understand that you were being quizzed. I gave you a cut from within me. Surely I must know my own satire. Ink pitcher, cried the pen. Writing stick, retorted the inkstand. And each of them felt satisfied that he had given a good answer. It is pleasing to be convinced that you have settled a matter by your reply, it is something to make you sleep well, and they both slept well upon it. But the poet did not sleep. Thoughts rose up within him like the tones of the violin, falling like pearls, or rushing like the strong wine through the forest. He understood his own heart in these thoughts, they were as a ray from the mind of the great master of all minds. To him be all the honor.